Hey, Brown Sugar, what's up? Sorry, guys, I'm late. I had to take care of Maverick, so because if he's not calm, I can't do this. He is my co-host after all. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. I feel like I'm losing weight. My face seems to like get like thinner. I like that. I like that for me. I told myself September. I gotta start walking in September. Like an hour a day or something. I have to take care of myself. I need to exercise. Yes, Matt, we gotta start walking. I put you in your stroller. And yeah, I'm gonna start walking because mommy has to exercise. I can't be at this size. Okay. What's up, peoples? What's up? I've missed y'all. Well, I was here last night, but whatever. So today, what are we doing? We're gonna finish up the video from last night with Cam and the lady Cheyenne. Yeah, we'll talk about the video. Okay. So before we start, hey Janet, what's up? What's up, babe? He's quiet over there, so I'm like, he's smiling. He's so cute. Okay. Yes. Hey Val. Hey Queen. Okay, I'm gonna give you all time to get in here. Okay. Happy Sunday, ladies. Happy Sunday. I mean, I saw y'all this morning, but we're back. Okay. Sorry, I'm late. Had to get this baby settled. Yeah, so he could be a nice co-host. So we're gonna finish up. We're gonna try to finish up because I don't know if we're gonna make it through because child, that lady's too much. You know. Okay, but we're gonna try to finish up last night's video, this morning's video. Hey babe, with Cam and the lady Cheyenne. Okay. But you guys, I have to say this. When you come in here, you cannot be sensitive, child, because I gotta do what I have to do, right? I gotta do my show. Oh, thank you, Africana. Nice to meet you, babe. Welcome. Nice to have you, right? Okay. So don't get upset, don't get mad, don't get offended, right? You understand? Because this is how I look at things, right? This is how I look at things. For me, if you follow me, I would assume. Okay, because there are certain things about my life I don't hide, right? I would assume that you do want a relationship, right? Hopefully you do want something, something concrete. Whether you look at marriage as like a God ordained covenant, or you look at marriage like, okay, like it's a legal piece of paper that solidifies what we have before the law, okay? Because I think that really matters also. Because I listened to this other like divorce attorney, James Sexton, the Libra guy, right? And before I didn't think about that. Right. The fact that, when we say the term marriage, right, it means different things to different people. Right. Like you have the religious institution of marriage was this is a God ordained ministry. This is a God ordained covenant between a woman of God and a man of God coming together. Right. Under the auspices of like God's sovereignty. All right. That's one thing. But there's another thing that's like marriage as like a legal institution. Right. Because you can get married in church, but not get married at City Hall. Or vice versa, right? Or vice versa. So the thing is, when you're married under the law, there are consequences when you want to break that union under the law. Like there are laws over there, right? Like we'll get to the part where he told her that he wants to have more children, and then she was like, "Well, you're creating all these broken homes, etc." And he was like, "Well, his fear of divorce is higher than his fear of getting married, right?" We'll get there eventually, but I'm going to say this: where I wish Cam had been a bit more honest is that he's not afraid of marriage per se. Like, he's not afraid of like, if I marry you, the divorce thing, right? I'm like, Cam, you need to be honest with people, right? Because you're worth $75 million, right? You fear divorce because divorce could mean you pretty much lose everything you've worked so hard for. Just say that. But I guess like maybe because of the culture, maybe because like Black culture mostly is a socialist, borderline communist culture, right? Where when you have money, you're supposed to act like you don't have money, right? When you have money, you're supposed to pretend like you're poor, you're broke. I mean, you saw Michelle Obama, okay? When you're really good at something, you have to dumb yourself down. You got to make yourself look stupid because part of socialism is that you have to think about people who are doing worse than you and make them feel good about themselves, right? That's what socialism is. That's why in socialism, when people work hard or they work more, they get taxed more. When you're wealthy, people want you to pay more. You have a thriving business, people want you to pay more corporate taxes, right? Because in socialism, the main focus is always the poor, as if poor people or all poor people are good people. I'm like, no, okay? Not everybody who is poor is a good person. There are people who are bad. That's why they're poor. There are people who made bad choices. They chose to kill other people. So this is why they had to go to prison and now they're homeless because they made bad choices. I'm not going to feel bad for you. What about the person you killed? Who's going to feel bad for them? Make it make sense, right? But that's socialism for you. So it's like in America, not just America, but Black culture overall, okay, Black diaspora, right? Black people tend to be more socialist. They think it's noble, but it's actually destructive, okay? It's diabolical. So what happens is ultimately you create a culture where when you are excellent, you have to dim your light because you don't want to make people feel inferior. Well, hey, that's what it is. All right. So I wish Cam would have said, right, it's not so much that I fear marriage under like God, like what his mom and dad have, right? It's the fact that I don't know if I marry you, can I trust you with my wealth? Can I trust you with everything I have built? Because if we do go through a divorce, you might take half my money, right? You might take like, I don't know, half, or maybe you might take like 60%, even 70% of my coins. Yeah, no, I don't want to give you my money. So I'm like, just say that. And it's like, oh my gosh, how can you say something like that? But at least you're being honest. Because what really comes with divorce though, right? Divorce is separation of assets, right? And so for a rich person, yeah, he doesn't want to part with his money. Because that's not cool. Like when you're Black, you got to break bread with people. No, you really don't. He doesn't want these girls to have his money. He doesn't mind being like having a child with you, dating you. Like if he wants to give you money, it's like what he wants to give you. He doesn't want the state to say, okay, this is how much you have to give her. You can get what prenup? Did you not see the girl with Jeannie Mai? Jeannie Mai signed the prenup. She signed the prenup. Nobody put this lady under duress, but I did say the fact that she waited like a week before or a day of the day before the wedding, Jeezy should have called it off because that's just way too close to the wedding date. Okay, the whole prenup thing, you got to do it like 6 months to a year in advance. That way, nobody can spin the block and say, oh my gosh, I did that under duress. But you saw Jeannie Mai try to re-challenge a prenup that she signed. But the fact that she signed it like a day or two before the wedding, that's also a red flag. Okay, so what's his name over there? Jeezy should be like, nah, girl, I don't know. Because you signed it too close to the wedding date, which lets me know you don't really want to do it. Right. And I'm like, and what is so crazy to me, I'm not trying to be offensive, but it is what it is, right? What is so crazy to me is that everyday people who make regular money want to put their expectation with their regular coins on wealthy ass individuals. These are wealthy people. So the way they look at marriage, it can't just be, oh, what would God want me to do, right? Because if stuff goes left, what's going to happen? Is God going to restore him? If you're worth 80 million and you go through a divorce and the lady takes like 20, she takes 30 million. Look what happened to what's that man's name? Tiger Woods, right? She takes half your bread. Is God gonna blow? Well, I'm gonna restore you. No, tough love, Negro. And she can divorce you for anything because when you file for a divorce, right? When you file for divorce, you can say irreconcilable differences. He doesn't really have to do anything. Like he doesn't have to do anything. No, I'm tired. That's it. And then you take all his money because, you're tired. No. And I'm like, to me, that's just me, Marlene. That's just me. The way most people are today, not even just most women, the way most people are in the West, the way most people are in America, people here are very selfish. It's all about themselves. It's all about what they want. I mean, look at the entire election cycle, right? We have a whole country that's like, as a nation, is in disarray. Financially, it's not doing well. Educationally, it's not doing well. Our borders are not doing well. And we have so many real issues, right? And there are people, oh, I don't care about the economy. I don't care about the borders. I don't care about education. All I want is my abortion. Whoever gives me an abortion, that's who I'm voting for. You see how selfish people are? We could go into World War III if we don't pick the right leaders. Don't care. I just want to have an abortion, right? You have people, a lot of women will say, oh no, I'm just going to vote for her because she's Black. So when you see how, as a collective, most women tend to make decisions, I can understand why a lot of people who have a lot of money have trepidations about, I don't feel like giving you my last name and legally signing a contract that puts you in charge of my finances. I ain't doing that. And I'm like, you know what? I respect it. Me, I don't have $75 million, right? But if I had $75 million, I'll also be very cautious of who I like. No, I ain't doing it. But it's like, okay, I can see how you would think that. Women, okay, I have kids, I'll pay for my kids, I'll give her the money she needs, right? But at least I'm making the decision to say, this is how much money I want to give her ass. But when it comes to all of my assets, everything I've worked hard for, no, I don't want to sign a legally binding contract with this woman. I'm like, how well do you even know this lady? Because as soon as you marry her, she could completely change. And be like, oh, irreconcilable differences. And then boom, she takes all your money and she runs. Okay? And I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. But that's easy for you to say, forehead, because you don't have $75 million, right? Because most likely you're also a socialist, right? Because people who, when you don't care about money, most likely you are a socialist, right? But I'm like, if you took a moment and say, wow, he really is worth $75 million, right? I wonder how hard it is to even get $1 million. I wonder how hard it is to get 75 million. It is not a joke, right? But when you don't value money, when you don't respect money, then you don't respect the efforts it takes to make that kind of money. Hey, Harriet, what's up? It's been a long time. Where you been? Okay, right? Makes sense? It's like somebody might be like, oh, forehead, give me $100. You might be like, well, for what for? Like, oh, I want to go buy some candy. You be like, hold on, wait a minute. Okay? Because now you're thinking like, okay, how many hours do I have to work to make $100? And you want to use my money to go buy some candy? I don't think so. Okay? Like, try to make it relatable to you, right? Imagine somebody asks you for $250. You gonna be like, okay, hey man, what is it for? Oh, I want to go shopping at Fashion Nova. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay, what? It's an emergency. And now you're thinking like, okay, how many hours do I have to work to make $250? So it's not a joke. But to someone who doesn't work, who's just asking for money, they don't care. Because they don't know that it might take you 10 hours to make that kind of money. It might take you 9 hours to make that kind of, it might take you a whole day to make $250. And here they are. They're trying to spend your whole day's worth of work in 30 seconds. Excuse me? No, not doing that. Right? And it's like a lot. And that's why I keep telling y'all, I keep saying this to y'all. Too many women do not care about money. And that right there, I think is a huge part. That's what's going to disqualify you when it comes to being somebody's wife. Because you don't respect money. Don't respect money. And I'm like, it takes a lot of work. I don't even know what I got close. One time I got really close to making $1 million, right? I got to like 800,000. Do you know how hard I had to work to get to $800,000? Hey, Sonia, what's up? No, but you can't say that, right? Because would you sacrifice 75 million? Would you do it? If you had 75 million, forehead, you have 75 million. A man comes into it, he only has 100,000. So you make more. You might think, you love him. No problem. But I'm going to ask you a real question, babe. Would you really marry this man? And I'm going to understand why Oprah also did not marry Stedman. And even for his own good, should you marry him? Because once he's locked into your finances, right? The devil can corrupt this person. So you have nothing to prove, because what you're saying is, Oprah, you should be noble. You should sacrifice. Why? He's sacrificing by taking care of her financially. But must you actually go pick up a cord and put the cord around your neck in the name of love? It's some goofy shit. It's goofy as fuck. I mean, it's goofy as hell to me. Let me not try to cuss. I got to monetize my video, right? But to me, it's really goofy. Exactly. Let's not do this. Even with Todd, also, me, if I was candid, I would have married Todd, well, child, whatever. Because child, they'll come around and say that, you were under duress, right? But the thing with Todd, because he's also a man, like, he might not question the prenup later on, right? Because they're gonna try to shame him. Oh, it's giving zesty, it's giving whatever, right? Makes sense, right? But I'm like, I understand, because God forbid you get upset, because divorces can be very messy. Divorces can get real messy. Tyrese is out there screaming that the girl wants $40,000 a month. Right? And when you go through a divorce, not only is it messy, her attorneys are all up in your ish. And sometimes if it goes too far, even the IRS can get involved in your stuff. Like the other guy, Robert, the quote unquote black billionaire, the one who said he was going to pay for the Morehouse people's like their tuition, right? How you think he became a federal informant? Hey, T. Robert Smith, right? Yeah, that's his name. Because I'm really starting to think about these things. That's it, right? What's his name? Yeah, okay. So this guy right here, hold on. What's up, my peoples? What's up? Okay, so this guy right here, right? You know he's a federal informant, right? He's on papers. Like, they have papers on him. The feds have paper on him because he's a federal informant. But Robert got into a divorce, okay? Got into a divorce with his wife. The wife hired a private investigator, right? One stuff leads to another. So in the whole divorce stuff, it comes out that he's hiding money, right? Because he was hiding money for the man who gave him, the billionaire, the white billionaire who gave him money to start his company, right? He was doing shady financial transactions for this man not to pay taxes. So he was hiding money. In the process of the divorce, her having to hire, she hired an investigator, whatever, the financial stuff came out. When it came out, because the divorce is public, right? Guess who got involved? The IRS got involved. Once the IRS got involved, realized that he was hiding money, the feds also got involved, because anything pertaining to currency is the feds, okay? They're coming. Go, okay, now where's all this money coming from? Who put you up to this? So then he became a federal informant. He turned on the white billionaire who gave him the seed money to start the business. The man supposed to go to court. He was supposed to testify against the man. Somehow the man ends up dead. Okay, so okay, fine. This man is dead. We'll go after the accountant who helped you guys to set up all these offshore accounts, right? But somehow the accountant also, I think he took his life, but he ends up dead, right? But so like right now, even to this day, both men are dead, but he's still on the hook though. He's still a federal informant. So when he made the whole pledge of, okay, he's going to pay off tuition for all these Morehouse men, right? It's from the money that was hidden in the offshore accounts. So he felt as though if he gave the money to Morehouse to pay for them people tuition, because Morehouse is a 501c3, right? Instead of paying back the IRS, he could write off his donation. The IRS said, no, go ahead and make your donation though, but you still gonna pay us our money in full. Like, it's crazy, right? But a divorce can really open a can of worms. Like people have no idea. And I feel like a lot of women do not think about this, right? But I'm like, it's very easy to say, to just like the whole Jesus thing, right? What he says to the rich man, for you to be perfect, sell everything, which is what you're saying, forehead, right? Oh, but if you're in love, you should make those sacrifices. Love, they got to make you stupid, right? Just because you love someone, you ain't got to be stupid as well. You can love somebody and be sober. Because God forbid, you think you know someone. You don't know someone until you know someone. And most of the time, most relationship with the parents, the child to parent, friend to friend, wife to husband, husband to wife, usually, a lot of times when those relationships fall apart, it usually is about what? It's about money. Money has destroyed a lot of relationships. Money has destroyed a lot of friendships. So it's not something to take lightly. So I'm like, for me, I wish when they got to that part, right, he had been a bit more forthcoming. He had been a bit more honest, right? And he had said, it is my fear that if I trust you, right, and I do marry you, that once you're connected, like you're locked into my finances, yeah, this whole thing might have been a whole love scam, and then you run with my bag. And I don't want you to have my money. And I don't want the government to tell me how much I have to pay you, because it's my money. I work for my money. So I'm like, that part, slowly but surely, I'm also starting to understand that. Because I'm like, if it was me and I was worth $75 million, I don't think I would want to marry someone. We would probably be in a situation, because being married, or like, if you don't mind us being married at church, but we're not married like in a physical contract, like under the law, yeah, sure, I guess I could do that part, right? But when you actually go to court and you sign a legal contract that you're officially married to this person and they're locked into your finances, and at any moment they could be like, okay, irreconcilable differences, and just have all these attorneys just like swarming you and being all up in your business, and all your financial records are public records. No, I ain't doing that. I'm like, that to me is just crazy. Hold on. Let me play this video, right? Because I'm like, this dude, Sana was like, Marlene, you got to make a video about him. But I'm like, no, a lot of the stuff this man says, it's actually sensible. If you can take your emotions, remove your emotions. If you can also practice empathy and say to yourself, okay, if it was me, if I was worth this much money, would I take on this risk? I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And I understand why Oprah is not married to Stedman. Because if you're worth $1 billion, listen, if we go through a divorce, you can take half my money, $500 million, just because. No, I'm not giving you my money. If I want to give you half of my money, let that be my choice. But I'm not giving you my money. And the government is not going to tell me that I have to give you X, Y, and Z. The government did not make me rich. The government did not work out for me. They didn't practice for me. They didn't build my career. So who is the government to tell me how much money I need to give somebody? No, that's crazy. Hold on. Let me play this video. Hold on.
I've said before that there's 10 commandments in the Bible. And 2 of them are don't say this sexy of a thing, like, yeah, I moved on. I defined who I truly was. And again, there's a gender imbalance there too. A man has an affair, he's a lying scumbag. A woman has an affair, it's the guy's fault most of the time. Well, he pushed her into the arms of another man. She had to figure out who she was. She had to find comfort. She's human. She deserves comfort. If I dared in court to say, well, of course my client slept with his secretary. He needed comfort. He's human. He was an eat, pray, love kind of a journey. I'd be held in contempt. But in the modern time, this is an acceptable argument to make.
It's certainly true that for men, infidelity can never be a journey.
No, ever.
Only women can go on those kinds of journeys.
Yeah.
In a weird way, I guess I take a weird sort of comfort in the idea that at least a large number of divorces, there's not a clear bad guy. Yeah. Because then it feels like, well, as you pointed out, even if one person in this whole storm had tried to do the right thing, it may have saved the whole thing. But I guess when I get people become nervous, I think one of the reasons they don't want to get married in the first place is they worry that they'll be put in a situation where it could all go to hell, totally outside of their control, and they might end up married to some sort of like sociopath without knowing it. And then you can have someone just rip everything away from you no matter if you do everything perfectly.
Yeah. And everything they could rip from you in a divorce, it's really everything. Like it's the most fundamental things. Like when you get to see your children, it's your finances in a real tangible way. Like people get broken financially in a divorce. Not just even the process of divorce is incredibly expensive, but just cutting everything in half and creating support obligations based on earning capacity. There's so many ways this can go wrong. So marrying someone is such an unbelievable act of faith and trust in the present you, but also the future you. Like if you get married in your 20s, will 40-something-year-old you still be the same person, or at least grow in similar ways? Like, will you grow in the same direction? Because women and men have midlife crisis and have, just fundamentally shift and change in sometimes really profound ways. And now your destiny is inextricably tied to this person's destiny. And more so, your children, who you love more than yourself most of the time, are tied to this person's destiny too. And this person now knows you better than anyone in the whole world. They know your weak spots. They know what gets to you. I mean, there's nothing more frightening than someone who you've trusted with everything coming at you in the other direction.
How often do you think it is that you have
from her lawyers requesting that I send over all of my tax returns and all of my bank statements, because she's trying to get 20,000, and I think they're trying to take it up to like 40. And they've been looking at all of my movies and all of the concerts and shows that I've been doing, and they're over there like blood-sucking lawyers rubbing their hands. And Samantha's doing the same thing, rubbing her hands, and they're going, oh, for the last year and a half, he looks like he's been doing really well. Let's go ahead and get them bank statements over here so we can figure out a way to get this law firm another $600,000 that we're asking for in legal fees. It's a dirty, dirty game out here. Well, y'all gonna keep waiting. Y'all pray for me, because I am hearing that the appeals court around my case is being appealed. My divorce case is being appealed, and they're going to give me the outcome of my appeal August 25th. Got another letter from her lawyers requesting that I send over all of my tax returns and all of my bank statements because she's trying to get 20,000.
You see,
I think they're trying to take it up to like 40.
Okay. So me, I'm not like a big, like, I'm not a big proponent of like, I don't really like, I'm not a big supporter of Tyrese. Me, honestly, if I was Tyrese's attorney, give this girl, I told y'all this last time and then they took my video down, right? Give her the $20,000, get rid of her. Get rid of her. You know what I mean? Like me, if I was a divorce attorney, I'd say pay this woman, get rid of her. Because first and foremost, because I'm like, you got to do the numbers. You have to do the numbers, right? She wants $20,000 a year, right? So multiply that by 12. She wants $240,000. So $250,000. Matter of fact, round that. Pay her an extra bonus. Okay? Because one thing I do feel like, Maverick. Oh my goodness, this little baby. Come here. Come. Sorry, y'all. No, he has it. Tyrese is worth $17 million. Okay? He has it. My thing is, all right, this is where we are. You married her, no prenup, you freaking dumb. Anyways, whatever, right? She wants $20,000 a year, a month. It comes out to $200,000. Okay, it comes out to $240,000. Matter of fact, round that up, give her $250,000, give her a little bonus for Christmas, right? Pay her the $250,000. But my thing is, for me paying you $250,000, oh my goodness, this boy's like throwing up over himself, right? Y'all give me 1 second. Hold on. Watch Tyrese. I'll be right back. Keep watching this.
And they've been looking at all of my movies and all of the concerts and shows that I've been doing. And they over there like blood-sucking lawyers rubbing their hands. And Samantha's doing the same thing, rubbing her hands. And they going, oh, you know, for the last year and a half, he looks like he's been doing really well. Let's go ahead and get them bank statements over here so we can figure out a way to get this law firm another $600,000 that we're asking for in legal fee.
Yeah. Because when you're a famous person in America, especially if you're a man, you are famous, you make money, right? You know, divorce most likely will decimate you. So when you decide to marry someone, when you're in that capacity and you're in that tax bracket, you should definitely try to have a prenup, right? But honestly, you should not even get married. Like me, if I was a family lawyer, if I was a divorce attorney for like really wealthy people, I'm like, do not get married. You don't need to get married. Like, it's just, okay, you can have a party, but do you have to sign this contract? Okay, how well do you know this person? Because can we really say that she's marrying you for you and not your pocketbook? But you got insecure, you wanted something light skinned, so there we are, right? The girl wants $20,000, right? $240,000, give her a bonus, it comes out $250,000. Because so far, he's paid like $400,000. He has paid $400,000 in divorce attorney. His personal fees, he's paid $400,000, right? Then her attorneys required that he put money into an escrow account that they're going to be in charge of. So he has paid into her attorney's account $400,000. So right now we're at $800,000. I'm like, Tyrese, you might as well give her $1 million up front. Just give her $1 million up front. That's like what, 4 years of child support, right? And because you're paying up front, you're going to ask for some extra stuff because she's not going to stop. And the more you keep fighting her, the more they'll be in your business. Get rid of these people. Get rid of them. Get rid of her. Get rid of her attorneys. Be done. You want these people out of your business. I'm like this right here. If your financial statement, God forbid, because I'm like, look at what happened to Trump with Trump's case. Like every ledger that was wrong in the ledger book is a felony, right? God forbid. There are certain things that your accounts didn't do right because you don't know. Because sometimes too, like wealthy people, they'll sign over, like they'll have an account and do their taxes. They'll just sign and not even know what's going on, right? You don't know. Did your account always do your taxes right? You don't know. Do you want to find out? You might not. Get rid of this woman. And if you had good attorneys, they would have told you, do not fight her. Give her the freaking $20,000. Matter of fact, give her $1 million. Pay it up front and go. Because the whole point of having money is to not have headaches. When you have money, make your headaches go away. When you have money, you don't even have a reason to have people not like you. Pay these people. You go to a club, you see an enemy? Oh, sure. Send these people a bottle. Someone don't like you? Buy them a Chanel bag. People have a price. Pay the price. Get rid of these people. Get rid of her. Okay, I don't even know why you come into the internet. You know, take an L. You never should have married her. That's why a lot of people who are very wealthy, you should not marry, because you don't really know who you're marrying. And if you want to lie to yourself and truly believe that she is marrying you because she likes you as a wealthy man, you are insane. What makes you attractive to her is how rich you are. And that's why when she leaves, she also wants to leave with your pocketbook. I'm like, when you get to us, I'm like, for me, honestly, when you get to a certain level and you've already made it, anybody who tells you they love you, they just saying the things that you want to hear. If nobody was with you when you were at the bottom and you didn't have anything, when you could barely feed yourself, when you had to fight to make things happen, you were by yourself, nobody looked your way, right? And now that you're successful, you need for nothing. They tell you they love you. Yeah, right. How convenient. How convenient. That's why some people, you have no business getting married. Have a party, do what you must do, but don't you sign that thing, because once you sign the contract, it's over. Because even if she wants to stop, her attorneys, they want to make money. You think an attorney, if a woman comes in and her husband is worth 18 million, 75 million, 100 million, 200 million, you think the attorney will be like, oh, you know what? It's enough. No, like, oh, damn, this man has all this money. Let's get him for everything he has, because they need money too. A lot of these attorneys, they have student loans. They have very expensive offices that they got to pay for. They have staff they have to pay for. People have bills. So if you bring an amazing bounty like a wealthy man, oh, they're going to skin him for everything he has. They're going to try to drag this case for as long as possible, because they know when you're rich, there's probably a year or 2 years or 3 years that most likely you underestimated how much you made. So we can either use that to extort you, because a lot of lawyers are really extortionists. Like, they practice blackmail. You're extorting people. So all of this is to scare him, because obviously, most likely, a few years, he probably didn't file taxes, or whatever he put on there, it's not what he actually made. He probably made more. So she might not be able to get you locked up, but they can do enough trouble that the IRS go start digging. And then now we're talking about your safety. We are talking about your freedom, and we are talking about your ability to provide for yourself. Pay this woman, get rid of her, get done with her. And moving forward, stop impregnating people, stop marrying people. And you let people know, I'm not the type to marry. And I understand why Maxwell is not marrying Julissa. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Because you're not about to come over here and then take all my master's money. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if he cares about that or not. I do not know. But my point is, like, I understand why people who have a lot of money, men or women, choose not to marry, like, as in sign a legal contract with another person. Because the day you no longer want me, it's not just you I have to fight, it's you and your lawyers. And God forbid, you go and pick a ruthless, crazy-ass, hyena-type of lawyer. Oh, no. Something like $1 million for your peace of mind. Give this girl that money. $250,000, give her the money. Because my point is, he has it. He's being stubborn because he's a sag. He's being really stubborn. I'm like, you're not looking at the big picture because you want to win. Tyrese, you're not going to win. You have to pay this girl something. Pay her before the IRS gets involved. Get rid of her. $1 million is nothing to you. He has 18 million followers, right? Sell a freaking t-shirt, okay? If you sell a t-shirt for $20 and you have your fans pay for it, guess what? You'll make your money back. You'll make your money back. Make sense? You don't fight over stuff like this. You made a big mistake. You never should have married this woman. You should not have married, period. But it's like you don't want to learn. So I want to tell you, right? But I'm like, some people who have a certain amount of money, they should not marry. They should not. I'm like, child, don't do it. If you make regular money and she make regular money, yeah, sure, y'all can go ahead and get married because y'all ain't got much to lose, okay? I mean, it might be something, but it's not as bad as this, though. But I'm like, you could lose half your money. I'm like, imagine me, if I had 75 million and you come and take my 30 million, are you insane? Like, do you know how hard I had to work to make my money? I'm not giving it to you, and I'm not giving it to your lawyers. You are insane. Go somewhere. You are possessed. So anyways, let's go back over here. Because I got to get this show moving. Woo, 34 minutes already. Child. Abby, what's up? You need to go to bed. You need to sleep. Let me play that.
Boxing glove still on. Dang. Yeah, man. And I for the sake of my cigar, I mean,
gone.
Yeah, it's about to get there.
One day we can go over his divorce, but so far he's already spent $800,000. Because because he spent his legal fees, like his attorneys, he spent $400,000. Then he had to wire $400,000 into a trust. So far he's already spent like almost close to $1 million. So my thing is, instead of wasting $1 million on just court fees and legal fees, right? Just go to her and say, okay, I'll give you $1 million. I'll give you maybe even $2 million, right? Here, boom. Get rid of this lady and then get her to sign an NDA and get her to leave you alone. Like, stop messing with me. Yeah, they should not marry. They should not marry. I mean, yeah. I mean, you don't have to feel sorry for them. I don't know. Me, honestly, I don't despise people because they're rich. Because people work hard to be rich. So I'm not going to despise anybody who came up with an idea, believed in themselves, and worked hard to make something happen of themselves, right? I don't have that energy. That's not me. It takes a lot to believe in yourself and to be something and to become somebody. Like, because it's not easy. Because if it was, most people would. But if somebody was raised poor, somebody was raised middle class, and then somehow they managed to become a multi-millionaire, yeah, you have incredible work ethic. You are determined, you are resilient, you believe in yourself. Because truth be told, who's not gonna want to be rich? So me, I know I want to be rich one day, so I'm not gonna wish harm on other people just because they're rich. But it's like if people work hard for their money. People really work hard for their money. And that's why I say, me, I don't like socialism. And I don't really like vibe with people who have a socialist mindset because they're resentful of wealthy people because they're not wealthy, right? If you don't have work ethic, you're going to be resentful of somebody who's highly productive because you don't have work ethic. And that's exactly what Kelly realized, right? Kelly don't have work ethic. She's a procrastinator, right? So she's resentful. When she started seeing opportunities fly past her, she said, hold up, wait a minute. Because she thought, oh, I'm Kelly Rowland, right? Whether I do a little or I do a lot, things will just fall on my lap. No, they will not. You have to bust your behind. Now she's in her 40s. Like, oh, well, I got to start working harder. The whole time, Beyonce been working hard, right? You know what I'm trying to say? So when you don't have work ethic, you get jealous of somebody who has a lot. Because you don't appreciate hard work because you have no work ethics. You don't have discipline. You don't have structure. You're not driven. So when you see people who are driven, who are successful, you're like, well, I don't like them. Of course you don't. Because they remind you of what you could have been, but you're not because you choose not to implement the things that are going to make you successful. Right? So that's the thing. But I'm like, tomorrow you could be a wealthy woman tomorrow. And you might not think about that, but tomorrow you might be wealthy. And watch somebody say, well, I don't care because she's wealthy, so go ahead and get her. Like, what? Wait a minute. Hold up. People work hard for their money. And that's why I say, like, that's why I don't like the Democratic Party. Because I'm like, every day these people open their mouth, it's like, oh, go tax the rich, go raise corporate taxes. Hey, Quee, what's up? Right? Go raise corporate taxes on people. Go charge people who make more money. You know, if a person works more, they pay more. If a person buys a property, they have to pay property taxes. And every year, the property taxes goes up and up and up. But yet, people who live in Section 8, they never have to pay more taxes. They don't have to pay more property taxes. They don't even have to pay more rent. Their rent is static for eternity. Oh, you get to pay $50 for your apartment for the next 20 plus years. And the rest of people have to deal with the actual economy. And that's why poor people and those who are ambitious, poor people, middle class, poor people versus middle class and wealthy class people will never agree. Will never agree. Because when you're poor, your lifestyle has been subsidized by the state. You are being subsidized by the federal government. So whether things are high or they're not high, you don't feel it because your rent is controlled. Right? If they say, okay, you get this for $50, right? No matter whether the rent goes up or not, you're only responsible for $50. So you don't care about the policies. You don't care about the law. You don't care that there's a candidate that's running that has no regards for macroeconomic principles. You don't care. Because no matter what happens to the economy, your rent is fixed. So you don't care. When you are middle class or you're a wealthy person, you care, okay? Because if something bad happens to the economy, there goes your property taxes because the city needs more money. The state needs more money. So they'll come to you, hey, you, remember how you dare to be ambitious and buy a house? Well, we need money from your property taxes. They try to find everything you own and tax you on everything you own. They tax you on your property. They tax you on your car. They tax you on your water. They tax you on electricity. Everything you own, your assets, your stocks, your bonds, right? The government comes after you because you dare to be ambitious. But then the person who's poor says, oh no, just be comfortable, we got it. No matter what happens in the economy, you're only responsible for $50. And I'm like, is that fair? So I'm like, rich people, rich, middle class and rich people will always be at odds with the poor class because you don't care because your life is being subsidized. Because the day they remove these subsidies, bam, 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 guess what? You're going to have to start caring about the economy now. Because, oh, wow, rent is going up. I'm going to have to start paying more money. Ooh, there you go. So I'm like, you can tell people who actually have to pay for stuff, and you can tell people who don't have to pay for stuff. Because when you pay for stuff, you do care about policies. When you pay for stuff, you care about inflation. You care about interest rates. You care because you have to pay taxes. You have to borrow money. A mortgage is like probably the biggest loan you'll ever have in your life. A lot of people have to pay for their cars. That's also an interest rate. A lot of people need financing. But when you don't pay for stuff, right? When you don't pay for stuff, it's, oh, well, I don't really care. Yes, because you're being subsidized. So you don't care. And to some extent, if we care to be honest, when you marry people, most women, if you marry people, especially if you marry a wealthy man, right? You are going to live a subsidized life because you're not most likely not going to have to pay for nothing. So it's like, yeah, I don't care how much he makes. Of course you don't, because you didn't have to work to make it. You know what I'm saying? And it's really hard. People think like, hold on. Oh my gosh, this boy keeps throwing up. Yeah. But my thing, you think people who work, I think a lot of people have this notion of if you see a wealthy person, they're like, oh, you work just as hard as them. No, you don't. Just because you work 9 hours a week or like you work like 9 hours a day or you work 10 hours a day, it doesn't mean you're working hard. It might be working hard to you, right? But you have to work. And the problem is people think doing the basic, like, oh, they're 40 hours a week is, oh my gosh, I work so hard. No, you have to work, right? We have to work. Me, I can tell you, like, when I was running my business, I barely slept. And it's not just the working part, it's the stress part, right? You work, but do you take on the stress of payroll when you work for someone? Do you take on the stress of like corporate taxes? Do you take on the stress of the IRS and all these things that you have to pay? No. So you work. But don't you ever think that you work harder than the next person, because all you know is your reality, right? But you can work, but there's a reason why you're not amongst the most productive people in the nation. Because not only do they work harder, they have the better ideas, they have the bigger ideas, they fight for things, they work for things, they come up with a vision, and they take on a bigger portion of the stress. The more stress you take running a business, the more likely you'll make more than other people, because it's very stressful. It is highly stressful. And that's why a lot of people, the more they run their own businesses, they start aging because it's very stressful. It is very, very stressful. But everybody has to work. You go to countries like Korea, they work even harder than Americans, right? They stay to work for like 12, 18 hours a day sometimes. There are people in Korea, they go to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. They don't get home until 11 o'clock at night. We don't work this hard in America. We do not. We complain hard though, but we don't have that type of work ethics. And that's why Koreans are leading the world. They are really hard-working people. But in Korea, in South Korea, you have to get to work earlier than your boss. And then you leave later than your boss. But you don't leave before your boss, right? In America, some people, as soon as it's 5 o'clock, they turn their computer, they walk out. Don't even care. Right? But they think they work hard. You work harder than who? All right? So it's like we have to start being real. It's not easy to be rich, because if it was that easy, a lot of people will be rich. But a lot of people are not rich. A lot of people, if they didn't have access to consumer credit, they wouldn't make it. They need credit. Like, it's real hard. It's really hard. We saw the other guy. I showed you the other brother, like, that has the YouTube channel, right? Devery, however you say his name, Darkins, right? But it's like the man, he's posting 4 videos a day. 4 videos a day. He did 122 videos in 30 days. That's crazy. Most people, I would post 1 video and I'm out. Oh, I worked hard. No, you're not. You're doing the bare minimum. And a lot of people need to be told the truth, right? You're not working hard. You're doing the bare minimum. You're going to have to work. You have to work. Life is not easy. But I'm like, when you meet somebody that has $75 million, you have to at least give him credit. Like, yo, you worked hard, because this is not easy money to make. Because if you had to do all the stuff he did since he was a kid, he didn't start today. From middle school, high school, the practice, you wake up early, the games, the this, the that. You do that for almost like 30 years. I'm like, we have to be honest. Some of us, was the last time we were actually on the treadmill? And I'm like, people are very, very dismissive of like the sacrifices that people put into their business, into their craft, into their whatever, right? You understand? It's like, no, people suffered. Even a lot of these YouTubers, like a lot of the, like, I guess like the big Black YouTubers too, like, yeah, you're only seeing them now being successful, right? But before, like, what happened when they were on the floor? They had to believe in themselves, right? Some of them got deployed. They got deployed. They still did it. They never gave up. But I'm like, you're seeing like 15 years in the making. You're seeing 15 years in the making of uploading videos back to back to back to back. You have to edit these videos. Sometimes your computer crashes. Your file is corrupt. You got to record the whole video again. You have to set up your camera, put up your lighting, do your makeup, edit, wump, and you do that for like 14 years. You have to spend your money for how many years before these brands start saying you PR? Like, it wasn't easy. It was not easy. Like, there's a sister here, Kim, right? What's her name? Chic Natural. Is that her name? What's Kim's channel, child? Hold on. Let me show you her channel. I think that's what it is, right? Is that how you spell her name? Because I remember her like for years ago, but she's from DC, right? But it's like today, she posted a video. She posted a video of her swimming pool. It is so freaking pretty. Like, look at that. It is so gorgeous, right? You see this pool right here? Hold on.
Apprehensive about the size of the spa. I thought it might be a little too big, but no, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I love even just if
look at
the process, because there were so many points in this whole thing where it did not look that nice, but it turned out so wonderfully. I mean, all of how the colors work together, the textures, the materials. I'm in love with the design, the flow. I think that the outdoor kitchen just ties in so perfectly with the rest of the backyard. That's what I was going for. I was going for a cohesive look. Also, the patio is super inviting now for wanting to sit out there and chill. By the way, this sofa I got from, I believe I got it from Amazon. It is extremely comfortable. It's great to sit on. I'm just so thrilled with the patio, the pavers. It just...
Congratulations, Kim. Congratulations. It's so pretty. It's very pretty. But now look at her channel, though. Look at her channel. Videos. Let's go. Oldest, right? 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Okay? 12 years. 12 years of hard work. How many videos? What? 378 videos over 12 years. This is hard work. This is hard work. Okay? So when you see her, and she has this beautiful house with this beautiful pool, I mean, it's a movie, okay? It's giving Beverly Hills. I love it. I love it. It's like she worked hard. She worked really hard. And then you have people, they'll start a YouTube channel in 6 months or a year, and they expect to have the same results. Like, y'all better stop. Better stop. Oh, but I work hard. She worked harder. And not just that, she was way more consistent. I'm like, she deserved this. I'm like, it is so freaking beautiful. I'm like, go ahead, Kim. I'm coming over, okay? And that's the big issue I have. That's the big issue I have with socialism, right? Is that people become so resentful of people who are successful. And it's like, you have no idea what this person had to go through to make this dream come true for themselves, right? But I'm like, her business, like being a YouTuber is a business, right? But she was consistent for 12 years. Okay, that's like over, like, it was like 365 days, right? I don't know, but she was definitely way more like consistent for like what, almost like 5,000 days in a row. That's a lot. That is a lot. So she deserves to have this life. I'm like, oh no, go tax her more. Go tax her. Make her pay more. Why? Why? YouTube is free. Why didn't you do it? Okay, why didn't you do it for 12 years? Like, no, I despise, I'm not trying to be funny, but I despise socialism because it never gives people credit. It always tries like to diminish why you're successful. Oh, but we work hard. Yeah, but somebody works harder. You might work hard and somebody else might work harder, work smarter, right? And take on more stress because they want something bigger. And that has to be recognized. It's not easy to make money. And it's not easy to make a lot of money. And it's also not easy to make a lot of money and keep your money. So when people want to come for your money, yeah, look at that. She's so freaking beautiful. When people want to come for your money, like, well, you should just do it. Oh, well, you should just sacrifice. Yeah, right. Says the person who don't have it. Okay. It's always easy. It's like when you invite people out to eat, when they know that they're not paying, they want to order everything off the menu because they're not paying. But if you were coming here by yourself, would you order all this food? Would you order all these drinks? It's like, no. You have to respect people and how people make their coins, because it's not easy. I mean, listen, if even trust fund babies, if they're lazy, ultimately their parents gave them the opportunity to be lazy. And that too, you can't be resentful. So when you look at, like, you know what, maybe one day I want to do the same for my kids. But I'm not going to stress myself. Oh, you're a trust fund baby. Hey, at least somebody in your life worked hard enough so that you didn't have to work hard, because that's the way it should go. But you have other cultures, because somebody didn't do it for me, I ain't going to do it for my kids. So every generation, people are starting over from scratch. I will find the video, because that one was on. Oh, Kim is a sweetheart. She's from DC. Well, I'm like, she was so consistent. Kim was very consistent, right? Patricia was very consistent. Jackie was very consistent. Peak Meal was very consistent. Like, a lot of these ladies, they were very consistent. So when you see the life that they have right now, they absolutely deserve it. They deserve it, because it was not easy. You try to upload videos for 12 years straight. See how well you do. You might quit at year 1. It's not easy. It really is not easy. They might make it seem easy, but it's not easy. It really is not. So I'm like, it takes a lot. Like Tyrese, don't like Tyrese. For me, it's like, if you grew up in the hood, you didn't have much, and somehow you become worth $18 million, I salute you, Chief. You didn't sell drugs. You didn't kill nobody. It's just doing your music, doing your movies. Good. Tyrese has issues. Who don't have issues? But for me, it's like, listen, you agreed to marry her. You signed a contract, paid the lady, get rid of her. You're still young. You can always make more money. Be done with this. Move on from this. Exactly. People have no idea how people sacrifice. But because she doesn't come here, I have never seen Kim say, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm doing a GoFundMe. Oh my gosh, you guys, I work so hard. Please. No, she never came here and had people feel sorry for her. She posts her tutorials. She does her hair stuff. She's out the way. She's not in drama. She's not in foolishness. Nothing. Just focus. She's seriously focused. She might be a Virgo. Okay. She's seriously focused. Focused for 12 years. Posting content and working a job. All right, there are people out here. You tell them to do 2 things, don't even know how to multitask. Okay, gonna lose their ish. But it's like, you look at her house, but oh yeah, oh my gosh, like, look at her house. Yes, she deserves this house. She deserves this house. She deserves the pool. She deserves her car. She deserves her lifestyle. She deserves all of this, because this right here is the Black woman building her business for 12 years straight. And nobody, well, tax her more. We ain't taxing her nothing. Go start something and then see what it feels like for the government to come after your money. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it. I'm like, girl, I saw this pool. I was like, oh my gosh, this pool is so beautiful. Okay? Like, she's freaking amazing. I'm like, and it could be anybody. Even like Riri. Riri might not marry A$AP Rocky. She might not, because she's a billionaire. And how do we really know that he really loves her for her? Because you might marry this man, you lock him into your finances. Next thing you know, he starts acting crazy. Because some people out here will embarrass you. So I'm like, no, do not marry him. Do not marry this man. Y'all can have a cute little party, but going and signing a legal contract where somehow your finances are locked in with his choices? Oh, I don't think so. No. Don't think so. No. Okay, no, we're not doing this. Let's go back over here.
I just want to ask a simple question.
And it's going to be a simple answer.
Hopefully within the time frame of me smoking this cigar. Do you want to get married?
Hard, yes. Absolutely want to get married.
So my question is...
And I think also, like, a lot of things we should do for men and women. Me, if I run like a premarital counseling thing, do you want to get married? Yes. Why? Why do you want to get married? A lot of people need to be asked, like, okay, why do you want to get married? Why does marriage matter so much to you? Like, why do you want to do it? Okay. Number 1 is like, do you want to get married? Number 2, why do you want to get married? Right? For the things that you want to do, is marriage, like, is a legal contract actually required for that? The people want to know. Okay. And then lastly, it's like, okay, what do you think a wife is? Oh, and then the 5 is like, okay, are you willing to make those sacrifices to be the best wife you could be? Same thing. What do you think a husband is? And are you also ready to make the sacrifices required to be a husband? Like, people need to start asking people hard questions. That's why for the most part, people should always go to premarital counseling. But I'm like, oh no, we love each other. We know each other. Like, no, you don't know. You need someone who is not emotionally compromised, who don't care about you, who gonna ask you some hard questions. Why do you want to get married? Whatever you think marriage gonna bring into your life, are you sure you can't do it without marriage? Okay, why do you want to be a wife? And what is a wife? Are you willing to make the sacrifices necessary to be a wife? Think about that. Same question. Why do you want to be a husband? And are you willing to make the sacrifices required to be a husband? Right? But we allow people, when they're in that lovey stage, to make some serious decision, like myself included. I'm like, I look back at it, I was like, whoa, I didn't even know what I was doing. Okay, but thank God though. But these are real things though. And I had other friends, they went through premarital counseling. And I'm glad they did. I wish I had, right? But I'm like, it's really important to go through premarital counseling with serious people, with serious degrees, okay? With serious experience, who's gonna ask you some hard questions. Because do you have any clue what you're doing? And most likely, you don't.
If you've never seen a healthy marriage, how are you able to identify one?
So let me answer again. I didn't grow up in the household where a healthy marriage was something that was present for learned behavior. I am 41 years old. I'm an adult who has done a lot of work. So in today's world.
And even this too right here, not trying to be funny, you guys, right? I'm gonna let her play. To me, also, I call this cap. I said this is BS, right? I'm 41 years old. Age don't mean nothing. There are a lot of people out here who are 40, 50, they stupid. Then you have young people who are in their 20s, they're very structured, right? You have a lot of people who are in their 40s, they have horrible credit. 4 decades on this planet, still don't know how to handle their finances. Then you have people who are in their early 20s, their money is correct. They're so structured with their money, right? Because they are intentional. So just because you've been on this planet for a long time, like a dinosaur, right? Doesn't mean that you are intentional. Then when she says things like, oh, I have done the work. You've done the work where? Okay. Like what's it called? What paperwork, what test, what paperwork do you have to prove to us that you have done the work? You did the work by yourself. You healed yourself. You talked to yourself. So you said to yourself, oh, you know what? I think like 3 months ago, I wasn't good, but now it's been 6 months. Yeah, I think I'm perfect. No, right? When you say I have a bachelor's degree, people can say, okay, where'd you get your bachelor's from, right? They can actually say, okay, we want to get a copy of your transcript, right? Because it proves that you have done the work. When you have a piece of paper that's a bachelor's degree, it proves that you have done the work. When you have a transcript, it will show how well you have done the work. When it comes to people talking about themselves, their childhood trauma and blah, 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 and they say, oh, well, I'm 41. Oh, I'm 45 trying to pull rank to impress you. The number don't impress me because you could be in your 40s and be foolish. Okay. My thing is, when you say you have done the work, you've done what work? Who have you done this work with? And what tangible proof do we have that we can see to say, okay, she did this work. She had a B, she had a C, she had a whatever, right? How do we know? We don't know. So we have to trust your word for it. It's not until we get into an argument, it's not until you get triggered that we'll be able to see whether or not you've done the work or you haven't done the work. So right now, like the white guy said, like James said, we pretty much have to take your word for it, right? If you say you've done the work, we just have to go on good faith and say, oh yeah, she probably did the work. But who can prove that? Who can attest to that? Like even the place where she did her PhD, that school is no longer in business. It was shut down by the Department of Education. So nobody can even go and see if you really have a PhD because the university doesn't even exist anymore. So you could have a PhD, you could have a PhD. We don't know. Because what school is open for 10 years and it's shut down, right? So did you even have a great PhD program? I don't know. I can't tell. Don't know. The school is no longer outside. It is shut down, right? So I'm like, to me, that's like, yeah, that's cap. I'm not listening to you. I've done the work. You done what work? What is the work? Who graded you on the work that you've done? So like, you are the teacher, you are the student, and then you go back, you take the test and you grade yourself. That don't make no sense. That does not make any sense. That does not make any sense. When you go to school, the student is a student, the teacher is the teacher. The student cannot be the teacher. The person who writes the test takes the test, and then you grade yourself on the test. Of course, you're going to give yourself an A. Why would you fail yourself? Why would you fail yourself? And a lot of times when people talk about, oh, I've done the work, they mean they've done the work all by themselves. How can a sick person, how can a person who is toxic to themselves, how can a person who's never seen anything healthy know that, oh yeah, this is what healthy looks like? You've never been healthy. Okay? You've never been healthy. You might feel better, but does feeling better mean that you're healed? I don't think so. Right? It's like when you're really sick, your first days on antibiotics, you're going to feel better. Right? But what does your prescription say? It might say, take this medication twice a day for the next 3 weeks. Just because you start to feel better 3 days after taking your medication consistently, does that mean that you're healed? You're simply feeling better. It's not as bad, but the virus is still in you, okay? So you have to finish your medication. It's 3 weeks, 2 times a day. You've only been taking it for 3 days, right? You have 18 more days to go. All right, let's go, right? So I'm like, that's how life works. You cannot be a teacher, a student, then you go right back to writing your own test. You take your own test, then you grade your own test. You say, oh, well, I passed. Of course you pass. You wrote the test. And who's going to write a test that's too hard for them to pass? Most people not. Most people are not. And that's why a lot of women struggle with accountability, right? Because when they go and assess a relationship, when it comes to what they did wrong, they will lower the standard because they have to say, I'm innocent, right? Right? Because the goal is not to say, how do we move on from this and do better? How do I even become a better version? So it's no, woe is me. Woe was done unto me. Somebody did me wrong, okay? It's always the same BS. It's always, oh, somebody did me wrong, right? Because your test for yourself is always an easier test where you know all the answers to. And when you ask yourself every question, it reaffirms that he did you wrong or she did you wrong. You never did anything wrong. You might say, okay, maybe right there, right? But out of the 10 question test, 8 of them will focus on the other person and they will seek to prove how the other person did you wrong because you have confirmation bias, right? You want that other person to be wrong, right? That's how it goes. And that's why people should not test themselves. And people should not be responsible for saying, oh, yeah, I think I'm healed. Based off of what? Who was the other party? Who was who was the third party that had nothing to do with this, right? That was objective, that looked at you, talked to you, assessed you, and said, yes, right here, I can really tell that you're healed. You can move forward. Nobody. Because it's all you. I don't even know if she really has a PhD. Come on, the school does not exist anymore. She went to Argosy University. I'm sure it's like an online school or something. I don't even know. They started in like 2001. They were shut down in 2019. So I'm like, what kind of school is this? Okay. They even have like two decades in the game. So you have no way of knowing whether or not she really had a PhD. You got to trust her, whatever she says. But I'm like, me, I don't tend to trust people I don't know. So good luck with that part, right? No, we're not doing this, right? Because anybody can say anything. And that's the problem we are today. Is like people can say anything. And we're so accustomed to people lying. People, because nobody double checks anything. No one fact checks. No one goes around to see. People don't check people. Oh, okay, sure, whatever. I'll just trust you. I'm just gonna vote for you. Oh yeah, you're black. I'll vote for you. Oh yeah, you're a black woman. I'll just trust you, right? This is how imbecilic people have become. Right? That's just blind faith people just give to people. People just give their blind faith to people. They give their lives to people. They let people put jabs into their bodies because somebody has a white coat. People are just so quick to trust random people because they seem to have more knowledge, because they use bigger words, because police. Me, nobody scams me. Okay? But I'm like, you cannot test yourself. Someone else has to test you. When you go and take the SATs, it's like it's Princeton, like whatever called education, whatever they're called. They're the ones who write the SAT test. You go, you take it, they test you. Then they said it, okay, here is your score. But how would it be if everybody could write their own SAT test? Then the SAT test would mean nothing because most people are not going to fail themselves. If in school you were allowed to write your own exams, everybody would have an A. So at this point, there's no point to even come into class. You pass. That's it. That's not how life works.
With my work and my healing and my old friends who I have now made new friends, I now have and I do see healthy relationships.
But none that you want to be like, yo,
no, because,
I like what y'all have.
Right.
I want to emulate that.
No, and it's not because what they have isn't healthy. It's because I have a strong sense of self, and I'm not knocking people who look to other people and say, I would like that, or I get what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have a strong sense of self, and I don't want what someone else has. I want what is aligned in God's will for me is. And so I have a strong understanding that what's for me ain't gonna look like your healthy relationship. And if I get caught up in, I want that, or I want it to mirror that, then I may be looking and meeting my husband saying, you don't fit this box, which is called compartmentalizing. And my husband, who's God sending to me after all my work, doesn't need to fit a box. He needs to come authentically who he is. And my job is to love him where he is, how he is, and pray on the ways that I don't understand, because I'm not supposed to lean onto my own understanding. I'm supposed to trust God in all his ways. And when doing that, that means I'm not looking for anything externally to idolize. When I have myself in God and I know that who my husband is, I will feel it. I don't have to see it in someone else's world. And the other thing is we got to be careful with wanting what somebody else has from the optics, because it could look like we want this beautiful mansion and we go in that house, excuse my language, that motherfucker's more homeless than people who sleep on the street. Because just because you got 4 walls and you have a marble floors and you have a gated home and you have a 10,000 or 20,000 square foot home doesn't mean that thing ain't more homeless than the person who's in a high-rise apartment or a person who's in a single apartment living in downtown LA and they're a student who's poor. Okay, that is.
And even that, just bunch of rambling. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. She can be as delusional as she wants to be. Love, right? The sustenance of a relationship, it's a lot easier with money. People have to stop sitting here and try to glamorize poverty and glamorize being in poverty. Listen, I can still want to be, I can still, I heard that yesterday, right? Just because a woman, let's take this for a second, right? Just because a woman is married to a wealthy man, or she's also wealthy, ultimately, just because we have a couple that lives in a wealthy house, like they have a wealthy lifestyle, they live in a very rich house, a very beautiful house, and there's toxicity in there, it's not a reason why I'm not going to want to have a beautiful house. No. I also want the house. However, I don't want the toxicity in my house. So therefore, I will say to myself, right, since I want the house, I want that house, and I want a peaceful house, right? I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to make sure that my marriage does not look like this. But we have to stop sitting here and try to act as if, oh, I'd rather be in a small apartment. Have you ever seen people like bunched up together in a small space? Yeah, that also is not romantic. Okay, a lot of people during COVID were getting abused domestically, right? Because being locked up in somebody all day like this, being in a small space with people like this all the time, yeah, it's going to lead to violence. Okay, it's going to lead to violence. Where there is space, there is room. Where there is room to grow. There's room for love, right? So I'm not going to reject the house. No, it's a nice house. It's a beautiful house. There's enough space for me to do what I want to do, for you to do what you want to do. Sometimes if I don't want to, I ain't got to see you, right? But the question is, it's not the size of the house, right? Because just because the house is big, the house is not the reason why people are being toxic. The house is beautiful, but toxic people took hold of the house. I'm like, you're demonizing the house. The house is not the problem. It's the people inside the house that are the problem. So me, I'm not going to speak small house, tiny space, small apartment over my life, because I know also in poverty, they can be abused. Okay. Also in poverty, they can be resentment. Also in poverty, it could be infidelity, because when there's not enough money, right, it's really hard. As they say, there's no romance without the finances. So want the house for yourself. Want a big house for yourself. Want a nice house where you can raise your kids. Your kids can do things out back. They can have a dog. Want all that. But what you must remember, right, is that to make this big house into a nice home, y'all gonna have to work on yourselves, right? You're gonna have to learn to let certain things go. You're gonna have to learn to be more peaceful. You're gonna have to learn how to argue. You're gonna have to learn to compromise. You have to make this house a beautiful home. And so does he. But the house herself, like the house itself, the square footage of the house and how magnificent it is, that is not the problem. It's not the reason why these heifers are fighting, unless it's too much mortgage for them, right? Which also lets us know we have to care about money. Because if you have way too much mortgage and y'all can't make this mortgage, bad things will happen because you're financially stressed. But if it's a house that you can actually afford, right? The house is not the problem. It's the people who came into the house that brought problems into this house. So I'm like, do not let people make you speak curses over your house. You don't want to be in a tiny apartment with your husband and 2 kids and 3 kids. It's not going to end well. You saw the girl, the queen of kings, the black girl with the white man, because they went to Hawaii. They gave up their big house where everybody had space, gave up the big house to go in Hawaii in a small apartment. It's 2 grown adults. You see how big that man is? And like 4 kids and a newborn. So she had a nervous breakdown. She turns her camera, starts going off, almost ruining her business. But she exposed herself because she's claustrophobic. Okay. So I'm like, no. Want nice things for yourself. You can have nice things, a great relationship, right? A great marriage, and you can be successful. Just because people have money does not mean they beat each other up. I'm like, I don't like this part. Don't do that. You should want a nice house. Get a nice house with a nice bathroom. And if you can, also ask God to give you like 2 separate sinks, right? Maybe if you can have 2 separate closets. Yeah. Everything you can do to reduce friction. Yeah. And money helps with that. Money helps with that. When people have money, they can take more vacations. When people have money, they can hire maids. When people have money, they can buy groceries that they want. They can eat out sometimes. The wife does not have to cook all the time, or the husband doesn't have to cook all the time, right? When you have money, you buy back your time. And then you have time to focus on each other. You can go on vacations. You can do nice things for each other, right? Don't speak poverty over your life. There's nothing humble in poverty. There's nothing noble about being poor. There's nothing noble about having to scrap pennies together to go to the grocery stores. It is not cute. It's not cute. You don't want to be overwhelmed with medical bills. If a bill comes, you want to be able to pay that bill. You want to be financially secure. You know, it matters a lot to be financially secure. It is not easy. It's not easy. And I'm like, a lot of people also who wait to be financially secure to be married, I respect it because it's very expensive to be married. Because most of the time you get married, you're going to start having a baby. And that's also an expense. Look at this one. It costs money. Daycare costs money. Everything costs money. You have to care about money.
Nothing to do with it. So I'd rather have a little apartment with my husband and baby, we got wealth, than be in a big mansion like a lot of people have done and be homeless in that thing. And I'm sitting here creating this image for my people to admire me, but I'm dying.
Hold up, wait a minute. I don't even know how you can be in a big house and be homeless. What does that even mean? Like, what are you trying to say? Right? Give me a second. That church, I think she means spiritually. I don't know where you are. You mean what's spiritually what? What do you write a full statement, please? I don't know, because I don't know where you are in the video. Sorry, you guys, I have to answer a comment. Okay. No, I've not seen that. We'll get to it later. Don't want poverty for yourself. Don't speak poverty over your life. Do not speak struggle over your life. Don't do it. And as a couple too, y'all should know how to level up your finances. Don't stay stagnant, because what's next? You're going to teach your kids that it's okay to live like this because you think it's noble. It's not noble. You think it's admirable to be poor. It is not admirable to be poor. There's nothing honorable in this stuff. I'm like, no. You need space. We all need space. Okay.
In the inside. When you talk about resources and people, I don't want no friends around me who can see me as a mansion. but let me die as a homeless person internally. I'm good. And nor do I.
Oh, a homeless person internally. I don't know. To me, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. You're a homeless spirit. I don't know. I don't know what she's trying to say. She's trying. For me, I think she's trying too hard. So
want to be the woman who says, I want what Cam and this woman has, not knowing that when this woman goes wherever she's going, she's really speaking the real about what y'all got going. But she's not going to tell me because she wants me to keep feeding her trauma, which is that mask and that costume she's wearing, to make people think that relationship is good. I'll pass. I'll take what God has for me, and I will continue to pray for those who I see have a healthy relationship and support them. But I don't want nothing nobody has because it's not mine. And if it ain't yours, y'all, you can't keep it. You can't sustain it. So stop wanting things that ain't yours. Stop wanting things that don't belong to you. That's called despair. Get you some help. Get you some healing. Get you a sense of self and start wanting things that are yours. And then.
And I think that is so weird here. She's just rambling. Nobody asked you to want the lady's husband. Okay. If somebody has a healthy marriage, you're like, yo, I want that too. That is very different from saying, I want her husband. I mean, I really feel like that's how she's internalizing the question, right? You can want a healthy marriage. Like, oh, this couple right here has been married for 39 years. This other couple been married for 50 years, right? Oh, wow. I would love to be married for that long. I would love to make it there. I would love to make it a 20 years, 35, 50 years, whatever, right? I would love that. It's very different from saying, do you want her husband? At that point, you're like, yeah, no, I don't want her husband because he's not mine. He's her husband, right? You should not want somebody else's wife and you should not want somebody else's husband. But if they build a beautiful home, you can be like, wow, I would love to have that for myself. But then again, like, I feel like this lady, she just talks. She doesn't actually listen to the question. She says what she wants to say. Like, you ask her a question and she'll reply with what she wants to say, as opposed to actually being on point. You need to answer the question, right? If you see people who have a healthy marriage, you can be like, yeah, I would also love to have a healthy marriage. Because what other marriage is there? You have two options. You can have a healthy marriage. You can have a toxic marriage, right? If you say, I don't want a healthy marriage, do you want a toxic marriage? Right? So if you met people who have a healthy marriage, like, yeah, what the things that help them to have a healthy marriage, I would love that. I would love that for myself because it's healthy. You don't want health? Who doesn't want to be healthy? Let's make it make sense, right? However, that's a very different question from, do you want to have her husband? And that was like, no, because her and I not the same. And also, I don't want her husband. I think he's great for her. He's a great husband for her, right? But I don't need to have her husband in order to also have a healthy marriage. Because from looking at them, I have realized that what plays a key role in them having a successful relationship is the fact that they don't overtalk each other, they check in on each other, they prioritize each other, right? You can do all those things without particularly having her husband. I don't need to have her husband, nor do I need to have a husband that's exactly like hers. But I do need to have a husband who's a great communicator, who knows how to prioritize family. Womp, 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 womp. Because like the question you're in, like the thing she's saying is not for this question. All this stuff right here would apply if he asked you, do you want a husband like your friend's husband? Then at that point you will say, no, I don't want what's not mine. That's her husband. But from a bird's eye view, yes, I like that it's a healthy marriage. I love how they take care of each other, right? I love how they have family time. I love how, they go on vacation, things like that. I don't know. That's really cute. I think that's really cute. Or sometimes like they're really matchy on Sunday. I think that's really cute. Maybe I should try that too, right? Cool. You can take good things from people without actually wanting to be with the husband, with the wife. Because exactly, that's not your husband and that's not your wife. I'm like, you actually have to like listen and answer to the question that's being asked and not just say what you want to say. Like, girl, you insane.
And you may not end up with a man who's beating your ass because you thought he was putting her on jets and buying her Birkin bags and taking her to nice restaurants when she was going home getting her ass beat. But you want...
What are you even talking about? Nobody's asking you if you want the man. We're asking if you want a healthy relationship like the ones you see your friends have. That's it, sis. Woo,
it though, right? Be careful what you ask for. Start asking God, reveal to me what I'm saying I want. So I understand the transparency of it. God, reveal to me what's mine so I can have that. And I don't end up praying to you to get out of it. I don't rush to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama or a baby daddy. We don't want what nobody else has. We want what's...
And you can also rush to get in bed with the man and then rush to an abortion clinic. So I'd rather a person rush to the altar and be sorry than to rush to an abortion clinic and kill a baby. Oops, that's murder. Make it make sense.
It's ours.
Like, what the heck?
Because that is good enough.
Maybe. You okay?
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
I caught that pick.
You caught the pig. Just because you talking loud.
I wasn't loud.
Just because your voice is inflected.
I wasn't loud.
Just because you're leaning forward to your
I
camera.
wasn't loud.
Doesn't mean you just caught a pig.
I'm talking to my people. I'm talking to my people.
All I'm trying to say is you took something completely out of context when I said your resources around you that you said.
Yes. We cleared that up though.
Yeah, but the resources that you have around you of healthy relationships,
they are.
Not that you want that. You said, you took what I said and yeah, I said, I want that, but it's not, I want what they have.
I don't.
It's more of an admiration for what they have.
No.
And it's like, yo, like I admire that about their relationship.
There you go. Now, hold on. That's no, because the latter part, I have single girlfriends I admire how they are as women. I have married girlfriends who I do admire their relationship, meaning I love that it's healthy for you. I love that you and him
but
are
you're talking
doing
about
this.
mansions and beating and all that.
Cam,
I ain't mentioned none of that. I just said
Cam, if it went over your dreadlocks, bring it back.
Yeah,
Let's
but you're talking about you catching pics, but you just over here you on a TV timeout.
Cam, we're not on the football field. Let's bring it back here. I took it to the football field. I'm sorry. We're back here. I brought it back, baby. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
I'm not fleeing. I'm here.
Say less.
I'm here. Yeah.
Just like Amanda Seals and
So all I was saying is you saying that that's what I like is more of a wordplay to saying I admire what they have and I want to implement that into my relationship as well. Single people can't coach relationship people. And I think that is what happens too often. So when I'm asking questions about resources, when I'm asking questions about you, hard yes for a married man, I'm saying I'm triggered when I hear that as a man.
Yeah.
When I ask you, do you have healthy marriages that you've seen, witnessed, been a part of, or admired? And you clearly said no.
And I clearly said yes. But my admiration doesn't go as far as, in your exact words, I would want that. No, I don't want anything that somebody else is. I want to help them have more of the good stuff. Okay. But in the sense of, again, people who are doing well, married or not. But I want to go back to what you said is triggering to you, because I love that you said that. And a lot of people think that. And it's not wrong. I get it. A single woman or even a woman with no kids, how can she coach or therapy a woman who is a mother? Or a single woman, how can she coach or therapy or help or be a psychologist with people who are having marital issues?
You're single.
I'm single.
Okay.
Yes, I'm single. And so I love what you're saying because I don't know what other therapists, psychologists, or coaches do, but I don't coach married couples. Stick with me. People come to me who are married. I'm helping each of them process their own stuff. Because what a marriage is, and your mama will know it because she's a church woman, and from what she said, beyond wise.
Years
right.
Of marriage.
And even what she said about marriage, everybody want to go to heaven, but there's a lot of hell in it, and love that. She said that. Marriage, like the Bible says, is cleaving. Cleaving does this. Cleaving does this. Cleaving doesn't do this. And so when people come to me married, they're doing similar to Mama's statement. They're coming to me like this. And so I'm not counseling married couples. I'm counseling individuals who are coming with so many issues within themselves that they married on paper, but they ain't never even had a chance to be married mentally, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, intellectually in any way. But what happens is, as I help them as individuals process through their traumas and their pain and their intergenerational issues, they magically either usually cleave or, not many, but some, depart. Because you cannot cleave without shedding. And the shedding that cleaving takes is the shedding of your stuff, your ego, your emotions, your trauma, your pain pockets. And when you shed of that, the cleaving was already waiting there for you. So it's not that anyone, even other therapists, are teaching married people how to cleave or be married. They're really breaking down the barriers that people have that are keeping them from being loving or in love, or like mom said, keeping them from going not only to heaven, but sometimes taking that detour to hell just to get to heaven again, just to get back to hell, to get back to heaven.
This is what happens when you allow pseudo-intellectuals to have access to public discourse. Like, seriously, this is the calamity of allowing pseudo-intellectuals to influence a mass of people. This is absolutely it's a bunch of BS. Like, it's a bunch of BS. It is a bunch of BS. Because I would think in anything in life, I really do. Like, I feel like no matter what your profession is, no matter how gifted, genius level you think you are, no matter how smart you think you are, right? I would always assume that part of being good at your job, part of being great at your job, is recognizing your own limitations. Like, hey, you know what? I would love to do X, Y, and Z, but I can't. Like, even a doctor, right? Doctors know that all doctors are not the same, right? If you go to see your general practitioner, right, and you ask him to perform surgery on your foot, I would hope that he would have enough sense within himself. Like, you know what? I'm a pretty amazing, okay, general practitioner, but I was not trained to operate on a foot. Let me write you a referral so you can go and talk to a podiatrist or an orthopedic surgeon, right? Because I can't do it. Right? I would hope that no matter how good your doctor is, as it pertains to matter of your actual heart, like your whole cardiovascular system, right? He would say, you know what? I'm not an expert at that. Okay? You have to go see a cardiolog because that's their specialty. Why? Because they have experience in that. Just because you are a psychologist, if that's even a thing, does not mean that you can be a psychologist to all people. Right? And that's why usually to be good at a thing, you have to find your niche and you got to stick to it. Right? You might be great at helping people with their careers. That you might be really good at. You might be good at helping people find their calling. You might be really, really good at that. But the problem is people think, oh, because I have a degree to help people, I can help people in all things. No, you cannot. Even in college, right? You have all these classes you could take. But when you get to your sophomore year, your junior year, you have to declare a major because you can't just have everything. You gotta pick a focus. Okay, you have to pick a focus. So just because you're a psychologist, can you be a psychologist to all? No, because not just for you to be good, for the sake of your practice, for the sake of your reputation, right? Because you want to have a good success rate with your patients, with your people, right? You should be focused. Like, you should have a niche. And that's who you focus on. And you should say to yourself, right, as much as I would love to counsel or do psychology with married people, the fact that I am not married, right? I think I could help you. But what if I don't help you accordingly? And then because of that, you two end up getting divorced and your family takes a hit. Do I want to be responsible for that? No, because this is people's lives. You don't experiment with people. Because what she's talking about, I'm a person who is not married, who's never been married, who called off 2 weddings, and you want to counsel married people, right? You are doing an experiment. You are experimenting on people's lives at a fragile time in their life, at a critical point in their life. This is an experiment. And that to me is like, it's unethical. Okay, this is an experiment. And that's why she says, oh, that's why magically sometimes they come together or sometimes they don't. But there's no magic in science, right? Psychology is still a form of science. We don't believe in magic when it comes to science, right? There are methods. Like you have a process or you don't. There's no thing about magic. We don't use terms like magic and science, right? This is still part of science. It's still something. It's still part of medicine. It's medicine of the head, right? Medicine of the psyche, I guess, right? But there's no such thing as magic in medicine. Because part of being a scientist is like being able to properly tell people why something works. If you cannot, I guess you can have like a theory. If you're not like super sure, you can have a theory. But usually part of science is like you have methods, you have processes, right? But you can't just say, oh, magically, sometimes by magic, abracadabra, hocus pocus. No, then you don't know what you're doing because you are experimenting with people. Because it's outside of your scope. It's not within your scope, right? So you don't have experience with that. So you shouldn't be doing it. Help people find their calling. Help people be motivated. Help people to have discipline. Help people to have assurance. Help young women, right, heal their wounds from their childhood trauma. Definitely. Because that you have experience in, right? And I hope you do it in a healthy way, right? But when it comes to married people, it's okay to have enough humility to say, you know what? I would love to help you, but I don't have enough experience, so I can't do it. But here, who I can refer you to, I can refer you to this psychologist, right? It's okay to make referrals, you know? It's okay. And actually, it's more respectable and it's more honorable. When you don't know something, it's okay to say, you know what? Right there, I cannot help you because I don't have it. I don't have the experience. I don't have it. Because God forbid, I don't help you out the right way. And next thing you know, your whole marriage falls apart. I don't want that on me. Right? But I know this person who has experience, who is married and da-da-da-da, and she does this, that's her practice, right? She can help you better. Because she has experience in it. Hold on, little man. Don't yell at me, please. I'll show you a video later of this guy that Letarius interviewed. He wrote a book, right? The five love languages, right? But him and his wife, they went through it. You know, I think he's a pastor. Him and his wife went through it. I think they almost got divorced, did not get divorced, but it's like then eventually he becomes like a counselor for married couple who are going through stuff, right? But I'm like, yeah, he's a perfect counselor. He got married. They were fighting a lot. They almost went through a divorce. They didn't get divorced, right? And I think like now they've been married for like 60 years or something. Yeah, he can be a marriage counselor because he's lived it. He has overcome it successfully. He's helped a lot of people, right? Make it make sense. I will find the video for you guys. Let her talk. I'm going to go find that video. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And so I don't teach them how to be married because I don't think that's something that can be taught. I think that comes through each individual marriage couple because there's not one way to do it. I'm helping them break down the barriers that are keeping them from what they really want, which is to be safe, to be in love, to go to this heaven space, but to learn how to have the bandwidth to get through the journey of hell that comes as well.
Yeah, I must ask this question because I'm a product of this.
Yeah.
Has your profession affected your outlook on a relationship?
100%.
How?
My husband will be very, very grateful to all of my clients these past 16, 17 years because my female clients have helped shape me to have more compassion. It has helped shape me to have better understanding of the pressures and the seasons that come in motherhood, that come in marriage. And my male clients, particularly my Black male clients, the married ones, have really gave me insight on the weight that comes with being a husband, being a father, how much they really are giving their all and trying their best, but it looks different to her. And so learning how to read and communicate, Cam, what does it mean when you text me randomly throughout the day and just say, what are you doing? Is that a message? Does that, what are you doing? Is that a message where you're just trying to tell me, baby, I love you, but you didn't say the words? So if I know that what are you doing means I love you, as your wife, the Bible says, love you by knowledge of you, not understanding, knowledge.
Okay. And this, I have to say it, the Bible does not say that. Okay. The Bible does not say love you by knowledge of you. and you know, there's a what is it called in the New Testament, right? The Apostle Paul talks about that. He said, when people give you verses, you better go and check. Okay, so I'm like, you must check. Where in the Bible does it say love you by knowledge of you? It does not exist. So we have to correct that because that's heresy. Okay, love you, right, by knowledge. Hold up, of you. The Bible. All right. Sorry, hold on. Okay, so all right. So I think like, okay, so the closest thing that comes up is Ephesians 13, right? Hold on, little baby. Hold on. You chill. Okay. May you experience the love of Christ, though it's too great to understand fully, then you will be made complete with all the fullness of life and power that comes from God. Seek understanding what? Can y'all write full sentences, please? Because it's so random, right? Seek understanding what, right? So there's no passage in the Bible that says love you by knowledge of you. No. We need to stop the madness. That's how I know she don't read the Bible. Okay? So they have these verses though, right? Of the love of Christ and to know this love that surpasses knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Ephesians 3:19, right? Then they have Philippians 1:9. And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in the knowledge and depth of insight. Okay. So I don't know. The Bible does not say that. I was like, I've never heard this verse before. Okay. Here, this is 1 Corinthians 13:2, which says, if I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have absolute faith so as to move mountains, but I have not love, I am nothing. Okay. The Bible talks about seeking understanding. Yeah, it does. But the Bible does not say to love you by knowledge of you. That's not in the Bible. It's like people used to say back in the day, like, oh, the Bible says help yourself and God's going to help you. I'm like, the Bible don't say that. Okay. That's not a scripture. Because the way she's talking is making it seem like it's a scripture in the Bible that says to love you by knowledge of you. It is not in the Bible. So that right there, I want to correct that, because don't do that.
So it's allowed me to have more compassion and break my fairy tale ideology that women have. I always say this: men get married and become a father and go, oh, shoot. But understand the different languages that men can speak. Also, say, what are you doing? Is that a message? What are you doing? Is that a message where you're just trying to tell me, baby, I love you, but you didn't say the words? So if I know that what are you doing means I love you, as your wife, the Bible says love you by knowledge of you, not understand.
Okay, the Bible don't say that. All right, it does not say. So if you hear verses that you never heard before, please go double check before you repeat something inaccurate. Okay, all right.
Understanding, knowledge, I now know how to code that. So that helps me not personalize, but you ain't doing it my way. But you didn't say, I love you. And you saying, but baby, I say what you're doing, and that means I love you. So my clients have helped me dissipate my ego. And they have helped me not only gain a sense of self, but understand the different languages that men can speak. Also, it's allowed me to have more compassion and break my fairy tale ideology that women have. I always say this: men get married and become a father and go, oh, shoot. Okay, I didn't know it was going to take all of this. Game time. Let me try to figure this out. Let me try to see if I can do this and do that and get the card.
Here's Proverbs 4:7. Wisdom is supreme, so acquire wisdom, and whatever you may acquire, gain understanding. Yeah. That does not say to love you by knowledge of you. The Bible does not say that. Because the way she said it is giving like there's a scripture that says loving you by knowledge of you. And I'm like, no, that's not biblical. So I don't know where she got that from, but I don't know. Bible don't say that.
Do this, love her more, and balance all this. Women, we meet you and we're like, our idea and our fairy tale is you are Prince Charming, honey. And then we try to get you to fit self, but understand the different languages that men can speak. Also, it's allowed me to have more compassion and break my fairy tale ideology that women have. I always say this: men get married and become a father and go, oh, shoot. Okay, I didn't know it was going to take all of this. Game time. Let me try to figure this out. Let me try to see if I can do this and do that and get the card and do this and love her more and balance all this. Women, we meet you and we're like, our idea and our fairy tale is you are Prince Charming, honey. And then we try to get you to fit Prince Charming. And the more you don't fit it, the more y'all end up in my office going, but he doesn't do this. Well, has he ever did it? No, but I always just thought my husband would. Your husband or this man? So are you getting to know who you with? Or are you making this man fit this fairy tale ideology that doesn't even exist anyways?
Okay. Here also, I have an issue. Yeah, I have an issue. I don't know. We're going to get through this. The way she presented the men, I feel like that's also a fairy tale of hers. Oh, men come and say, okay, I'm here. I'm ready for you. No, I think you have some men also who, when they get married, they expect to marry their mom. Okay. But when you're not married, you would know. Okay. You have a lot of guys, when they get married, they expect to marry their mother. Oh, my mom used to cook all the time. Oh, my mom used to clean all the time. Oh, my mom. And I'm sure your mom is an awesome lady. May God bless her because she gave me a great husband, right? But your wife most likely will not be your mother. She might have aspects of your mom. There are things that you might want her to do that like kind of like your mom, but you also have to allow her to be her own person, right? So people come into relationships with expectation. A woman might expect a Prince Charming because can you really blame her, right? When you're a little girl and you grow up, all they feed you behind are fairy tales, right? The Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Little Mermaid. You know, it's always fairy tales, right? So the cartoons of fairy tales, the movies of fairy tales, the sitcoms of fairy tales, right? Oh, well, thank you, Nitty. I appreciate you, love. Welcome, baby. Welcome, right? So people have weird expectations, right? There are a lot of men who think, oh, if I'm married and my wife has babies, well, I'm not going to change diapers because he never saw his dad change diapers. You understand? It's like, as we evolve too, it's like both men and women have to deal with their paradigm of what you expect a wife to be and what you expect a husband to be. Because they both have expectations. And sometimes they could both be delusional. Now, one might not be as delusional as the other, but there is a level of delusion. And that needs to be addressed because your wife is not going to be your mother. Maybe in the essence of it, you want her to remind you of your mom, which I think would be kind of cute. I think it'd be kind of warm and fuzzy, right? I think when it comes to like the Prince Charming or whatever, I think that goes to the fact that most women want financial security, right? Most women want to know that you'll love me so much, like no matter whether I gain weight, I lose weight, that you will always find me as beautiful, that you will fight for me. I think that's the essence of like Prince Charming because he fights for you. Right, he'll travel 1,000 seas, he'll slay dragons, etc., just to find you locked up somewhere in some dungeon somewhere because you chose to play with needles. Okay, right? So I'm like, no, but I'm like, you would know because you're not married, and this is why you have to have experience. You actually got to do a thing before you can speak on a thing. You see me? I couldn't tell Beyonce how to get Grammys. I ain't got it. Okay, I'll have what? I couldn't tell Beyonce how to have work ethic. She could teach me a lot because my work ethic needs help. Okay? But they both have expectations. Hey, Mark. Oh, thank you, Mark. I love you. Okay? Like, that's a real thing. Hey, Bruna, that's a real thing. So the way you're saying is like you're making it seem as though the woman's only the one coming in here with a fairy tale. No, he wants his mama. And I think that's another problem with Cam, is that the way his mother is as the first lady, he expects that from the young woman out here. But the majority of these young ladies, they're not going to be your mom, Cam, because your mom is from a whole different generation and they did things a whole lot differently, right? Your mom's generation is the type of woman that wanted to be married. That generation, they valued marriage. They valued family. You know, when we saw the other one with Priscilla Shriver and her mom, she was like, yeah, when it came to Pastor Tony, right? Her mom did pretty much everything for the man. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's the truth though. It's really true. Are a lot of women today trying to be Coretta Scott King? I don't think so. But like me, when Jonathan said it, I didn't take offense to it because I knew what he meant. You know, I don't take offense to him saying, can you act like Coretta? Like, can you act like a woman that got some sense? Because why are you drunk at 11:30 at night? But I said, Jonathan, if you want a Coretta, you had to go find a Coretta. Because a woman like Coretta Scott King, she was raised a certain way, right? She come from a certain background, right? She don't do certain things. You think a woman like Coretta Scott King gonna move in with a boyfriend? No, she's not. You think you can date a Coretta Scott King without knowing her family? So you can't say you want Coretta, but then you go find your quote unquote Coretta at a bar somewhere. Child, make it make sense. Okay. Exactly. You see what I'm trying to say, right? But I'm like, your grandma, she was raised a certain way. She's not the type to move in with a man. Like in her age, you don't do stuff like this. That is crazy, right? You can't just take her on a date without meeting her dad. So I'm like, if you want a Coretta, you got to pursue a Coretta. And you have to do the traditional things that are required to be with a Coretta. You cannot be a modern man, go to a bar, okay, that pick somebody because she was always a drunk. Okay, you bring her to your house, don't even know her family, don't know how she was raised. You come home 11:30 midnight, the girl's drinking, she's loud, she's rambunctious. Well, yeah, she's a skunk, okay, that you picked up at a bar, and most likely when you met her, she was drunk, and most likely you probably had sex with her on the first date. So you cannot sit here and say, oh, why don't you be like Coretta? She was not raised to be a Coretta. She was raised to be just this. So either you take it or you leave it, right? Like, I can see you being upset. Like, if you thought you were getting a Coretta and then you come to find out she don't act like a Coretta, like, okay, I can see why you have buyer's remorse because like, I thought I was buying a Coretta. No. You know exactly where you met this drunk alcoholic person, okay? And people have to stop trying to change people, okay? You either go take people for who they are. But like, oh, you know what? For where I want to be, the life I want, no, you're not going to help me get there. But a lot of people, because in our modern society, everybody for the most part is putting sex before common sense. So here we are. You sleep with someone first, then you start to get to know them. Well, guess what? It ain't gonna go right. But part of him, because he loves his mom, part of Kim's problem too is like, I do think his money is a big deal for him. Okay. I don't think he wants to part ways with his money. That's number one. Oh, please, co-host. Thank you. God bless you. Okay. I don't think he wants to part with that 75 million. Okay, that's a fact, right? But I also think that there's a part of Cam who wants to marry his mother. You know, and I think like in his hold on. Give me a second, you guys. My little co-host needs some food. Okay. If you go to Freud, let me show you. Since I didn't take psychology, but where's Kiana? Kiana's not here today. Okay, right. So there's I guess that's why his books got burned. But they like, you know, Freud. Oh, okay. So Kiana's here, right? But Freud talks about that. Like, you have boys that have this attraction to the mama because, like, the Oedipus Rex is like an Oedipus complex. Like, it's from the Shakespeare play where the young man didn't know his mom, and then later on when he meets his mom, but he was told by some type of witch that one day you'll meet your mom and you'll have sex with your mom, but he didn't believe it. But then he actually met his mom and he had sex with her. Then he realized that was his mother. Like, it's weird. So from that, Freud came up with this whole theory. Like, yeah, you do have men who want to marry the mama. You have dudes who want to sleep with their mamas. You know, it's weird, but you know, but a lot of boys are truly attracted to their mom in a weird way. A lot of young boys want to marry their mom, and that's why it's really sad. We don't like to talk about that because God forbid you shame the black woman, right? But a huge part of why a lot of black men also kind of messed up because they didn't have a healthy relationship with their mom. Okay, so when they get older, they can either be out here trying to punish you for the stuff their mom did to them. Like, I have a friend, I think that's exactly what he's suffering from, right? Because mom means, like, people think, oh, a child needs his dad. Yeah, in a certain capacity, he needs a dad. But a boy also needs the love of his mother. Right. And so when mom doesn't get to be loving and she has to be like daddy, right? A boy misses out on that. And it's really, really important for a man, a young boy, a man, to grow up knowing his mother's love because it helped with his development. Kiana is a resident psychologist. Y'all could ask her, okay? But I'm sure I'm pretty correct, right? Okay, it's a lot. You see, it's a real thing. It's real. So if he doesn't have a healthy mom, this boy gonna be damaged, and he's gonna do a lot of damage to people. He might not mean to, but see, the problem with when you live in a house, right? Okay, when you live in a house, after a while, you kind of get used to the way your house smells. Yep, because when you're in something for so long, it doesn't bother you anymore. Because you've been, that's all you know. It's the smell. It's the same thing with the smell of your house, right? You have a lot of people based on who they are, where they from, like their cooking, it stinks. To me, it's a lot. It's very strong. It's very putrid, okay? But they're accustomed to it because they've always smelled it. So after a while, it's like you don't smell anymore. You become numb to the stuff because like, well, I smell this all the time. It's like, it's perfectly fine to me, right? But it's not fine to other people. Right? Sometimes, like that's why we say that you have sins of omission and you have sins of commission. A man might go out here and start dating women and be very reckless. He might not even know that he's being reckless, right? Because he's not realizing that he's operating from a place of something my mom didn't give me. It either made you feel like I have to punish women because of that, or I'm emotionally detached because of that, right? Does that make sense? So it's like when you deal with some type of people, some type of men, that's why I said you have to know someone's culture before you start having sex with people. But unfortunately, we live in a society where people push sex on people and have sex first, right? Have sex. It's liberation. It's women empowerment. It's whatever, right? Have sex first and then get to know the person. Whereas for some men, you might not mean harm by having sex with him first, right? But as soon as you have sex with him first and then try to get to know him, he's downgraded you because he's looking for his mom. And he'll say to himself, my mom do something like that. Because he might sleep with you. He might be very freaky, nasty, dicky, whatever, right? But in his head, he's looking for something traditional. Although I will say you are also not engaging in traditional dating practices. Right? But it's like he is looking for something traditional. He's looking for his mom and all these people. And I do feel like another reason why he probably also doesn't want to get married, because like, okay, as long as I have my mom, I'm good. Because there's something in his heart that his mom fulfills for him. And he's like, well, she does it for me. So I'll go to other people for sex. But then when it comes to like his emotional needs, he goes to his mom. You know, and I'm like, and this is even me, like, I think even in my own marriage, like, that's something that we also had to work on, but I didn't even realize it was a thing until I realized it was a thing. Y'all, God is good, okay? But it's like sometimes you don't even realize that based on how people grew up, their mom could be their everything. You know, you have a lot of young men, they went through everything with their mom. You know, like mom is really their first love. Like that's his person. Like that's his safe space. And a lot of dudes have a hard time transferring that responsibility to somebody else. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? My mom is my safe space. You want me to be vulnerable with you because sex is easy. And this is why I keep telling y'all, this whole promiscuity business, I hope a lot of women check out of that movement because it's BS. You're getting swindled. You're playing yourself, right? Because sex is easy. Sex does not require a deep emotional connection, and it shows. Cam can have sex with people. He can even have babies with people without having a deep emotional connection because somebody else has his heart, and that's his mom. He's really attached to his mom. And how she takes care of that emotional side of him, he is not willing to transfer custody of his feelings to another woman. And as long as she's alive, she's a crutch. He's not going to do it. Okay? He is not going to do it. So when you meet a man like Cam and you try to engage him with sex, you've already lost. He's not going to see you. Like he's where he could have probably seen you, where he could have placed you. Like, okay, like she probably is kind of like my mom type of stuff. He's not going to do that. Because you don't fit the traditional mold that he's looking for. And most of the girls that he's with, I don't know about the first one, but I'm like, some of them is giving, okay, cool, right? But it's a lot. A lot of men have to realize that you might have to go, most likely, if you want to have a successful relationship, if you want to have a successful marriage, you're going to have to stop using your mom as your safe space, and your wife has to become your safe space. Make sense? Ninja, are you not reading this part? Please read this and answer your own question. Like, seriously? Read what it says. His dad does not matter because according to the complex, the father wants to kill the son to have the mother. And that's why, even if you notice too, like, if you haven't been there, you probably wouldn't know, right? But that's why, like, usually when a woman is pregnant, right? When a woman is pregnant, especially if she's pregnant by a boy, usually the couple will have a rough time. I don't know what it is, but it's like boys, they come with a certain type of energy, and then men come with a different type of energy, right? Usually if there's a male pregnancy, it's going to get real. I don't know if you can ask most people who've been pregnant with a boy, there's a weird dynamic that starts to occur. Now, when the baby is born, right? When a baby boy is also born, there's a conflict there between dad and the baby boy. The dad might not express it, but it's like you see how much your wife is, like, even this, look at this little boy. You see how he's attached to me, right? If you have a husband also, if you have a man or you have a husband who's not very confident in himself, the amount of time that you spend with the baby can really affect him. And that's why you have some men who walk away after the woman had a baby boy, or you have men who also killed their baby boys. Stuff is real. Human beings are crazy, right? And there can be such a thing as, like, when a woman is married, if she's not even careful herself, she might even fall in love with her son because he consumes all of her, right? And that's why usually after, like, a pregnancy, baby boy being born, most people will start having a sexless marriage. It's a real thing. They don't want to talk about it, but I will talk about it, right? And that's why a lot of times too, you will see that usually with a lot of boys and their dad, they can be at odds. And usually it has to do with the mom, because she might not mean to. Like, I'm telling you, it's a real thing. I even saw my mom do that. Like, you might not mean to. But if you ever notice, right, when you see a woman, like, especially if she has boys and she has daughters, right, she'll be way more nicer to her boys than she'll be to her daughters. Mothers cannot help themselves. They naturally fall in love with their own sons. And even with single moms too, you see that even more. Like, oh no, like their son is their man. It's like, girl, it's a little too much. But married women do it too. And you're not careful, you give so much love to your son, you even forget your husband. Or when your husband wants to discipline his son, oh my gosh, don't hit him, you're doing too much. Don't do that. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, right? So the man starts to have resentment against his son. The son also, like, you see, she likes more than you. And sometimes you can have that competition in the household between the father and the son because of the mom, because she's not handling this for these two relationships accordingly, because she might not be aware. You know what I'm saying? Like, even my own mom, I had to tell her that. I was like, you don't realize this, right? But your boys are your favorite. You don't have to say it. It's okay. Right? Even James, he'll say to his sister, because he has like two sisters, he's a middle child. He'll be like, oh, I'm mom's favorite. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Because they kind of know. It's kind of true. Right? I don't think it's intentional. Right? But most women do it without being aware. Like, you're treating your son like he's your prince, like he's your little husband. You might want to be careful, sis. And I told my mom that. I'm like, your boys are your favorite. Y'all, she stayed quiet on the phone. I said, for once. Look at Virgo. Okay? Having accountability. You say one thing about her son, you can already feel like her body language is changing. It's like, sis, it's okay. No one is going to say something bad about your boys. You got it. It's okay. It really is okay. Like me, I think it's funny, right? But I'm like, it's the culture. It is what it is, right? But that thing is real. It is very real. And like, people don't want to address that. But you think it's random that a lot of times when a woman gets pregnant with a boy, there's no daddy? You think it's random? You think it's random that when Mary had Jesus, okay, Joseph was like, I'm out? You think it's random that when Elizabeth got pregnant with John the Baptist, right, her husband didn't know how to act? There is something about being pregnant with a male boy, like with a male. It just does something to your relationship. And when that baby comes out, if you're not careful, you might give all the love that belongs to your husband, you give it to your son. Not that you would sleep with your son, not that your son's going to sleep with you. No, but you'll have this weird ass bond and nobody can come through. It's not just foreigners. It happens here too. My husband is from here, right? It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So when you do have young men who don't get to have a healthy relationship with their mother, like healthy in a sense, like your mom might be loud, abusive, crazy, it affects them a certain way. Look at DMX. It messed him up. It seriously messed him up, right? Like even Tupac and his mother, it really messed him up, right? Or even when you have a healthy relationship also with your mom, but it's a little too much. Y'all do a little too much, right? Because at some point when you come of age, you know, you should be able to trust another person, another woman, like you're actually your romantic lover. She should have the sexual part of you and she should have that emotional part of you. But it's like, no, like you have two parts of you. You'll have sex with other people because you ain't gonna sleep with your mom, right? But that emotional part of you, like the real part of you, that's, you entrust that part with your mom. Because in his head, the ideal wife is Miss Newton. That's that. And I don't know who's ever gonna, you know, trump that card. Okay, I don't know, right? But that's why I said, meet a man like that. And that's why when you talk to people, I've always said this: when you talk to people, you have to actually listen to people. Don't try to sound smart. Don't try to say what you think they want, because all she's doing, right? To me, it's a lot of bravado. Oh, let me prove how smart I am. Wumpty wump wump. Jim Jones and his mom. Yeah, there you go. You see it. So it's not just a foreigner thing. It's a thing. It's a real, it's a human thing. It's a biological thing. It's a mammal thing. This is what females do with their male boys. This is what we do. Okay? That's what we do. And trust me, I have 3. You know? You see? It's a real thing. And it needs to be talked about. You understand? And a lot of women who are raising boys are not aware. I'm like, you're doing something very toxic. You might not mean to. You might not mean to. But this right here, he's not going to be a good partner when he gets older. Because either you, like, he gives you too much of his emotional side, or the way you handled him in his formative years, you made him hate women. So now here we are. But it's like the root of everything. When you look at a person, the root of everything always goes back to their childhood. The problem that we have over here is that people only want black men to be responsible for everything. And you can't fix a problem unless you are willing to be honest with all the root causes of the problem. Everything is not just the black man's fault, because the black man is also the child of a black woman. So there's no way for you to sanction one without sanctioning the other. And a lot of times what I see is, oh no, protect her, but put it all on him. No. Everybody has to rise up to the occasion. You have to be okay with your feelings getting hurt for you to know what you're doing and to stop what you're doing and to correct what you're doing. So the problem, it don't get bigger. Right? But I'm like, that's what you're doing. I'm like, and he's not the only person who has this issue. A lot of men have real intimacy issues because of their mother. But to a lot of women, because a lot of women in modern society equate intimacy with sex, right? They lead with the wrong foot. And therefore, the relationship, it don't go far. Because where you think he actually needs sex from you, he actually needs to know he can trust you with his feelings, because that's what his mom does for him. Right? A lot of women might think you're a safe space, but it's like you're not. I told a friend that. She's like, oh, but Marlene, he does not communicate. I said, friend, you are not a safe space, because if you were a safe space, he will communicate with you. Because a lot of time when y'all say communication, no, you want to hear what you want to hear. Like you want somebody to sit there, you're going to start yapping, right? And you're going to start berating people and talk to someone like the person is a child. Trust me, I have a lot of conversation with women, right? And for many of them, it is really hard to take a sober look at what they're doing, who they are, and how much more they have to work on. That's why most women will say to you, oh, I do the work myself. I work on myself, and then I test myself, and then I know if I'm healed by myself. Because you cannot stand someone holding a mirror to your face and telling you this picture is not as pretty as you think it is. And that's why most time when they go and work with Iyanla Vanzant, she'll make them wipe their makeup off. Right? Because you're lying to yourself. And we do that a lot. We have evolved in society where it's like protecting women has evolved into completely building a wall of immunity around them and their actions. It's like you're not helping them, because that also is not a form of protection. You are sabotaging people. People have to grow up. And you can't grow up until you are willing to face what you got to work on. Because I'm like, it takes two people to raise a child. It takes two people to make a child. So if you look at a black man and he's toxic, it's not just his daddy that made him toxic. The mama also played a part in making him toxic. And it's okay to say that. It doesn't make her a bad woman, right? But if it was to be done over again, she should have done this, 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 and that. And maybe we would have had a better result. It's okay. It's okay. And you even, I'm not trying to be funny, right? But you even see it in business. Black businesses have a harder time taking feedback. They have a harder time with constructive criticism, right? Because they internalize everything. Everything. There's a young lady, I follow her because I liked her video. So she does like cleaning stuff. I like the video. I watched the video. There were things that she recommended. So, oh, that's pretty cool. I bought it. Because of that, I followed her. I even left her a comment and said, oh, thank you so much. Because of your video, I bought those things and they worked out really good for me. So then she did another video where she was working out. And honestly, she was not lifting heavy. Because I'm like, I know a lot about lifting weights, right? So I was like, oh, and I even said in a very funny way, like, oh, next time try to lift heavier. She took that all types of left. She's like, oh, well, if that's the case, then you go ahead and you lift heavy for me, boo-boo. And I'm like, you do realize, right? Everything is not shade. Everything is not shade, right? It's okay. When you make your YouTube videos, you give advice to people too, right? Why you can't receive advice also? If you're lifting weights, the whole purpose of lifting weights is not to record a reel where you're pretending to work out. You actually need to have muscle atrophy. You have to tear your muscles. You're sitting here like doing this with a 5-pound dumbbell, a 10-pound dumbbell. It's not going to do nothing for you. You might as well go outside and start walking. Right? But it's like, I'm like, the girl went crazy. I'm like, whoa, because I said you got to lift heavier. Every time people come over here, they leave you positive comments. The day you read something that doesn't match what your ego wants to hear, you go batshit crazy. I unfollowed. I got to go. This is wild. And I'm like, the way your profile is, I should have known that you're not the type to take feedback. This is insanity. Like me, my video went viral. Not even just that. Not even just the video I post went viral, right? When I've gone viral on many different platforms. I just don't show you all the time, right? But it's like I get a lot of crazy comments. For the most part, I don't internalize stuff. The last video I made about Michelle Obama, it went viral. Some people agreed. Some people did not agree. I'm not cussing nobody out. Because I already know when you put your opinion, people also go have their opinion, right? You can't internalize everything. And that also has to do with, yeah, sure, I'm a pick me. And I am picked. I'm married with kids. All right. And that also goes to the fact of like, when you live your life, there comes a time, right, where you have to know your strength and your weaknesses. You have to be honest with yourself, right? Like me, you think I'm gonna go around and say, oh, I think I'm the prettiest woman? No, I'm not. If somebody says, oh, Marlene, I think you're ugly. Yeah, probably. I'm ugly to somebody. Right? And that's okay with me too, because I don't have to be pretty to everybody. One time this man left a comment and he was like, oh, he left the comment on my page. He's like, oh, you're not even a 4. And I said, oh my gosh, you're so generous. Because for me, I would have thought I was a 0. Because when you humble yourself, right, you don't expect much from people. I don't walk around thinking I'm the prettiest person. I don't walk around saying like, oh yeah, I got to be pretty. I don't have to be pretty. But what I do have to do is I have to be I have to have integrity. I have to be myself. Because for me, real beauty is in knowing who you are, not how people want to see you. I don't have to be pretty in your sight. But when you encounter me, you will know. When I met Marlene, I met a real person. Because I'm not going to sugarcoat things to make you happy. I don't live my life like that. It doesn't bother me. Right? You can say, oh my gosh, Marlene, you're fat. Oh, duh. I'll be the first one to tell you I'm overweight. And a lot of girls, like, they have a hard time saying, like, yeah, this right here, I don't have it. This right here, I don't have it. It's okay to be honest with your flaws, right? I have stretch marks too. Duh, right? Oh, yeah, I had a business and didn't do so well. I don't make excuses about it. Do I have it? No. So I failed. It's not a problem, right? Call a thing a thing. And because when you own a thing, nobody can use that against you. Because when the videos that I make, they don't require me to be pretty. I don't have to be pretty. Nobody cares, right? What we care about, okay, here is a problem. Do you have what it takes to actually solve the problem? Are you a problem solver? Yes, I can solve the problem. It don't require me to be pretty. It doesn't, right? I don't need to wear a weave or like a lace front to talk to people. No, because we're here to actually be intelligent. Intelligence don't require to be aesthetically pretty. Right? Cool. That's it. I have a big nose. I have big hands. I got a big forehead. I got big lips. To a lot of people, I am definitely not going to be beautiful. And that's okay. You don't have to be beautiful to everybody. You got to be beautiful to the one that actually matters. That's that, right? That's it. God is good. So it's like, oh my gosh, he's like, oh, you're not even a 4. I said, oh, you're too nice. I thought I was a 0. God, sir, thank you so much, because at least I'm a 4. That's something, right? But, oh, what you mean? I don't care, because I'm not pursuing you romantically. So if you think I'm a 4, a 2, a 1.5, a -5, I do not care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Because to me, it's like, you understand, like, this, even physical beauty, like, it flees, right? But your ability to be smart, your ability to solve, what's it called? To solve problems, right? Your ability to be wise, being able to have discernment, knowing how to read people. Those are things that you have to learn. You want to have the best relationships out here, not just romantic, with your children, with your parents, with your friends, in business, in career, right? You want to be someone who knows how to have sustainable, productive, healthy relationships. It will take you far, because if you don't have a good network, where are you going to go? You can't make yourself by yourself. You need to have a team of people. And I always tell you guys, right? One of the main things you want to do in your life, you want to know how to read people. Read people, because once you know how to read people, you'll know exactly where they need you in your life. And once you understand where they need you in their life, and you can be the best person in that department, they will always call upon you, because they need you in their life, right? But I'm like, I can see how some people, like, their life, their I guess love life, whatever, is kind of compartmentalized. It's like, okay, when it comes to sex, I can't sleep with my mama, so I sleep with this girl, right? And I'm going to sleep with somebody who don't need too much from me. But when I'm really down, when I'm really sad, when I need to have a conversation, when I need to be myself, I will call my mom, because that's where I feel safe. And that is a real thing. Now, you can listen to me or not listen to me, and it's not a problem. And we had this conversation last time, and I told you, what can you give a man that has a lot of money? Okay? Actually listening to him. Because what you gonna do? Buy him a car, buy him cars, buy him shoes. He can buy all those things for himself. But I said to you, if you find out that his mom passed away, maybe you can make a big donation to a non-for-profit on behalf of his mom. And that's really going to touch him, because his mom means a lot to him. That's why I always tell you guys too, when you get into an argument with a man, do not talk about his mom. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because for some people, they will fight you over them. Don't do it. Do not do it, because it's a very sacred bond. Do not do it. You can say a whole lot of things, but you have some people, you talk about their mom, it's over. You're never coming back from that. You are never, he might not say anything to you, but that right there that came out your mouth, you shouldn't have said it. And as soon as it comes out your mouth, you better be quick to say, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Because a lot of men, their moms are sacred to them. You see? And it's very hurtful. And people are like, oh, a man should not be physically violent. But a woman thinks she can use her mouth and say whatever the freak she wants to say to somebody, including his mother. It's not okay. It's not okay. You know what I mean? And I'm like, even me, like, I'm telling you this, I'm very grateful for patriarchy for once, okay? My socialist Libra father, okay? But for that, I will say I'm very grateful for Libra, because one time I got into an argument with James. I was like, oh my gosh, like, why do you always like rely on your mom like this? Yo, I had a lot to learn myself. That's why he's asking her, how can you do something you've never done? There's a lot of things I know today. Nobody really taught me, but even though you should not do that because it's disrespectful, but you know, I can be honest. Like, yeah, one time we got into an argument, I did say so many things about his mom. I was fed up. Like, what the heck? And my dad said to me, Marlene, no, I won't allow you to talk about his mom. He's like, you don't do stuff like that. And I wasn't my feelings like, oh, but I had to sleep a little bit. But then when I woke up, I called my dad. I said, oh, Dad, like, you're right. I shouldn't have said that. That was completely foul. And I haven't done it since, right? I even apologized to Jimmy, whatever, but you don't do stuff like that. And I'm very grateful that my dad, he stepped up as a man, like, no, that's unacceptable. You don't talk to people like this, and you don't talk about people's moms. And he was like, James has never disrespected us. James has never talked bad about us, so I will not allow you to talk bad about his mom. My dad checked my ass real good. I was in my feelings. I sure did go to sleep, okay? But when I woke up, though, my mind was straight. And that's why you need a father who's not so in love with you that he don't tell you the truth. Like, no, you're out of order. You are out of order. But today it's like nobody's telling people, yeah, you out of order. It's excessive. You cannot have a deep relationship with people if you insult their people. Yeah, but it's like it doesn't matter, though. Doesn't matter. You can say what you want to say without being disrespectful. And that was his point. Because he was right. James has never disrespected my parents. Never. And trust me, these people can be a lot. Okay? Never. If he doesn't like something, he'll come and tell me. I'm like, you people need to stop, right? But that day when I was like, oh, hell no. He called, I don't know where he was. I think he was like in Congo or something. That man called me like, woman, are you insane? And it was real. Because sometimes you got to get real with your kids. Like, you do a little too effing much. Because I was doing too effing much. You don't have to be disrespectful to say what you have to say. Say what you say without being disrespectful. And he was right. I am too intelligent to have to use the insults to get my point across. He was right. I didn't want to hear it, so I had to go to sleep. Okay? I went to bed, and I was like, yeah, he's right. He is right. And when you have degrees, when you call yourself intelligent, okay, all right, it's always a Libra, okay, right? But if you are intelligent, if you're intellectual, if you have big degrees, you need to know how to argue with people without being disrespectful. You don't have to insult people to get your point. Because when you insult a person or you talk about their mom, like you go really low because you're frustrated. Because you don't know how to get through to the person. So you want to be hurtful to get through to the person. No, that's not how you do things. Because when you say things when you're mad, it's like, oh, so did you always feel that way? And sometimes you might even say sorry, but it's like, it's hard to come back from that because you said it. And it's very hurtful. Right? And I'm like, and this society also teaches you, oh, a man should not put his hand on a woman. Okay, sure, because he's really big, right? But it said, oh, the man has to control himself. But the woman, oh, you can say whatever you want to say. Your mouth can go like, it can like motor mouth. Like you can say 1,000 words per minute. You can say whatever you want. His mom, his this, his this, his this. It's like, you need to stop. You must be stopped. Because there's a way to talk to people. There's a way to talk to people because on the streets, you will never dare talk to someone like that because they don't owe you nothing. And if you don't know how to fight, well, good luck, right? So if you're in a relationship with someone, you should be even more careful how you talk to people. So although I didn't want to hear it, but I'm glad my dad said something because it had to be said. And I'm the child. Who am I that I can't be checked? Okay? Because it's not acceptable behavior. And he was absolutely correct. That's why I say all patriarchy is not bad. Because sometimes you need someone that you respect. You need someone that you submit to say to you like, okay, it's enough. You're doing too much. You got to stop. You must be stopped. Okay, like it's very, like it can be very hurtful. So I'm like, I can see how this dude right here, I can see how his mom has his heart. And other girls, they can have the eggplant. He'll give you his eggplant, but he's not going to give you his heart because his mom has it. And as long as she's alive, nobody's going to be able to get there because she's just everything. I'm you know, and it's true. Like Keanu, where's Keanu? Keanu's comments like here somewhere, right? It's really true. And many times, like I said, we because it's okay. I'm not a man. I'm a woman. So if I want to have a successful relationship with a man, I need to make it my business, right? To understand how a man thinks. There are books, podcasts, I don't know, right? But you have to become a student of these people and their psychology. If you are a man and you want to have a healthy relationship with a woman, you also have to study how women think. That you might find the best one for you. Yes, Bill. You know? Hold on.
Fit this, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here and I'm going to learn how to be the best I can for you. And then women do what? You're taking too long. You're not getting there because you haven't fit the box of the fairy tale. So for me, it's helped me break down what all of my clients know. Y'all know I call it the fairy tale ideology. And I'm not exaggerating, Can. I want to say 100%, but I'm going to go 99.9% of women who come in my office, I'm having to work on breaking their fairy tale ideology of their husband. And hold on, let me say this. To his defense, they almost always have an amazing husband. But because his amazingness doesn't fit her idea of amazing, guess what?
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
He ain't shit. To her. And remember, have no emotional investment besides I really want them to get this, work through this. I'm going, so because he don't fit your tone of red, you gonna tell me this man still ain't red?
He burgundy though.
You see what I'm saying?
You know, he there.
Drinking and driving is a decision that could change your whole world. Things will never.
Two things that I really want to ask or must ask in this situation. First, in regards to the women, I don't really want to attack or, you know, really speak on your clientele, but obviously with my research, you spoke about low functioning individuals, male and female. What's the percentage of males or females that you counsel that are low functioning? What's that percentage?
Love it. Collectively, or you want me to go male and female?
Break it down from male and female.
Okay. I would say, interesting enough, I would say that there are 70% low functioning women, 40% low functioning men.
What?
So here also, I disagree. I think when somebody asks you a question such as, okay, with your practice, how many people are low functioning per gender? Like, what's the percentage between the genders, women or men, right? What percentage would you give of your women clients who are low functioning and of your male clients who are also low functioning? I think first and foremost, before you even answer a question, is to say, okay, what is your definition of low functioning, right? And as we look, because a person is multifaceted, right? Low functioning in what regards? But she's answering the question. I'm like, do you even know what he means by low functioning? What is low functioning? I'm like, do you guys know what low functioning is? I don't know. Okay. Right. But I'm like, when someone asks you a question like that, you should first say, what is your definition of low functioning? What is that? Because I don't know. Number two, low functioning in what regards? Because let's say, because me, I don't agree. 70% are women and 40% are men. Yeah, girl, whatever. And y'all call me a pick-me-sha? She said that the majority of y'all effed up. Hey, boo-boo. Okay. And you call me a pick-me? She just said that 70% of y'all are low functioning. What do you call her now? Y'all so quick to try to be mean to someone. Like, chill, right? I don't agree with that. I don't think that 70% of women are low functioning. Like, that is insane. Okay, we all live in the same America. I'm like, yeah, it probably is half and half. Now, are they low functioning in the same aspect of life? No. Okay, can we say that most women are low functioning when it comes to active listening? Yeah. Okay, yeah. 80%. Right? Now, can you say that most women are high functioning when it comes to maybe like, I guess here, because in the States, like, okay, being career driven? Maybe yes. You know what I'm saying? Because there's good and bad in everybody. Right? So I'm like, low functioning means what? And what aspect are we talking to? And like in respect to what regards are we asking if a person based or like a gender group is low functioning, right? Man too. Men can be high functioning in some regards and be low functioning in other regards. So this whole like 70% of your woman clientele is low functioning and 40% of these men are high functioning or low functioning. Yeah, no, that part also I don't agree. And that's why before you answer a question, you must ask him, what do you mean by low functioning, right? And in what regards are we talking about? Learning, like listening, forgiving, being good with money, being active with finances, where I'm like, okay, finances too, I can see how most men will be more high functioning because men do have to make more money because people expect more from men financially. And most women can be careless with money. So like, yeah, that part I can see. Listening, like active listening, I could see how most women will be low functioning and more men will be higher functioning because at a job, when you're a man, if they got to tell you stuff a whole lot of times, they're going to fire you. No, we're not doing this. Okay. Now, there are things where more women could be, I think more women, like where women will be higher functioning, right? Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. In the sense as though I think women can be good at building community. I will give them that. Like, even though I do attack the sisterhood, because the sisterhood has been corrupt. It is corrupt, right? But they are really good at building community, right? And this is why many women have become millionaires, multimillionaires off of social media, because women know how to build a bond. right? They also know how to ask for help. They also know how to lean on other women, right, to get things done. Whereas most men, if they are struggling with something because of their manhood, their pride, they'd rather sit there and suffer for years than to say, hey, you know what? I need help. Right? Makes sense? I think if I remove like if I take away my cynical view of, the world today, I will say that when it comes to most relationships, right, with most women, what you see is what you get. Okay, what you see is what you get. Is she really trying to like do something evil to you? For the most part, no. Some, yes, right? So it's like just keep it a buck with her. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like there are some areas where women are really high functioning, right? And then there are areas that they need improvement on, but who doesn't, right? There are also areas where men are really high functioning, and then there are areas where they're not so good. And that's why God wants us to have, yes, I do, Kevin, look at me. And that's why, God does want us to work in partnership. Even society wants us to work in partnership because where I'm strong, you might be weak. Where you're weak, I might be strong. But we have been so like the energy, the environment has been so infestated with foolishness that doesn't really matter. It makes it harder for people to realize the necessity of partnership, right? Because partnership is like oxygen. You need it. Like even me, right? I can have a great show, you guys. I think I'm a great talker. I think I'm amazing, right? But the show would not be what it is if you guys also did not show up, because the chat section also adds to the conversation, right? So it's like together, all of us together, it makes the show. We are really in the partnership, right? Partnership matters. It's like oxygen. You know what I'm saying? You can work with one hand, but it's always better to have two hands. I'm just saying. You can also walk with one leg, but it's better to have two legs. All right. It makes it a lot easier. All right. So I'm like, the way we're designed as human beings, like the way God made us, right? We are meant for partnership. But society, the media, whatever, cultural beliefs, whatever, societal beliefs, right? Education, all that stuff, it has clouded our judgment so much. Like our environment is so infestated with things that truly don't matter that when people really find their person, they don't take it seriously. Because today you're made to feel as though partnership is optional. No, it's a matter of survival, right? You can, and maybe you should. I don't know, maybe you can do stuff yourself, but should you do it yourself? Would it not be more pleasant, easier, okay, more sustainable if you had help? Right? I'm just saying. So that part right there, I didn't like that part. It was like, no, that part gives me, it did give pick me. Yeah. You see, Kiana loves me. I'm telling you, Kiana, when she first came in, she was like, I don't know about this Marlene girl. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about Kiana is like being a psychologist, she gonna sit back and she gonna listen. So I won her over. I always do. Okay. Right. But that part, I was like, those numbers are really exaggerated. You never even thought about that because you didn't even ask him what exactly is his definition of low functioning. And also, in what regards of life are we asking if women are low functioning? You know what I'm saying? But for me, one thing I will say about most women, even most Black women, that where you do have to give them credit, they are really good at sisterhood. They will really stand up for each other. Like they will, even if it's like absolute foolishness. It's like, you guys are crazy. But to some extent also, it's admirable, right? It's nice to know that you have a group of women that do have your back, right? They really do have your back. When a Black man has problems, if Black women don't stand behind him, they're going to lock your ass up, okay? If Black women stand behind you, you ain't going to jail. Okay. So low-key, high-key, Black women are the Trump card, Trump 2024. Okay. That's really amazing. Men tend to struggle with building deeper bonds, and it penalizes them in society. Right? It does penalize them. And that's why most Black women will probably have like bigger progression in their career because they know how to build society, they know how to build sisterhood, and they know how to activate the sisterhood to get what they want. Most Black men don't, right? Because you struggle with deeper bonds because like you are really afraid of being vulnerable, and that needs to be talked about. Okay, you really do. Because and you see it with young Black men, right? If they had brotherhood, you will see the crime rate go down. You would, because y'all would have a conversation. You don't see Black girls out here shooting people. They don't. They are destructive in other ways, but they're not shooting people, right? But Black boys will shoot a person, right? Because you don't have brotherhood. You don't know how to have deeper bonds. And unfortunately, for many of them, it takes incarceration to learn how to lean on other Black men in a positive way. Why do you have to wait until you're thrown in prison or like, at the lowest part of your life to know how to lean on people? You don't have to go that low. Okay? You really don't. Yeah. They are really good at that. So that part, they are really high functioning. You can learn a thing or two. Okay? You understand? Like that part, I'm like, yeah, that part they're really high functioning. Career-wise too, they are very driven people. So they're also high functioning. The problem is you gotta find balance, right? So I'm like, that part, yes. So I'm like, everybody has like their pros and cons. So the whole 70-40 thing, I disagree. Now, if we're talking about listening, like in the whole, like in the sphere of listening, like active listening to their partner, yeah, Black woman, yeah, y'all 70-40, okay? But if it's like in the terms of like building sisterhood, they are high functioning people, okay? In terms of, I would say like setting goals and achieving their goals career-wise, I think they're high functioning people. Absolutely. Okay. So that 70-40, I'm like, no, I don't agree with that part. Yeah. You see, they're really good at that. And I think because they're so good at it, that's why it's been under attack. And that's why now the sisterhood tends to be perverted, because when you have a good thing, the devil is not going to leave it alone. Now, the way that you do preserve the integrity of the sisterhood is by keeping the truth alive. Like, people have to be honest with each other. Right? It might not be pleasant, it might not be comfortable, but I promise you, that's the best way to keep the devil out of a good thing. Because whether the truth, the demonic stuff, it can't thrive. You know what I'm saying? But today, the sisterhood has been perverted. Otherwise, it is a fabulous movement. Okay? They can do some great things when they choose to. You know what I'm saying? So that part, yeah, that's how I feel.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with those low functioning men, did they ever say that a man of high function will never really know true love?
What's the worst part of the locker room?
The immediate thing that popped up in my head was all the acts.
That question pertains to his mom, right? Because his true love is his mom. That's his mom. I'm like, this boy, yeah, he really, really loves his mom. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't even believe that, but no.
Okay. So what identifies a woman to be high functioning?
A high functioning woman is a woman who wants you. She doesn't need you. And let me clear that up. When I say she doesn't need you, it doesn't mean she's independent. That means she is interdependent. I only not need you because my pain doesn't need your pain. My dysfunction doesn't need your dysfunction to feed it for us to be in this relationship, meaning I don't need a trauma bond with you. Mm-hmm. Okay? She wants you because she wants the healed part of you, but has the capacity, because we're all human, we ain't perfect, to facilitate and deal with the unhealed part of you that's going to show up in the relationship at some point. And hers is going to show up too. Mine is going to show up too. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I always say, I want a hybrid. I want a hybrid for y'all out there who want to know, meaning a man who's high functioning enough to meet my healthy high functioning, but low functioning enough to deal with me when my abandonment inflames, to deal with me when some of my dysfunctions that I'm still working on inflame. Because if he's too high functioning, guess what? He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning part, which then means he can only connect with folks who are not being fully authentic within themselves.
Okay. Saying a whole bunch of nothing to say. To me, everything she's saying right here with a whole bunch of nothing is to talk about boundaries. Okay. I think this whole low functioning, high functioning stuff. She's talking about boundaries. Oh my gosh. She's talking about boundaries. So what she's saying is, if a man if he has high self-awareness, let's put it this way, right? If he has a lot of self-awareness about who he is, his career, right? He is less likely to put up with some BS. Because she says, when my abandonment gets triggered, when my childhood issues, and you high functioning, So if you are high functioning, those things should have been done and dealt with. Because you can't be high functioning and you can still be triggered by your childhood. That don't make no sense, right? You're like, oh, because then he's over here and he can't deal with me down here. Yes, because he has boundaries, right? He don't have time to play the little games with you because he has boundaries. So I'm like, all of this to say, high functioning people have clearly set boundaries that they will not compromise no matter who it's for, because they've made a promise to themselves, right, to keep these boundaries in order to preserve their sanity, their finances, their reputation, blah, 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 intact. Okay? It's about boundaries, right? And a lot of people sometimes, because they, oh, but we had good sex or this, and that, they want you to violate your boundaries, right? And to make special accommodations for them. No, when you have boundaries, the boundaries are the boundaries. Okay, and you see the same thing here with America, with our borders. Oh, but America is a nation of immigrants. And your point is, so because America is a nation of immigrants, we should just allow people to walk in here randomly whenever they see fit? No, we have borders. We have boundaries. Okay, and our boundaries is, it's enough. We don't want you over here. It's excessive. You want to come here legally. But then people want to give you sob stories. Oh, I'm fleeing war in my country. Oh, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Okay, sure, whatever, right? But we still have laws for that. You apply for asylum and you can do so within your country. You don't have to come here illegally to apply for asylum, right? So when you have boundaries, a lot of people want you to lower their boundaries so they can infest your environment with their foolishness. No. That's why boundaries are called boundaries. Right? What's the point of, let's say you have a pretty house, you have an amazing house, right? You lock your door to your house, like the main door to the house, you lock that and you just leave the key right there. Or you actually leave the key inside the lock. Okay, then what's the point? Because now anybody can come into your house. The whole point of having a door and a lock is to keep people out your house. Right? It's okay, people. It's okay. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? Do not betray your boundaries for anyone. They're your boundaries, and your boundaries are there for a reason. They will keep you safe. For the most part, they'll keep you really safe. When you decide to have a sliding scale for your boundaries based on how much you like a person, how big the booty is, you're going to regret it. You are going to regret it because that person was never good enough for you, right? That's why they could never meet your standards, because they're outside of your boundaries. If a woman is outside of your boundaries, leave her there. If a man is outside of your boundaries, leave him there. Because if you say to yourself, oh, I think I make an exception, you're going to regret it. It's not up to you to lower your boundaries or to change your boundaries for them to get in. No. It's up to them, if they want to be with you, to work hard to make it inside your boundaries. Okay? But a lot of toxic people feel entitled to other people changing their boundaries. Nope. I'm not doing that. And that's why I don't like socialism. Because a socialist, once again, feels entitled to your boundaries. Oh, well, your standard is too high. I can't do it. I can't. Well, I guess you can't. Right? There's a reason why you have boundaries. I'm telling you. It's not your job to lessen or to enlarge your boundaries for more and more people, because guess what? You're more likely to let in all kinds of BS. That's why when it comes to designer goods, luxury goods, you never see them lower their price. Oh, let's lower the price so that more people can buy and we can make more money. The point is not to make more money. The point is to have a brand, right? The point is we want to be seen by the best of the best. We want to have the best clients, right? Because they're not just trying to sell stuff. They're building a brand, right? They're building a brand image. They have somebody in mind when they think about their client. That's not everybody. Because once you let everybody have it, you're not going to have a brand. This is why Gucci is about to go on sale, because it's too accessible. When you become too accessible, people will use you. If you're a man, you're a woman, you're going to be used. They're going to use you. They're going to trauma dump on you. And then once they get better, they feel better, they will leave you because now they're healthy. And now you're damaged. Okay? So you have to be like, Yeah. I won't say ruthless, but they're your boundaries. And once you set those boundaries, the best thing you can do is to teach people that they have to respect your boundaries by you also respecting your boundaries. Because if you set a boundary on Monday, then you change it on Tuesday, then another boundary on Wednesday, change it on Thursday, then you got another boundary on Friday, you change it on Sunday. After a while, it's like, okay, you're not serious. Okay? Because you can't make a rule, then turn around the next day and change the same rule. After a while, people are not going to take you seriously. You're not serious. So when people know that you're not serious, people are going to play with you because you are not serious. So the best thing you do is, if I set my boundaries, even I myself, I have to respect and honor my boundaries. Because once people see you respecting your own boundaries, guess what they're going to do? Oh, wow, you can't treat her this way. You can't treat her that way, because they respect their own rules. Right? Think about it. It'll make sense.
Meaning you may have a loving relationship, but you won't have a real intimate, deep, vulnerable relationship. I'm a woman who seeks connection and vulnerability. I'm not into casualties or casual sex, just TMI or not, meaning I like the depth of things. And so I need you to see me. I need you to see my broken. I want you to see my heart, whatever that.
No, he's not a therapist. No. I am really sorry, you guys. I think like this is what, let me say this, right? Because people play these games a lot where a woman will date a man that's like straight out of prison, date a man that's like, child, you are insane. You are not a therapist. Okay? You're not trained for this. You have a lot of people who think that a relationship is a place for them to get mental help. That is very selfish. Okay? That is very selfish, because it's a lot. Like, even when we first met her, the first 10 minutes, I was like, yo, that's a lot. It's a lot to dump on a person. Me, I felt overwhelmed. Like, girl, I don't know if I'm equipped for this, right? A relationship is not a place for mental health treatments. Go to Kiana. That's her job, right? A relationship is meant to be fulfilling. It's meant to, make people a better version of themselves, right? And what she's saying is, I want a vulnerable relationship. But I'm like, even vulnerability can be toxic. Just because you show your true self, hold on, baby. Just because you show your true self, right, does not mean that this is a healthy form of vulnerability. Because your true self can be violent. You're being vulnerable. That's who you are, right? When you get upset, you throw things at people. You're being yourself. You're being vulnerable, right? But it's toxic. So there's a healthy way of being vulnerable, right? And there's a toxic way of being vulnerable. And I think a lot of people are under the impression of, oh, my relationship is where I'm going to heal all my childhood trauma and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no. A relationship is not a place for mental help. Call BetterHelp. You are responsible for your healing. Because it is not fair. If you have issues with your dad, it is not fair to put that on a man who just met you for like 3 days, even a whole year. He's not equipped to deal with all of this. He is not a therapist. He's not a psychologist. Okay. He's not He's not meant for that. He's not built for this. And the same thing goes for a woman, right? It is not your place to welcome someone who has all types of drama. Oh, I'm going to help him. I'm going to fix him. Womp, 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 womp. You cannot fix him. You're not trained for this. And then y'all going to start having this weird codependency that honestly will get even more toxic. Because toxic people do not make their partners better. They make them toxic. Okay? And a lot of times too, I'm going to say this, right? A lot of times when you deal with toxic people, they are really good at manipulation. They'll be toxic for a moment, which like violent, whatever. Then they'll start crying the next. Then they want to have sex the next minute. Yo, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's very manipulative. And then it makes the other person feel like, oh my gosh, I know this is toxic. I know like we put hands on each other, but I can't leave her because what if I leave her and she takes her life? You see this? And that's why you cannot mix, that's why you can't even sleep with your therapist. You can't sleep with your counselor. You cannot sleep with your psychologist. It is too much, right? A relationship, like an intimate relationship is for one thing, it's for a thing, right? If you have mental health issues, you gotta go see someone. But it's not fair to do that in the relationship because this person here is a civilian. They're not equipped. That person is not equipped to deal with all of this. It is too much, right? Kiana, she's equipped to deal with all of that. And because there's no sexual relationship, you're not going to try to manipulate her the way you would a romantic partner by using sex to make them stay in the relationship that honestly, it does not benefit them. But they fear, oh, if I leave, is she going to cut herself? If I leave, is he going to go jump? Is he going to jump off a building? That is not fair. Because people should feel okay. Like people should feel like, yeah, it's okay for me to leave if I feel as though this relationship no longer fulfills me. But when people stay because they feel as though I'm responsible for her safety, I'm responsible for her mental health. If I leave, she'll do something crazy to herself. This right here is toxic. So not all forms of vulnerability are healthy forms of vulnerability. When you are with your partner, men or women, you should be practicing healthy vulnerability. The toxic one, go see yourself a therapist or a psychologist, because these people are equipped. They went to school for that. They have the training for that, right? So you guys. And they know how to handle that. Because it's too much. It is way too much. Even in the church, you'll have some pastors who try to deal with mental health in the church. I'm like, Pastor, you didn't receive training, okay, in dealing with diseases of the mind. Leave that alone, okay? You are trained to preach. But it gets to a certain level when people have issues, you have to say, hey, it's time for you to let a professional intervene. Even though I believe God can do all things, but God can do all things through a person. You hear me? All right, let's go.
That comes with, and I'm not embarrassed about it. I'll tell you about it. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with a man who can facilitate it. But what a high functioning man may do is if he's all the way high functioning, he has already cut off the side of him that is authentic, and there's a superficialness there. That
he's cut up. No. You're not gonna shame people into not catering to you. We don't think she is. No. You see what she said right there, right? And this is what socialists do. They make you feel bad for surviving. You all said that right? Try to make you feel bad for surviving and for not coming back into the gutter to get her ass out the gutter. Me coming to get you in the gutter, I might not make it out again. I'm like, y'all, let me say this. This life, you only have one life. When it comes to your romance, when it comes to your romantic life, that's the one place where you should be selfish as hell. When it comes to your money, you can't really be selfish because you gotta pay the government or they're gonna lock you up, right? There are many things out here you can't really be that selfish because you're like, you gotta share with other people, society, whatever. When it comes to your personal, when it comes to your love life, when it comes to matters of the heart, you have the right to be selfish as hell. It is not your job to save people because you also have needs that need to be met. If somebody comes into a relationship and 80% of the time is spent on focusing their trauma, the whatever issue, the childhood issues, this is not a relationship. You're being used. Okay? It's excessive. Same thing goes with a friendship, right? If you're in a friendship with someone and every time you talk to someone, every conversation, let's say you're on the phone for an hour and she spends about 45 minutes talking about herself and you only have 15 minutes to talk about yourself, you're not in a friendship. You're low-key, high-key her therapist. Okay? That is not a friendship. Because at least let it be. You talk for 30, I talk for 30. It's excessive. Right? So it's like socialism. It also appears in relationships where other people feel as though it's somebody else's responsibility to listen to them, to help them, to whoa, you're doing a little too much. Because relationships have to be symbiotic. If we are in a relationship and the majority of the time is spent on trying to fix you, seeing you, helping you, healing you, girl, I can't do this. It's excessive. It's excessive. Even in friendship, you have to know, some people, I can't be your friend because you require too much. I don't have that much time to give to you. It's excessive. It really is excessive. Everything just can't be about you. Right? Everything cannot be just about you. And a lot of people expect things to be about them, but what? Time is the one thing we don't get more of. Okay? We're going to die. We're all going to die. Okay? Time is very precious. Another thing about people who are socialists, not only do they not respect money, they don't respect time. Right? You ask them a question, they're going to talk for 55 minutes. Get to the point. My time is precious. What you got to say? get to the point, right? But relationships, right? Friendships, even business ones too, but like friendships and like loved ones, right? They have to be symbiotic. Everybody got to be able to say, you know what I'm getting out of this is good enough for me. For the time I'm putting in this, I like the return I'm getting for my time. For the money I'm spending, I like what I'm getting for my money. Return on investment, yes, 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 right? But if you're in a relationship with someone and they're so damaged that the majority of the time is spent on like taking care of them, their wounds, this ain't it. This ain't it. So a certain person, they get to a certain age, like, you know what? There's certain things in my life at my age I'm no longer willing to do anymore. I'm too grown for that. And then what she just did right here is like, you're low-key trying to shame someone for saying, I don't want to help you. Yeah, you didn't have a daddy. I think it's fucked up, but it's not my burden. It is not my burden. Okay? I don't want to love someone that not only do I have to love you, but I have to also help fixing you. No. Go see a therapist. So y'all really shocked, huh? Yes. Go get some help because it's excessive. It is excessive. Because everybody deserves, right, to have a healthy, sustainable, fun, enjoyable relationship. I think relationships also should have like Yelp reviews. I would recommend, will not recommend, right? But no, you're not going to use like guilt and make somebody feel bad. Like, oh, I have survivor's remorse because I know how to have a healthy relationship. And well, why don't you help me? Because those days are gone. Those days are gone. Right? And just like the whole thing with Kelly Rowland, right? What you don't do, what you don't work on, you'll see opportunities going to pass you by. And it goes for both genders. You will meet in your life. I don't care what people say, even her. I don't care what nobody says. A man or a woman, okay? If you've lived this life, especially when it comes to matters of the heart, you've met good people. Okay? I don't care what nobody says. If you're a man, if you're a woman, and you're looking for a partner, you haven't found one yet, you know dang well you've met good people. Okay? That life is not about fairness, T. Life is not about fair. Nobody owes you anything. I think the sooner a lot of people understand that, like I said, instead of because T, you have a thing for being like, you like to be like out there. T, you gotta be more pragmatic. Life is not fair, T. Life is not fair. Nothing about life is fair. Laws try to make things fair, right? Laws, like the government, they try to make things fair, but at its nature itself, living a human life, like living a mammal experience, it's very violent. It's very violent. Life is not fair. You know, maybe it should be, I don't know, but life is not fair. But then everybody only has a certain amount of time. Things are finite. You don't gonna live forever. You don't get to have multiple chances over and over and over again. You don't have an endless capacity to love. You keep allowing yourself to go into bad relationships after the other. Eventually, your heart gonna give up. You're gonna be jaded because you're a person. A well, you can't keep like taking water out of a well back to back to back to back to back to back to back. One day that well gonna dry out. You know what I'm saying? But you see, it took that best friend leaving you. Listen to me, T. It took the best friend leaving you for you to realize that you had to do better. So in your next relationship, you were a better best friend. Right? But imagine if the first girlfriend, the first best friend never left you. You probably would have grown up. Right? So you probably feel like, oh, why? I wish you would have given me a chance. Yeah, you wish, but she didn't owe you a chance. But ultimately, she did you a favor because when you met your new best friend, you were better. You probably didn't mean to hurt. You probably did not mean to hurt the first one, right? But you two got to a point, T, where you were no longer enough for her. Like the friendship, it was no longer satisfying her. It was no longer good enough for her. So now you say, but it's not fair, Marley. I'm like, okay, but T, it's also not fair to her. What if in 2 years she gonna die from cancer? Why should she waste her time in a relationship with someone where she does not feel like, okay, that's a real good, like I feel like that's my best friend. Maybe she didn't feel the same about you. So it's better for her to cut you off because maybe she might die next year. She might die tomorrow. You know what I mean? But ultimately, whatever it was and however you handled it, I'm sure. Like, my point is, When the other one stopped being friends with you, right? So let's say you start being friends with people in like 2020, right? That one best friend, she leaves you in 2022. Hold on. One best friend leaves you in 2022, right? Something happened to you, like, because you're talking about it. So you internalize that, right? Now you say, okay, I'm left with this other best friend, right? So because you don't want to lose another best friend, most likely you try to become an even better friend. So either way, it worked out for your good, right? Even if she didn't have accountability, let's say the first one she left you, let's say it was all her fault, right? You probably felt like, well, she's ungrateful, right? So now moving forward, this is how I'm going to handle myself with my other best friend that I still have. So ultimately, it also worked out for your good, right? Because when things happen to us, the way we choose to like calibrate, like the way you choose to like realign yourself, if you do it the right way, it will benefit you for your next relationship. That's my point. So maybe she was good, maybe she wasn't good. But the fact that she left you, though, it made you feel away. How you chose to handle that allowed you to have a deeper connection with the best friend who stayed by your side. So ultimately, it worked out for you, right? It is. It's okay. It's cool. And I always say in life, people that are mean to you will always be the best teachers because, listen, they'll hurt you so much. The way you recover from that, especially if you recover with grace, they like you're like, yo, you know what? I wish it didn't happen that way. But the fact that it did happen and I learned to recover from grace, you did me a big favor. Because of you, I'm a better person. Because of you, I know what real friendship is. Because of you, I know what boundaries to have and what boundaries not to have. Because like we're talking over here, right? The other best friend, it seems to me, if you say she didn't have accountability, but somehow she was in your circle, then T, at some point, you also changed your boundaries, right? Because if the current boundaries that you have between you and your best friend right now, that enables y'all to have a deeper sisterhood, right? Are not the same boundaries that you had before that girl dumped you. But before, there probably was something going on where you feel, okay, sure, whatever. And so you stretched out your boundaries and you let her in. And what hurt you was that she was never deserving of it, right? But maybe you felt bad for her. So you changed the rules. And you changed the rules. She got to have a hold of you. And then she left. And she was quite ungrateful. And it hurt your feelings. That's exactly my point. Rules are there to protect us. It's like law and order. People don't like it. But ultimately, it's there to protect everybody. Your boundaries are there for you to protect you. And of course, they're not going to always be fair to everybody. The goal of boundaries are not for your boundaries to be fair to other people. Your boundaries are meant to protect you. So as long as you're protected, who cares how other people think it's fair or it's not fair? That's not I don't know what to say. But we cannot ask, oh, T, since it's not fair, can you be more open with your heart? Sure. But if I let you in, because I made it so easy for you to have access to me, you're not going to take care of my heart because it was just too easy. Right? And that's the truth about human people, right? When you're dealing with human nature, if you really want to have solid people, don't make things easy for them, right? Designer brands don't make stuff accessible. And yet people go above and beyond to have those things. So whatever we learn about human psychology, the more people can't have a thing, the more they want a thing. And you want to be a prize in all ways, in all aspects of your life. You want people to feel like, yo, like it's not easy to have access to her. It's not easy to have access to him. I can't just go and call Beyonce. No. Is it fair? Maybe, maybe not. I'm like, you can be, oh, but I bought all her CDs and there are people who bought every single Beyonce CDs. They go to every single tour. They pay the most expensive tickets, right? They bought Secret. They bought everything Beyonce does, right? Ivy Park, you name it. Okay, Ed, does that mean that you're entitled to Beyonce? Yeah, but Marlene, I spent over $100,000 supporting Beyonce. And were you forced? Just because you pay money to have her stuff does not mean that you get to have access to the person. Right? So, I mean, I think reviews are good. I think Yelp reviews are good because it lets people know, like, it's a snapshot of who you used to be. If you become better, you'll have more people who will come on the website and they'll leave positive reviews. It's okay to have bad reviews as long as you have more good reviews than you have bad ones. Some people spend a lot of money. There are people who did like every single tour leg, like Paris, whatever, all the way down to America. They went to every leg of her tour, from international to the national tour. So yeah, I can see 100,000 easy. Some people too, over the course of their lifetime, they probably spend well over 100,000 supporting Beyonce. So I'm like, yeah, I do feel like people should have Yelp reviews. They do, because it's a snapshot of who you used to be, who you currently are, and who you might be. But if you do more good, you'll have more people leave positive reviews. So it's not bad to have bad reviews. When your bad reviews like overrun your good reviews, yeah, now that's concerning. Right? But we understand people are human. People are going to change. But the snapshot is at that moment in time, this is who you were. Right? And the people who know you now, that you've changed, hopefully you have impacted way more people, they're also going to leave positive reviews. Let the good outweigh the bad. But we can't be so desperate for good that we hide what's also bad. Because that's how it is to be a human being. It's not all pretty. It's okay, right? But it's not fair to say to someone who has their life in order, their emotions in order, all their affairs in order, oh, your life is so peaceful. You need to welcome my chaotic self into your life because, I'm a good person. Yeah, you're a good person, but you're chaotic. And so you're a liability. I mean, that's how I treat people. I'm like, yeah, you look like a liability. Yes. The car insurance do the same thing. The rate you pay for your car insurance is based on how much of a liability you are. The less you are of a liability, you'll pay less in car insurance. The more you are of a liability, yeah, your rate is higher because you're a higher risk of a car accident. We don't trust you. And that's okay. I don't know why we don't apply the same thing to friendships and like romantic relationships. Some people need to be classified as high risk and high liability. No, it's a lot. People don't realize, like she has her story, so maybe she thinks that that's the worst thing ever. But my thing is, everybody has some type of childhood trauma. We all do. I have mine, you have yours, we all have trauma. Everybody has baggage. Everybody has a story to tell. We all do. You're not special, right? Nobody's that special. We all have a story to tell because, hey, what's real to me is real to me. It's my truth, okay? However, it doesn't mean that people need to let you in because you've been through stuff. We've all been through stuff. And you have to recognize that healing, it's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. Like, it's a lot for a person to get to a place where it's like, whoa, like I finally have the life that I want to have. I finally have the internal peace that I've always been like, I've always wanted in my life. You know what I'm saying? I finally have like peace. You cannot put a price on your peace. When you finally get to a place in your life where you love yourself, you are comfortable with yourself, you love the peace of your own mind, okay? You love the peace of your own thoughts. You love the peace of your house. You love the structure of your family. Like, you just love your life. Yeah, you had to work hard to get to there. And so I can see how a person who doesn't have it yet don't take it seriously. Because when people don't have a thing, they have a tendency of minimizing it. They are diminutive. They diminish it because you don't have it yet. Because your life is not peaceful yet. If you work really hard to get to a place where you really have the life that you've always wanted for yourself, you're not going to allow just anybody to come in there and just bring all kinds of foolishness. Because if they do, you might have to start all over again. Right? Like, even me, I know my triggers. I know there are things like, yo, I don't want to be that person. So there are certain people I can no longer engage with. Because I don't want to be that person. Life should be about looking ahead, not looking backwards. Because if you look backwards, you'll never make it. And a lot of people, not to be offensive, but a lot of people who tend to be socialists always expect other people to consistently look backwards and try to bring them to your level. I cannot. Right? I cannot. And I will not. I'm tired. Okay, I am. It's the same way when you have people who are like, you take a white business owner versus a black business owner, right? White people do not become philanthropic until they've achieved all their goals. Like, they will wait until they're a multi-billionaire and they're about to die in 2 days to say, okay, like, now I want to give my money away, right? Whereas, like, if you have a black entrepreneur, they're made to feel guilty for being successful. So as soon as the business take off, they got to take care of this person, that person, this person, that person, this person. So because money's always going out, because you feel bad, you don't want to be judged, you don't want to be ostracized, you don't want to say, oh, now she thinks she's better than, right? So you pay people off because you know how wicked people are. But the problem is because you're taking so much money out the business. What's up, boo? What's up, Scorpio? Okay. Because you're taking so much money out the business, it's not going to go as far as it could have gone. You know, because when you're Black, you're not allowed to be selfish. And that's the real thing, because that's what she's saying. The person does not have the right to be selfish with their own peace. You cannot say that to a person. That's too much to ask. I'm like, it's pretty much trying to be somebody's God. You're not God, sis. Right? And that's the issue. When Jeff Bezos was building Amazon, was he out here giving money left and right to people? No, because he needs his money. He's not worried about saving people. But once you become super, 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 super rich, that you got so much money, you're about to die. Okay, fine, sure. Now I'll give money. Why? Like Carnegie, like what's his name? Andrew Carnegie, right? He gave most of his money when he's about to die. Even today, the money that they gave, the money that they give to people is the money of him being dead. He's not alive anymore. I don't think if he was alive, he'd be out here giving his money. The Rockefellers, right? All this philanthropic money. The man is dead. But most rich white people, most successful white entrepreneurs, they wait until they've achieved all their goals, made so much money. They're about to die in like 6 months. Then they want to start giving their money. Right? But we feel bad because there's we do a thing that's called survivor's remorse. We feel bad. We feel bad for making it. We feel bad. Oh my gosh, my house is bigger. I feel bad. Oh my gosh, let me help you. Okay. Oh, I have a better car. Oh my gosh, I feel bad. Let me help you. Oh, I'm healthier than you. Oh, I feel bad. Okay, come on in. I have space to accommodate your toxicity. No, I don't. No, I do not. No, I do not. I truly do not. Like me, I've got to a place like I will say it loudly. I don't even feel bad about it. Because if you're not careful, if you don't let people know, like, no, I'm not doing this, they will expect you to do it. And not just that, they're going to drain you. Because what people take, they don't replace. Okay? People know how to suck resources out of people, but they don't know how to put it back. Oh, sure, I did. Okay? So no. And it's not fair, but it's like, what actually is fair? Because what might not be fair to you might be just fair to another one. I don't know, right? Makes sense. That makes sense to me. So I'm like, a lot of people, I do feel like in life, they have met a few solid people. Okay? Hey, boo. Okay? A lot of people, like, how am I saying this? Like, oh my God, right? You have the right to be selfish. That's my point. You have the right to be selfish, but you must also recognize that during your lifetime, you cannot say that you didn't meet at least one or two people that could have been your person. But when they came into your life, you were not ready, right? Because procrastination, right? Even when it comes to, okay, at least Mark is honest. Thank you, Mark, right? Nope, even her, 41, she did. She said she had like 2 wedding proposals and she like canceled the weddings, right? But I'm like, you cannot be in you can't even be in your 30s and tell me that you've never met a person that was like close enough to being the one. I have a hard time believing that. What I do believe is you were not ready. And just like Kelly said, right? Procrastination. A lot of people will say, oh, I have time to work on that. I got time to work on how I talk to people. I have time to work on my communication skills. I got time to work on my finances. I have time to work on my body. I have time to working on being clean. I got time to work on cooking. No problem. Keep delaying stuff. But I'm telling you, your person is going to come like this and pass you by. And I wish more people would be honest. Like, I probably met the one before. Or at least I met 2 or 3 people, right? They were close enough. Hey, Chippy, what's up? We need to be honest. I'm like, for me, I feel like repentance ain't going to save a lot of people. But I wasn't ready. Why? Because I was procrastinating on working on myself. Why? Because society tells me I don't need a man or I don't need a woman. Well, there we go. Here we are. Because you are told by society that you can shine, it's okay to shun partnership, so you don't prioritize partnership. And you don't prioritize being a healthy partner or being a healthy friend. It's okay. It really is okay. Because there are people I see out here, they are just way too beautiful to talk about, oh, I don't know, I haven't. Shut up. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Just don't waste my time. Okay? Now, with the little bit of time that we have left, because you wasted so much time because you didn't want to take action, right? Let's do better. You know what I'm saying? Let's do better. But I'm like, I see some women, I'm like, you are just way too beautiful to tell me you never found the one. Like, you never encountered someone that came close enough. Please. Stop. Please stop. And the same thing goes for a guy. There are a lot of men who've met great women, but you were not ready and you mishandled her. And it's okay. Say it. I'm like, we can't fix the problem if people don't even want to admit that you fumbled. Like, how are we going to fix it? Exactly. So thank you, T. You see? But you see, with Kelly, it took Kelly, because I'm sure the first opportunity, she's always not that bad. She didn't think it was that bad. The second opportunity, she's, oh, well, maybe it's that bad, but it didn't hurt enough. I'm sure when she got to the 10th, 12th missed opportunity, it started to like really, really sting. Like, oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. But who can you really be mad at? Yourself. And it's sad that a lot of people have to wait for so many missed opportunities to say to themselves, like, I need to change. I need to change. Right? And that's why I say humility, it's going to take all of us a long way. There's nothing more freeing than telling the truth. Like, you know what? Yes, I think I met the person or I met the people that could have been, but I was not ready. Why were you not ready? Only you know. So next time, how are you going to be ready? Right? Because it might come again. Right? Oh, but I don't really know. Yes, yo, shut up. Yes, you do. Be quiet. I'm the woman. Yes, you do. Be quiet. Okay. Hold on. Let's go back to the Kelly stuff. I think I still have that one. Hold on. Let me go find Kelly and Maverick. Let me see, because she's going to say it again. You go hear it. Up.
Or have fun with a different cut that nobody is doing, or bring back something.
And we talked about being hard on yourself. On the inverse of that, how do you define your success when you're like, damn, Kelly, that was good. You got that done.
I want to get it done. Like at the top of my day, a successful day for me is, okay, I have ... on my list.
You think about that in the morning? Like,
absolutely. Or the day before. Or the day
absolutely.
before. And I like to nick everything off of my list for that day.
So you like check, like, I got to do this and get it. You like to see it get done.
Yes, because there was a time where I did not.
You see?
Really?
Yeah.
You don't seem like that type of person.
You see? And it's like, even though she's talking about work ethics or whatever, I'm telling you the same applies to relationship, right? There was a time where some people didn't care. I don't care. I can cuss you out. I don't care if you leave. I don't care. Okay? No problem. But then you get to a point like, yo, like this way, the way I'm acting, it's not yielding good results. So now you say, oh, wow, I need to be more mindful about this. I got to be more mindful about that. I have to be more mindful about this because you're like, yo, I don't like the stuff. I don't like the results I'm used to getting. I want something new. And something new requires a new you. It doesn't require other people expanding their boundaries. They're not doing you a favor. They're enabling you. And the worst thing you need is to be enabled. Don't enable people. Okay? You're not helping them. All right.
No, I definitely was a procrastinator, and it was led by fear. Mm-hmm. And I realized that.
And the same thing goes for relationships, right? People who procrastinate on becoming a better, healthier, more wholesome version of themselves because you fear. Marlene, what if I do all this work and I still don't find the right person? Or what if I do all this work and I welcome the bad person in? Is it all going to be worth it? Is it all going to be lost? And I'm like, no, it's still worth it. Right? Because the higher your frequency, the better the outcome. Right? But a lot of people fear that. And they think being vulnerable is being taught. Oh, let me tell you about how my daddy went to prison. And let me tell you how I grew up on the streets. Girl, that's just you talking too damn much, right? You hear me? Right? Vulnerable is this. It's not toxic. It's saying, I was a procrastinator, right? That's vulnerability right there, but it's not toxic. A lot of people think being vulnerable is, my abandonment might be triggered. You're toxic. Because you should have resolved that. You're 41. You should not be triggered by your abandonment issues that happened like 4 decades ago. You're 41. Right? Hey, boo, don't get triggered. All right. But you say, yeah, I used to procrastinate a lot. right? And my point is, I do hope that when it comes to relationships, for those who seek to have healthy relationships, not even just a romantic one, even in friendships, I do feel like a lot of people, even in their friendship, like they mishandle each other. They're just so mean. I'm like, this is really excessive. You're doing too much, right? A lot of people's friendship, it lacks kindness. It lacks love. It lacks loyalty. It lacks transparency, but also like people don't even know how to be tender with each other. Like, where is the tenderness in this relationship? It doesn't exist. It's really mean. You have people who say they're supposed to be best friends, but they're always competing. They're in a silent competition. What are y'all doing? This is weird. This is really bizarre. It's very bizarre. It's not healthy, right? So, oh, we're keeping it real. No, you're keeping it real toxic, okay? And that needs to stop. It needs to stop. You know, we're asking for a healthy vulnerability. You know who it reminds me of? You know how we talk about like, oh, we want like influencers to be more relatable, you know, showing vulnerability, right? And you have a young lady like E. Kane. The way E. Kane shows up on the internet, right? I can see how E. Kane in her head, right? I can see how she thinks this is her being vulnerable. I can see that. Because, oh, well, I'm being myself. I'm showing the real me. No, you're showing us toxicity, right? This is not being vulnerable. And you see, and then it went so left that it was the whole light skin, dark skin thing, right? But I'm like, the stuff you see from this lady, it's really frightening. But she thinks this is what makes her relatable. This is what makes her vulnerable. No, it does not. It paints a clear picture of this young woman right here. She has mental health issues. And she's monetizing her mental health issues for I guess, a better life or whatever. I'm like, there's no way you make $40,000 and this is your life. Right? But it's toxic. But in her head, I'm sure she thinks I'm being relatable. I'm being vulnerable. Oh, no. Even when it comes to like family vlogs, like family vloggers, you know, we want to keep it real. You know, to some point, it's like, it's a little too much. It's excessive. We want to see healthy vulnerability that inspires other people to improve, to become better, right? Not when you share your stuff, your quote unquote vulnerability, you trigger people to go somewhere really, really dark. Because I'm like, this right here, it's very triggering. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. And I'm not Jesus, so I can't save everybody, right? But to me, I would rather consume a healthy form of vulnerability when a person talks, not only can I identify myself, right? But I am compelled, I am motivated, I am inspired to also strive for better. Right? Like, I felt like yesterday, was it yesterday or whenever it was? Like, was it yesterday? I can't remember. But whenever we watched the whole video with Kelly, right? I think a lot of people were touched. Like, you know what? Maybe I also need to do better. Maybe I'm also a procrastinator, right? But she's being vulnerable because she's very famous. She's very rich. And to see someone that you think is so successful, has her life in order, to say like, no, I procrastinate. Like, I drag my feet. It's her being vulnerable, but it's doing it in a healthy way that also makes you look inwards like, yo, like, are there any areas of my life where I could also improve? And if the answer is yes, I need to get to work. The work starts now. No more making excuses. No more trying to reason. No. The moment you acknowledge that there's something wrong and that you have the capacity, you have the bandwidth to do the work to make yourself better, you get to work. Not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow. You get to work. Even if it's something as small as like getting a journal and writing to yourself like, oh, after watching Kelly, it made me feel X, Y, and Z. And I promise that the rest of the year, I'm going to commit to do blah, 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 blah. This is a healthy way of being vulnerable because all of us, like, yeah, we all got to do better, right? We have to stop dragging our feet because when you drag your feet and you don't do the work, the day these opportunities show up in your life, you're not going to be ready and you're going to miss them. The first one you might not mind as much. What about the second one? What about the third one? What about the fourth one? Eventually, yes, and then eventually your soul's going to start to get sad. Like, why is this not happening for me? Because you're not ready. And you don't make it your business to be ready. I'm going to let her finish. Hold on.
Like when you kind of are slow to getting things done, like at least for me, I realized I had a pattern. And it was like being slow to do things. And it was because, well, will they do it? Can I do that? Am I going to be able to do it? It was like the fear.
You got it.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. Fear can become a wall.
Yes.
It can become a wall where you're like, I can't.
Because there was a time where I did not.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't seem like that type of person.
No, I definitely was a procrastinator, and it was led by fear. And I realized
what do you mean?
that. Like when you kind of are slow to getting things done, like at least for me,
and I'm gonna say this too, and I don't want to be offensive, okay? Because like shoot, but then I have an excuse though, but I don't want to be offensive. But I'm gonna say this, right? When she said I was slow to get things done, you know, a lot of ladies, if you cared to lose weight, I'm not saying to be mean, huh? We're having an honest conversation. A lot of ladies, if you cared to lose weight, you would have what you want. But for some reason, society, especially that weird app called TikTok over there, right? It has, I don't know, it has made people so comfortable with being overweight. And not even just being overweight, but it's like people are actually in love. It's like they have an emotional, romantic attachment to the number on the scale. It's like, no, it's a weight. You can go up, you can go down. A lot of young sisters that I see, and I'm saying this for love, like not the whole Kevin Samuels way, right? But I say this with love. If you were to lose weight, you would have the life that you want. Your weight should never be that, like, how much you weigh should never be that serious to you that you don't feel like, yeah, I can bring my weight down. Because that needs to be talked about, right? In the prime of your years, you have to look your best. If you want to be in your 40s and your 50s and 60s and be overweight, you know, that's fine. But in your prime years, like when you're dating, when you're actively dating or you want to date, lose the weight. You have to lose the weight. And it's like you don't want to do it. You want a reason why you shouldn't lose weight, how the BMI is racist, how the scale is racist. I mean, all kinds of weird stuff. Okay, no problem. But what you won't do, like they say, somebody else will do it. Right? Another song says, what you won't do for love. You've tried everything, but you don't get love. Lose the weight. Because that weight right there is getting in the way. It's getting in the way of you seeing yourself the way you should see yourself. Because nobody feels better when they're overweight. Because like, man, I would be a little bit more snatched. If I lost some weight, I'll be snatched. Right? Because when you lose weight, you gain more confidence. That confidence is part of your overall beauty. It matters. It really matters. Let go of this weight. It's never that deep. Okay? You'll still be the same person, just smaller. And maybe you might even be more energetic. Lose the damn weight. It has to be said. In the prime of your years, you are in a competition. Show up at your best. If you went to a job interview, you will show up at your best. It's the same thing when it comes to dating. You have to show up at your best because what you won't do, there's a whole lot of other girls who gonna do it. So if something is within your power, if something is within your reach, why would you not do it? Of all the things you might ever have to do in your life, this is something small. Get it done. Within 6 to 9 months, you can have great progress. Let's be done with this. Okay? But I see way too many women out here reasoning with why they should keep the weight and blah, 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 because you don't want to execute a plan to get rid of this thing. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. It's just fat. You don't have to be emotionally attached to fat. Get rid of it. Get rid of it and build muscle. Okay? That's number one. Number two, being tapped in to this whole promiscuity program they're selling to young people. Cut that out. Cut that out. Cut that out your diet. If you are really serious about your dating life, if you are serious about getting married, you should not even be caught dead listening to certain people. Because if people see you with this type of music, like, she might be one of them girls. Cut it out. Don't have to listen to me, but I'm telling you, right? Let people, when people catch you outside, let them see that you're listening to the Audible, okay? You got some podcasts on Audible. You have an empowerment book on the Audible. You know, you are watching podcasts about self-betterment, right? Let people, like when people see you from afar, let them see you listening to stuff that actually feeds your soul. All that ratchet stuff, Cut that out. You don't have to listen to me. Okay? Yes. Show people that you are of a different pedigree. Let the childish things be gone. You're no longer a child. You're a grown woman. Okay? The little rapper girls, let that for the little kids out there. Okay? You want something serious? Look the part. Act the part. Listen to things that are going to help you even, have more conviction that this is what you want to do. Right? Also, you might have to change the way you talk. Okay? You might have to. And it's like, it's okay. The life you want is worth making these changes, these sacrifices, etc., etc., etc. It is worth it. Listen to me. Okay? You have to change. A lot of people have to change. We all have to change. Like it's life. You have to evolve. You can't have good things if you're going to stay the same. It does not work. It works for no one. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody evolves. We all have to evolve, you guys. I'm telling you. And even let's say you get married, there's going to be a year you're going to have to change also. Because you have to evolve. If you don't evolve, you stay stagnant. You stay stagnant, you're going to die. It's like water. Water that don't move, after a while, it starts to smell bad because it rots, right? So you need movement in your life, and you need positive movement. I pray for a lot of you guys that you move upwards. But to move upwards, you're going to have to cut a lot of crap out your life, including people. And you have to learn to not have buyer's survivor's remorse. You have the right to be a survivor. You can't take everybody with you. It was nice to know you while I knew you, but you got to put yourself first. You can't fix everybody, right? But you owe it to yourself to fix yourself so that the next time something good comes your way, you're ready. You take it, you seize it, you enjoy it, right? Because it's yours. But I'm like, life is a finite number. Time is a finite number. The number of times you get to start over, it's also a finite number. And the longer you have to learn what it takes to snatch something, it gets harder for the soul to remain strong in that pursuit, because the more you don't get something, it hurts. It hurts to not be chosen. Okay? It hurts to be overlooked. It hurts to know, I do believe I have what it takes, but how come nobody's picking me? How come nobody is choosing me? How come nobody's responding to me? Rejection, it hurts. And it hurts even more when you know you didn't give it your all. Because had you tried, you probably would have been picked, huh? Right? Just saying. It's the same thing with an exam. You might not care. When the semester starts, you might not care. But towards the end of the semester, when you're like 1 or 2 points away from an A-, you're like, but damn, why didn't I try harder? You see what I'm trying to say? It hurts. In the beginning, you don't realize it. But when they compute your grades, it's okay. If you get this, you can get an A. If you get that, you get to be like, man, I wish I would have taken every assignment seriously. I wish I would apply myself. I wish I would have applied pressure the entire semester, because when you're 1 or 2 points away from an A, it's like, but damn, how'd I miss that? Because you weren't consistent, right? So it's like okay. So hopefully I'm making sense right here, right? But you gotta be selfish. You have to
realize I had a pattern.
Yeah.
And it was like being slow to do things. And
you can also have a pattern with men. Right? That's why I say men are not always the problem. Sometimes they can take advantage, because when you don't prioritize yourself, okay, well, if she's down with it, I'm down for whatever. Right? They can take advantage. If a young lady is broken and she offers easy sex, they should say, oh, you know what? I don't think you're in the right frame of mind. You're just doing this because you think that's what I want. I don't need to sleep with you. But most men also will take advantage. Because if you don't respect yourself, then if she's down, I'm down for whatever. Okay? But you can have the same attitude in your relationships, and you're going to start to see you have a pattern. You can either run away, you can get very dismissive, you can get aggressive, and you have to see that. Maybe you don't see it right now, but I urge you to get a journal and write about your relationships. And the more you write, I'm sure you'll see a pattern. Correct it. All right? Correct that. So that next time you meet someone, it's handled. And that, to me, is healthy vulnerability. Okay? Let's talk about that part.
Because, well, will they do it? Can I do that? Am I going to be able to do it? It was like the fear.
You got it.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. Fear can become a wall.
Yes.
It can become a wall where you're like, I can't do that because Phil. By the way, I talk to my mom about this all the time because she has that. And I'm the opposite.
So where did you get that from?
My dad is the opposite of my mom. My mom is a procrastinator.
Okay.
She is, I'll do that. Oh, I can't. It's always, and my dad is, I'm doing it right fucking now. And he's not waiting. He doesn't care how you feel about it, how I feel about it, how they feel about it. If he wants to do something, he's doing it right now. And your feelings can be hurt, my feelings can be hurt, their feelings can be hurt. He's doing what he feels.
That's
right
Maverick
now.
Carter all day, ladies and gentlemen, all day long.
No, I'm not that bad.
I'm just like the dad. I'm just like the dad. I don't care about your feelings. I'm gonna do what I have to do. So now let's go back, right? Let's go back to what we're like. Let's go back to her and the way she talks about the man who's up there and he doesn't want to deal with women down here. That's Maverick's dad. He's going to do what he has to do. He's going to do what's best for him, and he's doing it now. Now, if somehow you get left out, well, I don't know what to tell you, but you can't come. And that's that, right? Because that's the thing. When we are adults, we have to learn to be high-functioning vibrationally, right? And that says when a rule is a rule. It is what it is. We can't keep changing rules because some people just can't make it. It's okay. They might not make it this round, but if they work really hard, the next opportunity, they're going to be ready. But there's nothing like a loss. I feel like losing something like failure, a loss, whatever, it can be very defining in a person's life in a sense that it can give you purpose. You know, and a lot of times I do feel like we want to protect people from failure so bad that we don't realize that when you do so, you're crippling a person and like you are stunting a person's growth, right? It's okay. You're going to be fine. You need to know how it feels to not be chosen. You need to know how it feels for people not to let you in. So that next time you're like, you know what? I can't just take people for granted because people might have higher standards than I do, right? People might not want loudness in their lives, et cetera, et cetera. So the next time you meet people, you're going to be a better version of yourself because you don't want to be left out. That's that. Now let's go back to this lady. Where is she? Hold on. Let's go over here.
I won't allow.
So
I want a hybrid. I want a hybrid for y'all out there who want to know, meaning a man who's high functioning enough to meet my healthy high functioning, but low functioning enough to deal with me when my abandonment inflames, to deal with me when some of my dysfunctions that I'm still working on inflame. Because if he's too high functioning, guess what? He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning part, which then means he can only connect with folks who are not being fully authentic within themselves.
No, you're being immature. You're being immature. And if you think your immaturity is authenticity, you need help. You are being immature. He has standards. Okay? You're throwing your little tantrums on the floor. Nobody has time for that, sis. You are too grown. Pick yourself up. Gather yourself. Let's have a conversation. Right? Just like with the tear stuff. I don't do the whole tear stuff. Oh, I'm going to start crying. It don't work with me. Nobody touched you. Nobody put their hands on you, right? But you want to use your tears to manipulate me. It's not going to work. You're going to get yourself together. We're going to have a conversation. If you're not ready right now, it's okay. Tell me how much time you need. Go to the bathroom, put some water on your face, get yourself together. When you are ready to talk, let me know. I'll show up. But I'm not doing this with you. Like tears, they don't work with me. Raising your voice, I'm like, are you okay? Because it seems like you're off mentally, right? No, I'm not meeting you at that place. Been there, done that. I'm not 25 anymore. Okay, I'm also about to be 40. I don't have time for this. Pick yourself up, go to the bathroom, put some water in your face, bring it back down, right? And so when you're ready, we can have a peaceful conversation. What triggered you? And you have to say, when you said X, Y, and Z, I felt triggered because it made me feel as though I was not good enough. Okay. Well, you know what? I apologize. It was not my intention to make you feel this way. But I do want you to understand that this behavior also, I can't accept it. That's it. You don't have to do all this. It's getting old. Like it really is getting old, right? When we were younger, watching like Love and Hip Hop, Real Housewives of Atlanta, it was kind of cute to see, oh, don't shake the table, it's gonna get shook. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever, right? But like when you're a kid, it's cute. You get older, you like this type of behavior, it can get people locked up. No, I'm not doing this with you. You are crazy, right? And that's part of beautifully maturing. Get yourself up. Not gonna cry. Stefan tried to cry on me last time. I'm like, why are you crying? Like, what's happening? Like, no, you're gonna stop. You're gonna breathe, right? I'm not harming you. If you brush your teeth, you have to clean the space behind you because Trey cleans, right? And my oldest son is not your maid. So there's no need to cry, right? Mommy's teaching you accountability. You mess it up, you clean it up. That's it. That's that. Okay? Now go. But he cleaned it though. Then he got to go, right? But it's like, we're not doing this. You see, like you have some parents too. Like you'll see that with a lot of parents. When the child acts a fool, the parent also starts to act a fool. You cannot. You are the parent. That is the child. I have seen parents like swear at their kids, beat their kids, grab their kids. I'm like, what are you doing? It's excessive. That's a child. Their frontal lobe is not fully developed. So of course they're gonna act like this. You don't have an excuse to act like this. Right? Even with this one too, where I can lose my cool, but I'm like, he's a baby. Make it make sense. Right? So if you are a baby in a relationship, well, you're not ready for a relationship because you're still a baby. Right? When you become an adult, holler at me. I'll be right there. Right? If you are a teenager, you're not ready for a serious relationship. Okay? But the tear stuff, it is not going to work. Like, why are you crying? I hate people who cry all the time. Right? We can have a sober conversation. There's no need for you to cry like this. Because it's excessive and it's manipulative. So I'm like, this man right here, he has boundaries. He's no longer doing this anymore. Where you fight, you yell, you scream, and then you have good sex, you have great sex. No, it's over. It's too much. It's better to have consistency like this in your relationship than to go like this, like this. That's a very volatile. It's not good. It's not sustainable. Because when she says, oh, I want him to be high functioning enough, but low functioning so that when I'm triggered, well, if he's low functioning, sis, he can put his hands on you. So he's either going to be high functioning or he's low functioning. He cannot be a hybrid. It's not possible. Because he also has to keep his commitment to himself. So either he's a high functioning man or he's a low functioning man. He cannot be a hybrid. Because when you're at your lowest and you want him to also be low functioning, what does that look like? Because he's a man. So if he's at his low functioning, he could put his hands on you. Right? He could beat you. He could do all kinds of things to you. You do not want a man to be at his low functioning self when you are being low functioning. Okay? You don't want that. That is a recipe for disaster. As a woman, if you're low functioning, he needs to remain high functioning because you might be emotional. He should not be emotional because a man being emotional, somebody could die. Someone could die. It is not a joke. My friend killed his wife. I told you, right? Because he was low functioning. When she got upset, he should have walked away. Matter of fact, if he was high functioning, he wouldn't even have a mistress. Let's start there. Number two, if he was high functioning, he would have had self-awareness. If you need to have a mistress that badly, go outside and talk to her. Right? So when he triggered his wife, so I guess at that point she was low functioning. Because me, I was like, girl, pack your bags and leave this man. He's crazy. Okay? She got upset. He gets upset. Guess what he does? He chokes her. I don't think it took long. He killed her. Just like that. So when a man is low functioning, when you are also being low functioning and you're being triggered and you're doing all kinds of stuff and saying all kinds of stuff, yeah, we need this man to be high functioning. He needs to try his very best to be high functioning at all times. And you need to try your very best also not to trigger him. Encourage him to remain a high functioning man. Encourage him, motivate him, reward him for being a high functioning man. Because if he becomes low functioning, you don't know what kind of monster he might be. And so, like, yeah, I know I'm not trying to see that. Okay? God bless you. But no.
Meaning you may have a loving relationship, but you won't have a real intimate, deep, vulnerable relationship. I'm a woman who seeks connection and vulnerability. I'm not into casualties or casual sex, just TMI or not, meaning I like the depth of things. And so I need you to see me. I need you to see my broken. I want you to see my heart, whatever that comes with. And I'm not embarrassed about it. I'll tell you about it. I'll show it to you. And I'm okay with a man who can facilitate it. But what a high functioning man may do is if he's all the way high functioning, he has already cut off the side of him that is authentic, and there's a superficialness there that won't allow him to connect with a real person. So can he still love and experience love? Yeah, love has it just loves everything. But will he experience the depth of some of the wholeness of love, meaning the down, the up, the ugly, the heaven, the hell Mom was talking about? No. And let me say this really quick. And this is why trauma bonds usually feel like the most intense, in love, deepest relationships, because you got two at the epitome of vulnerability, pain pocket people who are bonding. And most people who are low functioning are exactly who they are. Exactly who they are. Doesn't make it bad for being who they are. Exactly who they are. That's their pain, their trauma. They're gonna flee. They're gonna scream.
I don't think that's exactly who they are. I think that's the unchecked version of who they are, right? Because I feel like when you're born, that's just me. I feel like when you're born like a baby, I think you're born to be good. I think you're born to have potential. I think you're born to be wholesome. I think you're born to love. I think you're born to be positive. But life jades people. So what you call being who you are, I think it's a consequence of the things that you suffered and the things that you have not treated, right? So it's your unchecked self. So what you're saying, oh, who they are. No, that is your unchecked self. You haven't checked it. Either society hasn't checked you, you haven't checked yourself, somebody else hasn't checked you, right? So you go out here and you don't check, you're not checking yourself, right? Right, but it's like this little baby right here, right? He's innocent. He knows nothing. If he grows up and he treats life a certain way, and then he shows it. These are right the consequences of what you've been through. So I'm like, that self that you think is your real self, it is not your real self. It is your unchecked self, because you don't have self-awareness yet, right? Because once you start having self-awareness, you're like, oh no, this right here is not the optimal version of me. It is the hurt version of me. And when I meet people, I show them the hurt, unhealed, unchecked version of me. Now the work has to be done to be, when I was born, according to God, right? I knew before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you, right? After that, I had plans to prosper you, right? So that part, you got to get to that. So the work is, how do I find the self that God intended for me to be? So, oh, I'm being my real self. No, you're being your toxic self. You're being your unchecked self. And that's the problem. It's like Krishan Rock, right? Krishan, she shows the world her toxic side. But is that the best version of her? It is not her best. It's not her best version, right? It's a version that makes her money. It's a version that allows her to get all these followers. But we know that's not Krishan, because when you look at Krishan, we've seen Krishan before, right? Hold on, where's she at? You see? When she was running track, you had this Krishan, right? And then you have the Krishan with the blue face, right? What is this? Right? And then now you have this Krishan. So which one is it? Right? But she'll say, oh, I'm being myself. I'm being real. No, you're being the version of you that makes you the most money, which is toxic, right? This version makes you the most money, right? But this version of you was probably your best self, but something happened between this person and this person. Something happened, but most likely she thinks, oh no, this is the me. I'm being the real me, and this is me, and I'm being honest, and I'm being vulnerable. No, you are being toxic. Just like when people say, oh, I'm just trying to keep it real, I'm just trying to be honest. No, you're being an ass. You're being rude, okay? Because you can be honest and not be hurtful. Now, you might not, sometimes people might get hurt. You can't really help it, but you can be intentional in the way that you say things to people, right? Just because you're keeping a buck don't mean that you got to also be damaging as you're saying it. Even I had to learn that. There's a way to say things to people, right? So it's like, oh, I'm being myself. No, you're being your toxic self. You're being your unchecked self. Or like Rashawn, you're giving the world a version of you that you feel as though that's the version that's going to make the most money. but it's not your best self. I don't even know if it's the real you, but it's the you that social media responded to, right? And you got to make a lot of money because of it. You got to have lots of subscribers because of it, but that's not the real you, Krishan. So maybe that's why God had them people lock you up, because they saying that she about to do like 7 years or whatever. I'm like, maybe that might be for the best, because she needs to go back and find her real self, because this is crazy. And you see, when you meet somebody who's low functioning, like that's right here, you're low functioning, he's low functioning, okay? It gets violent. You don't want to be with a man who's low functioning, especially when you're at your lowest function, because he's going to put his hands on you, or he might even shoot you behind. Okay? Because it's like when you're acting out as a woman, you want a man that's calm, cool, and collected, high functioning. So if he knows that your triggered version he can't handle because he might do something to you, it's better for him, like, you know what, girl, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe once upon a time I used to hit people, and I worked really hard not to hit people. So if you do that, you doing your lowest functioning thing, it might also trigger a monster in me. I don't want to be a monster no more. Respect it. You know what I'm saying? Respect his progress. Respect his journey. Respect his boundaries, because you don't know who he used to be. And that man might be crazy. Don't trigger people. I tell you that all the time. I said, do not trigger people. People are crazy. You might want to be careful. Okay, hold on. Then I have this other video for you guys. Hold on. Where's the other video? I have all these videos, right? Let's go back to this one. That's why I say I don't do the whole crying stuff. So here's Coach.
What do you do first? Let's see what we got here. So in an argument with your man, right? You know you're in the wrong. Which one are you doing? Are you 1, crying? Are you 2, giving him sex? Or 3, saying sorry? Which one, honest?
Women don't say sorry. Well, I never do anything wrong, so I've got nothing ever to say.
Always right.
Yeah. I'm carrying on the argument. I'm crying.
Offering sex. Obviously. I'm offering sex.
There you go, right there. So we got 4 answers so far. She's been proven wrong. She's been starting trouble. She was wrong. Instead of saying I'm sorry, which they're not going to do, we've actually been clear to show you that women don't apologize. They don't apologize. They're not going to apologize. So now when given the chance to cry, manipulate, to say you're wrong, to apologize, they say, I'll just offer him sex. Now, I've been done told you this. You get an argument with your wife, one of the things that she will do is, why don't you just come on in the back and they'll fix your meat. Now, once you have sex with them, here's the key, because a lot of you guys don't understand this. Here's the key. After the sex, you have agreed that it was okay. You've accepted the apology. So after you've had sex, if you come back and then address the issue again, she's going to wonder why you're addressing the issue again. She's going to say, why are you bringing that up? We made up. I apologize. And you're going to be like, you didn't apologize. Yeah, we did. I apologized to you last night. When I opened my legs. That's what I'm telling you. Guys, I'm here to help you. I will not lead you astray. I have told no lies. Not on YouTube. I haven't told you lies. I will not lead you astray.
You lied elsewhere.
This is how they accept. This is how you accept apologies from them, by letting yourself being used sexually. So they use you for sex, so they don't have to apologize. We have 2 women that said that. One woman said cry, which is even more egregious. I was wrong, so manipulation. The other woman says, I'm not even wrong. I'm never wrong. So this is what you're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with. It's in a situation where you can't win unless you are aware.
You can't win.
Because I'm here to get you to accept this. I will not lie to you. Let's hear. Continue.
Crying.
Why are you crying?
Because then it's like guilt tripping it.
There we go right there. Crying. It's like guilt tripping him. I tried to warn you. You guys don't believe me. Crying is for guilt tripping. And she goes, that's why I tell you, man. A woman cries, I'm done. Meaning that, nope, fix your tears, come back, we can address this shit later. You're a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Now, what we haven't heard was cooking. I think the third option was cooking. Are you going to cook him something? We didn't get that. We didn't even get it. All right, we didn't even get a meal. All we got was crying, guilt trip, and pussy.
Ooh, oh, Jesus. What's wrong with this man?
I done told y'all, brothers.
Yeah. So then they'll be like, oh no, it's fine, don't worry. Right?
Now let me stop. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Look at the rackage on this
Okay,
one.
okay.
Now let me go back. She says, oh no, it's fine. Now remember when I showed you this ninja right here? All right. When he said, I'll pay the $1.5 million, that's going to clear it and get her out of prison. All right. This is what I'm talking about. So women do bad things and we let them slide. It's our fault. Now let's go back to this woman with the rack.
Pain doesn't need your pain. My dysfunction doesn't need your dysfunction to feed it for us to be in this relationship, meaning I don't need a trauma bond with you. Okay. She wants you because she wants the healed part of you, but has the capacity, because we're all human, we ain't perfect, to facilitate and deal with the unhealed part of you that's going to show up in the relationship at some point. And hers is going to show up too. Mine is going to show up too. And so that's why I always say, I want a hybrid. I want a hybrid for y'all out there who want to know, meaning a man who's high functioning enough to meet my healthy high functioning, but low functioning enough to deal with me when my abandonment inflames, to deal with me when some of my dysfunctions that I'm still working on inflame.
So when you're in flames, that's crazy. It's incendiary. So when your abandonment inflames, what exactly do you do? Or who do you become? Okay, because I get inflamed. Are you a dragon? Like, what is going on here? I'm like, is she a dragon? Okay, your abandonment issues inflamed. When you inflame, so when you're inflammatory, you want him to also be low functioning. Lady, I think she's very toxic. I really think she's very toxic. I'm sorry, but that's insane.
Because if he's too high functioning, guess what? He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning part.
Yeah, he doesn't. He lacks the patience.
Which then means he can only connect with folks who are not being fully authentic within themselves.
No, that's not being authentic. You are being manipulative. And he said, nope, not doing it.
Meaning you may have a loving relationship, but you won't have a real intimate, deep, vulnerable relationship. I'm a woman who seeks connection and vulnerability. I'm not into casualties or casual sex, just TMI or not, meaning I like the depth of things. And so I need you to see me. I need you to see my broken. I want you to see my heart, whatever that comes with. And I'm not embarrassed about it. I'll tell you about it. I'll show it to you. And I'm okay with a man who can facilitate it. But what a high functioning man may do is if he's all the way high functioning, he has already cut off the side of him that is authentic. And there's a superficialness there that won't allow him to connect with a real person. So can he?
What is she even define as being real? So a woman who is 41 and talks about she can still get inflamed when it comes to her abandonment issues, and somebody's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that, it's superficial. This girl is crazy. This woman is insane. She is crazy. Does she hear herself? So if you choose not to deal with BS that makes you superficial, no, that makes you pragmatic. I'm out of here. You need help. And my thing is, even when you get to a certain age, like when you're in your 40s, no one wants to hear about your childhood trauma at your 40s. Like you should have been moved on from now. Okay. Like you're still talking about that. Okay. Like talk about what happened last week or something. But you're in your 40s or in your 30s and you're still talking about stuff that happened when you were 15 or when you were 20. You have yet to get over this. Oh no, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Let's go.
He still love and experience love. Yeah, love has it just loves everything. But will he experience the depth of some of the wholeness of love, meaning the down, the up, the ugly, the heaven, the hell mom was talking about? No. And let me say this really quick. And this is why trauma bonds usually feel like the most intense, in love, deepest relationships, because you got two at the epitome of vulnerability, pain pocket people who are bonding.
You have low functioning.
And most people who are low functioning are exactly who they are. Exactly who they are.
Exactly.
Doesn't make it bad for being who they are. Exactly who they are.
Okay.
That's their pain, their trauma. They gonna.
Okay. So why would you want a man to be like that? She's still. I think a lot of times she's talking about herself, right? I'm like, girl, no. In our 40s though, we're still low functioning to those. Nah, that's crazy.
They gonna scream. They gonna hit. They gonna do whatever comes up.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheese?
Argument seems to be not just that women have unfair advantages. Yes, let's talk about that. But that somehow one of the major problems for the institution of marriage these days is like the quality of women is too low. You can't marry them. And I do hear that a lot. And the thing is, even that I think is partially true. But the other part that we're leaving out is that the quality of men is also
right.
Is the quality of people right now.
Right.
We live in a culture that does not exactly encourage virtue.
Well, and it encourages a form of like individualism above all else,
right?
Which is antagonistic to marriage. Like parenting is about my will is not the most important thing. I'm not the sun around which everything rotates now. Like I'm going to make this person my person and I'm going to tie my destiny to theirs. I'm going to make, my heart is walking around. When you have kids, like you realize that, I remember my grandmother saying to me when my son, who's now 27, when he was, little. And I just said to her, like, God, I never thought I could love something as much as I love this kid. And she was like, yeah, your heart's walking around, and to do that, you have to have some defined sense of self, but not such a defined, rigid sense of self that self is the only thing. We've done such self-esteem work over the last 15 years that what do we esteem other than the self anymore? What do we serve other than the self anymore? And so, yeah, marriage definitely doesn't fit into that equation. But maybe marriage is a solution to that equation. Maybe marriage is a way for people to sort of say, hey, I'm not the most important thing. And that maybe if I make this other person a real priority and they do the same for me, and we have this beautiful symbiosis where we see each other's blind spots and we're committed to each other, hard times and easy times, maybe that is a solution to some of the problems that we're in. But, again, I mean, where I think I bump into a lot of issues is there's a lot of discourse about, why women commence more divorces than men. And there's a lot of discourse about the impact of no-fault divorce. And these are all things that I think get thrown into this dialogue and weaponized in ways that aren't honest and aren't effective because they're used by people on, the let's say the red pill space or, whatever we want to call it.
We'll be back. That's a little commercial here. Hold on, let's go.
Whatever comes up, they there. There's no awareness. There's no stop. There's no nothing. I'm triggered. I'm inflamed. We just go to tear this thing up, right? Mm-hmm. High functioning only means, Cam, that I feel them same feels. I still feel, excuse my language, you got me fucked up. I'm ready to go there. I'm flamed. I'm triggered. It's all there, right? But it's still dormant. It's still in me. And high functioning means I can regulate those emotions. Watch this and say, okay, right now I'm ready to rip this man's head off. Right now he got me all the way fucked up. Okay, so how do I relay that message to him where it's going to be respectful, it's going to be non-combative, and I'm going to disarm him while he still knows you got me fucked up? Because I don't have to say those words for you to know I think I went too far with Doc. And you still feel respected and loved so that I just disarmed you and we can still have an engaging, emotionally intelligent conversation that ends in resolve, whether resolve means win-win, because resolve is really win-win, or one person wins or none and we agree to disagree and we can still go to the cigar lounge and have a drink and you have your cigar. But low functioning people gonna tear this thing up with no emotional regulation. They're also gonna choose a person who does it with them and allows them.
So if you know that's what low functioning people do, why would you want the man to be low functioning when you're also low functioning? And my thing, why would you even, if that's the man that you really want to be with, why would you even allow yourself to be low functioning like that? You know what I'm saying? But me, I don't want to see a man being low functioning, especially when I'm at lowest, because I don't want to die.
Don't to do it. Because I only can do to you what you allow me to do. Because if I start cutting up in here and you say, Doc, we love you, love to have you here, but you got to go and you're not welcome back. There's no pun intended. That's not our culture here. Guess what? I can't do that again. And that's not called fleeing. You emotionally, intelligently said, Doc, love you here. You're a great guest, but that's not our culture. We don't do that here.
So you have
now I have a choice to make.
You have
do I want to be in a relationship with Kim?
Exactly.
Do I want to be welcome back here?
Okay.
Self-inventory. You just did me the best favor you could have ever did.
By having boundaries.
By excusing me. You blessed me. Because now I got to look at myself and say, what?
Now she's starting to get it. But he had boundaries. And because he kicked you out, you're like, oh, wow, I want to go back. So now I'm going to fix my behavior. Exactly. Keep your boundaries where they are, you guys. And let people strive. If you mean something to them, they'll do it. If they don't want to, then it's like, you know all you need to know. Thank you. It was nice knowing you. Got to go.
What needs to be done for me to fit in this? Now let's flip it. I'm with a dude who's turned up. He's a womanizer. He got all these women. He spend money on me. He treat me good. And what you said earlier, he D's me down. You didn't say you would D me down, but use the D word, clarity. He D's me down. And so I come in and I tell him, no, I'm just like, I'm not a woman. I'm like wholesome. I'm not into casual sex. I don't do all that, but I'm in love with him. And he lets me know, check this out, baby. Daddy love you. There's a place for you here, but not like that. You got to be able to do these things. Check back in when you can. That woman has a choice to make too. She goes and takes self-inventory and says, do I want to do these things so I can fit in with daddy? Or do I want to stay true to who I am?
You see, boundaries.
Either way, it's a choice. But high-functioning people have the ability to take a step back internally, not physically, process what they feel.
Physically, if they have to.
Black culture feeds fashion, but fashion doesn't always feed us. So McDonald's is pairing 5 rising Black designers with 5 fashion insiders. Together, we can change the face of fashion.
Hear their emotions in the real space that they're saying, because my emotions curse people out and things all day.
Wow.
But I regulate it, code switch it, deliver the message so you're receptive to it and you feel it with love. But I'm saying the same damn thing I was saying in here. And now we have a relationship. Now we have respect.
Wow.
And now we good. And now, like your mama said, because I love that quote, tell her that, please, I love that. We can go to heaven together and we can take this journey to hell as well.
But no, are you willing to go to hell?
You said both.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but I don't think my question was clear, or the answer wasn't clear as far as a high functioning woman.
Yeah.
And
it's simple. High functioning woman feels the same thing a low functioning woman feels. She does 2 things differently.
Okay.
High functioning woman can regulate her emotions to articulate it so it comes out with emotional intelligence.
Okay.
And she uses what she feels, and chooses with her healthy self and not her dysfunctional self.
Okay.
That's the only difference.
Now.
Okay, so the mad person in me gonna step in here. Okay, hello people. Hey, that's me. What's up? Right. One of my issues also is the feel. What she feels. If you're a high functioning person, you're done with feelings a long time ago. Okay? When you become a high functioning person, you become cerebral. It is not about your feelings. It is no longer about your feelings. It's about results. Okay? Emotional people are low functioning people are emotional people. They handle everything. They gauge everything. They do everything through their feelings. That's the problem. That's the main issue. The reason why so many young Black men are in prison, not to be offensive, because they were emotional. They made an emotional decision in the moment of something so trivial. Now you've lost your freedom. It was so dumb. It was so silly. It's never that deep, but you were emotional. And in that emotional state, you thought, oh, I got to do this. No, you do not. You have to be cerebral. I'm not even against getting revenge. It depends, because it depends on the offense, right? Certain things you can't let it slide. I really agree with that part. Okay? Certain things you cannot. You can't allow certain type of disrespect. You really can't. But it's the way you go about it. You can get your leg back without getting locked up. Gotta be smart. See, white people, they take your ass to court, they write contracts, they gonna get their stuff. Trust and believe that, right? But nobody's gonna die though. But there will be a form of punishment. right? So I'm like, for me, my main thing is the way that you know as a woman or as a man that you are no longer low functioning and that you are high functioning is that you transition from handling everything that happens to you through your feelings and you start to use reason, the logos, okay? Your mind. You got to think. Be cerebral, okay? You need to think. You have to think. I have to force myself to think. You cannot use your emotions. I feel and I feel and I feel. Your feelings could be completely wrong. Okay? Because the source of your feelings could be completely compromised. Right? Stop being so freaking emotional. And that's why, for the most part, Black people are so predictable. And every single time they fall right into the trap because people know how you're going to act. You're going to choose your emotions. You're going to react. That's why she said, oh, when I think I be cursing, but then you should not even be thinking and cursing. Why when you have your thoughts, you can't just think logically? Why are you using profanity? It's never that deep, right? You have to force yourself to be cerebral, not emotional, but it's not fair. You see, you're being emotional because who decides what's fair? Do you have an equation for fairness? No, you don't. You're being subjective. Stop with this whole fairness stuff. It sounds stupid. Okay? You have to force yourself to be cerebral. And when you're cerebral, you can say to yourself, I would love to, but based on the equation, I can't do it. You got to have systems and processes. Like that's how you stop being emotional. And I feel. I'm like, you see this? Right? You can't do stuff like this. You have to stop. You're too freaking emotional. You have to force yourself to be cerebral. I must reason, okay? I have to force myself to reason my way through this. And the more you force yourself you got to let your brain go into high gear. You cannot always rely on your heart. Yes, they're always, come on, Barbie, say it. So triggered. That's why Black people are so predictable because we are so emotional, okay? Black job. Do you know how people were triggered by the term black job for like 2 weeks? I'm like, are you serious? You say Black woman, Black man, Black house, Black business, Black. But the day somebody says Black job, you're gonna lose your whole sanity for 3 weeks over Black jobs. It's never that deep. I'm like, it is never that deep. You probably liked it, you didn't like it, okay, whatever. Okay. But we call everything Black. A Black business, a Black woman, a Black child, a Black boy, a Black school, Black History Month, Black this, Black that, Black this. Now you heard this man say Black job. You're unhinged for the next 3 weeks. It is excessive. So predictable. That's why every election cycle, they always going to show you police brutality because it works. It works. And as soon as they show you a white cop doing something to a Black woman, you go unhinged. You stop caring about policies. You will vote even your own best interest. Oh, Trump said he's going to give somebody full immunity. And you believe it. Make it make sense. You think every police officer likes Trump? Right? If Trump gives full immunity to police officer, he give it to everybody, including the cops who don't like him. There are police officers who don't like him. So now, if a police officer knows he has full immunity, he can go shoot Trump. I'm like, you think every police officer likes Trump? It doesn't make no sense. But you're emotional. Otherwise, you will actually go to the website, you go to Google, you'll go places, right? And you will look it up for yourself. Did Trump talk about full immunity? Like, no, he did not. We're talking about qualified immunity. And most government workers already have qualified immunity. My goodness. My Lord. Right? People like you're so predictable. You fall right into these people's traps. That's why they will never stop building prisons, right? Because Black boys are emotional because most of them are being raised by women. You are predictable because you are emotional. You're always so emotional. Like, I'm like, this is pure madness. Are you okay? This is not sustainable. You cannot go through life being this emotionally rigged. You have to stop. You must stop yourself. When you start feeling that you're becoming paranoid, you're becoming hysterical, you're becoming unhinged, you need to check in with yourself. Why am I even acting like this? One girl said to me, like, her name was Tammy. She's like, oh, Marlene, I love what you're saying, but if we vote for Trump, he gonna take us back. I said, Tammy, take us back where? Please tell me, take us back where? right? Because I'm like, you swear if we move forward, we're moving forward in what direction, right? Let's say, hold on. Let's say Democrats say to you, oh yeah, if you vote for Trump, we're going to go back. You need to say, we're going back to what? Because sometimes going back ain't always bad, right? We're going back to what? No, we're not going back. We're not going back to what exactly? Because it might be good, it might be bad. I don't know. What is it? And they said, oh, so I guess if I sign with you, we're moving forward. Moving forward towards what? Just because you move forward does not mean that you're moving forward in the right direction. You could be heading straight into hell. You got to ask people, forward, it looks like what? We're moving forward towards what exactly? I need to know, right? And you say he's going to take me back. He's going to take me back to what? Right? If he takes you back to 99 to the 2000, it might not be that bad. R&B was quite amazing. Music was amazing. We had the best time of our lives, okay? From the 99 to the 2000. It's not that bad. You're taking me back to what? He's going to take me back to what? And you're proposing to lead me forward towards what exactly? You got to know where you're going. Oh, we're not going back. We're not going back to what? Lower gas prices? Yeah, I want to go back. Not everything that you left behind is bad. What is it exactly? It might be bad. It might not be bad. We're going back to what exactly? Right? So all this, oh, my feeling and I feel. I'm like, oh, girl, bye. It's immature. You're 41 years old. You're too old for all these feelings. Okay? She's 2 years older than me. I'm 39. She's 41. Okay? It's excessive. I am done with your feelings. If you've never had successful relationships, you definitely can afford to trust your feelings. Because it's the same feelings that got you here, right? When you're a woman and you say to us that, oh, you always have your track shoes on. Every relationship, you go into a relationship with your track shoes on. When you go to bed, you have your track shoes on. You always have your track shoes on in the relationship. Yeah, you run, okay? You're a runner. You run. When it gets real, you run, right? You telling us that you had 2 proposed marriages. You had 2 weddings set up. You canceled 2 weddings, and then you say to us that both of the men were actually good. They did nothing wrong. You just called off 2 weddings just because? And then you still want to trust your feelings? Girl, imagine that. You still want to trust your feelings. Your feelings got you to where you are right now. I don't think you should trust them. Okay? Like, for example, Stephon Curry, when you look at Stephon Curry and he spends like 8 hours out here training, he spent 8 hours doing threes all day. Yeah, Stephon can trust his feelings. If he feels like, yeah, it's going to go in, it's going to go in. He can trust his feelings because he has experience at winning. Stephon knows how to win. He can feel it. Put your body like this, go like this, it's going in there. It will. Stephon is too good. Did you see his performance at the Olympics? Ridiculous. I'm like, this man is not even human. This is insane. These threes go in, it's like witchcraft. I said, what is wrong with this man? It's so beautiful to see. But see, Stephon can trust his God. If he says, give me the ball, give it to him, it's going to go in there. You're not going to doubt it. Because he has it. Like, he has the flair. He has won. His feelings have allowed him to win. Okay? Your feelings, they got you here at 41. Okay? Like, it don't make no sense. So you can't sit here and be like, my feelings and I feel. No, there is no authority in your feelings. There is nothing being proved. Like, no. Your feelings, they're corrupt. Stop trusting your feelings and start being cerebral. Okay? Actually start using your mind. Think about this. Okay? Reason with yourself. Is this a right choice? Okay, why is it a right choice? And don't tell me because you feel. I don't care about what you feel. What can you prove? How do you know? How do you know beyond a reasonable doubt that my feelings, that's not good enough? If you have to perform open heart surgery on a person, you're going to say, oh, I have a feeling that I might be able to do it. No, thank you. Okay? No, thank you. Right? If you have to operate on somebody's child, you're going to tell these parents, oh, I have a feeling that, it could be this. Well, I have a feeling that, we might have a 90% success rate. You better know. Okay? Your feelings, which tells me you don't have enough practice, which was his entire point. You don't have experience. And that's why you cannot trust your feelings. People whose feelings we're going to trust are the feelings of winners. They've won so much, they have a flair for it. Right? You trust people with an extensive track record of being successful. Those people, they've won so much, they practice so much, they have a flair for it. They already know. Stephon Curry, he could be like half court. He gonna do it because he's done it so much. Him and the ball, it makes one. That thing is gonna go in. If Stephon has a ball, it is going in. There's no doubt. That's why they pay him all this money. You think you make 140 or 150 or 200 $1 billion playing basketball because you have a feeling you could do it? No, they know beyond a shadow of a doubt he can do it. And if you see his performances at the Olympics, it is insane. That man is insane. I'm like, this is absolute insanity. But these are like hours and hours and hours of practice. You don't get there with your feelings. You put in the work. You have to learn to be cerebral. You have to learn to think. You have to learn to reason. Okay? And then when you even think that, okay, I can reason this way, think about a counter argument as to why you could be wrong. Because you never know. Everybody has blind spots. Everybody has blind spots, right? So even when you think you came with the perfect argument, think about a reason why you could be wrong. And that's how you become better at thinking. You have to force yourself to be cerebral. I think, I feel. No, we want to hear, I know. Based on this, and this, therefore I know. Not I feel, and the Bible says, oh, F the Bible. What do you know for sure? For all you know, the Bible could be bunch of lies and bunch of fairy tales. What do you know? What have you studied? What have you read? What have you accomplished that allows you to withdraw confidence to say, I am sure, I know for sure. We don't care about your feelings because your feelings have yet to make you successful. Okay? You're not successful in relationships. But yeah, you want to counsel other people. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. No, I hate this whole feeling crap. It's fugazi. Like, I hate it. Hold on.
Do I want to do these things so I can fit in with daddy? Or do I want to stay true to who I am? Either way, it's a choice. But high functioning people have the ability to take a step back internally, not physically, process what they feel, hear their emotions in the real space that they're saying. Because my emotions curse people out and things all day. But I regulate it, code switch it, deliver the message so you're receptive to it and you feel it with love. But I'm saying the same damn thing I was saying in here. And now we have a relationship. Now we have respect. And now we good. And now, like your mama said, because I love that quote, tell her that, please, I love that. We can go to heaven together and we can take this journey to hell as well.
But no, are you willing to go to hell?
I just said both.
Yeah.
Both.
So, but I don't think my question was clear, or the answer wasn't clear as far as a high functioning woman.
Yeah.
And
it's simple. High functioning woman feels the same thing a low functioning woman feels. She does two things differently. High functioning woman can regulate her emotions to articulate it so it comes out with emotional intelligence.
Okay.
And she uses what she feels, and chooses with her healthy self and not her dysfunctional self.
Okay.
That's the only difference.
Now,
you see this? Count how many times you said feel. Feel. Emotions twice. Then she says feel. Emotions. Then she says feels. You see this? Feel. Emotions 2 times. Then you feel, right? Then she says feels. Then she says feels. Then she says feels. I'm like, girl, you see this? At no point does she say this right here. Right? She chooses with how she feels. No, choose with your mind. Okay? Choose with your reason. Okay? Choose by being cerebral. All right? God is good, huh? So a high functioning person too is less into their feelings and they are more into their reason. They reason. That's why a lot of people need to learn to practice stoicism. Stoicism gonna help you because it forces you to think. You have to think. You have to think. You cannot be emotional. You have to think. Right? And that's how you become more brave. That's how you become more courageous. That's how you're going to have better outcomes, because you have to think. You must force yourself to think. I have to reason. I must think my way through this. I will not be emotional through this problem, because tears will not fix anything, right? You have to think. How do I get myself out of this mess? Your reason, your intelligence, okay? That's what's going to get you out of this. Doing your research. Okay, who do I know that faced this problem, and how exactly did they fix it? Right? You're not going to fix your finances being emotional. You're not going to fix a relationship with emotions. You're not going to fix your GPA with emotions, right? It's hard work. You have to think. You have to be cerebral. The logos, you have to use it. You have to use it. And just when you think you found the right answer through logic and reasoning, you must force yourself to think of the reason why you could have made a mistake, because everybody has blind spots, right? And once you find, okay, this argument, if I think like this, I can make this solution a bit weak, right? Okay, fine. Then fix it. Start over. Until you get to a conclusion that you cannot think of another kind of argument, right? To make all this thing fall apart. Okay? Make sense? But count the number of times you said, and I think, and I feel my emotion, and you feel, and your emotions, and you feel. It is too much.
He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning part. Go there. I'm flamed. I'm triggered. It's all there, right? D's me down. You didn't say you would D me down, but use the D word. High functioning man, identical to a woman. He can feel what he feels. Okay. He regulates his emotions, and he chooses how he's going to deliver that message so that woman receives it, and she's not armed, and now we're at war. That's what a high functioning man does. And he's also able to sit through hard, challenging conversations without fleeing or abandoning that woman, and using his emotional intelligence that says, I hear you and I understand you, but baby, I don't agree with that one part.
There's a lot of things that I don't agree with.
I don't agree with that.
In this conversation.
Yeah.
Going back.
And now she's asking him to be emotionally intelligent. Girl, make it make sense. Okay? Men don't lead with emotion. I mean, unless you deal with like the beta ones, or like you know what I'm saying? But a high functioning man is not going to be an emotional man. He is not emotional, right? He's not. He's cerebral. That's why he's high functioning, because he's not just, because I'm like, the thing is, people are crazy, because I'm like, it's like you think, oh, he's high function. The reason why he's so successful, because he's only high functioning when it comes to business. No, he's high functioning across the board. That's where he is, right? And most high functioning people, they want to know, what do I get for doing X, Y, and Z, right? Is this the best price to pay, or can I pay less and get more, right? Because most men tend to be cerebral, right? And most women tend to be emotional. That's where you have the cognitive dissonance, right? And a lot of women, right? Yeah. And a lot of women, oh, baby, don't be a hater, right? And a lot of women want men to be emotional. And this is why, if we talk about the Black community, for example, a lot of Black women have gay male friends, right? You know what I'm saying? A lot of Black women hang out with gay Black men, because gay Black men are emotional. They are very emotional, right? They can go shopping with you. They can do your hair. They can talk with you. They can gossip with you, because gay Black men are highly emotional. They are very emotional, right? Make sense? Make sense, right? But most men who are, I don't want to say like alpha, but I guess like alpha, or most men who, alpha male, right? You're not going to see them go shopping with a woman, sit here and do Bible study with a woman, and, oh, girl, tell me about your feeling, wife. Oh, you talk about your feelings, and this is why many of them will prefer to have like a lot of gay male friends, because they can be that emotional Black man that you're looking for. But I'm like, that's also not fair to them. Because I saw a video, oh my gosh, I saw a video of Ari, the way she was beating up on that boy. The guy, like her quote unquote best friend, you guys, it was so disgusting. I think I saved it for you guys. Hold on. I don't know if I like the post or not. But did I save it? I didn't save it. She was beating on that boy so badly. I was like, I have to show you guys, right? But I'm like, you have to be very careful. But most men should not be that emotional. They're not going to be high functioning if they're highly emotional, right? Most men should be cerebral. Like she's like, pop, 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 and look at my phone. I said it to my sister. But she was beating on him. And I'm like, what are you doing? Right? But I'm like, she does that to him because he's a highly emotional black man. Like most black boys who are gay are highly emotional. So they put up with highly emotional women, and sometimes it gets violent and the boy doesn't do anything because he can't do anything. Okay? So I'm like, that's crazy. But he needs to be cerebral.
To what I said, with that 40% of men who are high functioning that you counsel, what I said was, most men understand this. We don't really find true love because it's what can you do for me? Because a man's job is to provide. Now, this is...
How did I know he was going to say that? That's exactly what I told you. And providing is not an emotional function. It's a cerebral function, right? To be a provider, you cannot be emotional because some days you might not want to go to work. Like, I don't know. Do I feel like doing this? Okay. But then you have a duty. And when you have a sense of duty, it is more so cerebral. It is not emotional. Because some days you're not going to feel like going to work, but you still have to go to work because you have to provide. And providing is a high function. Is what? What is a part of being a high functioning person? You have to work. You have to provide. You have a family. You have children. You have to compete. So it's like, and I told you, most men are like, that's how they think. Okay, if I do this, what do I get out of this? Is this the best price I'm paying? Could I get more for my money? Right? That's how most men think. A lot of women are more so emotional, And so because they can't get that emotional side from a lot of these black dudes out here, they would rather build friendship with these gay boys because the gay boys are still black men, but they're way more emotional. They are way more emotionally available. They'll do your hair. They'll go shopping. They'll gossip with you. Wumpy wump, 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 okay? But if you're meeting like a real alpha hetero man, I don't think he's going to be that emotional. But it doesn't mean that he's not a provider, though. It doesn't mean that he is not... he's not solid. He's just not going to be as emotional as you. You know what I mean? Right?
Where most high vibrational man, high functioning man go through. As far as being emotionally intelligent, that still does not qualify you as being high vibrational. The thing that is often said on two counterparts, two species, from a woman, it's about self-worth, how I feel. I'm not going to allow you to treat me like this. I'm not going to allow you to talk to me like this. I know my non-negotiables. I know my worth. Fine. That are all qualifying things for any woman to say to herself or to the universe, I'm high vibrational. Now, the thing for me is that doesn't qualify for men because you can have all the emotional intelligence, all the trigger points to be able to communicate. But if you stand at your mama house, all that's out the door. You understand what I'm saying? So society dictates what a man's value is, respectfully, and it's shameful to say it that way, but that's the surface level identifier of a high vibrational man amongst other things. Now, these things are what women always say, oh, well, I'm not doing this, or yeah, this, that, and the third, and that's fine. But different rules for different species.
And you're like, that's fine.
So
right.
That's where I'm saying to you, it's like, okay, for that 40% or that 70% of high vibrational women, it's a little bit, the rules are a little different for men. And you can't say it's not because it actually is. All that, he's fit, girl. I mean, everything. I mean, this, that, and the third. But Dr. Bryant ain't gonna talk to no guy that can, number one, protect her physically, emotionally, and gives her the stability to live her life as she sees fit. And that's where the high vibrational man steps in. And we don't need that from a high vibrational.
And you know what he's saying here, why I agree with him, because it's true. I don't care how much emotional intelligence you have. If you broke, they're not gonna mess with you. Like, that's a fact. Like, because when you get to a certain age, a woman wants to know that a man can give her financial stability. I don't care what people say, right? And I see like what he's talking about, the guy who has emotional intelligence, who listens to her, blah, blah, blah. If he's not a gay man, right, it's the type of man that she would put in the friend zone. Because respect for a man comes from his ability to provide. If a man does not have money, you can be the nicest man. You can be the most emotionally available man. You could be a man with the highest emotional IQ. God bless you, but we're really happy to know you, right? But if you don't have that provider side, you will be friend zone. You're going to be in the friend zone. Like when she needs things, she'll call you. If she has a bad breakup, she'll call you, right? If she goes through things, she'll call you. If she wants to laugh, she'll call you too, because she knows that you're emotionally available. That's it. You're going to be her friend because you cannot provide. The day you become like rich, or the day you become like, I don't know, a great competitor, the day you achieve a great feat, she gonna look at you differently, because now to her, you're a man. And I'm like, that part, I agree with Cam. He's not lying. And it's like, even here on social media, you'll see a lot of guys like who have lots of views because they say the things that these girls want to hear, right? Yeah, sure, whatever, right? But would these girls actually date these men? No. They just want to have an echo chamber. Like, okay, repeat, like say the things I want to hear and make me feel as though I'm not crazy. Okay, so he says it. Oh, see, I knew it. I wasn't crazy, right? But it's like, would you ever date this man though? No. It's like most women when they say things like, oh, I want to marry a man like Jesus. I want to be with Jesus. But in all honesty, Jesus had no money. Okay? He had no financial stability. He's a carpenter. How much money do you think he makes? Are you going to be content with a man who only makes carpenter money? Okay? I don't think so. So, like, it's cute to say it. It sounds really cute. It sounds really noble. But is it really practical? Because if that's the case, there are a lot of guys out here who act like Jesus. They are the food shelter. They're at the rescue mission. They're like the what's called SPFA, where they take out the dogs, whatever, right? SPF, right? You can go there. You can find Jesus. You know, there are a lot of men who do good and don't want money. They're emotionally available. They do counseling services for free. There are a lot of teachers, you could say, do that kind of stuff, right? But most women don't want to marry these people because they don't provide at a high level. They don't make a lot of money. So it's like you do have to be a provider, because your respect as a man, like what makes your manhood and what makes people respect you is your ability to be a high earner. Because nobody wants to be with a man that don't have money. Nobody does, myself included. Nope.
Woman. So that's my caveat.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Okay, got it. You made a lot of really good points. So a man living in his mama house means he's low value, but can still be high functioning. High functioning and high value man are two different things. High valued man is more about value. What are you offering financially? What can you do for me? How can you provide for me? It has nothing to do with emotions. This is why you have a lot of high valued women and men who are extremely low functioning. It is statistical.
This lady is killing me, right? That is not about being, what you say, that's not being high value. Making a lot of money does not make you high value. It makes you a high earner. Woo, girl. Okay? It makes you a high earner. You have girls that are high earners, you have men who also are high earners, right? It doesn't make you high value. Rappers make a lot of money. Are they high value men? No. Drug dealers make a lot of money. Are they high value men? No. What you are talking about here is somebody who's a high earner. Yes. right? And when we talk about a high value man, we can't use the same standard on a woman because we don't expect the same thing from a woman that we expect from the man because men and women are not the same. That's why he's trying to tell her what you would call a woman high functional, you can't use the same standard and apply that on a man because high functional for a man is something completely different. I mean, you might have some overlap, right? But like the arcs, like the arcs of what makes a man, what's it called? A high functioning man are going to look very different than what makes a woman a high functioning woman, right? Like for a man, if you say a man is high functioning, most likely he's very cerebral, right? He knows how to be, a provider, a high provider, right? He knows how to commit. He knows how to be honest. Like those are the kind of things. Okay, this guy's like, he's really like high functioning, right? Don't put his hands on people, right? He has like, he knows how to resolve conflicts and things like that without people having to hit people, right? If you're talking about a woman and you say, oh, that's a high functioning woman, most likely she has her emotions in check, right? She knows when to talk, when not to talk, okay? Things like that. Yeah, thank you, sis. Right? But it's like, it's not the same definition for the gender because these two genders are not the same. What makes a man high value versus what makes a woman high value, it is not the same. You are not a trans man. You're not a man. Yeah, but even, hold on, forehead, you and I, forehead, we just have a one-on-one. Okay, okay. She said, there are men who are poor but have a spouse. Don't you think that's a form of wickedness, baby? Right? If you are poor, why did you marry this young woman? Aren't you wicked? Like I'm asking on this question, right? If a poor man goes and gets him a bride, don't you think he's a wicked man? Is that a good man? Why would you go get somebody's daughter to put her in a life of misery? You're poor. Why don't you wait until you get your money up and then you get yourself a wife? Why are you doing that? And this is how people like that, for me, I think is wickedness. Yeah, I think you're a wicked person. And these are the type of people too. Not only will they marry you, but they do everything in their power to impregnate you as soon as possible because they don't want to let you go. But it's a wicked thing. A poor man has no business getting a wife. You cannot take care of her. And then you're going to make this woman have to do way more than she's supposed to. That is not what you're supposed to. You don't marry people to make them suffer. It's a wicked thing because you're not a high functioning man. You want something that you don't deserve because honestly, marriage should be a crowning glory for men who can actually provide. If you cannot provide, you should not be anybody's husband. And if you're poor and you marry someone's daughter, you are a wicked man because you are cheating her out of what she deserves. And these be the type of people, not only will they marry you, but they will impregnate you as soon as possible. You are a wicked person. You are wicked. You are seriously wicked. Right? You are wicked. And no woman should marry a man who is poor. He is poor. He barely has enough to feed himself. How are you going to take over family? Oh, by what? Selling you dreams? No. He needs to focus on himself. He needs to be by himself so he can focus on himself, right? So he can be the best version of himself. But he has to be a provider. Why do you want to be anybody's husband when you ain't got no money? You don't have money. And these be the type of guys, because they don't have money, they don't have intentions of making money, they'll hit you with the, I'm funny. He tries to be funny. He tries to be your friend. He tries to read the Bible with you, right? He wants to hit you with the personality stuff. No, she can't build a home with your personality. No, you need to make real money. Right? Oh, he's funny. It's okay if you don't have money. He's funny. I like his personality. Girl, bye. This is not your BFF. He wants to be your husband. Go sit down somewhere. He has no money. So I'm like, no, I don't believe that a man who is poor should get married. You are poor? Like you're really poor? No. You're drowning. So if we give you more people, if you're already drowning and I put a wife, I put children on you, you're going to drown even further. It's not fair to you. You are poor. Okay? What you have to do is you have to rescue yourself. Yeah, that's the baby. That's what he does. You have to rescue yourself, right? Rescue yourself. Become financially stable. Have a little bit of an increase, right? And then you can go get a family. But you cannot afford a wife. You are poor. So a poor man who marries a woman, yeah, he's a wicked man. I said it. You're evil. You are seriously evil.
Known that high valued woman, not functioning, high value woman, meaning powerhouse, makes money, elected official, doctor, lawyer, entrepreneur, whatever she does, she's just killing it.
She's not a high value woman. She's a high earner. Okay. She's a high earner. That does not make her a high value person. Not to her company, right? To her company, if she's if she's highly productive and she makes her company beaucoup money, yes. To her company, that's a high value employee. So most likely she'll have promotions. If she's a lawyer, she might become partner or junior partner, right? Because to the company, she makes a lot of money. She's an asset. But what it takes to be a high value employee is not the same that is required for a woman to be a great wife. It's not the same. But what she's talking about is what you call a high earner. It is not high value. Okay? No. What does it take to be a high value wife or a high value woman in relationships? It is very different than what it takes to be a high value employee. But what you're describing here is a high earner. This woman earns a lot of money. And you're in line too. All these are Kevin Samuel terms. I think Kevin Samuels got everybody out here messed up. Okay? Kevin Samuels did this to people with this whole high value man conversation, right? And so a lot of women think, oh, if I have a good man, but he makes regular money, he's a high value man. No, he has high morals. He's highly ethical. He's highly kind, but he's not a high value man. If you leave your husband outside, no one's going to line up to take your husband. Why? Because he doesn't make money. The number one thing that makes a man sexy is how much money he makes. Unless he's like extremely handsome, right? Sure. But my thing is, if you could leave your husband outside, and most women would not want your husband, there you go. He's not a high value husband. He might be very nice. He might have high integrity, high spirituality, high whatever. Yes, girl. Yes. But he is not a high value man. Because high value men, leave him outside, even for 20 seconds. See what happens. You ain't gonna have a husband no more, sis. Because he's rare. And rare things, they don't stay single for long. Amen. Amen. No, they will not. They might have sex with him, but I promise you she's going to drop him off. Okay? She might take the man, have sex with the man, but she will drop your husband back because she can't have sex with him, but she will bring back your husband. But if you have a high earner, you think if you leave Stephon Curry outside, he's going to be outside for long. Okay, let Haisha Curry put Stephon outside for even like 5 seconds. When I tell you this man gonna disappear, he's not coming back, right? Because Stephon is what? He's a high value man, right? There are a lot of men. I'm like, we know men who are high value. They don't stay on the like, oh, you want my husband? Oh, I'm gonna put him outside. No, he will be gone because things of value. They don't wait. They get bought. Right? The stuff that's at Marshall's, the stuff you find at TJ Maxx, whatever, they're called discounted for a reason. Okay? And you will never find a Birkin bag at TJ Maxx. You won't. Okay? Because it's a high value thing. It's not going to be there. So I'm like, if there's a high value man somewhere, if the woman says, I don't want to be with him, go outside, I don't care. Girl, it won't even be a minute. He's going to be gone. Right? It's the same thing with a high value woman too. Okay. So that's that.
Well, educated, not educated. She just does her thing financially. She's high valued.
No.
Often end up with low functioning men.
Why?
And it's
let's see what she says.
Because she has high value, she doesn't have high function. Law of attraction, can we attract who we are despite of who we think we are? So the man living in his mama's house that you described, right? Mm-hmm. That's based on society. That's a low value man.
Reality, not
that's
society.
fine. You can say reality. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Right. Value is not a functioning. High functioning is how you function. Has nothing to do with money or where you live or how you drive.
Right.
Okay. Value is the word value because it's it's what you say. How valuable are you? Mm-hmm. How valuable are you, sis? What you bringing to the table?
Okay, now
those are two different things.
I just want to stop you right there before I lose my. if the man doesn't have high value,
Yes.
he will not spark the interest of no woman. Let's just put it like that. So it runs.
Then answer this
in
question.
conjuncture.
Why are most low value? And low value man just means, I'll go street terms, broke.
Yes.
Okay? They're married. Them girls are married.
But you can't
hold
say
on, hold
that's
on.
a subjective
No,
thing.
that's
you
not.
can't say most because that's not true.
Statistically, when it comes to socioeconomics, Google it, have somebody here on your team pull it up. Socioeconomically, women, Google it, predominantly Black women, socioeconomically, are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread. Hold on. That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money, no money, or broke money. Hold on. Now, low-valued men are married to somebody, whether she low, high, whatever. He got him a wife. And let me go a little further. And usually if you don't have a wife, he got a whole hell lot of kids by different women.
Watch out now.
So
hold on. Let's go back again. Hold on. Give me a second, you guys. Because she says a lot of foolishness. Because people say things on the internet that are so untrue, and nobody checks these people. Okay. So what she said now, hold on. Because this lady, she's really unhinged. I don't think this woman has a PhD, but whatever. Anyways, let her say it again.
Good points.
Say it again.
So a man living in his mama house means he's low value, but can still be high functioning. High functioning and high value man are two different things. High valued man is more about value. What are you offering financially? What can you do for me? How can you provide for me? It has nothing to do with emotions. This is why you have a lot of high valued women and men who are extremely low functioning. It is statistically known that high valued women, not functioning, high value women, meaning powerhouse, makes money, elected official, doctor, lawyer, entrepreneur, whatever she does, she's just killing it. She does well. Educated, not educated, she just does her thing financially. She's high valued. Often end up with low functioning men.
Why? Because just because you make a lot of money does not mean that you have the healthy skill set to have a healthy relationship, right? That is my point. You're a high earner, but you can still be effed up. Just because you make a lot of money, right, as a woman, doesn't mean that you have your stuff together. So you can make a lot of money and attract people that are crazy because you want crazy. Because money does not heal people. Money is a resource. Right? That's why I say that's why you cannot say because you're a high earner, you're automatically a high value person. No. A woman makes a lot of money, so she's a high value woman. No. She has mastered the art of making a lot of money. Good for her. Now, does that mean that she knows how to have a healthy relationship? No. Because how much money you make has no relationship to how well you do in relationships. You just make a lot of money. That's it. That's that. Right? What it takes now to have a healthy relationship, that's a whole different part of your brain. Right? So just because you make a lot of money does not mean, and it's very masculine. That's why, and that's why you see when you notice every time she talks, she has a tendency of treating men and women the same. Oh, what's a high functioning man applies also for high functioning women, right? The definition of a high value man also applies to a high value woman. I'm like, no, they're not the same. They can be high earners, yes, right? If you have a woman who makes $500,000 and the man makes $500,000, they make a lot of money. Good for them. Now, what is it going to take for him to be successful in a relationship? Right? Looks very different than what a woman has to do to also have a successful relationship. But just because you make a lot of money, there's no correlation between, because the more money a person makes, the better they become at picking a partner. There's no relationship. Money is just money. Money is just money. Right? It's a different skill set that you have to use, that you have to activate, I guess, to have healthy relationships with people of the same sex and people of the opposite sex, right? But you know how to make money. Good for you. And you see it a lot. You have lawyers who are really good at their job, but they have horrible relationships. They have horrible marriage because it's not the same part of the brain. Right?
Why?
And it's because she has high value.
No,
she doesn't have high function. Law of attraction, we attract who we are despite of who we think we are. So the man living in his mama's house that you described, right? That's based on society. That's a low value man.
Reality, not
That's
society.
fine. You can say
reality.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Right.
Value is not a functioning. High functioning is how you function. Had nothing to do with money or where you live or how you drive.
Right.
Okay. Value is the word value because it's it's what you say. How valuable are you? How valuable are you, sis? What you bringing to the table?
Okay, now
Those are two different things.
I just want to stop you right there before I lose my. If the man doesn't have high value,
yes,
he will not spark the interest of no woman. Let's just put it like that. So it runs.
Then answer this
in
question.
Conjuncture.
Why are most low value? And low value man just means, I'll go street terms, broke.
Yeah.
Let's even look at the definition of value, right? Because this is going to be a lot. My head hurts. Okay. So value, the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something, or maybe a person, right? A person's principles or standards of behavior, one's judgment of what is important in life. Okay. What else? A verb, estimate the monetary worth of something. As a verb, consider someone or something to be important or beneficial, have a high opinion of. Okay, so here we have a definition. Now let's go back to these people.
Okay, they're married.
They are very good for people.
Them girls are married.
But you can't
Hold
say
on,
that's a subjective thing.
No, that's
you can't
not.
Say
That's
most because that's not true.
Statistically, when it comes to socioeconomics, Google it. Have somebody here on your team pull it up. Socioeconomically, women. Google it. Predominantly Black women, socioeconomically, are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, so in America, all right, let's do this. This lady is just too much because people say that a lot. I'm like, I don't think it's true though, but there you go. All right, so what does it say? We Googled it. So Google said, Gemini says, in 2022, the median annual earnings for Black women in the United States were $36,303 compared to white who are $57,000 and I guess $5 for white non-Hispanic men. This is a difference of $20,702 per year. Okay. Black women also earn less than white women, with a white woman earning $48,300 annually in 2020 compared to $40,500 for Black women. Okay, so it seems like the money went down in 2022. Could be the recession. Okay. All right. None funny to read the rest, right? Okay, now let's go for Black men. Okay, so according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, in the second quarter of 2024, the median weekly earnings for Black men was $979, which is 74.6% of the median for white men at $1,281. In June 2020, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that Black men earn $828 per week, or $43,000 annually. So Black men, on average, make more than the Black women. So what is she talking about? Okay. So on average, the salary range for African Americans can vary greatly from $20,000 to $196,000. Okay. Factors that may affect salary include skill level, location, years of experience, and lower cost of living. I am so confused. Okay. So it is a fallacy. And they say this a lot. I think it's like to try to like shame these Black dudes. Oh, you broke, you a dusty. But in all honesty, on average, Black women make less than Black men. Okay. Here it is. She told us to Google. We've Googled. So the Black man on average will make $43,000 a year, right? And the Black women on average will make $36,000 a year. Okay. So you have to stop saying, oh, most Black women marry down. Based on the numbers, they don't. Okay. They marry up by about, that's 3,000, right? 43,000 to 36,000. Okay. So there's a $7,000 difference or about, right? So on average, the Black man makes about $7,000 more than the Black women. Cool. So girl, what? Say it again. You're lying.
You right there before I lose my.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
If the man doesn't have high value,
yes,
he will not spark the interest of no woman. Let's just put it like that. So it runs.
Then answer this
in
question.
conjuncture.
Why are most low value? And low value man just means, I'll go street terms, broke.
Yes.
Okay? They're married. Them Negroes are married.
But you can't
hold
say
on, hold
that's
on.
a subjective
No,
thing.
that's
you can't
not. That's
say most because that's not true.
Statistically, when it comes to socioeconomics, Google it, have somebody here on your team pull it up. Socioeconomically, women, Google it, predominantly Black women, socioeconomically, are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread.
36,000 for Black women, 40,000 for Black men. Where did you get these numbers from? I don't know. Just like where did you get your PhD from? I don't know. Right? But you should not be spreading this type of misinformation. This is very detrimental. Like, this is not okay. Right? The Black man makes more on average than the Black woman. So she's not on average marrying low. And I think people get that feeling because of social media. Because on social media, people make it seem as though it does seem on social media, because there are more women on social media than men. There are definitely more active women on social media than men. And most women use credit. Women use a lot of credit, okay? Whether it's consumer credit, Afterpay, whatever pay. So women can make themselves look rich on social media. But on average, in America, they are not. And it's actually kind of weird that they are making less, because in 2020, right, it seems like they were making 40,500, right? But even at that too, though, hold on. So in 2020, they were making 40,500. It could be because of the stimulus check. I don't know. But it has gone down. So they lost about they've lost about $4,000 on average, right? So even with that too, whether they're making 40,500 or $36,300 on average, the Black man is still making $43,000. So on average, the Black man makes more than the average Black woman. So on average, most Black women are not marrying down, okay? They are marrying up by $7,000, okay? Like, we gotta stop. It's okay, right? You gotta stop doing this. That's why I'm telling you, I don't think she has a PhD in psychology. She's full of it. She makes no sense. Because the way she said, oh, Google it with so much conviction, only to be so wrong, it's insane to me. It is insane.
Hold on.
Woo.
That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money, no money, or broke money. Hold on. Now, low-valued men are married to somebody. Whether she low, high, whatever, he got him a wife. And let me go a little further.
Because he is not low value. He just doesn't make enough. When you look at this number, for me, I wouldn't say like he doesn't make enough. Is he low? Is he less than her? I don't know. You might say like 43,000. Is that enough money? No. But nor are you also making money though, because you come at 36,000. So it's like we're both low. So I'm like, I don't know how people who are both low want to diss each other. Like, make it make sense, right? But ultimately, he's making more than you. So congrats to him, right? Congrats to him. But I'm like, she says these things with so much conviction, which lets me know that herself, she hasn't looked it up. She goes based on what she sees on social media. And because women are more active on social media, women tend to show off more their car purchases, their bag purchases, which is honestly, they usually buy foolishness. Even social media will show you that women don't care about money, because every time they show you how they spend money on social media, it is utter foolishness. It's stuff that does not appreciate, right? They'll buy cars, they'll buy this. They waste money on stuff that does not appreciate, because these women do not understand money, okay? They don't understand money, whatever, okay? But a lot of women use credit. They use consumer credit. They use the pay now, what's it called? Buy now, pay later type of stuff, right? They are in debt. A lot of women are in debt on social media because of social media, trying to make other women feel as though they are successful. Okay? But they do make more. And it's okay. It's okay to give people credit for doing better. It's okay. Right? Now, does that mean that you have instances of Black women who out-earn Black men like crazy? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But you also have black men who out earn black women like crazy. Who makes more than LeBron James? What black woman makes more than LeBron James? When it comes to all these basketball players, most black women don't make that kind of money. 150 million, a $200 million contract. Like look, Russell Wilson is like a $400 million man. So even amongst the richest of the richest, black men also tend to be a lot richer than black women. But maybe you have like the singular instances like the Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, Oprah's at $1 billion. But on the upper echelon, what black person out here makes more than LeBron James? I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know. That man's freaking crazy. But most black billionaires are men. Okay? In the world of sports, the highest paid people are black men. In entertainment, the highest paid people are black men. It's okay. Like, don't try to sell these stories like, oh, when you're a black woman and you marry a black man, you marrying down. It might be for your singular instance, but on average, no, it's not the case. And it's okay. The truth is, so it's okay to be truthful. It really is. I don't know why people need to lie. Like, I don't know why people need to demean people or take credit away from people or like pretend as if someone is not doing better than them. It's okay. You don't have to be a hater. It's straight up. It's cool because the numbers is here, right? And when you say Google it, but then you haven't Googled the numbers yourself and you sit here and you're so loud and you're so wrong, like, girl. But like I said, I don't even think she has a real PhD, so what do I know? Like, you were insane.
Whole had a lot of kids by different women.
Watch out now. Watch out. You're speeding.
Yeah, I am.
You're speeding.
I'm poking.
We going there. Hold on. Let me take this.
So let me finish.
Let me take this glove off.
Let me finish this point. So again, low valued men, meaning street term broke, they're married. And they oftentimes, if not more than often, have multiple kids by multiple men. Okay?
Woman. Whoa.
No. I'm going somewhere.
Low. You said
by
low.
Oh no, I'm going somewhere with that. They have multiple kids by multiple men. Hold on. And women. We in a whole different society. You talking about reality.
No. You said low vibrational men are married with multiple.
Let me say it again. They're married. And if they're not, they usually have multiple kids
Okay.
with multiple women. Hold on. And I'm going somewhere with this. Have multiple men. Meaning that men and women are choosing low-valued men. That's subjective.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Because in the society we live in today, you have a lot of different dynamics of polyamorous,
but
different dynamics.
I don't know why you struggle with numbers, right? The lady said something very specific. She said that on average, black women marry down, which would mean that, and she said that on average, black women outpace black men financially. She said, Google it. Right? We went to Google. Google is telling us black men on average make $40,000 a year. Black women in 2022 make $36,303 a year. Right? So she's wrong. That's it. She's wrong. Black men make more money than black women on average. It's okay. Now, do you have instances where you have black women who outpace black men in earnings? Of course you do. To every rule, there is an exception, but we can also be sober enough to say when it comes, even when it goes to the highest, like I'm talking like 200, 300 million, 500 million, $1 billion, right? Most of there too, you will find that black men also lead. They do. So let's not try to paint a picture like, oh, most of them are like lazy, they don't make money, they're broke, they're dusties, because if that's the case, then the black woman is even dustier. Because on average, she does not outpace the man. She doesn't do it. Right? She doesn't do it. Now on social media can give a picture of though she makes more money than a man because she's always spending her money on things that are not real assets and do not appreciate and value. They'll buy Mercedes truck. They'll spend like $2,000 on a wig. The majority of the money that they show on social media and how they spend that money, it does not appreciate. It just throw money out the window. Right? They can say, oh, I'm buying a Chanel bag and it appreciates the value. Yeah, right. Do you know how many bags are out there now? It's not the same. And even when it comes to Chanel bag, there are certain Chanel bags that appreciate and value. Others, good luck if you can try to sell those bags. Okay? Nobody wants that. So I'm like, for her to sit here, because when you say things like that, this is how also you make it a lot harder for black men and black women to get married. Because now you're going to make her feel as though, oh, you're marrying down. There's something better out there. There's something bigger out there. No. You need to let this woman sober up. Don't tell her things that are not true. Don't make her resentful. But, oh, well, if I marry a black man, I'm marrying down. No, on average, you're not. You're marrying up. Now, is it significantly up? Maybe not. Okay, is $7,000 that much of a difference? Probably not. But it's still up. Now, can you find somebody who makes way more and has way more of everything? Sure. But the more you ask financially, the more also you as a woman, you're going to have to step up as well. Because to whom much is given, much is required. Right? But I don't appreciate the way she's saying it, because then you can give somebody hysteria, or you can give someone the feeling of, well, you know what? Yeah, it's true. Most black women marry down. No, financially, they do not. Now, you can say emotionally, okay, spiritually, behaviorally, maybe. But she told us to go to Google. We went to Google, right? And Google said black men, 43,000, black women, 36,000. So you cannot be out here and then spreading false information. Financially, most black women on average are not marrying down. Now, is it enough? Is this what she wants? No, maybe not. Right? And even if you want to talk about education too, be so for real. A lot of women, the stuff they go and major in, it is stupid. Okay? A lot of women do not major in degrees that actually get them high-paying jobs. They do not. Most women go to school and they pick easy majors. And they have a lot of debt for that easy major. And they're all over TikTok. They're all over the place. Oh my gosh, like I spent all this money for a degree I'm not going to use. Okay? Because they go to school just to go to school. And then a lot of them do not pick majors that are going to put them in position to make a lot of money. But they're going to come out with a lot of debt. Right? Going to school, having a degree is not a promise of becoming someone in society who can make a lot of money. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's that. But I mean, I guess they're probably good at reading or whatever it is, right? But just because you have a degree does not mean that you don't also have like debt that comes with that degree. And a lot of degrees that people pick, that most women tend to pick, are not degrees that pay a lot of money, right? You'll have people who'll go and major in basket weaving. Okay, sure. You'll have people who'll go to school. You'll have some women, they'll go to school and they'll major in Pan-African studies or African-American studies. Okay, it's cute, but who gonna hire you with this? What kind of job can you get with a whole degree in Pan-Africanism? Like what? Make it make sense. You might even go and study a whole foreign language. I think you do like 4 years of Russian. You might even get hired by the CIA, right? But a lot of times people don't say to ladies, like, ladies, when you pick a major that can give you a great job with great money and great benefits, right? But you go and get a whole degree, a 4-year degree in Pan-African studies. Like, what is this? Like, make it make sense.
Dynamics of relationships. And when you're talking about men today and women, I'm not just knocking on the men, relationships don't just go one way. And we're talking about a low-valued man. We're not just talking about heterosexual men, right? I could talk about the whole gamut. Do I have to stay in one pocket? I'm just asking because I will.
Ma'am.
Okay. So
Take it
again, low-valued men don't have to be, they could be high-functioning and low value is what I'm saying. So a man living in his mama's house is low value, but he could be high-functioning. Hold on. So how does he attract a woman who's high-functioning?
Thank you.
He's high-functioning. He attracts a high-functioning woman. Hold on. The high-functioning woman is also high value, meaning she has money, a lifestyle, and a high quality of life. And she's high-functioning. All she needs is a high-functioning man. She ain't worried about a man who also has high value. A lot of women operate like that who are powerful. I'm sure you've been in rooms with powerful women who have husbands who you have said, if not you, many have said, how did he get her? Wait a minute. And it's not even a looks thing. It's down to, I'm going to go with a really good friend of mine's, Oprah and Stedman. Mama, you know I love you. But Oprah's power. You think Stedman's low functioning or low value? Stedman is low value.
You are out of order. How you gonna call that woman's husband high? Stedman is not low value. Like, what the heck? That man is a high earner. Oprah is a billionaire. Like, girl,
he ain't low functioning, baby.
Jeez.
There's a difference. He's low value based on, I'll use your word, reality, because regardless if he makes good money, he ain't making Oprah money.
Nobody's making Oprah money.
So he's low valued compared to that. But Stedman is not low functioning. Oprah's not.
Stedman is not low value either. Everybody's low value compared to Mama O. Let's just say that.
So, right. So, Stedman, and it's subjective again. Stedman, in his relationship, we can't say marriage, in his relationship, is low value to his powerhouse, high value, high functioning
But that's not a good
woman.
example, though.
That is a great example.
That's not because
it
anybody's going to be low value to
Cam, who
Oprah.
house do they live in?
Oprah's.
Okay, where's Stedman's house?
I have no idea.
That's my point.
You are very silly. You are very, very silly. So they're saying like Mr. Stedman, he has a net worth of $10 million. I'm like, that he's still a millionaire. But to me, it's like, that's not low value. $10 million is low value. She has that in her bank account. Girl, you are insane. I'm like, you can't even use Oprah as an example because Oprah is out there. Like, Oprah is an outlier. Like, that's just like, child, Oprah, like, nah. You can't even use like Oprah. Like, Oprah's like an outlier. Don't use this lady. She just makes way too much money. It's not even reasonable at this point. Like, stick around. Like, stay right here. Stay right here. Okay, let's talk about us over here. Talk about us regular people. Because Oprah, she really is an outlier. Like, it's not a common thing to be a billionaire. Like a Black woman billionaire, yeah, that's not really common. So yeah, that no, leave it alone. Leave it alone. I'm like,
can you give me another example?
That is my
Let's not use that one because that's not a reality.
Another
like
example.
Oprah is living in the half percent of the world, not just the 1%, less than the 1%.
Yeah,
because anybody, myself included, if we were to date a woman of Oprah's magnitude, it's never going to be enough. I'm going to be on her jet. I'm going to be on her yacht. I'm going to be at her functions.
Yep.
I would be a fucking fool to think.
So that's not always the case. You look at Jay-Z and you look at Beyonce. Jay can be on B's lot, B can be on Jay's lot. So my whole point to drive this point is,
and you see, and this is where she's also mistaken because most married people are not going to be like, oh, this is my yacht, that's your yacht. Like, no, for them it's theirs. Baby girl, that's what they tell you. You cannot be counseling married people. Okay, because for most married people, it's not like, oh, well, that's my yacht. Well, that's my yacht. Well, that's my car. Well, that's my car. It is theirs. It's theirs. It's the family thing. It's the Carter, baby. Like the Carters, okay? Make it make sense. Well, life is elitist. We live in a capitalist society, baby. We're not in China. Like, well, I don't know. We're not in a communist society, right? We are in America. Things are elitist. And people have to talk about money because it's a real thing. If you don't have money, you don't make money, you don't worry of making money, you're not gonna have a great pool of people to choose from. You have to care about money. You have to care about money. Gotta change your mindset. You have to care, right? You have to care about money because you don't want to marry a random person that only I don't want it. It's too elitist. You gonna go marry a poor person? No, it's too low. They sure do have these conversations on. So to be so for real, do you see Koreans out here marry poor people? Okay, do you see Koreans marry poor people? Have you ever seen Koreans out here trying to marry Black people? Okay, no. Do you see Indians even marry Black people? No, they marry white. So yes, they do. Yes, they do. Like Koreans, it is a big deal. You have to marry a rich person. They're like, oh, who's your family? Who's your family? Okay, no, that's the way the world is. They sure do talk. If they don't talk about it, how does it become a tradition? If they don't talk about it, how does it become a tradition? Do they talk about it openly on the internet? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't speak Korean, so but I'm like, it's a thing. When you look at all these powerful families in Korea, the Chaebol people, Chaebol Koreans don't marry random people. They don't marry workers. So when the daughter of the founder of Samsung, right? The daughter, she married the driver. The people lost their mind. Like, what the heck? She gonna marry the driver? And she shouldn't have, because he became abusive. And he tried to take all her money. So it's like, yes, around the world, people do care. Exactly. So you better tell him. Exactly. What? If anything, I would say Black people, we don't care enough. We don't care enough. But in Korea, it is insane. Nobody wants to marry poor people. What they gonna do for you? Okay, but like the Chaebol, like there's like 20 families in Korea. I can show y'all. It's like 20 families in Korea. They're like the top families. Like they have like Panasonic. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So then are you not also being an elitist? Exactly. So are you not also being an elitist, right? Because what about the poor person who only makes $2,000, right? Won't you marry him? You have to be an elitist. Who wants to struggle? Oh, well, whatever. Okay. But it's like in Korea, it is not a joke. Even with Muslim people too. You think that people in the Emirates, they marry random people? You think all these Emirate people, all these Emirati people, they marry random people? You think they send their kids to Harvard? They send their kids to Stanford so that their kids can come home and marry a butler? Hell no. What is this? No. No. What the heck? Even the whole fact of like sending your kids to private school and sending your kids to like these bougie ass school because you want your children to be around the kids of other rich people so that your kids can marry rich. Yes. So people have to care about money. Who wants a broke but bloodline? Make it make sense. No.
That low value or high value, low function, high function, two different things, or two different identities. Low value has to do with money and quality of life, fiduciary. Functioning has to do with how do you function innately, emotionally, psychologically as a human being. And so if you have billions of dollars, Donald Trump is low functioning. He just happens to be high value in the sense of his wealth, but he's extremely low functioning.
That's subjective.
But that's fine. No, and I'm not for or against him. I'm not for or.
Girl, be fine.
They're basically a group in Korea. The only diamond spoons are really the chaebars. They're basically a group, a family that runs some of the largest conglomerates and monopolies and businesses in the whole nation.
Chinese is taifa. That makes sense.
That it does.
And you also have it
that's
as
the word.
taifa. You see this? Everybody cares about money. Only black people don't care about money. Please go somewhere. You better be an elitist. Okay? When it comes to your love life, you have the right to be selfish AF. Now, in the world, like every day, should you treat people horribly because they don't have what you have? No, of course not. Of course not. Respect people, man. Okay? Respect people, be kind to people, be respectful. But when it comes to your love life, who you want to marry, who you want to have kids with, yeah, you have the right to ask for pedigree because that's your whole bloodline. That's your bloodline. Okay? So yeah, you have the right to be extremely selfish and extremely elitist, whatever you want. It's your bloodline.
Sense.
That it does?
Yeah, that's the word. Yes.
Okay. Imagine the CEO of Apple is Tim Cook, which I mean, he's a diamond spooner for sure. But chaebars are interesting because their grandfather started Samsung, for example, and now their dad is the chairman of Samsung. And guess what? Who's going to be the next chairman of Samsung? It's not going to be the most qualified worker in the force. It's going to be one of their kids. It's going to stay in the family. It's a dynasty, to put it simply. And these chaebars, they basically single-handedly run the economy. We talk about it all the time. They put a little toot out, they fart a little bit, the economy all the way down. Every time Samsung farts, that's the economy.
The economy just up
and down. And there are roughly 24 well-known families of chaebars in South Korea. There's probably a few dozen more, but these are like the top ones. And most of them marry each other.
Exactly.
Oh, not the family members. It's not Game of Thrones, but they marry other chaebars in Korea.
Okay. Like it's real. Let me see what he said.
This is an interesting topic. The Korean chaebol, they're like the rich. This is an interesting topic. The Korean chaebol, they're like the rich, like corporate families of Korea, like the heiress and heir families.
Would it be like in Parasite, the family that owns the main house?
No, because they're not rich enough. This is like rich, like can't be touched by law, control presidents type of rich. Samsung itself is 20% of Korea's GDP. For comparison to America, the entire pharmaceutical industry is 20% of America's GDP. So Samsung alone, one company, is 20% of Korea's. Standing CEO or whatever of Korean Air made a plane turn back mid-flight because she was served peanuts the wrong way on her, and she's the CEO. But she's like an heiress CEO. She's not like a selected CEO for her, like, you know, abilities. She turns the plane around, which is highly illegal. She was like arrested and when they landed, but nothing happened to her either. Like these people are truly untouchable.
Wow. I have a couple friends that are very affluent in the Korean community. And yeah, they kind of just see life differently.
Yeah.
This is an interesting topic.
Somebody want to be poor. If you watch K-drama, you know this. Look at this. Look at where they send their kids to school. Look. You see why they send their kids to school? Because they want their kids to be around richer people. Because you're not just going to school for education. You're going to school to also do what? To get married.
Happy New Year. If
in Korea.
Meet Heather Cho, the vice president and daughter of the owner of Korean Air. One day, she forced a plane full of passengers to stop during takeoff because a cabin crew member had served her nuts in a bag instead of on a plate. She forced the crew member to apologize on his knees and kicked him off the plane. The public was outraged at such an arrogant abuse of power and demanded that she be brought to justice. And yet, at her sentencing, she was just given 1 year in jail. 5 months later, her sentence was suspended. This is Chae Tae-won, the chairman of SK, the second largest chaebol in Korea. They own the biggest mobile phone provider in Korea, along with a ton of businesses in energy, construction, telecom, and more. And in 2013, this chairman was convicted of embezzlement, illegally moving company money into his own pockets. He was sentenced to around 2 years in jail. But this was no ordinary prison sentence. During his time in prison, he had more than 1,700 visitors. He was literally running his giant conglomerates from his jail cell. He also had his original sentence suspended and got out long before he was supposed to. Now surprisingly, after being released, he was immediately reinstated into SK leadership.
The business tycoon vowed to do his best to help bolster national economic and social development and to regain the public's trust.
These examples are just scratching the surface. Almost every year, a chaebol family member is accused of tax evasion, embezzlement, or fraud, and they all get away with it with a reduced sentence or no jail time at all.
So I'm like, it really matters. You can't say, like, oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it matters, child. What? Marriage? You better be selfish.
Back on chaebol talk. So if you're new to my channel, welcome. I talked about chaebols who I'm not even gonna get into it, but you may be wondering. So is an idol a chaebol? No, I'll show you who a real chaebol is. So the Emmys were on today, whatever, and from Squid Games, Lee Jung-jae, next to him is his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is an actual chaebol. Her name is Im Se-ryung, and she is a chaebol for Daesang Group. She is previously the wife of the current CEO of Samsung, Lee Jae-yong. But let's not get into it. Let's stick on the present. So she is an actual chaebol.
Exactly.
Do you see her? Have you heard of her before? Probably not. Why? Because chaebols are not celebrities and they are not like idols. They are literally just like CEOs and they're birthed into. Right,
okay. So to say him, like, oh, it's elitist. Why do Black women care? Black women don't even care enough. They need to care more. They really do. Okay. They need to care more. What are you saying, Obi?
This is a hot take, but I feel like in America, rich people can marry whoever the fork that they want. Like Elon Musk and Grimes. Jeff Bezos be out here making sculptures of his new fiance for his boat, and nobody bats a freaking eye. I'm sure she's a qualified woman, but people just be marrying whoever. In Korea, things are not the same. There's like maybe 20 families that run the most powerful, influential companies in all of South Korea, and all their kids are known as chaebols, and they basically have to marry each other. It's like a big incestuous inbreeding. I'm just kidding. Don't sue me. I'm just kidding. There's no inbreeding. There's no incest. Please don't sue me. But you get what I'm saying. It's 20 families. How many combinations can you really make? This is a hot take, but I feel like in America, rich people can marry whoever.
And you know what? To your point, T, social media, honestly, babe, social media is full of frauds. Like social media, people always trying to act rich. They're not even that rich. It's all credit. The rich people, they don't even post on social media. They live their lives. They live their life. Then I'm not going to come and do an unboxing, That's what all these girls now are like, oh, I'm selling my luxury stuff. I am selling my luxury goods, right? Where is it? Hold on, let me show you. Okay. There was like a whole rave of all these YouTubers. They're like these luxury YouTubers, right? And it's like now they're all selling all their designer bags, whatever. I'm like, yeah, because you were never really rich. Okay. You were never, you see, look, this one, she's selling all her bags. This one's selling her bags, right? She sold all her bags, wasting money, right? This one sold her. All these people are like, oh, I'm selling my bags, right? Because it's fake. It is fake. You're never going to see a rich person come on social media talk about, oh yeah, I'm selling all my designer bags, right? Because it's like influencer money. It's a bubble. It is so fake. Okay. Like, but rich people, they're not going to sit here and do unboxings. They are too busy living their lives. It's a normal thing for them. It's like, there's nothing to unbox. That's how I live. But social media is fake of fake rich people. So I can see why people will be under the impression that, oh yeah, black women make more than black men on average, right? Okay, because they do a lot of showing off on social media. But a lot of people live off of credit and afterpay, okay? But real rich people, they're not going to post nothing. Actually, they want their privacy because they make too much money. Next thing you know, they're going to try to come over here and rob them. Go somewhere with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're busy living their lives. They're not posting on social media. They have nothing to prove. They already have the money. Like, go somewhere. They have a very low profile. Many rich people too. Like, I don't know if you noticed this, right? But many rich people on social media, they'll have a private page. Most of the time, the page is private. And most of the time, they'll have like 600 followers. They'll have like 1,000 followers. They be them real rich people, right? Then like the loud people are usually the broke people. But every time you see like a venture capitalist, like people who have lots of money, every time you find their Instagram account, it's usually private. And they have like 300 followers, 400 followers, because they just keep it to family only. They ain't trying to show nothing. They already have it.
Or against Trump. I'm just using someone. And again, we're having a conversation. So everything's going to be subjective. So I'm speaking about the difference so that we can clear it up. Just because a woman is high functioning doesn't mean she's successful financially or career-wise. Just because a man is high functioning doesn't mean that either. Just because someone is high valued doesn't mean that they have a certain level of functioning. You have a lot of people that do good in the boardroom, high IQ, high functioning, interpersonal relationships, but cannot function at home in their marriage. And so those two are not relevant to each other, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you another thing that's not relevant to each other. A high value woman will never acknowledge a low value man. So Oprah.
Well, let me say
hold
this.
on.
Cam, you're a man.
Hold on.
You can't speak from a woman's perspective.
I'm speaking on reality.
High valued women.
Okay.
But yeah, you've been speaking about a man's perspective this whole time, sis. It's been an hour and 6 minutes. We are tired. Oh my gosh. He can't tell you about a woman, but you can tell him about being a man.
Acknowledge, notice, sleep with, and date low value men all the time. One, I'm in room with them with high valued women. Two,
this is like your best.
I am a high valued woman. And I have at some point dated a man who is low valued, meaning he wasn't living with his mama, but his income, socioeconomic status wasn't anywhere where somebody would go, Doc, really? He didn't have a title up to the caliber of mine. He wasn't in rooms and boardrooms. He wasn't sitting there with Congress. Like,
we don't even know if you really have a PhD, girl. Like you went to Phoenix University. Girl, stop lying to yourself. Okay? She needs to stop being so delusional. You went to Phoenix University online. Okay? I'm like, you're the last to talk about someone. Like, please stop. Okay? Where's her page? Let's read about her. Like, you're not gonna do this today. We're not doing this. Okay? Like, girl, what? Like, these girls, like, stop lying so much. It's okay. Okay. Dr. Bryant's mission is to spread her message. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let me go above this. Okay. All right. She went to Cal State University of Northridge at 17. She obtained a double degree in psychology and Pan-African studies. You see, I tell you, they major in like silly stuff. During the first 2 years, she was undecided to what field she would pursue. You see, undecided. They go to school, take on loans, don't even know which one major in. Okay, organically, she ended up choosing psychology, of course. I wonder why. She still wasn't quite sure why. However, she didn't realize what had triggered her interest until she entered the master's program at University of Phoenix. Girl, what? She was halfway through her master's program and boom, it hit her. She had a lot of healing within herself that needed to be done. Dr. Bryant's desire of self-fulfillment, healing, and peace and balance within herself and others drew her to the field of psychology. Being the overachiever that she is, Dr. Bryant decided to pursue her doctorate degree in counseling psychology from Argosy University. Yeah, exactly. She's like, I'm in the boardroom. Girl with a University of Phoenix degree. Girl, shut up. Like, be quiet. Like, what are we doing? And then look at her school. Okay, let me show you her school. I'm like doing way too much. Because social media allows a lot of people to just be out here just lying to people. Okay? So now here we are. Why did Argosy University shut down? Has anybody ever heard of Argosy University? Argosy's fate appeared to be sealed last week when the U.S. Department of Education announced it no longer would provide financial aid to the private university because it had failed to properly administer the money in what the department called a grievous breach of the university's responsibility. Okay? Argosy University in Chicago shuts down. It means student loan scandal. Okay? Is a degree from Argosy University respected? Institutional creditors or regional creditor, Western Senior College and University Commission accredited as Argosy and its campuses as an institution. Okay? So, I guess so. But my thing is, it's like you can't even verify whether she really had a PhD or not because the school is closed. So what does that do to your degree? I don't know. That is very bizarre. So I'm like, all this stuff she's doing over here, big puffing and stuff, girl, make it make sense.
Never acknowledge a low value man. So Oprah.
Well, let me say
hold
this.
on,
Cam, you're a man.
Hold on.
You can't speak from a woman's perspective.
I'm speaking on reality.
High-valued women
Okay.
acknowledge, notice, sleep with, and date low-value men all the time. One, I'm in room with them, with high-valued women. Two, I am a high-valued woman, and I have at some point dated a man who is low-valued, meaning he wasn't living with his mama, but his income, socioeconomic status wasn't anywhere where somebody would go, Doc, really? He didn't have a title up to the caliber of mine. He wasn't in rooms and boardrooms. He wasn't sitting there with Congress, elected officials, and making moves and making legislation and resolutions like myself. And so at that time, I was a woman who was high valued, okay, and high functioning, who was dating a man who was high functioning, but low value, but didn't live with his mother. And for me, what he was providing in the sense of our companionship was great in that season.
Which was what?
What do you mean, which was what?
What was he providing you?
The functionality, the emotional intelligence.
The functionality? I'm asking you.
You're asking me. Wait, what did you? What word did you say?
Functionality.
You're asking me, was he making love to me?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
If the sex was good?
Yes.
Yes.
The sex was great.
Now,
exactly. And most women who have money who go for men that have less money because of penis. At least she's honest there.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, it wasn't the best I had, but it was great.
This goes to my point.
But that wasn't all. You asked a question.
Yes, but I'm making a point here.
So you want me to
even though
finish what he was
just
providing?
press a pause.
Okay.
Just press the space bar real quick.
Just breathe.
Team, it's been a grind,
This woman is.
but I think
She's
I've
funny
aged
though.
you
Cheyenne,
well.
you are hilarious.
Some might say perfect.
You are hilarious.
Who's ready to show who's
You
the
gave her
Cheez It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Even though you were entertaining him sexually, you will never be saw with that man.
Exactly.
Because he don't fit my standards.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean you can't entertain him.
First of all, that's not true. So I'm the source. I'm the woman. I'm the one who was dating him. I'm going to speak from that source, not you. So as the source who was dating him, that's not true. We were seen in public. We were seen on red carpets when I was co-producing my show, as well as on Camera Psychologist with the biggest show on TV, Teen Mom Family Reunion on MTV. We did a lot of that. And we didn't enter a relationship where we led by sex. So I was tied to the sex is so good, this is what we're doing. I would have just ran that play with saying, we're just sexing. Let's leave it there. I'm grown. I could do that. His functionality, his intellect, his high functioning is what attracted me. As that functionality continued to be attractive and foreplay me, my body.
Foreplayed you? Girl, what? Foreplay is not a verb. What is wrong with this lady? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Girl, it's okay. You cannot convince us that she was not on Teen Mom. She said she hosted, like she helped to do the Teen Mom reunion. I was like, because I've never seen her. It's okay to say, yeah, I had more money. He was fine. He had good, he had good vitamin D. And so that was that. It's okay, sis. She wants to make this like, she wants to sell us something as if we don't know what it is. We know exactly what it is. It was a situationship. Because is he in your life right now? No. Why is that? Because he can't be a provider. So it was cute for what it was, but it was not going to last long term because he can't provide. He can't give you the lifestyle that you want ultimately. So he's no longer in your life. It's okay. My goodness. It's all right.
He started to want him. That happened about 8 months into us having a companionship. And so I'm not saying anyone who does it the first day, I'm not knocking no one. I'm just telling the reality of how we worked it out. So by the time we were intimate, the actual act wasn't all that, but our connection, our functionality, our intimacy, all the foreplay.
So you're trying to tell us that you dated down a broke man and the sex wasn't even good? Girl, you are insane. She said it wasn't good. Then why are you there? He has no money. He can't give you the life you want. The sex is not good. But because he's emotionally available, girl, you could have easily seen a therapist or a psychologist yourself, and you'd have been just good. Make it make sense. This woman is insane. Cam, I salute you for sitting down with this woman.
The actual act wasn't all that, but our connection, our functionality, our intimacy, all the foreplay for 8 months made that sex amazing. Because it's subjective on what turns who on. And for this subject, what I'm turned on by is high functioning. I'm turned on by a man who's mature enough, emotionally intelligent enough to be a hybrid, an alpha, a submissive, a man who understands that. So for me, that's what he was feeding me, my foreplay of what turns me on as me as a woman. Our intimacy, all the foreplay for 8 months made that sex amazing. Because it's subjective on what turns who on. And for this subject, what I'm turned on by is high functioning. I'm turned on by a man who's mature enough, emotionally intelligent enough to be a hybrid, an alpha, a submissive.
But can an alpha be submissive? Does that even make sense to y'all? If you're an alpha man, can an alpha man be submissive? Submissive to a woman? An alpha man submit to a woman? Girl, you make no sense. You make no sense. She sure did. I'm like, what is she even talking about? The fact that people found this woman impressive, oh my gosh, it's really concerning. It's really, really concerning. Well, y'all, did you actually watch the whole thing? Or you saw that one little clip and you're like, oh yeah, that's it. She hit him down, right? I'm like, this is insane. I am really confused. He's an alpha and he's submissive to you? No, sis. No. I am really confused, y'all. This is a lot. The clip, I might as well just play the clip and be done with this. How can you be an alpha man and be submissive? This makes no sense. So he's an alpha and he's submissive to you. And remember, and see how she keeps talking about, oh, the man has to be emotionally intelligent. The man has to be emotionally intelligent. All this emotional intelligence stuff, girl, it's enough. Can he provide? No. So you dated down. The sex wasn't good, but because he talked a whole lot and he said all the things you wanted to hear, you put up with this man for over 10 months. You wasted your time and your vajayjay. She's pretty, but she ain't bright. This is insanity. I was like, can an alpha be submissive?
Man who understands that. So for me, that's what he was feeding me, my foreplay of what turns me on as me as a woman. And so, yes, I not only entertained, but I was very much involved in that relationship.
With that
yes.
remedy or that ingredient that most people do, it's going to run its course.
That's fine. But who cares? Marriage runs its course. Our divorce rate is high.
But listen to the point that I'm trying to make. As a high value.
And you see where she's a hypocrite? This is the same woman who said you should not rush into marriage just so that you can end up at the altar getting divorced. Okay? You shouldn't rush into marriage so you don't end up divorced. But she gonna rush into bed with somebody that don't make money, that doesn't have good sex, that don't do nothing. She's like, oh, it's okay because every relationship runs its course. Girl, you make no sense. Like you are, like she's just, oh my gosh, she really makes no sense. The fact that my people were impressed by this woman, y'all breaking my heart, okay? Or maybe y'all just saw the one clip where she gathered him and be like, oh yeah, she's the real one. She a real one. But did y'all actually watch the whole video? Because there's no way. There is no way. There's no way y'all watched the whole thing and this lady really had y'all impressed like this. I don't believe that.
Valued woman.
No.
She's never going to entertain.
I really think so. I think my people just saw a clip. And you see this, Asada, this is why the media also manipulates Black people when it comes to politics. Because they know Black people are not going to go watch the whole thing. They'll just watch a clip and make their opinion off of a clip. Because I'm like, hold up, did y'all watch the whole thing? Because they're like, yeah, Marlene, she had him together. Like, oh, she did it. Oh, yeah, she a real one. Oh, he was not mature enough to handle her. Oh, I was like, did y'all watch the whole thing? No, it's giving. You only saw that one clip and you were like, yeah, Team Cheyenne, right? In that clip, yeah, she had him good. But besides that, everything else, we're sitting here confused. She's so verbose. Like we are exhausted. We are drained. You know what I'm saying? I mean, did y'all actually watch the whole thing? Nah. This is really hurting my feelings. Yeah. Like they'll make you they'll just show you clips of a person. Even I remember too, years ago too, I used to not like Kevin Samuels, y'all. I even got on his live. I sure did. Hey, baby. Right? But I'm like, if you watch Kevin Samuels only the clips and the clips they want, you ain't gonna like that man. Because these clips are crazy. But if you watch the entire video, it's like, oh, okay, I see what he said to that girl. The girl, he wasn't wrong. Yeah, because she's a lot. Yeah, I sure. Well, you see, T remembers, I was like, this man is crazy. So I went on there too, right? But when you really take your time and you watch an entire Kevin Samuels video, he's really not that crazy. But if you only see the little clips of him, yeah, he's crazy. And I'm like, that's what the media does. They just cherry pick these little scenes and they have all these clips of you out there. And if you don't know the person, if you never really watched the person, you're really going to hate the person. Like, what the heck is wrong with this person? Can you believe she said that? But that's why you got to take your time and watch the entire video. But today with social media and short form content, people have lost the ability to sit down and actually eat all of the context, right? Oh, just give me a short form. But short form can be very misleading. You know what I'm saying? She talks a lot. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, Goldie, they would have sessions they would make you think as though Kevin was only riding Black women. Nah, Kevin used to gather these men also. When he's like, you too broke ass, you too broke. Kevin had time for these guys too. But they never showed those clips though, right? But there were many, many lives. I mean, the majority of his channel before he went viral was talking to Black men. So you need to dress right, get your life in order, make more money, put yourself together, cut your hair, things like that, right? But it's they never let that be viral. Girl, he dissed them both. He dissed the Black woman. He dissed the Black men. Everybody can get it. Hey, Anna, right? He was dissing everybody. But it's they pick and choose. They were picking and choosing what clips of him to make viral because they want people to have a visceral reaction out of that person, right? But Kevin had time for these dudes. He'd be like, you your broke ass. He's like, damn. They were days it was just the man. He just be writing the man. But people never clip those things and have those things go viral because they know you can get way more because Black women they're women. So women are more reactionary. Oh my gosh. Women are more reactionary, right? So if you do those clips, they're more likely to respond to it. And their response to it is what made the man even more famous. But a lot of times, a lot of ladies be coming back you know what, Kevin, you were actually right. You were right, Kevin. I might not like the way you said it, but it had to be said. All the time, you had white girls, Latina, all kinds of different ethnicity of women will call the show and try to give their opinion to Black women. He'd be like, oh, no, not on my show. He's like, blue, click. You know what I'm saying? He really did have boundaries like that. But they never showed that side of him, right? But I'm like, child, Maverick is something else. Y'all gotta, that's why I'm sometimes I wonder if I have to wear clothes. I'm this guy's just gonna throw up all over me. That's what he does, child. That's what he does. As long as he's quiet, though, I don't mind. Right? But I'm like, did y'all watch the whole video, though? Because this lady is alive.
A man that is not also high value. Now,
It's not true.
I will say it like this. Even though he has high function, to sustain the relationship, that high function will run its course if that's all you have.
Yep. That's why
So
he's not for life right now.
you being who you are, you attract a certain type of man.
She knows this.
Me being who I am, I can take anybody and transform them into who I want them to be. A woman cannot do that.
That's not true.
In most cases.
That's not true.
Okay, she's not willing.
No, I'm
to
saying
do
that no.
That part right there, him knowing that it gives like unhealthy power dynamics. Because I have money, because I'm very famous, right? Most women will do whatever I tell them to do to be in my presence. Okay. All right.
No man can take a woman and transform her into what he wants her to be. She came in.
No, he can. Absolutely, a man can. And we see it in hip hop. Okay. We have seen good girls go bad. Okay. We saw what happened to Lil' Kim once she got involved with Biggie. Okay. We saw what happened to Carisha once she got involved with Diddy. Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. A man with a lot of money, even a man with an assertive personality, he can change her. For the good, for the bad, he can even change a good girl into a home. Okay. Okay. Yes, he can. Oh, yes, he can. Oh, yes, he can. Because Loki, Heike, Cassie became a sex worker. Okay. All right. But could a regular man have made Cassie do freak offs? I don't think so.
And is willing to allow you to tell her what you want and she'll submit to those. You're not God, and you're not the potter maker. So your hands ain't on no.
But on this earth, though, I would make an argument that on this earth, money is God. Money is a God. Say what you want, but money is a God. People wake up for money. People cry for money. People marry for money. People divorce for money. People kill for money. Okay. People will sell their souls for money. So it's like on this earth, on this planet right here, money is a God. Now, is it a big, big God? It depends who you ask, but it definitely is a God. So whoever has a lot of money is going to be feel like a God. Absolutely. That's why celebrities, especially the big, big ones, are treated like gods because they have a lot of money. So yeah, he is a God. For a lot of people, if he comes into their lives, he can transform your life. It's giving God. It's giving miracles. Okay? $75 million? Yeah, it can do a whole lot for a whole lot of people. So for me, I'm like, no, money is a God. It's a God of this earth. It's not the God of the universe. Exactly, Marissa. She said, and this one from California, the headquarters of pimp culture. Men can absolutely mold a woman to their liking. It happens all the time. Don't even need money. All he needs is an assertive personality. If he's very assertive, and also if he's brutal, because violent people tend to get their way. Right? So I'm like, no, like, yeah, a man with money, with lots of money, he is a God. When Carisha said to the little Asian girl, don't make me tell Diddy to have you eat my cooch, okay? All right? So Diddy can tell a girl, okay, go eat her JJ, and she gonna do it? Oh yeah, it's giving God. Because how can a man tell you to go eat the whatever and you're not even into women? How does that make any sense? Exactly. The part where she said she didn't want to have the booty thing, and she still did it because that's what he wanted. And then she said that she had the trauma. Okay, you're absolutely right, Bruno. As he can definitely, and he did. Because Jasmine, she went on a podcast with the other biracial girl, and then she told her that, because it's like when she grew up, she was like sexually assaulted. So there are certain things she doesn't want to do. But for Cam, he wanted to have booty sex. Okay. So she didn't want to do it, but she's like, okay, fine. And then when they had booty sex, okay, There was foam coming out of her booty. Mm-hmm. So whatever Bruna said up here, he made her do it, and she did it. And then there was white stuff coming out of her. Okay, I'm trying to monetize my video. Yeah, it was foaming. Yes. Mm-hmm. So absolutely. Okay.
Pot, sweetie, taking a woman and conforming. You just don't have that power. You probably would like to, but you don't have that power. You can take her, like I just said before, with the womanizer and the guy who, me being in your studio, and say, baby, these are the qualifications, and she chooses, which is her free will to never be yours, to hit them points or not. And when she chooses to hit them points, you then choose to keep her or you choose to shake her, because you can never take water. Hold on. You can never take water, baby, and make this 7-Up. You can pour it out and fill it back up, but this will never turn to what you wanted. You're not Jesus. You ain't turning water to wine. That's not how it happens. Now, you can't take a woman and make her what you want. You can tell her what you want, and I'm going to give her power back, and she'll choose to be that. But you don't.
Nice. So here I come. Okay.
A man can choose me. Pick-me's are women who try to do everything right just so a man can choose me. Yeah, cut that shit out. Because I'm going to keep it real with you. Men already know what they want in a woman and who they want. But if you're so nurturing and you're an asset and it's not you, they'll never tell you to stop doing what you're doing because it's beneficial. And I don't want to hear none of that shit like, oh, I'm just a nice person. I'm genuinely like that. Well, bitch, you gonna genuinely get played.
Submissive woman do for her man?
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Mm-hmm. You know, like packing his bag,
you see,
unpacking his bag,
you see,
just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning. I know how you are about midday. I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. Boy, it is my joy. You know, I love to see him eating the meal that I cooked. I love seeing him sleep easy every night, like clockwork. I scratch this man's back to sleep. And I know when he's asleep because I can tell when his breathing changes. And some people might think that's psychotic, but that's like, I just know that's when I'm like, oh, I can stop now. But I find joy in being your rest, you know? So know what that means. And that works for us because he wants what I have to offer.
Pick-me's are women who try to do everything right just so a man can choose me. Yeah, cut that shit out. Because I'm going to keep it real with you. Men already know what they want in a woman and who they want. But if you're so nurturing and you're an asset and it's not you, they'll never tell you to stop doing what you're doing because it's beneficial. And I don't want to hear none of that shit like, oh, I'm just a nice person. I'm genuinely like that. Well, bitch, you going to genuinely get played.
Submissive woman do for her man?
Everything.
What does that mean?
You know, like packing his bag, unpacking his bag, just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning. I know how you are about midday. I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. Boy, it is my joy. You know, I love to see him eating the meal that I cooked. I love seeing him sleep easy every night, like clockwork. I scratch this man's back to sleep. And I know when he's asleep because I can tell when his breathing changes. And some people might think that's psychotic, but that's like, I just know that's when I'm like,
I'm the third one, and this is his sixth child. Someone said, ooh, like, couldn't have been me. All right, so Larissa put that pressure on you. I could never do to nobody, okay? Until I put the pressure on you, you don't know what the you'll be. Talking about what you'll never be. You ain't never had. Oh, you better than me? I am. How the hell? It was so funny because he was clapping back at a couple of people. He was clapping back at a couple of people in the comments too, which was great. I was like, yeah, man, get him. Can't nobody read your font, but so if y'all don't know, I'm the third one, and this is his sixth child. Someone said, ooh, like, couldn't have been me. All right, so Larissa put that pressure on you. I could never Okay. Until $100 million put the pressure on you. Talking about what you'll never be. You ain't never had. Oh, you better than me. I am. It's so funny because he was clapping back at a couple of people. He was clapping back at a couple of people in the comments too, which was great. I was like, yeah, man, get him. Can't nobody read your font, but
That ingredient that most people do, it's going to run its course.
That's fine. But who cares? Marriage runs its course.
So you're not intentional. You just date to date, and then you're like, oh, it runs its course. So you haven't healed. This lady, she needs help. Like she needs a lot of help. She really does. And I even feel bad that she thinks that she's in a position to help other people, because all she's going to do is transfer her how you say it? Her venom into other people. Okay? She's not healthy. She really isn't. So because I'm like, now you're telling us like you're not intentional. You just whatever. It's gonna run its course. It's gonna run its course. But somehow you want to be somebody else's psychologist. Make it make sense. She's too emotional.
Our divorce rate is high.
But listen to the point that I'm trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
As a high valued woman,
Mm-hmm.
she's never going to entertain a man that is not also high value. Now,
It's not true.
I will say it like this: even though he has high function,
Mm-hmm.
to sustain
Mm-hmm.
the relationship,
Mm-hmm.
that high function will run its course if that's all you have. So you being who you are, you attract a certain type of man. Me being who I am,
Mm-hmm.
I can take anybody
Mm-hmm.
and transform them into who I want them to be. A woman cannot do
That's
that.
not true.
In most cases.
That's not true.
Okay, she's not willing.
No, I'm
to do
saying that no man can take a woman and transform her into what he wants her to be. She came in and is willing to allow you to tell her what you want and she'll submit to those. You're not God, and you're not the potter maker. So your hands ain't on no pot, sweetie, taking a woman and conforming. You just don't have that power. You probably would like to, but you don't have that power. You can take her, like I just said before, with the womanizer and the guy who, me being in your studio, and say, baby, these are the qualifications, and she chooses, which is her free will to never be yours, to hit them points or not. And when she chooses to hit them points, you then choose to keep her or you choose to shake her, because you can never take water. Hold on. You can never take water, baby, and make this 7-Up. You can pour.
But he did. He took a girl who said she didn't need no man, and he turned her into a girl who cleans the house, makes his breakfast, packs his bag. Now she thinks she's a mind reader. Yeah, he did. He took water and he turned it into 7-Up, because he is Jesus. He's worth $75 million. Yes, he's Jesus. Go somewhere.
Pour it out and fill it back up, but this will never turn to what you wanted. You're not Jesus. You ain't turning water to wine. That's not how it happens. Now, you can't take a woman and make her what you want. You can tell her what you want, and I'm going to give her power back, and she'll choose to be that. But you don't get the power of saying you made her that, whether an entrepreneur or a mother or a wife. She chooses to let you do that by telling you, I'll submit to those orders. There's a difference. Now, with the
you have not only do you have a hard time with reality, you have a hard time with submission, and you have a hard time with admitting to yourself that men have the power in relationship. Admit it to yourself. You're gonna be all right, right? Men have the power in relationship. Any woman who wants to have a long-lasting relationship, the man needs to have the power. If he doesn't, she thinks she can, but eventually she's not gonna stay. Right? Because there's an order to things. There is order to things, right? There is order. Men, and a man is in a relationship where the woman yields the power, it's not gonna last. She's gonna resent you. She's gonna throw you out the door. Like, go somewhere. I can't stand you, right? When a man has money, when a man has power, when a man leads the relationship, yeah, it ain't gonna last. What goes to show you, say whatever you want. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Most women want a leader. Most women want a man who takes charge. They want that stuff. They love that stuff. They can say whatever they want. They do. Like, stop being crazy. Let me play this clip real quick. Oh, girl, Shan, don't come for me, girl. Do not come for me, sis, okay? I'm going to use your content a little bit. Do not come for me.
And do for her man.
Everything. You know, like packing his bag.
Wouldn't say that he's always arms wide open, but he always adjusts. But so I guess when I'm listening to your relationship style, I'm like, if we kind of broke it down into like to-dos specifically, like what does a submissive woman do for her man?
Everything.
What does that mean?
You know, like packing his bag, unpacking his bag, just making sure all the things that he wants. And like, I pretty much read his mind. So it's like, if I know you and I study you, like I know how you are in the morning, I know how you are about midday, I know when you're in this mood, what you need. Like before you can ever ask me for something, I'm already on it. I mean, he's spoiled. And you know, when I talk to my girlfriends about it, I was like, oh, how you guys doing? And I'm just like, girl, he's rotten. I'm like, he's spoiled rotten. Like he's rotten. But I love that. Like I want him to be that. I think my biggest flex is how I treat my man. You know what I mean? And my biggest flex should be how I treat myself, which is, so it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of messed up.
What are you getting from all that you're giving? What are you asking for in return?
You know what's interesting? And you saw my reaction when I was like, you say that? You asked for that? You know what I mean? I think that I have gotten better at saying the things that I need, but if I don't get it the first time, I don't like to say it again.
So would you do what you're doing for a broke dude?
What do you call broke?
You know damn well we call broke. He's worth 75 million. You know exactly what she means. Jasmine, don't play with us.
It requires your financial support as well.
No.
No.
I mean,
he molded you because he had money, and you molded yourself into what he wanted you, right? Because he has $75 million. There you go. There you go. Like, please, let's stop.
Man, a high valued woman can do the same thing with the man. Baby, you want to be here? This is the qualifications. This is what I need, the prerequisites. He can say yes or he can say no. Either way. But if he chooses to do that, then that's his choice, and she got what she wanted. It's all about conduciveness. Is it conducive or not?
Right.
However, we don't potter nobody. And that's where the disconnect comes in at with people who are high valued but low functioning.
But I don't
hold on. High value but low functioning. The high value, low functioning. I'm gonna say it again. Y'all stick with me. High value, low functioning thinks the high value can attract the low functioning, and the low functioning and that high value person thinks they can potter the low functioning and mold them to be what they want. It don't work like that at all. That person still chooses to become what you're telling them you want them to be. That's still their power, and they can take it back when they want. And let me hit on something else you said. You said that high functionality will run its course. I believe the opposite.
Without value. See, this is where you keep trying to skew my words or my intentions of my words. I'm not saying
but without value. But what I'm saying is I still don't agree with that point. I don't say your point's a bad point. I just don't agree with it.
I just think you're taking it out of my contents my intentions for saying that. That's what I believe you're doing. And that's not my intentions. Like, you're making points of things that I did not intend.
You said high functionality will run out without value, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm hitting on that point.
For a high value woman, high functioning will run its course if you do not have any value.
And I'm saying that I don't see that being the case.
Okay.
From being in my field.
But hold on, just real brief. You were saying to that analogy of you turning water into 7-Up. I never thought that I was God or Jesus to be able to control.
But when you say I could take a woman and make her what I want, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. You're taking me and making me what you want. You're taking Jessica and making her what you want. It doesn't matter. You cannot turn water to wine. That's her power. She comes in, you tell her what you want, and she chooses to do that. And if she becomes...
And it's even used in lawsuits. In lawsuits, people will say, because he was my employer, I was the employee, right? He used the power that he had to make me sleep with him. It's used in a lot of lawsuits. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, you can. When Cassie sued Diddy, she also sued all his companies because she was an employee of the companies. Like, yeah, you yielded your power as my boss to get me in bed with you and to traffic me across all these different states. Yes, absolutely. He does think he's God. How can he not think he's God? Come on, like he was a black, I'm not just black, he was an American quarterback. He's worth $75 million. He knows he's handsome. Have you seen Cam Newton without a shirt on? His brother is fit. Okay, like his body looks good, his face looks good, his bank card don't decline. Nothing about him declines besides commitment and taking you to the altar. But besides that, though, yes, he is. He knows the power of money. Like, come on, like she's just sitting here being foolish. She knows damn well what he meant. Okay, like look at Beyonce before Jay-Z and look at Beyonce after Jay-Z. Yeah, Jay-Z molded Beyonce. Absolutely. She was never this sexual, right? A man will mold you. That's why you got to choose the right kind of man before he molds you the wrong way. Like, what are you talking about, sis? Stop lying.
Comes at it's because of her choice. Because the day she chooses to undo that, it's undone.
But
so it's still, the power is still with her. No one can take anyone and make them anything.
Right.
Not me, not you. No one has that power.
But the
Thank
only
God.
reason why a person is considering what I need them to be or will prefer them to be or
Let's
would
see what
like
you
them
say.
to be is because of my value as a man. If I did not have any value.
That's not why. I love that you think that.
but
It's for
listen.
the payoff that they get. It's their payoff. Everything we
What's the
do is for
payoff?
our payoff. It's subjective. So I can say what I think. Let me say this. A woman who would be with a man of your value and become everything you want her to become, because you ain't going to make her, okay? The payoff would be she gets to be provided for. We're talking about the high value part. She gets to live in a beautiful home. She gets this high quality of life. She gets to be able to possibly have a family with a man who also, has a celebrity status, right? She gets to be in the limelight somewhat. Maybe she has a business and maybe this relationship is a strategic relationship for her. She can use this to kind of maneuver or what she has going on.
Right.
See, so the answer will be different from a high functioning woman than a low functioning woman. Me high functioning, I'm listing what I'm thinking. Strategic relationship.
For sure.
I'm a doctor.
For
I
sure.
can move in. I got limelight. You have a lot of limelight.
Right.
Retired NFL player. Okay. In my opinion, Hall of Famer. So we got things that can benefit me as a payoff because I'm a professional who's high functioning.
Yes.
I'm not looking at it like I can nest in you, move in, put my feet up, and now I can live free. Now, another woman subjectively could
matter, even if you're low or high, whatever you want to call yourself, anybody that touches this man financially, you're gonna level up. Stop. Oh, goodness gracious.
think that that's the value. But there's a payoff for why we do anything we do in life. We all have a pay, and it doesn't make it bad. That's life. It's always an exchange of, I will submit to these things that Cam wants because these are the things that I know would come with me submitting.
Yeah, but that's what goes back to the original statement.
Yes.
Will a man really understand true love? Because when you identify those things, it was how can I benefit from the situation? He has high status. I have high status.
Right.
I'm have a business. It matches that.
Yeah.
So to my point, when I'm saying I can make a woman in regards to that, I see way too many times a high value man takes a low functioning woman or a low value woman and increase her status overnight. Now, it's still a process. It's still a level of submission from both sides, not just a female side, but also the male side. And also there's a patience that goes into that to be like, yo.
Wait, hold on. Depending on the negotiation, because some of that stuff I'm saying could move fast because everyone's negotiation process is different. You know what I mean, Cam? Meaning if we come in saying, okay, Cam, this is a strategic dating thing. We both know it. We're going to have this all planned out. We just going to hit these points, meaning that would come into fruition a lot sooner because we're clear on the plan versus if I came in without you knowing my plan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, Cam, yeah, hey. It may be a little longer process. I agree.
Yeah.
But you keep saying the man thing, which I love, that will a man ever really experience true love?
Right.
My answer to that two-part answer, one, I'm not a man.
Right.
And I believe that a woman should stay in her place when it comes to answering men's question from a place of being the source and instead say my opinion. Just like I think a man also should stay in his place when answering questions about us because y'all not us, you don't know, but you can say in my opinion, in my experience or what I think. So I would hope that men could experience real love. However, I believe that it would take more than a high functionality. It would take more than high valueness. It would take more than being able to come in and, make a woman or make a man, whoever we want them to be.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think
She doesn't let him speak.
some might say
Well, she wants to sound
Who's
so
ready
smart.
to show
It's
who's the
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
They do too much.
Being in love and feeling and experiencing that fully is more about how open and vulnerable we have already allowed ourselves to be with ourselves. Right? So meaning I receive love from you at the level of receptivity I already am when I come and meeting you, whether it's friendship, business, romantic. You can't love me deeper than I love myself. Let me word that better. You can feel the love deeper for me than I love myself. I won't receive it and feel it past the level that I love myself.
A pseudo-intellectual, Marisa. That's what you call this. She's a pseudo-intellectual. There's who she thinks she is, but she's not that. So she's just verbose. Like, she just talks. And she talks, it's like, girl, get to the point. Oh my gosh. Okay. Because she says a bunch of nonsense. And the thing is, if we're being honest, if we're also being very honest, she wants Cam to be impressed by her. Okay. Look at my scarf. Y'all forgive me. This baby got me stressed out. Okay. She wants Cam to be impressed. She wants to impress him. The way she's dressed, all the stuff she's doing, you can tell, like, she's also auditioning. Let's be so for real. Okay. Part of her is auditioning to see, like, maybe I could have his 9th baby. All right. But I'm like, she wants Cam to be impressed. Okay. Why? Because he's a $75 million man. Okay. All right. The way she's dressed, all that stuff. She probably got her best hair on, her best dress on, right? All of that is she wants this man to be impressed. So in her quest to impress him, she overtalks him. She cuts him off. She just rambles and rambles because she wants to impress him. Like, no, I know what I'm talking about. I'm the real deal. Wumpty wump 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 wump. It's like, girl, it's not gonna work. Okay, you're doing too much. You're doing way too much. Okay, so this is it. She wants him to be impressed. Because she knows his value. Like Marissa said, she just told us his value. She understands who this man is. So for her to be like, oh, he's not a god. He's not a god. No, he is. Be quiet. Okay. Be quiet.
So,
yes, ma'am.
So where the disconnect comes out, not with us, but with people, is you telling me like, Doc, like, I love you with everything. Like, I'm giving you the world. Like, no, I'm loving you like I've never loved and if I'm unlovable and I haven't worked through my stuff and I don't have the awareness to say, but baby, it ain't your love that is the issue. It's my ability to receive it and be topped off. Now, if I said that to you as my partner, which is the emotional intelligence, just means I understand myself and I'm able to articulate who I am. In most cases, that would make you love me more and have a better understanding and try to help me, I would think, figure out how to get those barriers, right?
Unlock something.
Barriers so that you can I could receive your love.
Right.
And then in return, I'm able to reciprocate it at a deeper level for you, because this is the thing. If you're already loving me deeper than I can feel, that means that your love tank is already deeper. That means you're a gallon and I'm a pint.
Mm-hmm.
So if your gallon, right, poured everything into my pint,
it's going to overflow.
It's going to overflow. And and even though it's amazing, right? I can't, it's overwhelming for me, Cam. I can't take it.
I've seen that analogy.
Right.
And I received that. But
right.
to even make it more clear cut, what I mean by a man not having or not really identifying true love is because men's love is almost predicated on transaction
versus relation
versus emotions.
Yeah, which
you
is
see what I'm saying?
emotional.
Like I unlock these things when there is a transaction here where it's like, okay, even if I'm low functioning, what picks up my slack is the ability to be high value.
There you go.
And then, which goes back to my point, to a woman won't do that for a man. And that's just the reality.
Won't do what part?
she won't go to the depths of understanding like, yo, even though I have a high functioning man, if he doesn't provide value, then that function will run its course. Because if you're dealing with a high function and a high value woman, as we've identified her to be, those things will then need that matched. And more times than not saying that it's not capable or incapable of happening, these things have a deadline where it's like, okay, what are we really doing?
But I also, that goes to my point of saying that pain needs things, trauma needs things, healing wants. So when you have a woman who is healed and ain't perfect, okay, not perfect, just healed, done the work, she would be able to sustain any relationship that she's in with another human, regardless of where they are, functionality, value-wise, who is also just.
I call cap on that. Just because the woman is healed does not mean that she's going to sit here and tolerate all kinds of BS. Nope. Being healed to me is like deep cleaning your house, you guys. Have you ever done a deep cleaning on your house, right? When you deep clean your house, then you deep clean, you do all the laundry, you put everything away, you start spraying the Febreze, you put the air wick and stuff like that, right? Let somebody even leave something on the couch that you just cleaned. I will freaking choke you out. Okay? So I'm like, to me, that's what healing is. My house is clean. I deep cleaned my house. I did all my laundry. I folded all my clothes. Okay? I air sprayed my house with Febreze. I put the little air wick in there, in the little plugs, right? My house is smelling amazing. And you dare to leave dishes in the sink? You are insane. I rebuke you. Okay? I do rebuke you. Right? So I'm like, no. A healed woman, she gonna protect her peace. You're not dealing with low, high. No, I need consistency from you. So which one is it? Right? When you're not healed, that you don't value your house being clean because it's like, girl, when's the last time you cleaned this place? Okay? So to me, it's like when you're a healed person, hold on, baby, calm down. When you are a healed person, when you're a healed woman, you are synonymous to a clean, beautiful house that just had a deep clean. Okay? And everything's been cleaned. The house is clean. The clothes are folded. I mean, the house is just like, hold on. The house is just pristine. Okay? You're not going to mess with some mess. No, you're not. Gotta go.
Willing to sustain it because she doesn't need him to do anything. She knows how to attach to the things that she wants in him. And from the beginning of meeting him, before we got to being married and being intimate, I've already identified, I want that, and that in you. We're talking about now, not tangible things. I want these things in you. These 5-hour conversations we have all night after I've seen clients for 12 hours. Baby, that recharges me to get up and kill the day. That's more important to me. I'm just speaking. Maybe it's not me, but that's important to me. When I come home and I'm able just to lay up under you and you're funny as hell and start joking and I wasn't in no mood to joke, but you light me up, that's what I want in you. That's what I want. And so my healed part is picking the parts that
But even when she says, like, you make me laugh, you make me joke, okay, that's cute for a season, right? But eventually, if he doesn't bring money and he can't pay these bills, he's not going to be funny anymore. I have a friend that's going through that. Like, when she met her man, all she cared about was the fact that he was funny, right? But now that there's, like, money problems, it's not funny anymore, is it? No.
that are now feeding the healed in me. So I don't really need you to do anything outside of the functionality that I'm wanting from you. Now, when you come in and say, I say to you, baby, I want to go to Bora Bora, and you say, daddy can't afford that, right? Do I turn and say, you ain't daddy? Hold on. Or do I do like Monique does with her husband and still call you daddy? Now, if you're asking me, subjective, well, whoever I choose, wherever he is, high or low or medium value. I hope he's a hybrid like myself. He's daddy and I love him. And I'm choosing from a place of being healed now. So I'm choosing what I know that I want long-term and not need for the season that my pain is in. See, I chose my ex-fiancés based on what the abandoned young woman needed in that season. I had no idea what I wanted. Healing introduces you to what you want. Pain and trauma eclipse what you want. It's always there, eclipse that. So as a woman now, do I want a man who is high functioning and high value and all those things? I mean, that would be great. But if I met a man who had what I wanted, not because I don't need it, but what I wanted, would I treat him any different than a man who's a billionaire? I'm going to treat him better, because it's not because I have money and I don't need the money. I'm saying that when you think of longevity, okay, this is the problem. People are picking for the season. I'm not, but I'm 35 and I'm in my prime and I want to live a certain quality of life and I want to go on trips. That's what you want at 35, baby. But you ain't made it to 50 or 60 yet. And this is where what you were saying, as far as you have wise counsel around you. You got women like your mama who would say, baby, listen, you might choose him at 35, but that man ain't going to be
with him at 55.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So my thing is, a healed woman or man, we're choosing now for 55, 60, and 70, and 80. I'm choosing now the father for my kids. I'm not getting pregnant and then going, Cam, so you don't change diapers? These are conversations, these are foreplay conversations to me when I'm dating you. It's, so how do you feel about kids? What
bunch of crap, but bunch of caps. I have to change the boy's diaper, right? So she wants us to believe that if she met a billionaire and and let's say a man who makes $200,000, right? She gonna treat the man who makes $200,000 better than she gonna treat the billionaire. Girl, stop. Nobody's falling for this fake nobility. Okay, nobody is that righteous. Okay, no, you're not Mother Teresa. If you meet a billionaire, you're gonna treat a billionaire worse than you treat somebody who makes $200,000. Please stop. Okay. And then when she says, oh, we're thinking for the future, we're choosing for the future. Yeah, a billionaire, he gonna have money for the rest of your natural human life. Okay. That money gonna stay for you, your kids, your grandkids, your great grandkids. We're talking about a billionaire. And you can tell you never met one. I should talk about you've never met one. You wouldn't dare. Who in their right mind, even not even on some like sexual stuff, right? Even like for work, even just life period. Who's gonna mistreat a billionaire? How often do you meet a billionaire? It's like a black swan effect. Like, how often do you meet a billionaire? So if you actually could date a billionaire, or you could date a man who makes $250,000, you want me to believe that you would choose the man who makes 250 because he's emotionally available, right? And you're gonna treat the man who makes 200,000 better than the man who's a billionaire? You are full of it. Like, stop lying to people over here. We're not falling for this. She's insane.
religion do you feel our kids should be? Do you think
Christian.
private school or this?
Just drop the big bag on private.
But for me, that's what I'm saying. The functionality does matter. For me, these conversations are foreplay.
Yeah.
So do you believe in discipline? Are you gonna get mad if our kids have a black mom in the house and I say, get your ass off the couch? Is that a problem with you because you cursed at my kid? See, this is foreplay for me. So when I say conversations that are high functioning,
I don't understand this. If you're married to a multimillionaire, talking about if the child should go to public school or private school, that turns you on. How remedial? He's rich. Even for a matter of safety, you dumb, okay? Even for a matter of safety, his kids cannot go to public school. It's not safe. What is wrong with this lady? They will obviously go to private school. Is she okay? Like, you gonna take you have a man that's a multimillionaire, or you have a man that's worth that's a billionaire. You cannot send his kids to public school. It is not safe. And I understand it's also disruptive. Like, what the heck? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, you gonna say if I take your black ass, get your black ass off my couch. Girl, you are living in the house of a billionaire. We don't talk like that. Like, what? You're like, Jimmy, get off the couch. Okay, mommy needs you to get off the couch now. Okay, like we don't talk like that in that zip code. You better get your black. You think that's how they talk in Hamptons? Like you think the rich black people in the Hamptons? You think that's how they talk? If you don't get your black ass, no, ma'am. Michael, mommy needs you to come off the couch. Okay, we don't do that over here. All right, that's how you talk, girl. What are we talking about? Like you're saying a bunch of nonsense. Exactly, or the nanny will tell him exactly. Like, what in the world? Like, what are you talking about? You think a man who's high, like a man who makes that kind of money, he wants to sit here and have a conversation about, oh, are they going to go to public school or private school? They're going to private school. What you do is, as a woman to a rich man, I would know. In my head, I would know, right? But it's your job to go and find the private school. You found the private school, do all the paperwork, and say, okay, husband, I found the private school. Here's the tuition. I need $40,000. Boom, 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 boom. He'll make the wire. It's over. Like, it is not that hard. I'm like, what rich man, got time to be like, oh, do they go to public school, private school? Girl, what? He's busy. He's making a lot of money. You go find the private school that you want. You do all the auditions. You submit all the things, right? You apply. You get the kids in. Then you let him know how much you need. He'll transfer the money. Bam, bang, bam, bang, bam, bang. We are done. Right? But you cannot take the kids of rich people and throw their behinds in public schools, especially if their dad is really rich and really known. It is not safe. And it'll be a distraction. Okay? They have to be around other people's rich kids. That way everybody's equal because everybody's rich, right? Cool, no problem. That's how it goes. Oh my gosh. Nobody has these conversations. And then all these rich people like that, these rich people, there's already a place where the kids go to school. It's already set. It's already set. They have preparatory school, or they have like these really bougie schools. Like, it's already set because most rich people flock together. They live in the same neighborhood, so they talk. It's already prearranged. It's never that deep. But I'm like, you can tell, like, she's never been nowhere. She's not used to rich people. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's looking at her like, oh, you're crazy. She's saying a whole bunch of nonsense. Yeah, because it's not safe. It's not safe. It is not safe at all. Can you imagine Blue Ivy in public school? Are you insane? Even Blue Ivy too, for her private school, it can't even be just a regular private school. Like, it has like a super, super, super private school too, right? But you said like, exactly. So I'm like, girl, what? What are you even talking about? You're trying too hard, sis. Trying too hard. Even her dress lets me know she's not used to money. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm trying to be funny. She's never dated a rich man. She wouldn't be wearing this. Like, this is really cheap. I know I'm dressed like this, but I got a baby, right? But I'm like, women who date rich men, they have an aesthetic to them. Them Hervé Leger dresses, those dresses are long gone. They are long gone. Nobody dresses like that. Like, when you've been around people that have money, they know how to dress. This and that. I'm like, even her outfits lets me know she's not accustomed to wealthy man. That little goofy necklace she got on, right? It says everything you need to know about her. Like, girl, who wears that? It's not sophisticated. You know, I'm like, no. Have you seen Melania Trump? That's a woman been around men that got money. Okay, where is she? Melania, bring your face around here, girl. Let me see something. Hold on. All them tight ass dresses like that. It's like, girl, what? What are we talking about? Where is her fashion? Let me find her fashion real quick. You see? Even Michelle Obama too. Look at Michelle Obama's dress. You see this? Women who are used to be around men that make money. What is this? Child, bunch of BS. Anyways, hold on. Right? Look at these outfits. You see, even look at Michelle Obama too, though. Look. You see that? You see how they dress? They don't wear like super revealing clothes. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Sorry, you guys. Okay, sorry. Okay, so you see this one. That's Michelle. That's Melania. I think that's like, I don't know who that is. Trudeau's wife. I don't know her name. Right? But you see how they dress, though? It's very demure. Okay? It's very mindful. You see? Elegancia. All right? But it's like it's very demure. It's very mindful. You don't see a little tacky necklace like that. Like, what are you wearing? Oh, this is nice too, though. Okay, Melania, you better. Girl, you better. You see, look at that. You see? That gives a wife of a rich man. You already know the coat is like $50,000. What is this? Why is this here? Okay, look at this coat, y'all. Look at this. Okay. Yeah. You see this? Right? Look at that. They don't have all their tatas out here like that, the chochas and the chichis, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like there's a look. There's a look. You can tell a woman who's like who dates rich man or who's been around rich man or whatever, right? You see this one? Look at Michelle Obama and her though. This is nice. Melania looks good. Michelle Obama looks good. This is beautiful. You see, okay, you see this? This is pretty. I don't know what's happening though, but you see? You see? Look at Michelle Obama here too though. Look, see? You see this? Yes. You know that these women are dating rich men. They're dating powerful men. You can always tell with the fashions, okay? But I'm like, then you see this right here? It's like, no, even her shoes, like, look at her heels. Like, who? Like, what is this? What is this? Who? Like, what? No, stop it. Let's stop it.
Look like that for me. If this is feeding me and we end up married, that means you've already fed me enough where I believe you can take me to 50, 60. Not you can take my 41-year-old self to freaking Paris and buy me a Birkin and I can shine for the season. And then in your words, it runs its course.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say.
Reaction when I was like, you say that? You asked for that? You know what I mean? I think that I have gotten better at saying the things that I need, but if I don't get it the first time, I don't like to say it again.
So would you do what you're doing for a broke dude?
What do you call broke?
Requires your financial support as well.
No. I mean, I think to be broke, you can be
still a great lover, still very romantic, still very emotionally supportive. But I'm just like asking about,
I wouldn't even know that.
Yeah, she really is.
I wouldn't even know that he's all those things. Because I think there's a lot of people who are financially stable who are broke-minded, and I can't get down with that either.
So let me just clarify the question. What are the requirements from a man to bring to Jazzy in order to get this level of love from you?
I think it's how you make me feel.
Girl, usually just say his pockets. What are you doing? The money. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. The functionality does matter. For me, these conversations are foreplay.
Yeah.
So do you believe in discipline? Are you gonna get mad if our kids have a black mom in the house and I say, get your ass off the couch? Is that a problem with you because you cursed at my kid? See, this is foreplay for me. So when I say conversations that are high functioning look like that for me, if this is feeding me and we end up married, that means you've already fed me enough where I believe you can take me to 50, 60. Not you can take my 41-year-old self to freaking Paris and buy me a Birkin and I can shine for the season. And then in your words, it runs its course. If I'm choosing for today, whatever our intention is what manifests. If I'm choosing for a meal ticket or if I'm looking for you to have an investment baby with, because that happens too, let's keep it 100.
A lot.
Okay. So then once we get together and I'm left as a single mama, knowing my intent was to get pregnant anyways, why am I gaslighting you? When I knew my intent was to come in. I didn't tell you my intent, but I knew what my intent was. I'm trying to get the bag. So we only lasting my intention, not yours. My intention runs its course. I get the baby, I get the bag, and you not there. Now I'm going, Cam's horrible. He ain't no good father. I'm just saying from that situation.
I can't relate. Let's just change that name because like
that's fine.
Gone.
But what I'm trying to explain is it runs its course.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And so for women who are choosing from a place of being healthy, we're choosing from what we want. And what we want, not just for today, what we want long-term in a partner. And again, your trauma will always choose what it needs to be fed now.
You see, guys, not to bother you, but you see, Like even like a dress like this from Anifa, I really love this dress. This is very classy. It's very sexy, but it's very elegant. What do you guys think, right? Like you can wear something like this though. I like this dress. I love this dress. So go ahead to Anifa. Okay. Shout out to her. This is a very pretty dress. You know what I mean? It's sexy without doing too much. Right? You gotta know how to pick. What else does she have? No, that I would not pick for this thing. Let me see about this one. Turn around. No, I don't like that one right now. You see, this one is cute too. This dress is cute. The one right here in the middle, the white one, the cream one. Okay, see, that's also really cute with a nice little bag, right? Like you gotta be demure. You gotta be very cutesy. This one is also cute. The yellow one right here. Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. But you gotta know which one to pick though.
Which means your ego says, I need the limelight, so I'm gonna choose him for that. I need the trips. I need whatever I never had. I need to not feel abandoned right now. And this Cam's giving me the attention for my abandonment to feel cushioned. Let me choose that. And then what happens is I choose it once, it becomes a cycle. Women get comfortable in the dysfunction, which was already what I was choosing from in the first place. And so I'm going to go ahead and just nest in dysfunction, knowing that I can't get nowhere in this. Because whether dysfunction runs its course or it keeps running its course, either way, it's unhealthy.
See, this is where, and we got to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
But I would say this, to that point that you just made, I think men find or should find a lot of value in resumes of women to say, you mean to tell me you don't got nobody that your parents ain't, your auntie ain't, your closest friend, she ain't in a relationship? Okay, cool. But also as a woman,
right.
I'm about to procreate with a man. He already got multiple kids that he's not taking care of. Where's the accountability? So you are literally saying, I'm going to be the difference maker in this situation.
And how often does that happen?
A lot.
A lot.
No,
Now-
how often does that person become the difference maker?
No.
None. It almost never happens.
So I will move this discussion right along. Curious to know, have you ever dated outside your race?
I have.
Okay. Could you, for the people in the audience who's watching this or will watch this, could you date outside your race?
I could.
Okay.
She already answered the question. She said she
is that something that, are you open in regards to manifestation? Listen, God, just bring him to me. I mean, good hair, nappy hair. I mean, European hair, Wakanda hair. It don't matter. I need my hubby.
Dominican hair. Yes, I am very obedient to God's will first. And God has the permission to override any silly decisions I make, okay, to bring me his will. However, and I'm open to dating outside my race.
Right.
If I can have it my way, right? And it's something that I'm choosing from. I love my Black men. And so I wouldn't be choosing outside of my race. How can I say it? Because Black men weren't my priority. It would be, again, an organic, it happened. This man happens to be long-term meeting wants. And this is just what, in my spirit, God says, this is what I have for you. And him too he'd be the king. He would be daddy. He'd be all that, regardless if he came Wakanda hair and long as he have a Wakanda. Okay, anyways, but what I was saying was, I'm back. We talking about my husband. I had to manifest him the right way.
Yeah, you did.
The right way, ladies.
Yeah, you did.
Doc is back. But I would definitely date outside my race. Yes.
So does race matter in regards to finding love?
No, I don't think so.
Black culture feeds fashion, but fashion doesn't always feed.
I have to feel safe with you emotionally. You have to excite me. I need edge. So all this cute, soft shit that I need him to be emotionally this.
I don't think so.
So
Not love.
You know, Wakanda only come in Wakanda packages.
Have you been to Africa?
I'm from Africa.
Have you traveled to Africa?
I'm in Atlanta, baby. This is Africa.
So have you traveled to Africa?
Not the
Not
country.
the continent.
No.
Okay, so.
Or
maybe,
the continent, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. So you were saying you know, it may be challenging for a single woman to counsel married people. Well, I've traveled to Africa. So maybe hard for a man who has not traveled to Africa to say that in Africa you only see one kind of
Watch where you're going now.
race of men, okay?
You're stepping in some quicksand
I'm
if we want
okay
to go
with
down
that.
that road.
Whatever you want to do. I'm just saying that love has no color, but also when you're talking about what kind of size, I don't believe that only one race of a species has a certain what kind of size. Now, I don't want to go deep into talking about penises for 15 minutes because I don't think that's what will help. Remember, my purpose is I want to do my job and I want to give the audience things that can change lives and I want to entertain. But I don't think a big penis has to do with one race of men. But if you want to go there real quick and touch it, go for it.
No.
Have you dated a white guy?
Never.
In the world?
Okay. So you don't know.
I've never dated
So
a guy.
you would not know.
I've never dated a guy.
Right. Okay. So for a woman who has dated,
Let's just
she's
put that out there.
dated, I've never been intimate with a man outside of Black, but
You
dating.
see, he doesn't talk to her like this. When she feels like she's not gaining what she wants, or she doesn't gain points in the argument. She's like, oh, did it fly over your dreadlocks? Have you ever been with a man? Have you dated a man before? It's like she's full of microaggression. She's very disrespectful. She's seriously disrespectful. Like, he has not disrespected her this entire time. Yeah, like, oh, if he dated a white man, like, what? You know dang well he has not dated a white man, and you know he's not into men. So why would you even go there? That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. I'm like, what are you doing? Why even going there? But if he asked her about her body count, she'd lose it.
A white guy can say that there's a difference in cultural experiences, but I don't think I haven't seen, but I haven't been intimate with a white man, but I mean, I haven't seen things. I don't think there's a big difference to me in white or Black when it comes to your penis.
This is my point that I was saying, and we're kind of taking a step back to Euro step to try to score.
Right.
Now, I'm having a hard time to believe a very educated, a very attractive woman out of 41 years have not met Mr. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough time to find a lot of things out.
I bet.
And yet, no kids,
Mm-hmm.
single.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, but I am saying, are women's expectations unrealistic?
No, I'm gonna say, like I said on Nick, the question shouldn't be why isn't a woman of age, of success, of a certain caliber not married with kids? The question should be, why are people rushing to the altar just to become divorcees or baby mamas and baby daddies? I think if anything, we need to be teaching our society, take your time, young man or young woman, so that you can get to know not just this person, but yourself first, so that you can choose a life.
That's what he's saying. You're 41. You're not 21. You are 41. You've had plenty of time. Like, how old do you think you are, sis? You are 41 years old. You are not 21 years old. So to be married at 41 would actually not be rushing to the altar, because you've had 41. I mean, not 41. Let's say you start dating like 20, right? You've had over like 20 years of dating experience. So if you chose to marry even by tomorrow, it's like, okay, she's had 20 years to figure out what she wants. Right? You're not like 19 or like 25. If you're 22, 23, I'm like, yeah, you're like, what's the rush? Okay. But sis, you are 41 years old. You're older than me. I'm married with 3 kids. Look, I got one right here. Right? So what he's saying is, given how old you are, what are we waiting for? You say you're a Christian. I mean, I know that she said you're a Christian though, but you said that you're obedient to God. I mean, you try to quote the Bible, but you lie, but sure. Okay. But I'm saying, like, it's giving, you are in this relationship with God, that you know God, you're obedient to God. But I'm like, isn't marriage also part of God's commitment for your life? So why aren't you married yet? You're like, oh, well, what's the point of rushing the marriage to get to a divorce? You are 41 years old. So by now you should know how to pick, right? You should know what to look for. You say you like black men. You prefer to be with a black man. There are plenty of black men out here who are single. I'm sure one of them is good enough for you. I'm like, girl, you make no sense. But even if your career, education's over, right? You're 41, so you're done having all those degrees, I guess, right? Sure. Your career, it's always going to be going, but I mean, at 41, you should be somewhere quite stable in your career. She's 41 years old, you guys. I mean, she's not 31. She's not 21. She is 41. Like I said yesterday, in 9 years, she'll be 50. So when it comes to her, like, oh, rushing does not apply to you anymore, boo-boo. You're not in your 20s. You're in your 40s. You might have menopause in the next 2 to 3 years. So if you really want to have a family, if you really want to get married, if you really are obedient to God, if you love black men so much, there is somebody out there that you can make it happen with. Right? Or you want a baller, a shot caller, enough money to buy your Birkin bags, okay? And make you holla, okay? Say what you want and mean what you say, but don't waste our time hiding behind God. I got time for that. Because she's trying to say like, oh, you know, it's like, oh, marriage can also end in divorce, okay? Okay, and you've done all this stuff for the past 20 years. You've had all this sex with all these men you met. What happened? You survive, right? Same thing. You'll survive. You'll be just fine. T, if she wants to be married, she can. Okay? She really can. A girl like her, if she want to have a husband, she can find one. She's seriously draining. Okay? Like, girl, stop. Like, you're 41 years old. If you're like in your 30s, okay, your 30s, okay, you still have a little bit of time to like, you know what I'm saying? But you might want to act quick though. But I'm like, you're 41. Like next year you'll be 42. And you're not even saying like, oh, right now I'm dating someone or I'm engaged to someone. Nope, nothing. Nothing at all. Girl.
Life partner, not that that person isn't exempt to divorce. Instead of rushing to the altar just to become a divorcee or a baby mama and have multiple kids by multiple women, just to say you have broken families everywhere, I don't see no benefit in that. I believe, like I tell my brother, he's in here, Shane, all the time, and who's 31 with no kids and doing well for himself, take your time. You don't need to rush to an altar just to divorce this woman. And another thing is...
Yeah, but take your time within reason. You can't take your time forever. That's procrastination. And I'm like, what she's not realizing is like, you know what it gives? Oh, I'm a perfectionist. I like to take my time. And I told you, like, that stuff, it sounds good. But in reality, you're afraid. You're fearful. Because ultimately, you got to do it. Like Nike said it, just do it. Right? You can't be a perfectionist all the time because perfection does not exist. So when you get to a certain age, like, you know what? I got to do it. Right? Yeah, take your time within reason. But should your brother be out here in his 40s still looking? And the thing about y'all, why you claim y'all looking and taking your time? You're using the product. You're having sex with people that you don't intend to marry. So it's one thing if you're taking your time and you're not using the product. Okay, cool. You're taking your time and you're celibate, right? Great. But no, is her brother, what he's taking his time, is he also not having sex? I'm sure he is. So why are you using the product if you ain't gonna marry the person? You're like, oh no, I'm taking my time. I don't want to have sex with you. I like to get to know you. He's not doing that, is he? So he's dishonest. And he's not even rich that he can even afford to do that. Make it make sense. So it's like, yeah, take your time within reason, but you got to also have a due date, right? By this date, I would like to at least be engaged. No waste our time. Yeah. I'm like, child, make it make sense. You should tell your brother, yeah, take your time. But if your brother is 35 years old, yeah, he needs to find a wife. You're not going to keep doing this.
People who actually feel high valued within themselves, not financially. Internally, they feel high valued. They're not rushing to have a wife or a husband at the expense of divorce just to feel like they've added value to themselves, because it's a deficit if you're marrying for the wrong purposes. It is an asset if you're marrying from a place of creating a family, of creating stability, of raising kids who can see this thing move and this house not be homeless, but this house have wealth in it, the real wealth that actually sustains. And so for me, I'd rather take my time choosing than end up doing time because I'm making wrong decisions. I'm good.
Say less. Next question.
He said, say less. You talk too much.
How
young are you willing to go?
Ooh, I love that. See, now this is when the conversation gets good.
Come on now. We want to know that.
I'm gonna.
Because look, I told you now.
Listen. Hold on.
Come on.
What?
Because
you going or I'm going? Who going first?
You.
Okay. So I'm willing to, I think.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say.
Need some edge. And I also need a man that is like, you know, like I am a submissive. So like in a way, my love language in sex is like I like for you to tell me what to do. So sometimes it's like, just sit your ass down somewhere. It's like, oh shit, what I do? Let me sit down, you know? But it's like someone who is a very, you know, you can be emotional and be soft and things like that. But I still need you to have.
No. Hey, Miss Styles. Nice to have you. You're very classy. You're very beautiful. Miss Styles, you cannot say this. You cannot say this. You cannot tell, oh, in 40s, you're still young. Like in a bigger scheme of things, yes, you're still young because you might die at 80, right? Cool. But Miss Styles, at the same point, it's like if a young lady says, oh, I would like to get married. Oh, I love Black men. You know, I want to build a family. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible. But then she says to you, oh, I was set to be married twice. I called off 2 weddings. Then to say, okay, what happened? Oh no, the guys did nothing wrong. Girl, what? So you called up the wedding just because? 2 weddings you called off just because. Okay, fine. Now you moved on from this, right? You're 41 years old. On top of that, you claim to be a psychologist and then you claim to help other people. At 41, you, especially somebody who talks about God and being obedient and you want to be married, you should at least say, I'm engaged or I'm seeing someone, I'm working on something, right? But there's nothing. Oh no, she's still young. Miss Styles, she's young until when? As it pertains to relationships. She's young until when? Like there comes a time we also have to be honest to people, right? You got to make an effort. You can't just be like, oh, lackadaisical when it comes to something as important as marriage. You have to be intentional, especially when you claim that you're a psychologist and you help other people who are married. Come on now. If a couple comes in to see you and they're having communication problem, oh, you know, just take your time. Oh, you're still young. Oh, you still have time to fix it. They're not going to stay married much longer. Because relationships require intention. You have to be intentional. And yes, age does matter. In the bigger scheme of things, yeah, 40 is quite young, but it ain't that young. But it's old enough for her to move her life forward. Like, okay, I want to be married. So by this age, I got to take it seriously. Because you've had about 20 years to know what a man is, what you want, what you don't want. So at some point, if you don't want to be married, just say that. But don't sit over here and make people think, though, that you are so serious about marriage because you are not. You are not. So I'm like, no. She's grown enough to know what she wants. She's grown enough to be in a serious relationship. And right now she should be telling us, okay, I'm either engaged, I'm seeing someone, and we have plans to get married in 6 months, in a year. Okay, cool. She's learned from everything, right? She's had a new opportunity. She's maximizing it. And by the grace of God, in the next 6 months, we'll all be invited to a wedding. But you cannot say that you're a Christian, but then you're lackadaisical when it comes to getting married. No, Miss Styles. No, I think you're pretty. I'm glad you're here, but I don't think right here you're being. I don't think you're being. I don't think you're being a matriarch right now. You got to tell this girl you are 40 plus. So if this is something that you really want to do, you have to be intentional. You have to be intentional. Because I'm like, and also she wants to have children. Like she's 41. She might have menopause in the next 2 years. So you got to be intentional. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think you're coming here late. You know what I'm saying? Something like, because no. No.
Have a little sprinkle of that edge.
Do you need an alpha male?
Yes, only. Only. And you know, and I think men are confused on if they are or not. And if you are confused, you're not one.
What is an alpha man?
I think in my experience of an alpha male, it is somebody who is respected, you know, walks in the room and everybody just kind of like feels their presence.
Some people can interpret submissiveness as like,
there's like, what? If she helps other marriages, she's seen a lot. Okay. If she does, okay, sure. Maybe she's traumatized, and that's a fair take. So if you are traumatized, then either you say marriage is not for me. Given what I have seen in my practice, you know what? This ain't for me, right? Oh, yeah, you're very beautiful. You're very beautiful. But you see, this is what I'm talking about. You're very demure. You're very beautiful. You're very mindful. You're very elegant. And even the way she's dressed over here. See, when I look at you, Miss Styles, you give psychologist. You guys, what do you think? You see, it's the high bun. It's like the makeup is clean, right? It's like the nice, like, you know, you got nice frames, right? The pearls, okay? But you see, even you, just off your picture alone, it gives more psychologist. What do you guys think? You see, you give a very serious psychologist. If you said, hey, Marlene, I'm a psychologist, I will more likely to believe you. This right here, Miss Styles, I don't believe this, okay? I do not believe this. So even that right there is problematic, right? This right here is problematic because it's not going to attract even a serious man. This attract them rapper people. Okay, but you, Miss Styles, if you are interested in dating right now, or you want to be in a relationship right now, just your avatar, if this is how you are in real life, the caliber of men who are going to approach you, yeah, she looks expensive because it's giving Chanel, it's giving a whole lot of money, right? So just the way you present yourself in that picture alone lets me know you carry yourself a certain way. So you're going to attract a certain type of man. This right here, it don't even give psychologists, and not just that, it doesn't even give a woman who has made peace with her age. You are 41 years old, dress accordingly, right? You say you're a psychologist, look like you have a serious profession. You say you want to get married, dress like you're trying to attract a husband. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Styles. And that's 41 years old. You think that's serious behavior right here? She's like trying to compete with a little 21-year-old on the freaking Instagram. Did you even see her Instagram, Miss Styles? Have you seen her Instagram? Have you seen her Instagram? Look at this. Like, she don't want to act her age because people keep telling to her, oh, no, you're still young. No, she's not that young. Okay. Okay. Like, what is this? What is this? Miss Psychologist. Yeah, right. She a different type of head doctor, right? Okay. But this is what her Instagram looks like. So even herself, I could tell that she's not even comfortable with her own age. Like, it's like, you got to be yourself. Like, you got to be yourself. You have to take ownership of your age. Like, yo, I'm 41. I'm trying to be married. Allegedly, she has a PhD, right? But nothing about her social presence, her social business card gives, oh, yeah, here's a woman who has a PhD, who's educated, who's looking for a husband, a committed relationship. She wants a high functioning. No, everything about her says she dates rappers, ballers, shot callers. Like, she just be dating all kinds of toxic dudes. She's not taking her life seriously. And that needs to be said. Now, if she does not want to be married, go ahead and say that. That ain't a problem. That is not a problem. That's not a problem. But I will never see them, oh, yeah, she's a psychologist. I think she come off like the Bad Girls Club reunion. What do I know? Right? But there's a time and place for everything. You see? There you go. No. No. No, you're not that young. Like, you're 41 years old. Exactly. So by this age, if you say you're a Christian, you say you're obedient to God, you say you want to be married, you say you want to be married to a black man, and you say you have a PhD in psychology, I expect you to give that to me. Because 41 is, I'm 39, okay? Even me, I know my age. That's why even for me, I'm like, yo, there are certain things I can't do anymore because I'm 39 years old. I know I'm not that old, but I'm older. I'm old enough. Okay, I'm old enough to know better. So is she. She's my big sis. And I'm like, I'm younger than her, and I look up to her. I'm like, you girl, you don't even inspire me to move in the right direction. That's not okay. That's not okay. And that's the problem we have today. And that's why today the grandmas are like 35, the daughters are 25, the grandbaby is 10 years old. And this is why everybody's over here acting crazy, because people don't understand that with age, there comes responsibility, right? You got to take your age seriously. When you're a certain age, you have expectations for yourself, for people coming behind you, right? It really matters. But today, Miss Styles, the grandma is 35. Listen to me, right? The grandma, like, okay, the grandma be like, what, 40 years old? The daughter will be 25, and the grandbaby is 10 years old. And you go on the internet, they're all twerking. Because you have a mother who's 40 or 50, she refuses to be 50 years old. She wants to dress like her daughter, talk like her daughter, go to the hookah bar with her daughter, smoke hookah, go party, go twerk. Sometimes she'll date her daughter's boyfriend. It's like, girl, stop. Stop. At your damn age. I don't know. But it's really sad. It's really sad. So I'm like, which one is it? So either your practice has traumatized you. If you really want to be married, maybe stop doing the practice or stop taking married people. Okay? Do a practice that allows you to have hope about marriage. Now, if you still want to do married people and be traumatized and like say you're not going to get married, that's fine. Like, we can't force you, right? But you can't say one thing to us and then do the complete opposite. I have issues with inconsistencies. Like, it really does trigger me. She's very inconsistent. So it really does trigger me.
20s,
Men, this is where you turn the TV all the way up. Go ahead.
Late 20s would be the youngest.
You see, she says she wants to be married, but she's okay dating somebody in his late 20s. No, she's obsessed with sex. I wish she would just say it. She's a nymphomaniac. How many times she talk about penis this whole interview? Giving me D's, you D me down, the Wakanda, the F-matized child. No.
We got to put a number on that, though. Like you 27, 26.
27-ish.
X's.
You see?
But
okay,
again,
you see?
It depends on
what kind of 27-year-old man, young man, give to a woman who's 41 years old. Sex. All types of sex because he's still young. He can go multiple times a day. So I'm like, she's not serious. Is she gonna marry a 27-year-old? No. All she wants is what? To have sex from him. And that's disgusting. Because him at 27, he needs to date girls his age so he can also get married. And this is how a lot of these older women, they destroy and they spoil young black boys. You see this perversion? These cougars out here. And now when he sees a younger woman, he's like, well, why would I date you? Because with you, I got to pay for everything. When he dates this cougar, he pays for nothing. Being out of order. Let these young boys pursue younger women their age. Let these young people have each other, right? You're 41. Try to date a man that's like 41 and above. But no, she don't want that because most likely he has to take Viagra and things like that. Why? Because you waited too long. But you can't be 40. Oh, but I'm young. Yeah, but you're not that young. Leave them little 27-year-old boys alone. Like when I married my husband, he was 27. So she tried to, that age, no, girl, I'm going to fight you, girl. We're going to fight. Right? But imagine if he had found a cougar somewhere. Most likely, he wouldn't want to get married. Because the cougar, they spoil these boys. They pay for everything. They pay for their shoes. They pay for their phone bills. They pay for them to eat. Like they take care of these boys. So when they get used to that, it's hard for them to step into a role. Like, okay, I'm gonna date a woman that's younger than me. I'm gonna be head of household, etc., etc., etc. You see this? So no, she's not that young. She needs to stop. It is excessive. 27 years old. Are you insane? That could be your own child. No.
7-ish.
X's.
I'm good.
Say less. Next question. How young are you willing to go?
Oh my God.
Ooh, I love that. See, now this is when the
Come
conversation
on.
gets good.
Come on now. We want to know that.
I'm gonna.
Because like, look, I told you now.
Listen. Hold on.
Come on.
What?
Because
you going or I'm going? Who going first?
you. I mean, you're the guest.
So I'm willing to. I think, late 20s.
Man, this is where you turn the TV all the way up. Go ahead.
Late 20s
Okay.
would be the youngest.
We
However,
got to put a number on that though. Like you 27, 26.
27-ish.
X's.
Mm-hmm. But
okay,
again, it depends on the maturity level of that man.
But this is where I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
But
I
this
knew.
is where
I baited you. I knew where we were going.
Your patience has
be there
to give him the
100%.
patience to bring his value up, or his function up to his
100%. 100%.
Right.
100%.
But
100%.
So now
100%.
100%
Yeah,
this too.
100%.
A woman who has high value will not entertain or be patient with a guy that does not have.
Yeah, especially if she has certain
100%.
100%. She will.
That's
Especially if she has certain Cam. Especially if
and imagine, and the thing, like, I'm not trying to be like mean to this lady, but I really do not appreciate other women, Black women who mislead other Black women. I don't appreciate that. I really don't. You've had two, according to her, if she's being honest, right? You've had two men your age who try to marry you. On 2 occasions, you called off 2 weddings, right? You called off 2 weddings. Then you say to us that you're a Christian, you are obedient, you listen to God, sure. Then you say to us, you don't want to rush to the altar only to end up divorced. No problem. Now we're saying, okay, who you want to date so that you can find a suitable husband. You're like, oh no, I'll be with a 27-year-old. So now when you say you're 41 and you want to be with a 27-year-old, like, we understand that it's for sex, because what can a 27-year-old man give a 41-year-old woman? He's a young man. So you don't, like, you have learned nothing. You have learned absolutely nothing. And all this talk about, oh, I don't want to rush to the altar just to end up divorced. No, you love sex. You are a nymphomaniac. You want to have as much sex as possible. Just say that. Stop wasting our time. Because you don't care about marriage. All this marriage talk is just to finesse these ladies to pay for your course, pay for your ebook, pay for your whatever, right? No, you're a swindler. I'm not falling for this. I am not falling for this. You are a swindler. You pretend to care about marriage and the ministry of marriage, that you want to help people with marriage, most likely just because these women who are desperate for love are going to pay all your classes, your ebooks, your course book, your seminars, whatever, right? But you are not serious. You are truly not serious. Because to have been, you were in a position to be married twice. Most women don't even get 1 proposal. You got 2 proposals and you learn nothing from that, but you're sitting on this couch. We've been sitting here suffering, okay? Having to like listen to you and your verbose, non-intellectual self. Like, you're a scammer. I will not be scammed. Like, I cannot take this. Don't play with me. I do not appreciate being defrauded. Okay, but you don't care about marriage because you know dang well a 41-year-old woman cannot marry a 27-year-old man. Even if you wait 3 more years, he'll be 30. You'll be what, 44? You can't give him a family. You cannot have kids with him. So no, it's just for sex. You've told us before also that you were up here, date a man who was down there because he was funny, whatever. And we like, yeah, because it was good sex. Oh no, the sex wasn't that great. Yeah, right. You stayed with a man for over 10 months who didn't have any money, right? And the sex was not that great. Like, what exactly do we look like to you? Okay? Because I'm not an idiot. You might be, but I'm not one. And the number of times you've talked about penis in this interview, girl, I lost count. So you love sex. It's okay. And I wish, like, I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys. I'm not trying to be offensive. But you see, here are the consequences of being overly promiscuous at a young age. Right? When people say, oh, body count don't matter. Yeah, it does matter. Let me tell you, it matters. Okay? I'm going to tell you why it matters when it pertains to her. my brokenness, my abandonment issues. Yeah. I have shoes. I told you this whole, I have track shoes on. I've always had my track shoes. I'm like, yeah, you were promiscuous, huh? You slept with a whole lot of people. And the problem is when you're too young and you have way too much sex, when you have way too many sexual partners at a really young age, it will mess your mind up. It will really mess you up because it's hard. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really hard. Because even now, even if you do find a good person, if he can't have sex with you the way you want, it's going to be hard for you to love this man because you slept with too many people. You're addicted to sex. And when you are addicted to sex, it's hard to get married. It's really hard. Must I play you Adina Howard? Okay? Hold on. She's addicted to sex. Okay? I showed y'all this video yesterday, right?
I got married because I wanted to be able to have as much sex as I wanted to. I got married for sex, only to have a borderline platonic marriage. That created a lot of tension and conflict between he and I. Because in his mind, he was like, well, why do you want it so much? And I'm like, well, why don't you?
Man, I'm going to tell you, I thought I was a freak. She's like the Energizer Bunny. Adina wanted all day, every day, the next day. If there was 9 days in the week, she wanted that 8th, that 9th day.
I need it in the morning as my cup of coffee, and I need it at night for my sleeping pill. But if I can get it in between morning and night, I'm like, that's the icing on the cake. I have the sex drive of a teenage boy. I got married because I wanted to be able to have as much sex as I wanted to. I got married for sex, only to have a borderline platonic marriage. That created a lot of tension and conflict.
Damaged people are always sexually promiscuous. Let me say this again. If you are traumatized, if you are emotionally damaged, you are promiscuous. And do you want to know why?
Why is that?
Emotionally traumatized people require constant validation from others.
Yes.
You married to a woman who's been traumatized, abuse, abandonment, whatever. When you're not around her for too many days, she has to entertain another man because her trauma dictates constant validation. And constant validation means I must have a man in my personal space. You ever date a woman who was crazy about you? She absolutely loved you, so you thought. It was really addiction. When you finally let her go, when you finally got her to stop stalking you, she ended up with another man like that.
I have my shoes on. I got my track shoes on. I've always had my track shoes on. I told you, I said this woman is promiscuous. I said she is very, very promiscuous. She soothes herself with sex.
Ego took a hit. You said, wait a minute. I know that woman was crazy about me. Climbed in my window, came to my... You understand? She was... She was crazy about your presence in her life. And the minute you distance yourself...
What happened to the sound?
Emotionally damaged people.
They need to stop putting all this music.
Emotionally damaged people are always sexually promiscuous. Let me say this again. If you are traumatized, if you are emotionally damaged, you are promiscuous. And do you want to know why?
Why is that?
Emotionally traumatized people require constant validation from others. You married to a woman who's been traumatized, abuse, abandonment, whatever. When you're not around her for too many days, she has to entertain another man because her trauma dictates constant validation. And constant validation means I must have a man in my personal space. You ever date a woman who was crazy about you? She absolutely loved you, so you thought. It was really addiction. When you finally let her go, when you finally got her to stop stalking you, she ended up with another man like that. And your ego took a hit. You said, wait a minute. I know that woman was crazy about me. Climbed in my window, came to my... You understand? She was... She was crazy about your presence in her life. And the minute you distance yourself from her life, She found a replacement without a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Emotionally damaged people are promiscuous because they cannot go without constant validation.
They need.
Exactly. And you know why? And you know what else? And you know what else? There's another reason why, and this is also why she wants to be with younger men. Because the younger men, you know, they're young, so they're gonna call her all the time because she gives them money. You know, no boys, when you're a cougar, that's what they call you, a cougar. It's like taking care of a cat. Have you ever heard they say like, oh, don't take care of a cat because once you feed the cat, you give him milk, he'll keep coming back, right? Little boys are just like that. You take a little boy, you pay for his phone bill, you take him out to eat. You know, you buy him some Yeezys, whatever. He gonna keep calling you, texting you because you give him money. And the fact that he's also younger and you're a lot older, you have power in the relationship, right? You are a god because you know how to use your money because she thinks like a man, a toxic one, okay, right? So she wants the sex of the younger man, but she also enjoys the control, like the power that she has, because then she gets to decide how long this relationship will go for or when it stops, right? And that's why she keeps leaving people. She's not consistent in her relationships. She's really broken. I mean, I hope she gets the help she deserves, right? I really do. But here's a woman who was seriously promiscuous in her life. And that amount of sex, that many sexual partners at such a young age, when you get older, it will mess you up. It will mess you up. You know what I mean? Even the power that you're able to derive from having sex with men and then dumping them, or having sex with younger men and then like dumping them, whatever. Like it gives you a high. You're addicted to that kind of feeling, right? If you go and you be a wife, it's like, oh, somebody's taking you and they're storing you away somewhere. You know, like you get to hide. You have to be consistent and blah, 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 blah. Right? And that part, no, because she needs to be seen. She needs to be heard. And this is what she overtalks the people. She rambles and she rambles, right? And I'm like, this young woman here, she is really, really suffering. And she really needs a deliverance. You know, people really have to pray for her and they have to set her free. And that's why I told you ladies yesterday, I said this whole promiscuity they got out here, I need you to untap from that program. You might not understand what you're doing. They might be telling you, oh, you're sticking it to the man. No, you're sticking it to yourself. You are harming yourself. Because it gets to a point you sleep with so many people, you lose yourself. Because you're more than just a sexual creature. Okay? And it's like most men, and when it comes to getting married, also with marriage, you're not going to have sex all the time. People have things to do. So you don't want to expose you don't want to expose yourself, but you also don't want to have certain habits that are also not sustainable. Okay? What you mean, am I still live? Do you guys still see me? Oh, like you left and you came back. Is that what you mean? She absolutely wants control in the relationship. And you see it here with the way she's exchanging with Cam. But because he's old, he's older, he has money, he's calm. So, he's not engaging with her. All the microaggression, oh, it flew over your dreads. Oh, have you slept with a man? Oh, have you slept with a white man? You know, she's saying a lot of weird things to this man, right? Because she wants to trigger him. Because she's low functional. But he's not engaging. He has not disrespected her. She's been very, very disrespectful. And mind you, she's a guest on his show. It's like, girl, it's not beef. I don't know you like that. But it's what she does. I promise you, the other guy that she waited 8 months for, I promise you he was younger. And that's why he didn't have the finances that she had. Because he was younger than her. Okay, she's very easy to read, this one. Like, girl, bye. No, I really hope she gets the help she needs.
Certain criterions that she knows most men of her age won't meet.
That's
yes, she has to.
So therefore, I'm telling you,
If
a
that's what
man
she
of high
wants, she has
value
to.
is a transactional type of thing. So to your point, it's like, I know, I look at you, I look at women all the time. I have a beautiful establishment that we're in right now,
right?
Fellowship. It garners a consumer that's about their business.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Absolutely.
not hookah smoking and standing on couches
Right.
and,
Twerking
section.
and doing
No,
the
no,
most,
it's
right.
not that.
Right.
This is sugar daddy's addy in here. This is businesswoman. No, you need to, we need to get this on right.
Oh,
I see it happen so many times.
Wow.
Dress code. You're not coming in here with Jordans and flip-flops. Like you can't do that. You can't disrespect the altitude.
Yeah, the culture of what's here.
You see what I'm
100%.
saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
with that, I know and I understand a lot of people see my situation and not think that I'm not high functioning.
What situation?
See my situation. That's a very vague question, and it's for you
What
to
situation are you referring to that they're looking at and thinking is not high function?
just my life.
Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
My life.
See, don't deflect. Let's stay here. Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
Both really.
And they think that you're low functioning.
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take my intentions away from this. Can I correct it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or can I give you more?
Yeah, some more information. Heck yeah.
So I'm not married, right? I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
By how
8.
many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more. Now,
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I
I'm
just
saying,
want
or
God
by
to
your
bring
wife?
him. I just want God to bring him.
Oh, okay. And you have, so you just.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep Maverick quiet. Okay, Cam. I think when it comes to your career as like a quarterback, I think you were a high functioning athlete, right? Because you did really well for yourself. In terms of relationships, the women, the children, beloved, you really are. You are low functioning. Okay, you are. And you also got to figure out what happened to you to become this person, because that's a lot. That really is a lot. And the fact that it's intentional, yeah, it's concerning. Okay, and that's also, that's also low functioning because it's intentional. Now, here's where he's about to be on his BS and not be cerebral. I just want God to bring him. No, you are responsible for your privates. Okay, it's your wiener. These are your testes. It is your sperm. Okay, you are absolutely responsible for your wiener. You're not going to do what these women do over here and God. This has nothing to do with God. Okay, you are old enough to understand how sex works. You are old enough to understand how unprotected sex works. Okay, you have 8 kids by 3 different women, right? One would hope that at your age, you would gather enough wisdom from that to say, is that really a healthy thing to do? Am I really giving the best to my children? Right? Okay. So career-wise, being a QB in the NFL, yes, I would say you are high functioning. When it comes to your person, like your romantic life, no, you're really low. You're low functioning. Right? But like I said earlier, you're not the only one to blame for this, though, because if you did not have accomplices in these women, you would not be able to do this. Okay, you've met women who have allowed you to do this, and like you said earlier, right? You are able to mold people. You can take a woman, and then you can mold her into what you want. Okay, so and I told you that part to me, it gives a power. It gives abuse of a power, like you're abusing your power. It's in power imbalance. The dynamics of power are completely out of whack, right? And that part right there is concerning, because just because you can doesn't mean you should. And the thing my other issue with you, Cam, you have a tendency of going after girls who are broken. And so to me, in my eyes, that makes you predatory. Because Jazz and these other girls, right, they share something in common. And many of them don't have daddies. They have similar trauma. First of all, they kind of look the same, okay? And then they tend to share similar trauma, similar childhood trauma. And that, to me, the way I look at it, honestly, is giving like predatory. Because why don't you pick people that have their stuff in order? Why don't you pick people that come from a 2-parent household and would put up with this foolishness? Okay, so let's talk about that part.
Because my point is this. My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Bryant, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based.
So when he says he's more afraid of divorce than getting married, she also said the same thing. Oh, what's the point of getting married just to go to the altar and get divorced? So I'm like, you see, you two right here, for once you share something in common. Okay. So to me, we're looking at 2 people who have control issues. You have control issues. Now, the other thing I said is that when it comes to Cam, I wish he would have said, honestly, one of the reasons why I don't want to get married, or one of the reasons why I do fear divorce, is that I don't want to part with my money. Okay? I'm very rich. I have a lot of money. I have like $75 million in the bank, right? And if I was to get a divorce, she might take half. And that part, no, I don't feel like parting with my money. Say that part, right? Number two is like, okay, maybe the love of your life is your mom. And every time you meet a woman, you want her to remind you of your mom. Well, good luck. Okay, because those days are quite gone. It's not impossible, but it's like, okay, might be hard, right? But you size up these women, right, to be the equivalent of your mother. Can she be my mom? Can she be just like my mom? Can she do what my mom did for my dad? Good luck. You have to be reasonable, okay? But I do feel like what y'all call taking your time, whatever, I think to me is giving control issues. You want to control things, right? So just be forthcoming with that. I have a lot of money, and in case we get a divorce, I don't feel like the government should be telling me how much money I should give you, because it's my money. Number two, as long as my mom is alive, I don't see myself giving my heart to a woman 100%. Because for right now, my mom has my heart. Say that also. Right? And the same thing with her. You don't want to get married. Say it. Like, be honest, right? I like control. I want to be in control. So I prefer to date younger men so I can control them. And I also like to have sex. And I prefer to have sex with younger men. Okay, cool. Great. Y'all toxic. Next. Okay? That's it. That's that.
You're not taking your time. You're being very action-based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being
and so she needs to also say the same thing to herself, right? Because she's also being very action-based. Now, she's not action-based when it comes to intentionally looking for a husband, but she goes and she looks for younger boys and she entertains younger men who cannot marry her, who cannot provide for her, but just give her a good old time. I'm like, these two, I'm like, it's funny, but I feel like they have the same problem, just different ways, right? So, no. But anyways, let's
very action-based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay? So you're creating, in disclaimer, the kids are innocent. They are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the kids, period. But you are proactively.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all, will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. So at what point do you feel the fear, do it anyways? And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior. To say that I am going to create these homes. Oh, let me go better. I'm going to build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't going to create a home in them. I'm going to wait till I dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody who you're spending your life with. And then I'm going to build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and it's selfish.
Just tell me when I can solve.
Me, I would say I agree with what she's saying here. I do. You know, I'm not going to just argue for the sake of arguing, right? I agree with what she's saying here. But I wish that she could see how it also applies to her, right? When you're sleeping, when you're 41 years old and you're sleeping with a 27-year-old, right? You're being selfish. You are really being selfish. Like Tammy Roman tried the same thing with her little husband, right? And look what it led to, right? You're being selfish because listen, he needs to go be somewhere else. You're not the one for him. And you know this. So you start using your money, you pay for his phone bills, you pay his car note, you start using money to keep this little man around. But he needs to grow up and date people his age and need to start his family. You're also being selfish. You said to us earlier, oh, what's the point of rushing down the altar and get married? But now you're saying, yeah, even if you are afraid to get married, it's normal because you're always going to have this thing on the inside. Exactly, right? Then why don't you do the same thing? I'm like, you're no different than Cam. Of all the sex you had, we can make the argument that, Cam has 8 kids by 3 different women and he's creating all these broken homes. But sis, how many abortions have you had? Like, let's be so for real, right? Because just because you don't have kids don't mean you were never pregnant. I'm going to go all the way there. How many abortions have you had? And how many abortions you even had that were late-term abortions? So you've also been selfish, right? And that's the problem of when people don't want to, people don't want to get a grasp over like their unclean, unholy, traumatic sexual lives, right? You harm people. You harm people. Whether you harm a fetus or you harm a living child, right? Y'all hurting people because this woman here cannot tell me she never had an abortion. And she can't tell me she didn't have multiple abortions. Now, how many of them were late-term abortion? Only she knows. I don't need to know, okay? But there have been children because that amount of sex, you've been pregnant. At least once or twice, you've been pregnant and you had a baby down a vacuum. So it's good to read Cam. Read Cameron. He deserves it, right? But as you're reading him too, read yourself. And this is where the Bible says it's okay to judge, okay? But when you judge someone, remember, in the same manner, you're also going to be judged. Because all the advice you're giving him, it applies to you. You both have the same issues. You just act out differently. He goes for young women who are broken. You go for younger men who are also broken. Y'all do the same thing. You weaponize your money. You both weaponize your money. You both weaponize your status. You do the same thing. You have the same problem. You have the same disorder. That's why your spirits are connected. There's a reason why he connected with you. And there's a reason why you connected with him. Y'all got the same spirit. You do the same thing. It's just that he lets his babies live because he has money. He can take care of them. You were like, oh my gosh, am I going to keep a baby by a younger man? No. So bloop, bloop, you flushed it down the toilet. Right? Let's be so for real. Because God, I'm telling you, like, repentance is going to save everybody today. It really is. So with everything you said, right, you should go ahead and get married because no matter what, there's always going to be fear. But having fear does not mean that it's not going to be okay. But you intentionally choose to sleep with little boys. And that little 27-year-old boy, he could have been somebody's fiance. If he was not messing with you, sleeping with you, because I'm sure there's a younger girl who's like 23, 25, right? Who looks at him and is like, wow, I would love to be with him. I would love to marry him. But she can't compete with you because you have the money. You're more established. And I'm sure even in bed, you're way better than that little 25-year-old. But you know it's not going to go nowhere. So why are you holding this little baby back? Why are you holding him back? Let him be with a little 23-year-old. Let him be with the 25-year-old. Let them start their little family, right? You had your turn. You chose not to do anything about it. Now you're 41. Go find Papa over there in his 50s who popped Viagra. But you don't want to though, right? Because you want control. You want a lot of sex and you want power. You want control. It's the same thing for Cam. Cam intentionally picks people who are broken. He picks people who have daddy issues. Okay, Jazz, all these girls, it's the same psychoanalysis, right? They have the same issues. All these girls are the same. But unlike you, because he has way more money than you, and society does not judge men the same, he allows his kids to live. You most likely go and have abortions. It's okay. You ain't got to tell me, right? God is good. Okay. I'm just saying, like, it's the truth, though, because you cannot have this much sex and say that you never got pregnant. So where are the babies? That's why I talk about all the time. This whole, I want to have an abortion, people screaming about abortions. You can get rid of the abortions, right? But every time you get pregnant, your bones, your calcium level drops. Like, it leaves a marks on your bones. So even when you die, they will always know how many pregnancies you had. So go ahead and have your abortion. But you can never deny that you were pregnant. Okay? Because every pregnancy, it leaves like a calcium marks on your bones. So you can tell, like when they do an autopsy, whatever, they look at a woman's bones, you can tell how many pregnancies she's had. Now, whether she let them live or not, that's up to her. Okay? I'm just being serious. But she's not going to sit here and tell me she's never been pregnant. So far as the range is as damaged as Cam is, at least he can say, well, I allow mine to live. You didn't give yours a chance. It's up to you, right? But I'm like, you're no different than him. And it's always great to give other people advice, but as you give people advice, you're like, okay, does that even apply to me also? Yeah, it does. And it's crazy how you see it in him, but you don't see it in yourself. You have the same. You both have the same pathology. You both are sick people. You are sick. You are serious. You need serious help. Yeah, she loves control like she does. I'm like, this entire interview, we've seen her. Okay? She loves control. Like, well, maybe she should. But she likes sex though. I'm like, oh, you're also being very selfish and you're also being intentional. But you're intentional the wrong direction because you are afraid. It's a lot easier to be in a sexual relationship that, maybe one day he'll stop calling me, one day I'll stop calling him, and then whatever, right? Than to be intentional in the right way, which is to pursue a relationship with a man that can lead to matrimony, right? No, instead you look for them little kids, knowing damn well that it's going to run its course. So you're both intentional. But you're intentional in the wrong way, in a very unhealthy way. He is, and so are you. Okay? So you're not better than him. So it was a cute little read, but I hope that you realize that it also applies to you as well. Be so for real.
Yeah, almost. That's completely unfair and that's selfish. And so, yes, you're taking your time in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department, which means you're compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works. Compartmentalizing hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box. And then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box.
Exactly. And so when you mess with them little 27-year-olds, you're doing the same thing. Because like you said, eventually it's going to run its course. Then you'll look for another 27-year-old. And that's going to run its course. And then you'll look for another 27-year-old. And then that's going to run its course, right? It's very selfish. It's very toxic. It's very unhealthy. And it's not fair to everybody that's involved because you're doing the same thing. And that's the problem. And that's the issue with men, with women trying to be men. You might not mean to, but here you go. That's why they tell you when you're a woman, you need to be happy being a woman. Don't compete with the man, especially degenerate men like Cam. It's a race to the bottom because he's very unhealthy. So if you try to be like him, you're going to self-harm, right? Because you're not meant for that. You're a woman. You are a woman. Don't try to be an alpha female. It's not cute. It's not healthy. And it's not even conducive to you being the highest version of yourself. You're going to hurt yourself. It's not, I'm telling you, it's not sustainable. It sounds cute in the music. Yeah. In the TV shows. Yeah, sure, whatever. But in real life, it is sad. It's a sad life. Because then people look at her like, oh my gosh, what's wrong? She's so pretty. She's so beautiful. Why is she living like this? Because she's on a track to be an alpha male. Like you are a woman. You don't want to be an alpha male, an alpha female. It is not cute. Yeah, I'm telling Miss Dodge. Yeah. And it's sad. Because she's very pretty. Like she's seriously pretty. Like, and it was like everybody's confused. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's the holdup? In her head. It's in her head. She's a very chaotic woman in her head. right? She's very, very chaotic. She needs help. Like she needs serious help. But I'm like, it's funny how you can say these things about Cam, but you're not seeing that you're also talking about yourself. These little boys you messing with, you have to stop. Let them go. Let them be. Because they have 22, 23, 24-year-olds out there who want to be with these young men. Let them know people be together. It's their age group. You need to be in your age group and above. Right? But what does a 41-year-old woman who claims she wants to be married is telling us that she wants to be with a 27-year-old man? And you see how excited she was. Oh, yay, yes. She's so excited because she loved them little kids. You got to be embarrassed to take your clothes off in front of a 27-year-old man. Like you could be his mother. Like you could be his big sis. Don't take your clothes off in front of a 27-year-old man. That's a little boy. Send him back to go. Okay? No. And that's the problem we have today too. And I feel like that's another reason why so many of our young women cannot get married, because people like her, the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds who refuse to age, they refuse to act their age, right? And they want to compete with the younger women. It's like, no, you've had your time. You had your turn. You had your season. Get the F out of here. You had your time. You had your chance. And you chose not to make the most out of it. And now you want to dress like us, talk like us, come to the same nightclub as us, post all them thirst trap like the rest of us. Like, no, it's not fair to these young ladies. You had your turn. Let these young women also have let them have their turn also at love and then find the right one. But no, you compete with a bigger wallet. You compete with sex and you have more sexual experience. So I'm sure these young boys really do enjoy having sex with you because you know a lot. You can do a lot. Right? You can probably do things to a little man. Like you probably even have I don't know, maybe your head game is like super crazy, right? That most young girls who are only 22 don't even know how to do things, right? But you know how to do those things. And that is not fair. Because after that little 27-year-old boy messes with you, his mind not gonna be right. And now when he's with someone that he should be with, he's also going to be bored. It's like zombies, it's like vampires, right? Once you bite one, you turn the other one into a vampire. Y'all gotta stop damaging good people. You and Cam, both of y'all, stop damaging people. Stop damaging people's children.
It's unhealthy.
It's very unhealthy.
And it's a huge dysfunction within our Black community that I truly believe personally, statistically, mental health wise, and community wise, that Black men will stop.
Black men will.
Now we have to stop this. Like older Black women, y'all got to start acting your age. And you got to be proud of your age. And you got to stay in your lane. And let these young people have a fair chance at love. Let them have a fair chance at love. You had your turn. You didn't respect it. I don't know what you did, but guess what? Girl, bye-bye. It's going. Okay? You have to like me. When I married Jimmy was 27, right? He was 27. I was 25. That's usually when people get married. Imagine if he was busy having sex with a cougar somewhere. He would have taken me seriously because what money I had. I could help him do his homework, okay? But I'm like, you're in college, like, what do you have? So if a woman comes in and she's like in her 40s, she has a bigger car, she has a bigger house, she has more money, she buys some stuff. The young lady that's 22, 23, 24, 25, how do you compete with that? How does she compete with that? But y'all want to be, oh, Black men ain't good. But look at these grown-ass Black women too. Look at what they doing. So a lot of people out of order. A lot of people out of order. A lot of our young men are having sex with way older women. So now they don't want to date regular girls because, you're boring. And then I have to pay. And then I have to take you out. They don't even want to be chivalrous anymore because there's a cougar who'll do everything for him. So you're also very selfish and you play a part of the toxicity in the community. You must be stopped. You need to be stopped. That's why I don't play with promiscuity. I don't think it's cute. I'm like, no, it's troubling. And it leads to violence. Yes, it does. We have to stop promoting promiscuity the way we do. Like it's not healthy. And it's really bad. And it corrupts good people. Because then everything becomes about sex and money. Sex and money. It's like people act like they're no longer human beings anymore. Like, do you have a heart? No, sex and money. Sex and money. Sex and money. No.
What?
Stop doing that. That they would stop that dysfunctional behavior of compartmentalizing and creating houses not homes,
Mhm.
and then finally a home with the wife. And then you have all these other houses that are homeless. But you over here at some point when you do get a wife, if you do, I'm saying if that's what you want, you will. You'll get whatever you want. You're trying to create a home. Totally dysfunctional and extremely, that's the epitome of selfish. Epitome of selfish. I'm done. You can go for
Okay,
it.
say less. All right. So, what identifies as a broken home?
What you have going on with these, whoever you're not in the house with is a broken home.
You know, the thing I don't like about Kim right now, he's doing what she did earlier. So when he was asking her questions that were still a trigger for her, deflecting, gaslighting, over talking, right? Now you want to say, you want to ask at your big age, Cam, you're probably 40 plus. You've been on this earth for 4 decades. You really want her to break down what a broken home is to you? Are you serious? You see, and that's the issue with people like try to have conversation with bad faith. Like you are intellectually moving in bad faith. You know dang well what a broken home is because you had a 2-parent household. Don't play these games with people. If it's a conversation that triggers you, say you're triggered, let's move on, right? Because you have money, Cam, because you have a lot of money, right? Because you're very handsome, you have lots of money, you're very successful. A lot of people don't tell you stuff to your face, right? Because you like he's very uncomfortable. Like he was like doing this, like his body language was changing. He was breathing differently, right? Because you're not used to people telling you things to your face. Because you're the big guy, right? You have money, like you're a big dude, right? And plus you have money, but you are being selfish, and you're not going to act as if you being the child of a preacher and the first lady growing up in a household with the Bible and 2 parents that you don't know, right? That you don't know what a broken home is, because I'm sure your mom told you, and I'm sure your dad told you. So stop playing with us. Like I don't have time for this. Oh my gosh.
Home is called a blended family. It's called a blended family.
That means
That the family is blended. So blended.
so
means,
blended means broken.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So the guy that you were entertaining,
Mhm.
you would go as low as 26.
That I would entertain.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And as high as what age?
Whatever man that doesn't have kids.
As high as
Whoever doesn't have kids, whatever age he is with no kids.
I just
No, that's the age. I'm saying I don't have an age range as far as how old if he has no kids.
so your
he's a candidate.
non-negotiable is a person who does not have children.
My non-negotiable is a person with kids. But yes, I get how you're saying it. Yes.
So you cannot date a person. You cannot be with a
I
person.
can, but I'm choosing not to.
So
I can be with
like-
anyone, but I'm
like
choosing not to.
you're
I gotta correct it. It's my narrative, Cam.
you're
I
like
can
jumping in,
I
jumping out. It's either
can. No, it's not I can't. There's no such thing. I can date whoever I want. I am definitely well equipped to do so.
Okay.
So I'm not going to allow that word to be something that fits what I can't do. I'm well equipped to date anybody.
Yes.
My preference,
Yes.
because there's nothing wrong with a lot of men who have kids. So I don't want to put that narrative out there.
Yes.
My personal preference is I would not choose to date a man with kids.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're dating a man with
If that was your preference, you should have been married to the man who asked you to marry that didn't have kids. I'm like, this lady is not serious. You're 41 years old. You're still not even in a serious relationship. What are the odds of you finding a man without kids? So you mean you're gonna keep sleeping with them little boys? You have a sex demon, sis. This is insane. Like you're 41. You're more likely, if you're serious about marriage, you're more likely going to marry a man who's on his second marriage. Like you'll be the second wife in his life, right? And most likely he will have kids. That's why if you don't want to be with someone that has kids, you marry young. So that way you don't have somebody with kids. But if you meet a man right now and he doesn't have kids and he's like 50 with no kids, unless he has like, unless he's like, infertile, right? Like, you really can't get someone pregnant. Yeah. But most men today, like your age or up, will have had at least one baby. So like, even so for you to say, okay, like my non-negotiable is for him not to have kids. Once again, you are not serious about getting married. You are not serious. You are not serious. You're just saying it to say it because you sell courses. You are not serious. You are really not serious.
Kids.
Team, It's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Just a scenario.
Oh, okay, got it. Yes.
You're dating a man with kids.
Yes.
So you've identified that that's a broken home from the jump. With your verbiage of blended family means broken.
I've identified that I'm dating a broken man who is creating who he is, because we could teach what we know, we create who we are. And so broken people create brokenness, whether it's through a child, whether it's through a relationship, whether it's through themselves. It doesn't have to be a beautiful baby, but you're creating brokenness. And broken people can come from married households. I'm not saying that a two-parent household can't create the result of a child who then has brokenness and creates broken blended families everywhere. I'm not negating that.
That's not my point.
No, I know I'm making that point. But yes.
But my point.
My answer is I not only identified that those homes are houses without a home because he's not in them,
Yeah.
but also that he's a broken man.
But you're going to be with a broken man.
No, I won't. I just said I wouldn't be with a man. I wouldn't be with a broken man who has multiple kids. I will take
No, not multiple. I'm
well,
talking
a kid. It doesn't
so
matter.
you're not going to date a man with children.
No, but let me clear this up because you said I won't date a broken man. That's not what I said.
No, I said, are you listen to what I'm saying?
I heard you.
Doc.
Let me answer it. Hold on. We all have a level of brokenness. So will I date a broken man? Yes. Am I going to date a certain type of brokenness? No.
Of course you're not.
And that type of brokenness is a man who has kids outside of me isn't something that's conducive for what I want forever.
I disagree because she just said that. Hold on. You guys, sorry, Maverick is here, so it's not easy for me.
But yes.
But my point.
My answer is I not only identified that those homes are houses without a home because he's not in them,
Yeah.
Okay.
but also that he's a broken man.
Okay.
But you're going to be with a broken man.
No, I won't. I just said I wouldn't be with a man. I wouldn't be with a broken man who has multiple kids.
So she wouldn't be with a broken man who has multiple kids, right? Okay.
Kids. I will take
No, not multiple. I'm
well,
talking
a kid. It doesn't
so
matter.
You're not going to date a man with children.
No, but let me clear this up because you said I won't date a broken man. That's not what I said.
Okay.
No, I said, are you listen to what I'm saying?
I heard you.
Doc.
Let me answer it. Hold on.
You didn't hear him.
We all have a level of brokenness.
Okay.
So will I date a broken man? Yes.
What? So she said, I will date a broken man. Okay. Y'all write this down, please. Somebody please type that in the chat? Type this in the chat for me, okay? So I can see what she's saying. Somebody please type this. She said, she will date a broken man, right? Y'all got this? I will date a broken man, okay?
Am I going to date a certain type of brokenness? No.
Okay.
Of course you're not.
And that type of brokenness is a man who has kids outside.
Okay. So if you have children outside of her, so the type of brokenness is a man who has kids outside of her. So if you have kids before you meet her, in her eyes, you are broken. So for example, so if a man had children and he was divorced, so like let's say, not even divorced, right? Let's say a man had a child. Now he's a single dad, but the wife, she passed away, right? The wife passed away, but the man had a baby with his wife, but now the wife is dead. So he's alone raising his baby, but he's looking for a new wife. So she would consider such a man to be broken. Girl, you are insane. Hey, Charles, you are insane. Okay? She is really insane. So people, if someone does not have a child with you, they're broken? No. It's not that simple. It's not that simple, right? Because who are you? Are you God? Like, are you mother? Like, are you the Virgin Mary? Yeah, like she like missed out. She makes no sense. Like we are really confused, okay? Because if a man was married and now the wife is deceased and he has a child or he has 2 kids, right? That man is not broken. His wife passed away. So automatically he's not eligible because he didn't have a child with you. So therefore he's broken. Exactly. Like what exactly is she saying here? Oh my God, this lady is stupid. Y'all, she is insane. I do not think she has a PhD in nothing. Okay. Another scenario, right? Let's say a man and a woman they're married, they had a baby. Now, maybe the wife filed for divorce. I don't know. Okay. But he got a divorce. Maybe it was an amicable divorce. They co-parent, they have a great baby. Their child is very polite. So that man is also broken. You are insane. If you say Future is broken, yeah, because the way he chooses to have kids, how he has kids, the relationship with these women, yes, sure. But you have men who have children, right? And then they went through a divorce for whatever reason. Hopefully he didn't cheat, right? But if he didn't cheat and the wife cheated or the wife wanted to leave or it didn't work out anymore, sure, whatever. Okay. But they co-parent, is very healthy. She has his life. He has his life. Maybe he has full custody. Maybe he doesn't. But it's a very healthy environment. So you will say that this man's also broken? No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You could also have a man, maybe when he was 17, 18, he made a mistake, he got somebody pregnant in middle school, in high school, in college, whatever. But ever since then, he did not get anybody pregnant. So if he had a child when he was 18 or 20, and now he's like 45, that's the only child he has. You gonna say that he's broken? Girl, you make no sense. She's trying way too hard. This is what you call, I'm telling you, like, this is ridiculous. This is what you call a pseudo-intellectual. And honestly, if you are, no, it's called something. It's some weird college. Her college is shut down. Like, it's no longer out there. She really is. She really is. I'm like, she's full of microaggression. Okay, she is full of microaggression because she wants to let him know he's broken. That's why she's doing all of this, and it makes no sense, right? So you should just say, I think you're a broken man, period. Like, whatever, right? But I'm like, because like this really makes no sense. It really makes no sense. I don't know what she's up to. I don't know what she's up to. But I'm like, if you have multiple kids and none of your relationship work, yeah, you're a little suspicious. Me, one thing I will do, I will give everybody a 1-child pass. I really would, because things happen. It could have been when you were younger. It could have been a divorce. But as long as it's one baby, and you take great care of your baby, your child wants for nothing, and you are an active parent, it happens. It happens. You know what I'm saying? You could have had an abortion, chose not to. You made a mistake. You kept your mistake. You're raising your mistake. You are present there. You're raising your child. Listen, I commend you for that. Right? I think everybody deserves redemption. Everyone, I believe in judging now. I sure do believe in judging, but I also believe that people who do better, people who step up, people who take accountability and do everything in their power to make up for what they've done, everybody deserves redemption. Okay? So that part, you're not broken because of that. But now if you have like 5 kids and you did all kinds of people, then yes. At that point, you are broken.
Side of me isn't something that's conducive for what I want forever.
But will you date him?
No.
So that goes to my point. I'm trying to ask a question. You have 2 different men right here. One man who has...
I will not date a man with kids.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yes. I will
but
not.
Do you understand, just off of the statistics?
Here we go. Go ahead and be a statistic and say it, because I hear it all the time. And
What?
Say it.
You say what you're saying, and I'm going to either...
Based on statistics, most men have kids. Go for it.
At your age.
But that's why I said early on, Cam, when you said young and remember the patience of me being older woman, I said, well, for, a woman who has certain qualifications or criterions like no kids, that would be, I have to have enough brain cells to know, baby, that's the payoff. Okay, he may be younger, successful, no kids, but now you have to make sure you implement the patience. Or you get you an older man who has kids and he could have been married with his kids. There's a lot of different scenarios why men have kids, okay? But then you don't have to have as much patience with him as maturity wise. But do you want to have patience to say, and it's not even dealing with, because that's not bad. You want to have enough patience to gut the fact that you are dating a man with young kids or grown kids, and that's against what you want, your value system. For me, I'm
coming back. For me, honestly, like I said, I can grant everybody a one-child pass, okay? Because listen, who hasn't messed up? But if you're a great mother, if you're a great father, people make mistakes, it happens, right? But if you raise your babies right, your child looks good, well raised, well behaved, I commend you. Good job, okay? Because you could have terminated the pregnancy, but you didn't, so good job, right? So to me, it's like, the fact that you raise your child well, the fact that your child is well behaved, the fact that your child has great values, the fact that your child is doing really well in school, I think that speaks to the testament of the person that you are. It shows that you're not broken, because could a broken person raise such a wonderful kid? I don't think so. Okay. You know, it shows growth. It shows maturity. It shows that you know what matters. And because of that, your child turned out wonderfully. And it's amazing. And I also feel like that could be a reason to even be more so attracted to that person, because if they get to do it again, this time within the confines of marriage, they might even do an even better job, right? So I feel like depending on how the child is raised, if the child is raised really well, very polite, well-mannered, yeah, it shows that this man right here, if he gets to be married and have more kids, he's going to do a wonderful job because he's been tested. Here is the proof. Now, if you only had one child and the child is like, you don't take care of the baby, all kinds of issues, okay, yeah, you're crazy. Because if all you had to do was take care of one child and you couldn't do it right, yeah, gotta go. Because I don't like people who don't take care of children. So, you know what I'm saying? That makes sense, you guys? If you take great care of your kids, if you raise your children well, it shows that you take being a father seriously. Now, could it have happened under better circumstances? Yes, but it is what it is, okay? With ifs, you can redo the world. Unfortunately, we don't have time for that. Okay, here we are over here. This is it, right? So I'm like, that to me is like, it shows a great man and it shows a great father. It shows somebody who takes the ministry of being a father really well. Now, Cam, the fact that you want to have more kids, for that part, you are still broken. Because it's not like you're going to change anything. You want to have more kids under the same situation, under the same paradigm, the same dynamics and stuff like that. No, you're toxic. Okay, no. But one child, a very successful child, yes, that man right there, he knows how to be a father and he takes that really seriously. And I do believe, given the chance, if he was married and he could have more kids, I think he would do an awesome job as a dad. Absolutely. But Cam, that don't apply to you, right? And this woman right here, like Miss Sage said, I feel like the way you make your requirements so like they're so strict. Oh, I don't want a man with kids, but I want to be married. And you know dang well what the numbers are. So my thing is, even for you, if you claim to be a psychologist, right? Do you not talk numbers with your patients? Early on, you told us statistics, go on Google and research. I mean, we did, you were completely wrong, right? So when you think it benefits you, you care about the numbers, right? When the numbers show how delusional you are, you're like, oh, I don't really care. Just go ahead and say it. I've heard it all. But yeah, but what do you do about it? Right? You have to take those numbers into account because they're real. People lie, numbers don't. Okay? So you're highly delulu. You should not be coaching anybody. Stay away from people. Okay? Stay away from people. Like, oh my gosh. Stay away from people. Because, it's a lot.
I'd rather choose the poison of, I'll have patience with you, baby. We'll just have to figure this out, and I'm cool with that, and we'll have a good time in the meantime. Then I know that you have kids. It's against something I never wanted as a child. And now, if you have young kids, I'm going to be very involved because I'm a loving woman. I'm never going to take
But you're giving a scenario that you're saying.
Yeah, that wouldn't do. Right. And those are the reasons why I wouldn't do them.
For sure.
Because I'm going to be involved, right? I'm never going to be a woman who's not.
But I must defend this situation. I have 8 children. And
8 beautiful babies.
I will not. No baby mother of mine could ever say that she's a single mother, because single mother insinuates that she has no help. So for me in my situation, life be lifing. That's a common.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
And my situation is a product of life happening.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and none of us are exempt from it.
of course.
Right.
So
right,
we
right.
have preferences. We have.
No, Cam, your life is the consequences of the privileges that people allow you to take advantage of, right? Because of your status, because of your money, and because of your looks. If truth is being told, right, Cam, you're actually polygamous. Like, you are polygamous. This is exactly what polygamy is. It's not life be life in. No. All of this is by design. Okay? Maybe the first baby, it was not by design, but even that, y'all were not married and you got the girl pregnant, right? When we get to 8 babies and 3 baby moms, it's no longer life is lifing. No, this is by design. And even for him, like, earlier, because the baby was crying, but he was calling it a situationship. I utterly disagree. It is not a situation, my situation. No, this is your life. It is permanent. Okay? These kids are permanent. These women in your lives, it's also very permanent, because when you say my situation, it means like, oh, I'm currently going through it, but I'm gonna get out of it. Like, it's something that is transient. This is not transient. It is not a situation. It is stationary. Okay? This is permanent. This is your life. It is not a situation. It is your life. And I think it would help you a whole lot to say, low-key, high-key, I'm polygamous, without the official title, right? But this is polygamy. So because like he has the mind of a polygamous man, which is like in polygamy is true. Like if everybody has a house, she has a house, you have a house, she has a house, and I pay for everybody's food, I send people to college. Like, he pays for everything. You're not gonna one for nothing, right? And then this wife on Wednesday, this one on Thursday, this one on Friday, right? That's his mindset. Cam, you are polygamous. So for him, it's not a broken home because you know where to find him. He's not hiding. He's available as much as he can. He shows up, right? He tries to give as much of his love as possible. So for him, I can see how he thinks like, I'm not future. I take care of my kids. Financially, you do. Yes. Whenever you can, you make time for your babies. Yes. But Cam, you are actually polygamous. You have the mindset of a polygamous man. So it's not life be lifing. This is how you chose to design your life. And you got to own that. Don't try to finesse us. He's polygamous. So maybe you'll go back to the mothers that you already have and impregnate them, and hopefully impregnate those people. Don't go and impregnate somebody else. I feel like if he wants more kids, he's going to have more kids. But my only thing is, have the babies with these 3 ladies. That's enough. Don't go damaging somebody else. Do not go prey on another young, light-skinned, curly hair, smooth baby hair type of girl. Don't do it. With daddy issues. Please don't do it. Okay? It's enough. You want to have more kids? You already have the wombs. Use them 3 ladies over here. Recycle. Please recycle. Okay? Stay over there. Don't go and damage somebody else's child. Because she's light-skinned, because she don't have a daddy, etc., etc., etc. I told you it's giving predatory. Right? So that's that. But I'm like, it's not, life be life in. No. Gotta be like cerebral, you gotta be high functioning, right? Life is not lifing. This is how I chose to design my life because that's what's most comfortable for me. That's what I'm most like, it's more compatible with my lifestyle and my preference, right? I'm a man who's rich. I don't feel like I can just be with one woman, okay? I want to have multiple kids by multiple women. Boom, 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 boom. Own it. Call a thing a thing. Don't waste our time. You're not that smart. Like,
have things that we could say, okay, I would love to do this. I'm raised in the church. So my father would always direct us to say, hey, be this, be that, be that, be this. But I can also tell my father this, your reality is not my reality.
100%.
Yeah.
You walking into 7-Eleven is different than your son walking into 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I'll tell you this.
Makes sense to me. So I can agree with you, and we can agree to disagree, that I'm not creating broken homes. I'm doing the best with the situation that I was given and am given. So hands-on father, absolutely. I don't subscribe to just bringing fatherless children or motherless children into this world. I have an unbelievable relationship with the mothers of my children, and it's healthy co-parent.
I wouldn't even say that whatever he's saying, he has a dominating relationship with the mother of his children. He picks broken women so he can control them. So these women, they've been chosen, right? And my thing is not to be offensive, right? Even with Jazz, when you look at her past, right? Who in their right mind will want her to raise their kids? Not to be offensive, okay? But I'm like, I've seen some things from her. I'm like, damn, okay? You want your child to grow up? You want your son to grow up and be like, oh, yeah, that's my mama? I don't know. Do you really want that? No. So why would you pick her to be the one to carry your seed and to bring your children? You are a weirdo. Because my thing is, I would even have more respect for him if he picked like aspirational women to have kids with. I don't think Jazz is aspirational. I think she's really low vibrational. Okay. I think she's very low vibrational. Her digital footprint, yeah, it's a hot mess. Okay. I would not want my son to grow up and be like, oh yeah, that's your mother. Right? Because when you're not there, is she equipped to raise a child? I don't think so. She's not even equipped to handle her own emotions. Okay? She's not. Right? Because I would have more respect for you if you picked if you picked mothers that were more aware, more grounded, more private, highly intelligent, right? But Jazz is not bright. Yeah, he's not that smart. Do that make sense, you guys? Because if I'm a wealthy man and I'm going to practice polygamy, I feel as though you should be very intentional with whom you pick to be the mother of your kids. Like if you pick me, for example, I'm like, okay, he got good taste and he's smart. Because I'll make your baby smart. Because since you're not going to be there all the time, you want to make sure that she knows how to be a mother, that she can mother, right? She can put up a bedtime. She can read stories. She can care about their education because she's not going to be there all the time. You're going to bring money. You're going to do the best you can, but you got 8 kids. But when you are not so bright yourself, right? Because you're not that bright. Okay. You're not that bright. Okay. It's okay. And then you go pick someone like Jazz. The majority of her young teen, like her teen years, her 20 years, she was in the streets. She's outside. Video vixen, busting the low, laying wide. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Why would you want that for the mother of your kids when you know you're not going to be in the house 24/7? Because even if she's laying it low, busting the wide, that's what she did in her 20s. If you were there all the time, your presence could counteract her foolishness, right? But I don't think that Jazz will make it for a great mother. Now, she might be a sweet mom. She might be a kind mom. But is that what it takes to make a child successful? Or is that a recipe for a woman who's going to enable the child? Because a lot of women don't have patience to raise children. But they have a baby with a man because he has money. Okay, sure. But can you raise that man? If you have a rich man's baby, can you raise that child to be the child that the father will be proud of and be like, you know what? I want to give you my wealth, all of my wealth. Because the part about polygamy that people don't understand, right? It's cute when the daddy's alive. But ultimately, when the daddy's about to die, he going to have to pick an official heir. So when there are multiple wives and there are multiple children, every woman has to understand, I have to raise my child to look like he can take over the kingdom, okay? Does Jazz have that? I don't think so. Does the other one have that? I don't think so. So if you're going to have kids, 8 kids, and you pick these mothers who have to be there full time, that's why we kind of call them single parent, because you're not going to be there full time. So there's a lot more they will have to do by themselves. If you were in the household 24/7, like most fathers who are married, right, we would not be calling these ladies single moms, but they are single moms to some extent. They will have to do more alone than the traditional woman that has a husband that is present in the house that's helping her to raise her babies. And you know that. Don't play stupid. You ain't that smart. Okay? Right? So I'm like, why her though? Because I don't think she's going to raise champions. I don't think she's going to raise bright kids. I don't think she's going to raise kids who want to be scholarly. I don't think so. And if God forbid she has a daughter, what's she going to teach the daughter? Like, what does Jazz have to offer a child? Okay, she might be nice. She might buy you cookies. She might do your hair. She might help you have a TikTok account when you're old enough. Okay, but it takes more than that to raise a child. So I do feel like if you're not going to be there full time, you have to be even way more intentional with how you practice polygamy. You got to be way more mindful of the mother of your kids, right? I think a woman should be mindful who the father of her child is going to be. And I think a man also should be mindful who the mother of his kids are going to be, especially if he's a wealthy man. Because imagine you're a rich man and all your kids are stupid. They're going to waste your money. They're going to squander all your wealth. By the time they get to 30, the money might all be gone because these kids are stupid. So the mother matters. She truly does matter. And the way you pick these women also, no. If you're going to do polygamy as a wealthy man, you have to go and pick really bright, really intelligent women who can actually not just be nice to a baby, but raise the child to be very successful and raise the child to take over. Like one day your dad's not going to be here. You have to be ready to step in and be the heir of this family. You have to take women who can raise heirs, not just raise a child or just, babysit a kid. A lot of these moms, especially these new age moms today, many of them are just babysitters. They don't really know how to raise a child. Many of them also overwhelmed because they don't have the capacity to mother, right? Don't be offended. No, she's not just a comedian. She's a whole lot more. And then she just like parlayed into comedy on the Instagram. And then now she's a baby mom to this man, right? But you can look her up. You'll see. Exactly. Because they're not being intentional. She's not intentional. He's not intentional. Because to me, at least, if you know you're going to have multiple kids, at least be intentional about who the mother is going to be. Because her part, the way she's going to raise that baby, it has a lot to do with who this child becomes because you're not going to be there all the time. So, yeah, she's a lot.
That we show the children real love, real communication,
right,
real orders of operations. And I think that's key because even though we have this unspoken societal pressure to do this and be this, but that's a unicorn that you're waiting for. Because if I'm sitting up here telling you like, yo, I have aspirations to have this, but my experiences have shown me that that person really doesn't exist. So when I'm asking or I'm asked questions of, is the expectations unrealistic?
Right.
Because my reality has garnered unbelievable connections with women around the world. Not in Africa. I haven't been in Africa, right? But
does that mean that you have to take advantage though? I'm still lost. We know you're handsome. We know you make a lot of money. And we know women are going to flock to you. But what is your responsibility towards all this fame and attention that you get? Right? You don't think you should practice some kind of self-restraint? Right? But that's also discipline of the mind, which you don't have because most athletes are just trained to be good athletes. They're not trained to be like well-rounded individuals, right? So you also need help, fam. You really do need help. Right? But you can say, oh yeah, we instill great discipline. But as soon as you leave the house, can she sustain the bar that you set for her kids in that household? Most likely not. Because there are certain things that dad can do that mom cannot do. Right? And so if you set the rule, you got to be there to enforce the rules. Like, stop. Please stop. right? And I think like even playing football, you know this because you train with a specific team. You know, oh, I'm gonna train here by myself. You train over here by yourself. No, y'all train together. Same thing for a family. The kids have to be together. So it's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but you make no sense. And then everybody, like, you draw from me, I draw from you. You motivate me, I motivate you, right? So it's like you played for a football team. So it was structured. There was a coach. He was there all the time for the most part, right? He didn't come one day, then disappear, come back 6 months later or whatever, right? So I'm like, even you, in the fact that you play for the NFL, there was structure there. Structure, authority, constant authority, right? Fam people being together. You share the lockers, you share a bus, you share these rooms, right? Your kids not going to have that because they're being raised under different roofs. So you get what we're saying. Why are we doing this? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because nobody requires them to also be trained in the other area of their life, right? And that's why most of these players, like, when they're no longer being like in the structure of like the NFL, the structure of the NBA, the structure of the MLB, their lives goes down the poo-poo hole because they need that structure. It's like going to military. Like they need that structure. Whereas like when it comes to their dating life, they're fully in control. And a lot of these women do not also require structure, right? So their dating life, there's no structure. When they go to work, it's a lot of structure. This is the same thing that Kelly Rowland also struggled with. Like when she was in Destiny's Child, like Matthew Knowles provided that structure. When there's no more Destiny's Child, there's no more Matthew Knowles being the manager, and now she's on her own and she has to be in charge of her own career, she falls apart because she doesn't know how to have structure for herself. And that is something that he never developed. And it could also be that maybe being like the child of pastors, whatever, they didn't have time for him also. So family-wise, he was left to raise himself. Because a lot of pastors also do not prioritize raising their kids. They're just always busy taking care of other people's problems. You know? So here's that.
At the same time, I've been able to make the best of my situation. And I can't say that that situation ever resulted into a broken home.
It has. Now, you might feel as though you could have been more reckless. You might have felt as though, you know, if I really wanted to, I could have had 50 kids. So y'all better be grateful. No, you need to be grateful to yourself. But even with that, though, you could have done better, right? So I would hope that you try not to have more kids and truly receive what we're trying to tell you, Cam, right? You might not be a bad person, but this right here, it is not a healthy setup. And you don't want to bring more babies into this mess, okay? Stop it. It's enough. Because even any person who's even in the house raising 8 kids as 2 parents, yeah, that's a lot of work also. It's too much. Another thing also, I'm also questioning if like when the kids are actually born, I'm questioning how involved you are with like staying up at night, changing diapers, bathing those babies, right? I'm questioning how involved you are with changing diapers and nursing them and soothing them and things like that and bathing them. Because I feel like had you played an active role in raising these babies, staying up at night with them, I don't think you would have this desire to have more kids because you'd be tired. Like this one, he has me exhausted. Okay, so I think when it comes to parenting also, you have a hands-off approach. I think you're very active to get them pregnant. I think you're very active writing checks, but I don't think that you are active actually like raising the kids like, oh, I have to nurse the baby. I got to make the bottles. I got to wash the bottles. I have to change diapers. I have to make sure he's not crying. I have to take him to the hospital. I got to go take him to his doctor's appointment. I don't think you're doing any of that. Because if you did, by the time you got to baby number 3, you would have been exhausted. But it seems as though you get these girls pregnant, you show up, you rub their bellies, right? But like having the baby, raising the baby, it's all on them. Because there's no way, like James, even me, like over here, my husband, like after 2 kids, he's like, oh, I can't do this. Okay. When we found out about this one, he was like, almost like kind of sad, like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to start over, right? So I don't think like he's involved. You're not that involved, because if you were really that involved, there's no way you would have made it to like baby number 5. It is exhausting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think he's a bad dude. But you can be good and still be reckless, right? So, because I'm like, if he was really staying up all night, changing diapers, dealing with a colicky baby, having to take these people to doctor's appointment, seeing them get their shots, then people like, vomiting all over you like this, I'm like, child, I'm so tired. So I'm like, I don't see myself even having like 4 or 5. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a full-time job raising these human beings. So I don't think that you are as engaged as you say you are. I don't believe that. And then maybe also it could be like, playing football. Maybe he does have injuries in his head. I don't know. But, you got to get that checked.
Got it. So this is my thing. You can label it whatever your her ego needs it to be labeled so that you feel good about your choices.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, a family consists of a dynamic. And that dynamic consists of 2 parents and a child. And when you start to create that multiple times, that's called a blended family.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's somebody missing from the home, but they are the school daddy, meaning I pick them up or drop them off to school, or they are the sports mother or father, I come to the games, but they're not I wake up and go to sleep with my kids. That household now is broken by the family dynamic. That does not mean,
You're not describing me.
That does not mean, Cam, that you are not a dynamic father. That does not mean that you don't have a great relationship with him. I'm talking about the political construct of a family.
Societal construct, political construct.
If that's if you want to, that's what I'm saying. If you want to call it that, that's fine. But listen,
those things that you
whatever we label
express,
it doesn't change our decisions, though.
Y'all, you are seeing people with 2 big egos going at it. Kim has a huge ego. See, and that's the thing with him, with his little costume of humility. He dressed like a little bird over here, right? He dresses like this. He has the dress. Like, he wants to give you this illusion of like, oh, I'm a cool guy. I don't care about how I look. I'm already rich. I've made it. Like, I'm chill. I'm cool. Like, I'm smoking cigars, right? But you're seeing his ego here. Because in his head, he really thinks he's a good person. In his head, he has convinced himself that he's not doing anything wrong. And that's a lot of times, that's the reason why a lot of people also don't get close to God. Because you know how, like, if you want to get close to God, if you want to have a close relationship with God, right, you have to take accountability. You have to humble yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to admit that you did wrong. And then you say, God, can you please forgive me and make me whole? And this is why a lot of people will die and never get to know God, because they refuse this part. The part where you humble yourself and you say, yeah, I made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. I love my children, but I made a mistake. I should have done this better. But he has a big ego. He has a huge ego. He tries to hide it with this like laissez-faire attitude, laissez-faire, costume, because the way he dresses is trying to tell you that, oh, I'm chill, I'm laid back. I'm so laid back. Like, oh, I don't care. Like, I have money. Like, say whatever you want. I'm cool. But you see, he's getting triggered. And she also has an ego. He also has an ego. These are 2 earth signs. So you got, you got Taurus over here. You got Virgo over there. So these earth signs about to go at it. And he's a Taurus. So he has a big ego. Right? So he doesn't want to receive it because he has convinced himself that he's a good person. And it's like, we're not saying that you're a bad person, right? And we're not saying that you mean harm to these babies. No. But you were not intentional, right? Or what you thought was good, it was not a good idea, right? And it's okay. It's okay to say, hey, you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe that I shouldn't have done that. Yes. And please don't bring any more babies. But when you convince yourself that, oh, I'm a good person, I'm better than Future, I'm better than Nick Cannon, I'm better than so-and-so, I take care of my kids. No, boo-boo. Because guess what? If you had less kids, no, I'm not saying like the kids should not be alive, but if you had less kids and you only had one woman, you could do an even better job as a father. Because right now you are spread amongst 8 children. That is a lot. For anybody, that's a lot. Even if you have 8 employees, that is a lot. Okay? That's a lot. That is a lot. Right? So our thing is, what we're trying to tell you, brother, because we do love you, Cam, because he's very sensitive. He is very, very sensitive. Cam is very sensitive. You know, and maybe that's why he likes kids so much, because, you know, they make him feel like he's needed, and he's like, they give him a lot of validation and stuff because he's broken. I'm telling you, a lot of these pastor kids, they have a lot of issues. A lot of them did not get enough time with their parents because the parents are so consumed with ministry, and they forget that raising their children is their number one ministry. That's why a lot of preachers do not make for great parents. They care more about outsiders than their own kids. How you think Sarah Jakes got to be pregnant at 13? 13 years old, Sarah Jakes was pregnant, and her parents did not even notice. Her sister had to write them a letter, and she put the letter in the mailbox. And that's how Miss Sarita found out her daughter was pregnant. I'm like, Miss Sarita, you can even look at her and tell she was pregnant? Girl, were you that busy? That is crazy. How does a 13-year-old get pregnant in the house of a pastor? So a lot of these preachers' kids, many of them, they have deficiencies because the parents don't know how to have their priorities. A lot of these parents don't know, I got to prioritize my kids, my children. They're not asked to be born, right? Before being, you see, a lot of them are damaged because preachers, because many of them are narcissists, okay? Many of them are egocentric. They're obsessed with getting attention. They want validation from other people. Look at Cheyenne Bryant. He's so busy doing this podcast, that podcast, but when the older one went to college, did he even go to the college? No. But he gonna be whatever which way, talking about this, talking about politics, talking about Trump. I'm like, child, go take care of your baby. Make it make sense, right? But a lot of narcissists are preachers. And they don't know how to prioritize their families. I have a lot of friends who are kids of preachers, right? And their parents really damaged them. You know, Kim has a lot of wounds. Like, he really, really does. I even feel sorry for him. He carries a lot of pain from his childhood. And this is why sometimes, you know, I'm going to say this, for as much as, you know what I'm saying? You know, for as much as, I'm going to say this to you guys, right? You know, sometimes with Black culture, the way you're trained not to like challenge your parents or not to talk to your parents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it can really mess you up because you can love your parents so much. You want to respect your parents so much, right? But you need to have an honest conversation with them sometimes. And you have to let them know how much they hurt you. And it's going to set you free because sometimes like you're so afraid to hurt your parents' feelings that you don't want to have these tough conversations. But it's like the longer you don't have this conversation, the more damaged you are. And it's like you have to know your parents, they're old enough and they are strong enough. They can take it. They might not like to hear it at first because most parents are delusional also, especially as they get older. Like I think Black parents will really gaslight you, for real, right? I had it with my dad. I had it with my mom. You know, it wasn't easy, but it's like with my dad, I didn't like the way it came out because it was a fight and I just let it out. I wish I would have had it more peacefully, but whatever, you know, but I did say sorry though, right? But things had to be said because if you don't, it's going to eat you up on the inside and you're acting out. Because I'm like, having all these baby stuff, Cam, you are acting out. You are seriously acting out. And I think it has to do a lot with your dad. And that's why you're so close to your mom and you're not that close to your dad. There's resentment there. Right? And you might not even realize subconsciously you doing things differently than the way he did it is you resenting your dad. You're trying to be different than him. But because you haven't talked to him, you have not apologized to him. He also has not apologized to you. Your version of being different than him is creating all of this. That's why they say forgiveness sometimes it's not for you. It's not for the other person. It's for you. So his mom, she knows. And his mom she nurtures a lot of his wounds because I'm sure him and his dad, they've had a very contentious relationship. I don't know this man. I never met this man, but I could tell that him and his daddy, they've had a very contentious relationship. And I even feel like growing up, it was really hard for his dad to understand him. So his mom, she nurtures him a lot because she knows. And I'm sure even if we go back and ask the lady when she was pregnant by Kim, she had a very difficult pregnancy, right? But you need to talk to your dad. Like, y'all got to sort this out because you will never be a healthy father when you don't have a healthy relationship with your own father. Subconsciously, you're not aware. But all of this is coming from that. They do. They really do. And I would love to know his dad's sign. I really would, because he's a Taurus. I'm like, yeah, you like to fight. You like to fight because they're very stubborn people. But at the same time, they're very sensitive people. He's very sensitive. Right. And I can see how, like, because if some people, if you talk about them and not their kids, they wouldn't even care. I don't even think Future would care. Okay. Because we talk about Future all day. He don't care. So I'm like, Future, yeah, you're really evil. Cam, I feel like his kids, they really do mean a lot to him. So when you talk about him or you say he's not present or you say broken home, it triggers him. And I'm like, you're triggered because you care. But Cam, what we're trying to say to you is, if you had less babies, you would be an even better of a father. Like, so let's say you think right now you're a great dad. I'm trying to say to you, right? If you only had 3, if you only had 2, or if you only had 3 with the first one, right? You would be an awesome dad. Because we don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think you're a bad person. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel like you carry a lot of pain from your childhood. And I think you have unresolved issues with your dad. I think your mom knows that. I think your dad knows that. But I feel like your mom nurtures that a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you're closer to your mommy. Right? Because like my mom, very seldom do you talk about your dad. He talks about his mom a lot. But he does not talk about his dad a lot. Right? So you guys butt heads a lot. You know what I mean? So we might want to get that resolved. And I do feel like once we get that resolved, that yearning that you have for more kids and that, you're going to stop. And I want your dad, and I don't know if your dad ever told you he was proud of you. I don't know if your dad ever told you that you were good enough. I don't know if your dad told you that he really wanted you to be born. I don't know. But I pray to God that your father, he sees that you're also crying out for help. And I pray to God that your father also, he hugs you, that he loves on you, that he lets you know that, he's really proud of you. So he can stop. Because it's like you're creating kids because you want these babies to tell you how great of a father you are. And I'm telling you, Cam, you're a good dad. Please stop. Okay? Stop. It's enough. Go talk to your dad and go fix it with your daddy, please. It is a lot. It is a lot. It really is a lot. And I've already told you guys this, when you become, that's why I didn't want to do ministry work. I'm still struggling with accepting my call for ministry because the devil will attack your family. The devil attacks family. And when you're a preacher and you're saying all these things and you're preaching all these things, right? He's like, oh, I'm going to go mess up your family life. So people be like, okay, you see, look at him. He's preaching this, but look at his kids, right? You sacrifice your children when you decide to do ministry. So you got to be very intentional. You have to be even more mindful. Okay, you have to check in with your kids because if you don't, the devil will use your kids to really hurt you. Right? So I'm sure his dad also, he probably has forgiveness issues when it comes to Cam. And you got to forgive him. You also have to forgive him because the career you chose, that calling that you think came from God, has caused a lot of harm to your baby. And your son needs you. He really does. So he can stop. He needs to stop. He must be stopped. Yeah. He's very rebellious. Cam is a good person. I think he's a sweetheart. I really do. But he has a lot of unhealed traumas. And I'm like, he needs to go talk to his daddy so he can stop. He needs to stop. Yeah, he's a Taurus. If his mind is made up, that's it. But I'm like, him and his dad need to work on their relationship so he can stop doing this, because it's a lot. Like he's really hurting. All this right here, it's a show. So many people are in pain, and they use sex to numb themselves. They create more babies to fill the void that they don't have in their heart, because growing up they weren't loved enough. Y'all need to address these issues instead of talking about low value, high value men. Like, let's talk about some real stuff. It's really hard. Yeah, I don't know. I really feel sorry for him. I go through y'all's thingy. Yeah, he's hurt. You know, he's really hurt. And I wonder, like, when you're preaching so much, like, how many of his games you missed because you had to go preach over here, preach over there. And a lot of you pastors and you preacher people, y'all need to learn to delegate. Let the deacon step in for you. Let the assistant pastor step in for you, right? There are other people in the church. You're not the only person in the church. Learn to trust other people in the church, but you got to be there for your kids. You know what? And you guys, oh my gosh. You know what's coming to mind? This must be the Holy Spirit, y'all. Let me go through your messages real quick. Hold on. So everybody can get a little moment to shine real quick. Yeah. You see? It's a real thing. But you know, this what the preacher's wife was about. I can't play it because if I do play it, what's it called? YouTube gonna come for me. I'm just gonna leave it here. Right? But if you remember, I'm not gonna play it because I can't play it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have copyright issues, right? But if you remember in The Preacher's Wife, right? That's exactly what it was about. Because the husband, he was so busy with ministry. So God sent Denzel Washington as the angel to remind him of what really matters. But like, even on Christmas Day, he was doing the most. You know what I'm saying? He was doing the most. And I'm like, you're about to lose your whole marriage. Like, you're about to lose everything. But he honestly was not seeing it. Right? He wasn't seeing it. It's not until like Denzel, like when Denzel became, remember how Denzel took Whitney to like their favorite, like the bar they used to, some restaurant that he used to take his wife to, and she took him there, and then she danced with him, and then she sung, and he was like, what you mean? What you mean? You told me you sang? Then he could start getting real jealous. But before then, he was really taking his wife for granted. And a lot of these preachers do that. They take their wives for granted. They take their children for granted. They don't prioritize their children's games and this and that because you're like, the ministry. Child, the ministry is not going anywhere. You have to learn to delegate. But your family needs you. Your children, they need you. Because the way he keeps saying I'm present, I feel like that's just me. I feel like it's a dig at his dad. I don't know. But this has to do with his dad. And I'm like, you need to go talk to this man. And y'all need to resolve this because this is getting crazy. Okay. But I'm like this right here. Like, the more I'm talking about him, I'm like, the preacher's wife thing, the movie, it comes back to me. Because the man forgot he was married. He was so consumed with the church, the members. Remember how the boiler downstairs broke? Then he became obsessed with the boiler. He's like, oh yeah, take my wife out to eat. How you gonna tell another man to take your wife out to eat? Because the church. He almost signed the deal with the guy. Oh my gosh, I forgot his name. He used to tap dance, right? I can see his face, right? And he offered him like this mega church building, remember? He's like, yeah, I can build you a mega church. He almost did it because he was so obsessed with the church. But the whole point of Denzel Washington, even the baby, what's it, Isaiah? Was that the baby's name? Right? They were all by themselves. He was gone. So then when he sees his son is playing with that man. Remember when they went to like what's that? When they went to like the skating rink, right? And he got there really late because he was at church again. And they had a good old time, and nobody waited for him. And he was like, I'm like, are you not realizing everything that you're missing in your family's life? You know? But I'm like, Yeah, Gregory Hines. There you go. Thank you. Right. But when he offered him the mega church, he almost said yes. Because that's how obsessed he was with the church. The church, the church, the church. Right? How can you tell another man to take your wife out to eat? And then when everybody started becoming obsessed with Denzel Washington, he was like, oh, what? You what? Y'all went out to eat? Huh? Huh? And you did what? You danced? You danced with him? Our favorite song? Like, yeah, you have a wife. She needs her husband. She needs romance. The little boy, too. He forgot about the little boy. The church, the church, the church, the church. Child, you're doing too much. There are other people in that church, right? You got to learn to trust other people to step up. You have deacons, you have elders. You should also have a co-pastor, right? Let these people step up and take some of the burden off your plate. You have to learn to delegate. You got to let it go because it's not your church. It's God's church. Let him do what he wants. But your family, that's your number one ministry. Okay? That's your wife. She needs you. There are times she's not going to mind sharing her husband with other people, but it's like she's still your wife. You have to make her a priority. God's not going to punish you for that. He understands because he ordained marriage, right? Cool. So he understands. Tell God to find somebody else to do it. I can't do it right now. I have to be with my wife. If with your son too, you got to make time with your son as well. But imagine being a preacher's kid. You barely get to see your dad, but everybody else has so much time with your dad. Other kids have so much time with your dad. Oh my God, your dad's so cool. You barely get to see your own father. It affects people. It will mess you up. Like the stuff is real. Okay, it is very real. So I'm like, for me, when it comes to Cam, I'm like, I really do feel like he has issues with his dad, and they need to resolve that. Because I'm sure a lot of things that he did in his life, his dad was not there. But then you want to come around and tell me what to do. Oh, take this out your mouth. Child, are you even here? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know, so that's why he's like, the whole father thing, it triggers him because I'm sure in his head, he's saying, I'm better than my dad. I'm more present than my dad ever was. Because he doesn't want to feel like, oh, I'm like my dad. You know? And I'm like, Cam, you gotta go talk to that man. While he's still alive, you need to go talk to him. And stop pretending that it's not bothering you. It is. Because no matter what, no matter how old you are, no matter how much money you have, no matter how successful you are, when you don't have a fulfilled relationship with either of your parents, right? It's always that hole that's in there. And sex, creating more babies, okay. Gotta talk to your dad. Gotta talk to him. Okay, and then we're gonna fix this. And I'm like, he's not even realizing it because he's really hurt. And the thing about being hurt, especially being way too hurt, is that it blinds you. You don't see it. So you go off your feelings, right? Because if a person is blind, what else they got? Their feeling. I feel like, but you can't see. You're not seeing what you're doing because you are blinded by your pain, right? So you're relying on your emotions, but these are also the emotions of a pastor kid who grew up without a present father. So, okay. He needs to go talk to his dad. Seriously.
That's what you don't understand.
So all of your baby mamas live in one house?
No, they do not. But my children stay with me.
So then it's still a broken household. The mothers aren't in your home. So it doesn't make a difference.
That's making the best of the situation.
Right. And listen, and let me say this. That part, I agree with.
Mm-hmm.
That part, I admire in you.
Okay.
That part, I think is amazing.
Right.
Cam, look at me. That part, I say thank you for being a man who's vertical, who stood up and dealt with his decisions, whether it was decisions you liked or you didn't, or you planned or you didn't, and you did what you had to do. That's called a man, baby. So thank you for being a man.
Yes, ma'am.
And doing your thing, seriously, with the best that you have. I think that's amazing.
Right.
And I say this, follow up, not to negate everything I just said, because I truly believe that and feel that. And I love that you did that. You didn't leave them fatherless. My father didn't leave me fatherless. It changed my life because he didn't leave me fatherless. I used to sit with him randomly and say, Daddy, thank you. For what? For not making me a fatherless little girl. Because I ain't out here desperate. And I got a daddy I can come home and nest in. I got a daddy I can come home who's a gangster, a street dude. I can make a phone call and you there. And you there. So I ain't looking for no street, excuse my language, nigga, to save me. I got my savior. I'm good. And the street dude to save me may crucify me. I'm good. Daddy ain't gonna crucify me. See, there's a difference. So with you, I'm saying thank you, because my father has 6 of us by 5 different women, but he was a father. And so when you say, Doc, but I'm a daddy, don't negate that. I hear you more than you believe me hear you, because I had a daddy who was a father. And he wasn't in the house with all of us, but from a woman who was a little girl who had the best daddy I've seen a girl have straight up to this day. Am I saying you ain't? But that's my daddy. I wasn't in the house with him. So the things that whoever he was in the house with, that environment is different from me coming over and seeing it. Now, for your babies, they all live with you. Their environment is different from when they go with mommy and mommy has whoever's in that house. So the roles have just switched, but it still makes not the kids, hear me out. It still makes the household dynamic is a blended, broken household. It doesn't mean that your babies have to grow up broken. This is what I want to be clear on. It doesn't mean that you as a father can change their life. I beat the odds of being a baby mama because I had a daddy that wasn't in the house, but he was in my life. He was in my ear. He was in my ass about decisions. So this is why I'm saying the household, baby, is still broken, but it doesn't mean your kids have to be. But it's about coming into awareness of what really is. And like my father knew, he had blended families, broken homes, but he tried to overcompensate, and he did in every way he could by being a daddy. So that's all I'm saying is we can label it what we want, but the reality is this is what a blended family looks like, unless you're telling me it's polyamorous and you're not. This is what a broken household looks like. Now, let me go further. Do broken households make for good people? You damn right. I'm not a statistic. I ain't perfect. I work through my stuff. I come from the inner city, the hood. I'm a product of teenage parents, a dope dealer and an addict who is now sober and killing. And my mama's a VP of my company, runs everything, got her own business. And I'm a doctor. So people like me come from situations like that. So I'm always advocate for it, but I'm always keep it real about what it is. Because in order for us to take it and heal it and do something with it, we got to call a damn duck a duck, so we know where to put it, what to feed it, how to do it, and what it needs. We can't be in this society as Black people and want to give things different words so that it makes us feel better about our decision. The decision is made. It is a broken home. It is a blended family. And now what are we going to do with these beautiful babies? So that your son, you got boys? I'm guessing out of 8, you got to have some boys. So that your boys make different and better decisions than daddy did. Not that you didn't do the best of what you had, but so your boys can say, Daddy, I admire you, but I did it different. Daddy, thank you for not letting me be fatherless, but I did it different. Your daughter can say, Daddy, I only married him and got all 5 kids with just one because 2 things, you was in my life, and because I didn't have to choose from despair, and because I love you, but I didn't want to have 3 or 4 or 5 kids by multiple men. So I chose different than you. But watch this. But he has these similarities about you that I love. He's loving. He won't leave me hanging. He's stable. He got my back. Because that's what I love about you. But your choices is what I didn't choose in this man. And that's okay. I don't choose my father in men who have the multiple kids, but I choose my daddy in men who are solid, and who got my back, and who love me unconditionally, and who dote on me, and still treat me like his baby at 41. That's all I'm saying. So you're doing a hell of a job, thank you. But the situation is what it is. It's the reality of it.
You know, and the thing is right here, this is why I feel like for, what's that man's name? For Kirk Franklin to have been on the podcast with him and to sit there and make and say, oh, marriage has been weaponized. But then again, Kirk Franklin is not called by God, so he's self-appointed. But it's kind of sad to see people who call themselves like men of God or preachers or whatever to go into to meet a man like him and to say, oh no, marriage has been demonized and this has been demonized because he needs that structure. He needs it. He needs it more than he realizes it, right? Now, let me play this little video from you, a little clip from this video about Andre 3000, because you know I love 3 Stacks. So let's go.
Now he was openly throwing it all away on a whim, right after they had their big break. And the reason why was because Andre resented the vices that came with his newfound success. He found them distracting and stressful, and he didn't want to be that way anymore.
I exploited my fame, and then I got guilty about it and pulled back, looking in the mirror. They say, when you're high, you shouldn't look in the mirror. And I did. And I saw myself deteriorating, and I was like, you look terrible. You got to cut this shit out or you won't make it. And I stopped.
Okay. And I love this because it really showed like he became self-aware. And I think it's like, Cam, these guys who are like really famous and I think they started being famous like 17 or something. It really messes you up. There's a part where he was like, yeah, like he said, fame, it messes with your humanity. See if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the part where he says it. My goodness, I will find it. But you know, he resented being famous after a while. Because he was like, it's too much. It's too much. I gotta find it for y'all. Hopefully it's here somewhere. I don't know. I posted my community page. Hold on.
What that cost had been for her.
My mom was everything. I grew up a mama's boy completely. When I was small, she was like a dictator. I understand it now, but she still went hard. And then one day, I was 23 or 24. I caught her face in such a way that I thought, oh, wow, that's mom. It's like that moment where she's not just this person that took care of you. When I was around 35, my mom pulled me to the side in the kitchen. Out of nowhere, she was like, you know, when you were 5, I used to go and do crack. She was like, it was new during that time. I was dating this drug dealer guy and he sold cocaine and we would do cocaine and that was like a normal thing. And she said, me and that guy broke up and I had to find something to get high and there was this new thing called crack. So she tried it and there it was. She's married to a preacher and she's always in the church and she's this helpful person in the community. So she was strong enough to break that and change over.
Andre learned a lot about hope and resilience from his mother, of course, but he also started figuring out why he was so afraid of aging, to the extent of hiding in a hotel on his 30th.
Let me see.
The last few years, he had to get his heart valve replaced and prostate cancer and colon cancer. But I think we made amends, and that was a cool thing. I do miss not being able to talk to him about him living alone and not ever being married. I think I would have gotten a lot of great insight. I think he would have told me something. Growing up, I would always see these great women, but for some reason, he kept not making it happen, and that's always happened with me. So I know my kid sees me the same way.
After the death of both of his parents, and with his own son going off to college, Andre 3000 found himself at times feeling like he didn't have much to live for. Even until 2020, he said that his life often felt like a treadmill of silent dread.
I'm a pessimist. I always think of the worst. I'm always thinking of death in some way. In recent years, my parents and my stepdad passed away, so it's been a little bit of funeral fatigue. This is reality now. The older we get, the more funerals we're going to. I'm 45 right now as I'm giving this answer, and I have had to start thinking of things I never had to think about before. I never planned on being an adult. Sometimes I'm looking around and I'm like, damn, I have to be an adult.
But then one day, Kanye West called him at just the right moment to create something amazing. And what we got is, in my opinion, not just some of the best songwriting.
No, because I feel like I have to find the part where he talks about like being famous. I'll look for it. But I do feel like a lot of these guys, they've been famous since they were so young. And they have so much pain. They have so many wounds, right? They're famous at such a young age. And I think fame, for those of us who don't have it, oh my gosh, you have money, you have this, you have that. But I think fame can also be dehumanizing. I think fame can be dehumanizing because people stop seeing you as a human being and they start seeing you as a person to get things out of, right? And they don't really see you for who you truly are. They see the millionaire, the artist, the player, the whatever, right? It's like, but I'm like, sometimes I really do think like, how different would society be if people didn't focus on sex so much, right? If people if promiscuity was not pushed on people like this, if people didn't have as much like reckless sex, if people did not lead in relationships with sex first, right? How different would people actually be? How much more healthier would people be? How much more healthier would relationships be if people didn't lead in with sex all the time and actually got to know people and actually see the person, right? But a lot of people are numbing themselves with this whole sex stuff, like sex. A lot of people are numbing themselves with getting pregnant because there's a void. There's a void. There's that little child that's looking for love, unconditional love. So you have these kids, don't even know what the heck you're doing. Right? That's Andre from Outkast. But I'm like, these are people. They just make a lot of money, but they're still people. And many of them are damaged people. A lot of these successful dudes right here are seriously damaged. They are seriously damaged. But, people offer them sex, or they take sex, or they take drugs, They all have vices. You don't notice that? And it's like when you give people like that, when you give these addicts, these broken people, all kinds of sex and all kinds of drugs, it's like you're not realizing them, but you're making them more sick. You're making them more sick. You make them sick because you allow them to get away with bad behavior. And it's like you're making these people sick. Someone has to say, okay, that's enough. Like it's okay. It's cool. Like, no, I'm not going to sleep with you. It's okay. But I feel like culture-wise, people put way too much emphasis on sex. And you see, it causes a lot of harm. Because it's good for 5 minutes, it's good for 10 minutes, it's good for 15 minutes, but it can leave like a whole life. A whole life could be messed up. Yeah. It's dehumanizing. Because you're like, I don't know, not a human being anymore. You're like a prop to people. Right? Especially when it happens at such a young age. So like for 20 years of your life, all you've known is being famous. I don't know. I'm like, this right here is not sustaining. But hold on, let's go.
I can talk.
Yes.
Okay. Woo. Now, we're going to press the space bar with that real quick. And we have to get to our game.
We have a game?
Oh, you don't play games?
I do.
Okay.
I love games. I'm excited. I was excited.
I'm pretty sure 26 don't come with a lot of games. But needless to say, let's play a game. Dr. Bryant with Dr. Bryant. You hear other people's emotions. Let's learn about yours.
Oh my.
In a game we like to call Inside Out with Dr. Bryant.
I love it. Let's go.
The movie Inside Out plays on the tropes of 5 different core emotions. You seen Inside Out?
I haven't. I need to.
You don't got kids, so. Using this idea as a reference, giving us 5 things that cause a deep joy, anger, sadness, fear, and disgust. Right? You understand?
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a word, and you're going to give me an example of what triggers these.
Ooh, this is good. Okay, I'm about to use this with my clients. Can I feel it? Can I use it? This is.
I got. It's something that's so pending, and I look. I'm trying to be so obedient and functioning in high value or high functioning by just stopping and saying, "Oh, I can't." Woosah.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
The first word is emotions.
Love and healthy.
The next word is joy.
My family, my brother, Shane, my mom, my nieces and nephews.
Next word, anger.
I can't say the word that came to my mind, but I'm a code switch it.
No, keep it funky.
I got to
Keep
code
it
switch
funky.
again.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh,
See, you promised to keep it funky, all funky. So help you God. Why you keep reciting all these biblical versions and all these different?
Yeah, it ain't metabiblical about what I thought. Okay, say the word again and I'll say it. Say the word again.
Well, like they say in church, let them use you.
Woo.
So the word is, as you heard, you're so intellectual for you not to listen.
So I can't code switch it. Damn, go ahead.
Anger.
I'm F-U-C-K. Negroes. That's what comes with it. And it's
F-U-C-K, fuck, nigga, free. Yes.
That's what comes to mind. Yeah.
You get angry
about that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got to break those generational curses, man. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. All right, here we go. Next word is sadness.
God, that didn't resonate with me. It should take me longer to get there. Sadness.
Sadness
I'm
does not
stuck.
resonate.
No, impossible.
No, I'm let me get up with you.
Stuck. No.
What's the sadness? I'd have to go with my father and grandmother's recent death. That would go with grief for me.
Yeah.
Grief, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next word is fear.
Fearless comes up for me. Bring it. Whatever it is, let's go.
But that's deflected.
Yeah, but I'm not a fear person. So fear of fear of fear of
being lonely,
creating a broken home for my babies. I don't want that. If I had to choose a fear, creating a broken home for my babies.
Okay.
I've waited too long.
Last word.
Oh shit.
Disgust.
broken men.
A nasty, abusive, narcissist personality, attitude, with no intent but to bleed and spill their pain onto other people. Disgusting.
There you have it.
Yeah.
But can I go back to something real quick?
Yeah, of course, of course.
With your prognosis, Doc, of my situation, would you consider me a high value man?
High valued or high functioning?
High value and high functioning.
High valued, yes. I think that you are. Wait. Hold on.
You
value's
got my
different than
undivided
functioning.
attention.
Okay. High
So-
valued, yes.
Okay.
Because obviously you have the value.
Okay.
Right. High functioning, I believe that you are a hybrid. I think that you are in the journey, in the process of still becoming. I think that you have more low functioning behaviors. Seriously. And I think that your thoughts and emotions, when you're allowing yourself to really be you, not Cam Newton I'm on, not Cam on the field, whatever this personality you've created. I think your thoughts and emotions are high functioning when you're being the core of the essence of who you are. And I damn, I'm just gonna be obedient. And I believe and hope that
please
your babies, especially your boys, they let more of that part of you that's in them shine and lead. Then not the decision making, I'm not saying, then the part of, has nothing to do with decision making, then the part of that has been masked or the part that entertains. I hope that they can, because for them, for their benefit, they can dwell in who they are, which is that part of the high functioning and that loving and that vulnerable piece that you do have that I've seen, just sitting here with you. That part's beautiful. And I think you should let that be out more. Why you don't? Think that goes in with your fear, but that's a whole nother segment.
Goes in with
Go
who?
ahead. That goes in with your whole fear of divorce and all this other stuff, but that's a whole nother, that'd be a session we do one-on-one.
Yeah, but those are also life experiences though. See, this is where I was holding back from your critique on broken and blended. So basically any man, you're fucked if you're trying to get
Well, dang, just
Dr. Shah-
take their hope from them.
No, it's you said that.
I didn't say they're
You said
fucked.
there's no chance.
I didn't say no chance.
There's no chance.
Okay.
Your words, not mine. That you would ever get with a guy that had children. So the reality of that is like life happens, situations happen, and I would ascribe to this narrative do the best you possibly can.
Absolutely.
In this thing that we call life.
100%.
Because it's tough, it's hard. I'm a father to my children, not because of me being able to pay for private schools. I'm a father to my children because I treat them not only how society is going to treat them, I give them the wisdom. Not only did my father give me, but I also give the nurturing that my family provided for me, doing the best. Now, my circumstances of growing up were
right.
Mom, dad, religion. I seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I just went down the other street that I was curious to find out, like most people.
And curiosity did what? That cat.
Bought coochie.
That cat. Yeah.
You went on another path because you were resentful. You are resentful. You need to deal with the resentment you have against your dad, Cam. It's going to help you a whole lot.
Yeah. And that's the problem. Buying coochie and creating babies and throwing D's instead of creating F's, which is the family. We talked about that earlier. That's a problem. That is another dysfunction that needs to stop. That's not healthy. That's dysfunctional.
We've identified
So
that.
curiosity killed the cat. So the cat got killed
Yeah. But
while trying to find some cat.
we've identified that. But what I'm basically saying is, even though we have hopes of having what we desire, it doesn't always.
I agree.
And that's
I agree.
my point.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree.
So when
But I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can finish. You want me to wait? I'll hold it because it's for you.
So when you try to stereotype or you try to analyze a situation, and it's a lot of people's concern and curiosity.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But the truth of the matter is, my father, who is still in my life, who is the most influential male in my life, and my mother also, I've seen that structure dynamic. And to the best of my ability, I will be able to give that to my children.
I believe you.
So,
yeah,
your question.
I believe you. You said life, and be doing this thing, of course, and none of us are exempt to what life does. So there's no point even personalizing it. It's just more about who's next for life. What is your outlook or your analysis on people who life has lifed with, but they just happen to make different decisions that breeded a more healthier result, even with the same things that life threw? Life threw this person a curveball. One person decided to step forward and get hit by it so they could take their walk to the first base. The other one stepped back and cracked the home run. And the other one just striked out. Same curveball, right? So to the person who hit the home run, do you call it, and I'm asking this, but it could be some other answer. Do you call it luck? Do you call it just a strong internal locus? Do you call them just a good decision maker? What do you say for that? Because we always talk about, the people who doing the best they can with their life, the folks who've made these certain decisions, and where do we go from there? And that's okay. But what about the people who lifed, but they just happen to make better decisions? Not be a better person, just make better decisions. So life's results look very different for them, but they came from a place of struggle as well. What about that person?
That's a loaded question. I'm trying to answer.
Just answer it however you can think to answer it.
Yeah, but whether you took a hit, whether you striked out, whether you hit a home run or not, if you have another opportunity at bat, that's all that really matters.
No, not really.
What are you going to do then? Because everybody who plays baseball don't always strike out. Everybody.
But are they intentional? Like, that's, the thing that I think he doesn't understand, right? People be like, oh, life be lifing. No. The problem with life is, if you don't make it your business to actively think of a vision that you want for your life, then you're going to get caught up in situations, right? If you never gave much thought to, like, what kind of father do I want to be? What kind of mom do I want to be, right? What kind of structure do I want for my family, right? Then you just have sex with people, and then one day somebody get pregnant because you never thought about that. So you weren't intentional. So I guess, quote unquote, life happened. But life didn't really happen. You just didn't plan. You know how they say, like, people didn't plan to fail, they failed to plan? That's the same thing. if you go through life as a young man and you never intentionally give much thought to the day that you might become a father, how would you like it to go down? What kind of woman you want? Blah, 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 blah. You're more than likely to get a random person pregnant because you weren't being intentional. Right? I'm sure like because it's like the thing is, when it comes to his football career, right? When it comes to his football career, he can't say, oh, well, when it came to football, life was just lifing. No, 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 no. Okay? You don't get to make it this far, especially to make it to the NFL, be a quarterback without being intentional. Because you had it mapped out in your head, like from middle school, high school, right? You probably had everything mapped out in your head. College, right? All the way to the big league. And so because you had everything mapped out, it came to be. Life than life. Life gave you exactly what you planned for. But when it comes to like how the day when I do become a father, that's never something that you gave much of a thought to. You hook up with girls, you have sex with girls, da 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 da. So one day somebody gonna get pregnant. Right? But if you have put the same effort that you put into football, into planning about the day that I become a father, what exactly is that going to look like? We would have had a different outcome. Right? But a lot of times it's like people don't make it their business to be intentional, to say, I not only have to think about my career, but I also have to design my intimate life. Like, what is my romantic life going to look like? What is motherhood going to look like for me? What is fatherhood going to look like for me? So when it's not something that you are intentional about, yeah, I guess you could say life is life because you get whatever you didn't plan for. And it's not the optimal choice. It's just, well, I guess that's what it is because you weren't intentional, right? If you treated your sex life or your romantic life the way you did your football life, you probably would also been a quarterback of a father with a wife, and you wouldn't be in this predicament, right? Just like people who say, oh, I want to be married, but you're not intentional. But yet you tell us you have a PhD. You tell us that you have a career. You can't just have a PhD. Like, you have to plan for stuff like that. It's really hard. You can't just have a career. You have to be intentional. You have a resume. You keep up with your resume. You apply for a job. Blah, 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 blah. Right? But you only say, no, I'm going to only plan for this part of my life. And then the other part of my life, it's a free for all. Even with being a baller, like, you can be a professional player and you might do really well, but you can't just be a professional player. You also have to be mindful of your money. So you're going to have to learn how to manage your money. You have to learn how to manage your money. Otherwise, you'll be a great athlete, but then you'll end up poor. You'll be destitute when you can no longer play. So people have to learn to like multitask, right? Don't just be good at one thing. You have to learn to be good at many things and be dexterous, okay? You have to learn to be good at many things, not just one thing. Yeah, but you have to plan for all those things. Like, you have to plan for everything, not just your career. Because career, he did an amazing job. But I could tell we can all tell, like, when it came to family, it's like whatever. You have sex with whomever, you don't use protection, whomever, And so, yes, I can see how you're saying, well, I'm trying to make the best out of it. Yeah, because you didn't plan for it. You were just recklessly having sex with people. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, maybe I use a condom with her. Maybe I want to use a condom with this one. Well, when you play these types of games, your family life is bound to look like this because you were never intentional with your family life. You are intentional with taking care of the kids once somebody is pregnant. You are intentional with taking care of your kids once they're alive, but you weren't intentional at how you bring them to this world, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You have to a lot of people don't make it their business to sit down and be like, okay, what do I want my family life to look like? What do I want my career to look like? What do I want my finances to look like? You really have to design your whole life. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, I do agree with telling young Black girls like book before boys, right? At a certain age. But then once you get to a certain age, we got to also teach her to like, okay, now you're going to have to multitask, right? Now it's not just your book. Now you need the book and the boy because now you're going to have a husband, right? But when you're 18 to 24, yeah, I get it. Like, don't worry about that. Like, because most of the time when there's a boy, there's a pregnancy. So I get that part too. You know, we got to be reasonable. This little baby. I'm not a slave, Maverick. I'm not a slave. Go to sleep. You got this. Right? But otherwise, you know, I get it. Because most of the time when there's a boy, there's a pregnancy. So I get what people are like, nah. Stay away from my daughter. Right? But when it's like, when she's like last year of her bachelor or something like that, we should encourage her. Okay, before you graduate, like get the boy with the diploma. Okay. But you really have to like, you have to seriously design your whole life. Because if you don't, I'm telling you, like you'll wake up one day and like 10 years would have flown by. Your finances, you have to think about your finances, like what you want your money to look like. You don't want to be a socialist. Do not be a socialist, okay? But you want to say to yourself, like, okay, in the next 10 years, I want to have this credit score. I want to have this money saved up, right? Then you got to think about, okay, like your social life. What do you want that to look like? Your career. What do you want that to look like, right? Your family life. What do you want that to look like? You know what I'm saying? Like the Bible says, write the vision and make it plain, right? So that whomsoever shall read it shall run. But if there's no vision for a family life, if there's no vision for the kind of father you want to be, the kind of mother you're going to be, yeah, life going to be lifing. You'll get like the most horrible pickings because you were not intentional. And when you're not intentional, you don't get a good outcome because you were not intentional, right? Just like school. You got to think about the kind of student you want to be, right? You want to be an A student, a B student, a C student. You got to think about these things, right? And so once you decide what you want to be, that's your vision, and you're going to start working harder towards that. But if you say, hey, I don't really think much about fatherhood. I'm a young man in the league. I'm going to have as much sex as possible. Womp, 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 womp. Well, then, life going to be life because you weren't intentional. But it's like, Cam, you know how to be successful, right? You made it to the NFL, and not just that, you were a quarterback. It's really hard to be a quarterback. So you know how to design for success. And the sad thing is we're sitting here and we're seeing that you're very high functional career-wise, but family-wise, you are low functional. And why is that? Because there's no vision. There's no vision. It's like living paycheck to paycheck. It's like, well, let's do what we have. Look, well, that's not sustainable. Living off of credit cards, robbing Paul to pay Peter, you know, it is not sustainable. You know, so gotta think about that. You have to be intentional, like you really do.
Who plays baseball don't always get hit, and for damn sure, everybody who plays baseball don't.
But just because he didn't hit right doesn't mean he didn't plan. Like, you know, you can still plan and miss, but at least you plan. You had no plan at all, and you're like, oh well, I'm gonna try again. But what's gonna be different this time? I don't know. No. You can't keep doing that. Okay, you cannot. You cannot. Well,
Don't always hit home runs.
Absolutely.
So you have to carpe diem, seize the moment that you're in or the situation that you're in.
But making a family is not about seizing the moment. It's about being intentional, right? Oh, she looked cute, so I'm gonna get her pregnant because I got to seize that ass. No, Cam, you can't think like that. Okay, you can't think like that. You actually have to challenge yourself to be less feelings, more cerebral, right? That's why I say, because for me, I'm really confused as to how you go about picking mothers for your kids, because even that also, I don't think you put a lot of thoughts into it. You just get people pregnant. And you're like, well, I'll just figure it out as I go. No, it's no.
And no matter who it is, I will not let you dictate what you think or you think
Right.
or you. Because
what you're doing or what you got going on.
Yeah, it's like the truth of the matter is like, yo, I know who I am. Yeah. I'm so comfortable in that. And it's so enlightening to hear these things from not just you, but just a lot of people, because it gives you different perspectives.
Right.
And at the absolute worst, we can agree to disagree.
100%. Yeah.
So as I'm doing these type of things, as I'm really intrigued more like to talk, because as you went to school for your degree, I also got a degree in sociology, which also had me take psychology classes.
Yeah.
So instead of judging the stem or the branch of the tree, I'm forced to judge the foundation of the tree to really say, hold on, that goes all the way back to, oh, you've experienced something that's making you act.
So the foundation of your tree will be your family. So if you're saying, let's not just judge you, we got to go to the foundation. So like I said earlier, it'll be your mom and your dad. And something tells me you're dead. Okay? Because that's your foundation, right? That produced this, that's not producing this. So if you're the tree, the foundation is your daddy and your mama. But I think it's more so your dad. Okay? I think it's your dad.
Associations to it. Absolutely.
For sure. So that's how I believe. I love speaking. I love chatting. And one of the main things, too, that you talked about that you wanted to highlight is mental health.
Yeah.
I think as a culture, we have to normalize I'm not okay.
Yes. Yes.
We have to normalize or process emotions that may not be harmful to society, our environment, or most importantly, to you. So let's talk about mental health for you and how you've used your platform to not only acknowledge, but to educate.
Yeah, no, I like I said early on, my whole purpose of becoming a doctor and doing it on television platform and then podcast platform like your amazing platform now.
Sis, let's even assume you have a PhD. You are not a doctorate. You're not a doctor. It's a doctorate in philosophy. Okay? You are not like the doctor that treats people. Like you have a doctorate if you have one. Okay? You are a psychologist. You're not a doctor. Like you didn't go to med school. Like I'm trying to be funny, but in school, if you have a PhD, they call you professor. I guess they call you doc, but it's like you have, you're not a doctor. No. I'm like, do you even have a PhD? No.
Was to one, share my story of a little girl from the hood, and product of what I shared earlier. And so that people understand, to your point, that, whatever dirt or mud you came from, that's not the dirt or mud you got to plant in. And that, soil can be recreated and soil can be plowed up in what that looks like. And so also that saying you're not okay is actually 50% of you getting to the okay you're trying to get to. And awareness and accountability of saying, I'm in the dark, is letting someone know who can possibly help you get to the light switch to turn on the lights. And it's all about the lights turning on so that you take inventory of where you at, who you with, and who you are. And only then can you start to create when you can see.
Yeah.
Right? And so I just, to everyone in general, because mental health is a human right, it's not just a Black right.
Right.
But specifically to the folks in our Black community, we need to start to deliver and not dismiss each other. Not only in the therapy session, but on the podcast. We need to have an exchange that says, this is my subjective opinion, this is your subjective opinion. And any point in time that I feel, Cam says something that I can deliver him from. Delivering doesn't mean I'm some know-it-all or an expert. Delivering means I admire you for being a father. Dude, you are amazing for taking the breadcrumbs and saying, let me go on and make a loaf with this. So that in my perspective, I'm doing everything I can to fool this bread and not have these pieces spread around. So that's the delivery piece. Dismissal is, because of your choices, you low functioning, you ain't nothing. That's dismissing. But delivery is, listen, your decisions created this. All right, so now what are we gonna do with that? And how can I be a part of helping do that with that? how can I be a part? I want to be an extension of it. How can I help that mold into these beautiful things? So your babies could look back and be like, daddy helped us do all this, and this is where I went different than him. Only because made me better in this way. And that's okay, right? The other thing is, man, depression and throwing around these different mental health diagnoses. You can have symptoms of anything and not be it. And I think in our society, people get caught up in, I'm depressed, or I'm having anxiety, or I'm ADD, or I feel these ways. We have down days that represent a lot of symptoms of depression. Doesn't mean that we are. However, if we are,
I mean, if you have symptoms of depression, you're most likely depressed. Now, are you like clinically depressed? Now that's something else, right? But I want to address this right here. I remind myself and those around me every day to live on purpose. And that's what I'm trying to say. If people did things with more purpose, I really feel like society or the community would be so much better. If people dated with purpose. That's why I don't like dating apps. Because I feel like dating apps, they're not purposeful. People just go on there and it ends up being hookups. And then people get HIV. Okay? All right? If people were more purposeful with intercourse, right? What is sex for? And I really feel like one day I want to have a conversation about sex, like promiscuity, because it really triggers me. Okay, the way they promote promiscuity to all these young Black girls like that, even young Black boys, I'm like, this thing is so damaging. Sex is so damaging. Like sex with the wrong person, oh my God. Okay, it can be so damaging. The emotional trauma, the emotional language, the anxiety, the STD. You might have to, you pregnant. You want to keep the baby, not keep the baby. Like, oh my gosh, okay. It is a lot. Sex is so loaded. And the way like mainstream music industry, entertainment, Hollywood, society, right? The things we say to ourselves, the way we have demystified sex, the way we have bastardized intimacy is why a lot of people right here, even these grown people, honey, okay, are still confused. It is really toxic. And there's nothing empowering about being promiscuous for a man or a woman. The men are promiscuous. Oh, yeah, you need to spread your wild oats. No, you don't. Treat your sperm with respect. What would happen if we were teaching these young men, okay, all men, but these young Black men, right? Your seed is precious. So you got to be intentional with where you drop your seed. Should any woman be the mother of your child? Are you sure? She gonna teach your baby how to twerk at 3? Oh my gosh. Right? Same thing with the young lady. Should you host any random person's sperm? Girl, what if you got killer genes? Woo! Your baby might be a murderer. Okay? But it's like people have demystified sex so much. They have bastardized intimacy so much. And it just makes people sicker and sicker and sicker. People are not intentional. What would it look like to be more intentional with your food? I'm being honest, myself included, right? But what would it look like to be more intentional with how you eat? Right? Even your words. What would happen if you were more intentional with your words? What would happen if you were more intentional with your conversation? Okay? Because how many crazy conversations, sideways conversation have started all kinds of wars out here? Because rumors start when people are not intentional with their words. Be intentional with the stuff that comes out your mouth. And that's what the book of James says, like, oh, the tongue is such a small little muscle, but it can set an entire forest on fire. You got to be mindful with the words that come out your mouth. The same goes for people who are just way too quick to say, I love you. Do you even know what love is? No, shut up. Don't say things you don't really mean because you're in the moment. Don't do it because you don't even know what love is. Do you even know how to love yourself? No, you don't. So what business you have telling somebody else you love them? Shut the hell up. You can say, I like you. I like you very much. Good. Keep it at that. Keep it at that. Don't say to someone that you love them because you have no idea what love really is. And the day you walk out of that person's life, you're going to damage them because you said you love them. And now you're walking away. The math is not mathing. Like, it's not adding up. Gotta be intentional, right? What happened if parents were more intentional in the way they raised their children? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, we're not intentional. A lot of people are not intentional. And because we see a lot of people make bad choices and they seem to be all right, we say to ourselves, oh, I guess it's not that bad. No, it is that bad. You know what I'm saying? So many things have been completely bastardized. And I'm like, we have to talk about that. People are not intentional. We have lost the focus of we have lost the intent to be intentional, right? We have lost the desire to be intentional. We have lost the focus on, I need to be intentional with what I do. Because it's really like, to me, it really, really triggers me. It really triggers me because look at how, you know what I mean? Look at how much sex has destroyed her. It has destroyed her Cam, even her parents. They got pregnant like 14 and 15. What would have happened if they never got pregnant? She wouldn't have been born, but they probably would have had a better life. Because I'm sure it was really hard to be pregnant at 14 and 15. They're babies themselves. Right? We have to be more intentional with everything we do. To the best of our abilities, we have to be more intentional. I have to be more intentional. That's why you can't. So I'm just waiting for God to bring me a husband. What does that even mean? You sound crazy. This is not an Amazon package. It's a whole human being. So you want a husband? You got to be more intentional with how you listen, how you carry yourself, how you date, how you talk, how you nurture the relationship, right? You want to have a wife? Same thing. God's not going to bring you a wife. You're going to have to be more intentional. And that's why I said I wish a lot more young people or people who are trying to be in healthy relationships. I really hope that people will not lead into those relationships with sex first. Okay? It's not going to be good. It's destroying people. It's like worse than alcohol. Look at this rate. This thing is really destructive. You know what I mean? And this is why the Bible's like, wait until marriage. Now I'm like, you see, God is really wise, right? But people say, oh no, I'm gonna do things according to my own ways, according to my own wisdom, according to my own whatever. And now here we are. Here we are. You know what I'm saying? No, I saw your comment. I didn't miss it. I read it. Sex is so demystified today. It is bastardized. So yeah. I'm like, even me, I can't even watch sex scenes anymore in movies because I'm like, it's too much. Like, I'm overwhelmed. Like, it's a lot. Like, please stop. It's okay. Thanks. Like, what? I'm like, why do y'all have a sex scene right here? Like, how does that even help the story move further along? Like, it doesn't help the story. So why is this here? No. It's like they just want you to see all these corn scenes all day, every day. It's oh gosh, this is too much. Like, I can't do this. It's excessive. It really is excessive. Right? So my thing is the more I'm like looking at these two right here, I'm like, man, how much more different, how much more healthier and more peaceful and more serene would society be, would the community be, if there was less emphasis on having sex and more so on we have to live intentionally. I must be intentional. I have to live an intentional life. My finances, I got to be intentional. My health, I have to be intentional. Even when you go grocery shopping, be intentional about what you put in your cart. It's like, yo, if I bring this home, I'm going to eat it. If I eat it, here are the consequences. Do I really want to bring this home? No, put it back. Our shopping habits, we have to be more intentional. Do you really need to have this? Leave it in the cart for like a day or two. If you really want it, you'll go back to it. If you don't go back to it, yeah, it was just an impulse buy. Don't do it. The way we use credit, you got to be intentional. Because one day you might want to buy a house, but you effed up your credit on goofy stuff, right? Don't do it. You have to be intentional. And we got to teach our kids that, right? There has to be intention behind you sharing your body with another person while y'all having sex. And my thing is, why y'all even having sex without a condom? Do you two people, like, do you know each other well enough to be doing this? I don't know. Do you really want to be with her for the next 18 plus years? Do you really want to be with him for the next 18 plus years? It's excessive. But I'm like, we need to have a counter movement to this whole like promiscuity movement. Like, it's excessive. Yeah. So he's not like, none of this was planned. It just happened. So that's why he's saying life be lifing. Because he never actually sat down and said to himself, what kind of father do I want to be? Do I want to be a husband or not? If I'm not going to be a husband, what's the most healthiest way of being in a relationship and having a child, right? He's never thought about that. He's like, well, I have money, so whatever happens, I'm good. You cannot think like this. You're not a freaking animal. Like, you're a person. Be cerebral. Right? You can't do stuff like this. I mean, this is what we do. It's like, oh my gosh. Because we're not intentional. Even me, I used to be the same way. I'm like, oh my gosh, Jesus, please forgive me. Okay, I'm like, oh my God, I need to stop. I must be stopped. I have to stop myself. That's why I told you there was a point in my life I had to kill my former self because she was just way too emotional. I'm like, if you stay in my life, you're going to ruin me. You're too emotional. Then I had to force myself to become cerebral. It wasn't easy, but it's good for me. Because you have to be intentional. Whatever you, like they say, whatever you do, like the way you do one thing is how you do everything. You know, that also speaks to being intentional. But what if more people were actually more intentional? Like, I'm going to date with intentions. I'm going to pick my friends intentionally. I'm going to have people in my life based on specific intentions. Like, you need to be a bit more intentional or a lot more. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen to you. I'm not trying to be funny, but, you know, like, yeah, you have to be intentional. You absolutely do. You can't just say, well, kids happen. No, kids don't just happen. You know that having unprotected sex with someone when they're ovulating is going to most likely have somebody get pregnant, right? Sex is meant for reproduction. It's not meant for enjoyment, but, you know, we pervert everything. So there you have it. But sex is meant for reproduction. So when you have unprotected sex, you know that you're putting yourself in a place that you could get someone pregnant. If someone is ovulating and you're having unprotected sex, then it's like, yeah, then y'all definitely want to have a baby.
Then we need to be seeking help. Because again, we are creating us everywhere we go, in our relationships, with our kids, with our family. And if we even just want to say we care about our loved ones, getting help is something that helps them. And for parents out there, and I'm not a parent, but I'm with parents for the 17 years I've been doing it. I'm the oldest of 7. I didn't birth, but I parented, you know, all of my siblings. I know it's a big difference, mamas. I'm not taking that from y'all.
A big one.
Big difference. I'm putting that out there. I get it. But still, as a parent or folks who have little ones looking up to you, the best thing you can do for them is to get help and show them what help looks like and show them what asking for help looks like. And Black men, you know, I'm going to say because I can speak for me, and I think I'm speaking for the collective, but we love y'all. We here. We got y'all back. We don't need you to do nothing but show up and let us know what it is that you do know, and please be okay with the things you don't know. And allow, if it ain't us, an ally. I don't care if the person don't look like us, to help you not get to where I want you to be, not get to where outside wants you to be, your parents, society, but to really help you figure out where and who you want to be. Because that person is who we love, and that person is who we need you to be. And learn to evolve with each other, not just in a relationship in the bed, but I want us to evolve with each other, Cam, sitting across 2 couches together.
Yeah.
Right? And I want you to create a safe space for me to be a woman who's made decisions that landed me in a place of not being a statistic and not taking that as a pun intended to you. You know what I mean? Or pun intended to someone else who was sitting here. But
not a pun, it's a dig. She keeps saying pun intended. Like, that's not, where's the pun? It's, girl, stop saying that. Okay, it's a dig. Okay, it's not a pun.
Applaud me for being a good decision maker and coming from a place where I could have took a whole different route. And me be able to sit here with you creating 8 beautiful babies and your homes and families and operating in a space from the best you can, and me complimenting that. So I think that's where the delivery comes in at is, I see you where you at, you see me where I'm at. It is totally different places, but doesn't mean that I can't take and learn from whatever you got going on and vice versa. And we make sure we expand together as folks.
Now, my issue is right here. I'm going to call BS on that because I do feel like when she came in, when she sat there, like when she came, when she sat down, when she spoke, yeah, I feel like she judged, like not even just judged him, like she condemned him already. Okay. Because this whole, oh, you got 8 kids, Ukraine, broken homes, like she was ready to say that to him for a very long time. Okay. Makes sense. Like, okay. Like, oh, but you should see me too. But like, girl, bye. When you came in there, you sat there, you were already ready for this man because you had an opinion of him. Okay. And you handled the interview as if like you had beef with the man. Okay. Because you've not been really friendly. And it's like you were dying to say that to his face. Like, oh, you got 8 kids by 3 different women. You got broken homes, right? Because you didn't sing in a loving way. So now you're saying, oh, you didn't see me too and make this for me. Like, get to know me, right? But you came in there with a preconceived notion about who Cam was. You kind of did. Okay, so you owe me a little apology. All right? So, make it make sense. Because, You came in there, sis, with your preconceived notions about the man because you were very defensive. There were even times she would sit like this and do all this. I'm like, babe, like you're not fighting him. Like you're a guest. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's getting teary-eyed, y'all. I didn't want to say it.
No, by no stretch of the imagination. Not to say that, I don't cry. I think I found myself, even to that point, crying and admitting to crying more about my children, right? I was like, my father to me is my hero to this day, right? And when I look at my children, I see that look in my sons to this day. And it's certain parenting tools that my father didn't do with me, but the point was pushed across the finish line.
Right.
That I want to give my children. That's not to say that my dad wasn't an amazing dad, which he is. There are certain things that as a son, I wish he would have did certain things different, but our parents.
You see? And my thing is, look at how long it took him to talk about his dad. Oh, Lord, Kim, you a lot. So we are 2 hours and almost like 2 hours and 18 minutes, right? Now he's really talking about his dad. You see, and that's the conflict I said. Like, you don't want to hurt your dad. You want to respect your dad, but okay, you gotta go talk to him. Go talk to your hero because sometimes our heroes can disappoint us. And I'm like, and that's the same way, most likely why Michael Jordan's son also has issues. You see how long it took us to get to the dad issue? That right there. I told you he has something with his dad. And it's hard for him. It's like, I love my dad. I don't want to say bad things about my dad. Plus you grew up in the church too. The Bible does say, honor your mother and thy father. Oh, my mom used to love saying that stuff. So that your days will be prolonged. So I can't say anything. They will blackmail you, these people. They're not good people. Okay. But it's like, there is a healthy way. There is a respectful way to have a tough conversation. And it can be really hard because, especially with Black parents, no matter how old you are, they want you to like a child. So you kind of have to try to get them to, okay, can we have this conversation? Right. But they'll come around. But you got to have the conversation with them. Like they have to know because you need healing. And if you need them to apologize, you need them to say sorry to you. So, because God forbid they pass away and then you don't get that closure. Oh gosh, you're going to have way more babies. We can't have this. Yeah, and many of them too, they got issues with their daddies. That's what Andre said. Yeah. You know, but she was very defensive because she came in there with a preconceived notion of Cam. She really did. She really, really did. And that's why she was doing all of this. Like, she was waiting, okay? Exactly. So that's the part, you know, that's the part. So it can be very problematic. It's like, I get it. I respect, I love my dad. But like you said, but I'm like, look how long it took him to talk about his dad, though. Like 2 hours and 18 minutes. Cam, we could have talked about this a lot sooner. Yeah, he does. Let me tell you, being preacher's kid, politician kid, or like people who do a lot sometimes, they're not good at like multitasking and like taking better care of the kids. It's like you have to learn delegate. Like you need to be there for your children. Like absolutely.
Parents aren't perfect.
Yeah, but that's all of us as we get older.
For sure.
We aim to do different and better always.
So
yeah.
the thing that my children have taught me is unlocking emotions. And also, it's just not my children, it's my partner now. And she does an amazing job with identifying that. It's like, tell your daughter, like, I'm making you better for your daughter. You doing what? Trust me.
And like I told you earlier, I feel as though his dad didn't give him enough compliments. You know what I'm saying? And I know that type of love language. Mm-hmm. You know, African kids have the same. I'm like, black people, man. African kids have the same problem too. I mean, I'm West African, so I'll speak on that. But you know, no matter how good you do, it's like they appreciate it, but don't make a big deal out of it. And it's like it's kind of hurtful. You know, I think who even has the worst amongst West African people, I think Nigerian kids have it the worst. You know, like they perform out of they're very, very competitive kids because there's a lot of pressure. But very seldom are they told, like, you know what, you're freaking amazing. Like, I didn't even do this. You know, a lot of African parents, they'll tell you how they had to walk like 25 miles to go to school. These people stay lying. Oh my God. They're a bunch of liars. They'll tell you, oh, when I was your age, I had to walk 20,000 miles to go to school. When I was your age, I used to get straight A's. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and sometimes you don't mean like, because, you know, like they don't mean harm, but it's very toxic. It's really toxic. So it's like, I feel like, I don't know, sometimes you wonder, like, if they give you a compliment, do they think I'm gonna start being lazy or something? Like, what's wrong with these people, right? So you have to learn to adjust to that, but it does create, like, it does make you feel like, are you ever satisfied? You know, like, even me, I have to check myself with myself, like, Marian, don't be excessive. Because it's a cultural thing, right? But like, from what he's saying, like I said earlier, oh yeah, I had to walk 20,000 miles. I had to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and start walking. Like, it is too funny. Like, and they're really serious too. Like, when I was your age, I had straight A's and blah, blah, blah. Like, did you really? Okay, when I got married, I was a virgin. Oh, child, they stay lying. These people are too funny. Okay, they are hilarious. Right, but I think Nigerian kids even have it the worst because it's a very competitive society. Like, they are seriously competitive, okay? But it's like you feel like you're never good enough. And it can get to a point where it can become debilitating, you know, because it's a lie. You know, and sometimes it's okay to be like, oh, it's okay. It's not a big deal. You got a B, it's fine. Just look at a B again, okay? That's the only B you're allowed to have in this household, right? But it's like, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. And so when you're always used to like that type of pressure, some days it can be a lot. Because you just want to hear like, you know, you're really good. Like, that's freaking amazing. You did really good. You know, my dad and I got into it one time, but whatever, right? So I think like him also, maybe his dad didn't give enough compliments. Like, I'm really proud of you. But it was like, okay, but do more. You can do better. You can do better. It's like, yeah, but even if you feel like a child can still do better, it's okay to acknowledge that even right now, they've done a lot. And when you were their age, you didn't do this well. Okay? You also got to build them up. It's good to challenge them. I think it's good to challenge the kids. I think it's good to want your kids to do more, to strive for more, because you want them to have a better life than you had, right? But it's also okay to say to the child, like, you're doing really well. Doing a good job. Okay, when I was your age, I don't think I was that good, but I mean, I don't know, but okay, but you're doing good. You know, positive affirmations are good for the soul. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise you can really make that person feel like they're deficient. When it's not your goal, you're trying to motivate them, but there's a healthy way to do so. Because if you always are, well, what about this? But do more and do more. But your cousin did this thing did this. And you know, you might not realize that, but you're going to make that child feel like the kid has deficiencies. And then when they grow up, they have low self-esteem. They have imposter syndrome. They always second guess themselves. They have analysis paralysis, right? You didn't mean to cause that, but here are the consequences, because you can't just say, do more, do more, do more, do more, but you never say, good job. I'm proud of you. That's amazing. That's impressive. Wow, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh, you're so good. Right? People, everybody needs positive affirmations. You know? So otherwise it could be a lot of pressure, and it could be very damaging. There's a healthy amount of pressure and there's a damaging amount of pressure. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you got to pour, like you really have to, you got to know how to balance it out. You got to know how to balance it out. When to ask for more, like, okay, give me more. And then you also have to know when to say, like, wow, that's freaking amazing. Like, you're really good. That's impressive. Good job. You know what I'm saying? You gotta balance. But some parents, there is no balance. So I think maybe with his dad, that's what it was, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, when I become my own person, I'm gonna go wild out, just act a fool. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. And also being excessively strict also. You know, you mean well, but you also have to empower your kids to know how to navigate difficult situations, right? And if they do mess up, it's not the end of the world. I mean, hopefully they don't get arrested, but, you know, but young people will mess up. So you also got to be, you know, mentally, you got to prepare yourself for that. And remember that at one point you were also their age. So, you know, your child might actually be better than you, right? So it's okay. Don't be excessive. Don't be like extremely controlling. Don't be excessive. You know, you don't want to be excessive. Be a parent, but don't be excessive. Give kids some type of freedom also. And don't forget to give your kids compliments. Now, is it going to be every day? I don't know about that part, but, you know, make it, oh my gosh, make sure they know that when they're doing good, you see it, you love it, and you appreciate it, right? That's how you build their self-esteem. God is good. Yeah, because it can be a lot. You know? So... yeah, he's really hurting. He needs to talk to his dad. You know what I mean? Because yeah. But having healthy relationships with your parents, like it's your foundation, like it's your everything. So I'm like, parents gotta think about that. Gotta think about that.
Babe. It ain't no calm down. We not yelling. I'm not yelling, babe, but I just want you to feel me. Feel me. Yes. Kuda needs you. Kiri needs you. Tweet needs you. Like these things is where it's a place of refuge, not a place of war.
Right.
So as I'm living, I'm not afraid to say, bro, I cry. Man, my sons make me proud. And even though my dad never verbalized that, I knew what he meant.
You see, I got it.
So now what's different is
I need to get a PhD in psychology. I'm really good at this. And I promise you, it was my first time watching this. Okay. I knew it. His dad messed him up. And his mom knows. His mom knows. And that's why she's very doting. She's very she's a blanket. That's why I said that part of his heart, I don't see him giving that to another woman. Like, it's going to be his mom. Okay. But I pray that before his daddy passes away, they really have that conversation that his dad makes him whole. Because once his dad makes him whole, he's going to stop this foolishness. Because he can't see clearly. Because he's in pain. So, like, people reason with him, he's not going to listen to y'all. It's like, nope. He has to go. You got to go back to your foundation. You got to go back to your roots. You got to go fix it with your daddy. And his father has to make him whole. And once his father makes him whole, he will stop his foolishness. Maybe it could have. But you know the problem is, Purple, when you grow up and you for him being a little boy and you say to yourself, like, my dad's my hero, no matter what he does, I'm going to love my daddy, right? So you strive to make him proud. When your dad never acknowledges anything you do, you say, well, does it really matter? Because whether I do X, I do Y, either way, he never says how much he loves me. You know, and that's the problem with I think a lot of black men overall. I think black men, diaspora black men, like complexion wise, right? It's that expression of emotion, like not just doing it, but actually saying it. Son, I love you. I am proud of you. I don't even know how you do this. It's freaking amazing. Right? If you run home and you told your dad how many touchdowns you had, and he's like, oh, okay. You do okay, or like, could you have had more? Or he doesn't come to your games, or he doesn't like try to, do things to affirm you. It can be damaging. So then you become rebellious because you want his attention. And I'm like, now I understand why the whole football game, like he would have like these crazy dreads, even there's all this stuff, right? Because I'm like, everything is that, because I'm sure his dad is very structured. I wouldn't be surprised if his dad was like in the military. I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm sure his dad is like a very structured person. He's really big on image and he's big on structure, So I'm like, oh, now I understand why you used to all look, he was always looking so crazy when he played in the league. Hold on. You see this? You see the son of a preacher. This is so intentional, right? This is so intentional. Because at one point he looked like this. Kim is insane. Okay. One point he looks like this, and he starts looking like this. What is you doing? Right? But I'm like, all that is because like you want to force this man to love you with your flaws. Because I will say this, this is where church people, we do mess up sometimes. We can be a little too uppity. So it's like, well, like the whole like Pharisee business, like, the unclean versus the clean, we can be a little too much sometimes. I get that. Right. So when you're really like rigid and you're not really flexible, I can see a child doing the very most to trigger your ass, to learn to force you to be more accepting of people being different. Because I'm like, so this right here is like, this is intentional. You're trying to trigger that man. Because these are the things that you couldn't do in his house. Now that you're free, you're doing all of this. Right? I get it. I really do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all this, you're just acting out because you want your dad to love you. And the thing is, you want unconditional love from your dad. So you keep testing this man. It's starting to make sense to me. I'm like, it really started to make sense to me. He wants his dad to love him. Like, I know you love me, but do you love me unconditionally? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, huh? So all this stuff, I'm like, he's crying out for attention from his daddy. He keeps doing more crazy stuff to see, like, how much do you love me? Like his mom, he knows his mom loves him. But his dad is like, yeah, I need you to. So he's going to keep doing stuff because he wants this man to say something. Sorry, right? I don't think he has. And it has affected him because a lot of times we don't realize that young men also need affection. We give affection to girls, right? But we don't give affection to young boys. And everybody, all children, okay, irrespective of gender, all children need to be hugged. They need to be touched, like, like caresses, whatever. They need hugs. They need to be told, like, son, I love you. Like people have to hear. You might know it, but they need to hear it. You need to hold them. You need to give them hugs. Even when they become teenagers, hug your children. Hold on to your kids. Hold their hands. Pray for them. Tell them they're handsome. Like, tell your daughter she's beautiful. It's a real thing. You got to open your mouth. Like, love is not just silent. Love also, like, it opens up the mouth and then it says things like, oh, I love you. Okay? You got to talk. You got to say it. And you have way too many parents, I feel like, who are just way too quiet with their love. Like, oh, but my child should know. But have you said it, though, right? If you were to die tomorrow, has your child ever heard you say, I love you? Yeesh. No, I guess he should pray before he does it. But his dad, too, though, like, he needs to do it before he also dies because he's going to be judged for that as well. It's not just the church. It's your son. He is your son. Like, he needs you. Because I'm like, this man is crying out for help. And I'm like, wow, he's been crying out for help for a very long time. He needs to go talk to his daddy. He really does.
It's the patience that my children teach me without telling me, Pop, Dad, this is how I learn. Stop yelling at me or stop being soft on me. Tell me what I actually need to do. Right? It's those things where it's like, man, we just have a beautiful moment.
So, and also his dad used to yell a lot. His dad used to yell a lot. It's giving Joe Jackson. Okay. His dad used to yell a lot. Okay, we're going to get to it. But I'm like, Cam, you could have said this a lot sooner, though. But I guess she's not good at her job. But I was good. I got it a lot earlier. But whatever. You chose to invite her, not me. Let's go.
And I know my son, you know what I'm saying, love boba tea. It's like, yo, boom, let's go get some boba. Boba is right next to Papa John's. We go get a stuffed crust. Like, boom, that's our thing. But each one of my children is different. And it's a different emotion that comes out from me. And it encapsulates or embodies and allows me not to compartmentalize out of like, yo, you're compartmentalizing. It just allows me to
know each child.
Oh my God.
And so his dad didn't get to know him. There you go. No, I'm being serious. I got a whole lot sooner. I'm really good at reading people. I'm really good at that. His dad, he's talking to his dad. This is what he needs to be having with his dad. Daddy, I wish you knew me better. Do you even know what my favorite food is? So you see, he tries to do. That's why I'm telling you, in his head, he thinks he's really good. Because he's like, I'm more intentional. Yeah, I got 8 kids with 3 different women, but I'm more intentional. So his dad was not intentional with him. But his dad had a lot of rules. And if you broke the rules, he started yelling in the house and screaming. Like, ooh, stop. It's too much. You're scaring us. Right? And I'm like, a lot of parents, make sure you know your kids. Spend time with your kids. Get to know them. Talk to them. You have personal time with your kids. Okay? Because I'm like, right now, he's talking to his dad, but he's talking to her, but he's talking to his dad, but he don't want to say it. Because I feel like he has a lot of respect for his dad. And his dad knows this. And his dad weaponizes it. Preacher, pastor, bishop, whoever you are, you need to stop. Come down a little bit from your, from the pulpit. Come down and actually be a father. Because I'm like, your son is really hurting. He's seriously hurting. Right? And it's because I'm like, it's never too late. You're alive, he's alive, and he's always going to be your son. So I'm like, it's not too late for y'all to build this relationship, right? So stop entertaining more women, stop having more kids. And I'm like, that energy you would spend getting people pregnant and having more babies, use that time to work it out with your dad. Build your relationship with your dad, right? Maybe it wasn't what it could have been when you were young, but now that you're older, right? Help your dad. Help your dad to be a better father. Help your dad to be the dad you wish he would have been when you were a teenager. Because I'm like, child, and that's the worst thing about being broken and having money. You're going to be crazy because you have money. And a lot of people not going to tell you no. I'm like, I really hope. I mean, I pray for him that he goes and he fixes it with his daddy because
serve them at their needs.
And that right there is like, I'm the intrusive dad where I love you, boy. Come here, give me a hug.
You see, touching.
Like, go brush it. But you musty, boy. Going upstairs. Like those, that's how I mean, even with my friends, even with my team, right? I can sometimes be too blunt.
Yeah.
And I'm learning, right? But enough about me. I obviously, when we're talking,
you see how you change the subject. So I also will say one of his love language is touch. That's something that means a lot to him. Like caressing him, hugging him, holding him. Like he needs that in his life. That's one of his love languages, right? He needs that because most likely he didn't get enough of that. And I guess his mom tried. But he didn't get it from his dad. But I'm like, he has deficiencies from his childhood. So once again, Cam, I really hope you go talk to your dad. And that you guys, at the current age that you are, that you guys can have the relationship that you were not able to have when you were growing up. And I do believe he can make it right. It might not be easy for him because you might find out that his dad was even crazier. Okay? Because I'm like, growing up in the South is not easy. Okay, slavery, KKK, lynchings, incarceration, chain gang. Okay, so I can see why some men are not expressive because Growing up black in America, in Georgia, yeah, right. It was hella dangerous, okay? So, because when people witness a lot of violence like that, a lot of lynchings like that, a lot of murders like that, a lot of random incarcerations like that, it does something to a people. So, you know what I mean? That's the PTSD part. People, a lot of people don't talk about, but it's real.
Talking about your intro, back in the day,
Yeah.
it was like
because you're talking about Georgia. Georgia was hella violent. Georgia, okay. Georgia was seriously violent. So when people grow up in that type of atmosphere, I just don't know how it molds people, because I'm like, because you see so much pain, like you see, so much darkness. Maybe there's so much darkness, like it just makes you mum, like you don't, you just die on the inside, you just survive. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, it has to be PTSD to live in a time like that, right? I'm like, your dad, your granddad, your great granddad, right? I don't think people were expressive because it was hard. It was really hard. And it was really violent. Okay? There's a lot of lynchings. So dead people. People go missing. Bad things happen to people. So what does that do to a person's soul? Just surviving. Just living. And then maybe there are certain things you don't want to tell your kids also because it's just too dark, and you might also have PTSD. So it makes it hard for people not to understand you. Like, why don't you open up? Like, why is my dad so closed up? It's like, yeah, because he probably seen some things, but he doesn't want to talk about it. It's like people who've been to war, right? They don't talk about a lot of things, and it eats them up on the inside. Because it's really dark. It's really, really dark. So
a badge of pride to say NAACP.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Black, when Martin Luther King and these activists were people who were so stoic, they believed in something, they stood for something, they spoke for the community. How can young individuals get a part of certain programs or certain things that push the culture forward in a healthy way?
I love that. Well, for one, they can become members, obviously, right? And you just go to NAACP.org and become a member, or go to our Instagram, NAACP1069. Also, you have, local branches you can be involved in. But at a higher level, what we need also, is to have a lot of the celebrities who tend to enjoy the NAACP Image Awards every year. They like to attend it. They like to be awarded by it.
Yeah.
I think they need to contribute more to it. And when I say contribute, I'm not only talking about financially, because, we have that. We can always use more. But contribute in the sense of their presence. Even if they don't become a member, come through, put a program in their name, come through, put a camp, whether it's a baseball camp, a basketball camp, a football camp. I'm in LA, in the city of LA, and put your name on it. That brings kids. Your name also will bring funding. Mm-hmm. And so even if you don't do nothing but give your name, which is free, give your name, attach it to it, partnership with our NAACP, or get the funding behind it, run that camp, run that scholarship, run the golf tournament, whatever that is. We create the whole thing. But I really believe that people who have not even so much money, but the name and the face and the status recognition, the way they can help is attaching themselves to our NAACP. And we have a lot of celebrities that are already attached to it. Yeah. We got Denzel Washington, we got Viola Davis, we have big. Even the baby did a lot of work with us 4 years ago with the Biden administration. Wow. As far as campaigning. He was really amazing with that. But I'm saying that to say, other celebrities, reach out. I'm _Dr. Bryant. You can Google me, reach out to us, or any other NAACP. We need to bring more of the community aspect back into the community so that we get the young kiddos and the adolescents and the teenagers learning how to be okay in their Blackness, and also learning career, socioeconomics literacy, learning what mental health really is. You have so many kids and adolescents, Cam, who are in the inner city, in the hood, who don't even know that they have mental health illness.
Yeah.
Then they become victims of crime when they're not victims of crime. They're victims of mental health. And so I wrote a whole resolution for NAACP nationally that's about mental health diversion in the courtroom. So you have someone come in and they committed a crime and there's a mental illness attached to it that they haven't been diagnosed, that state has to pay for a psychologist to come in and assess them. And if they need to diagnose them, they divert their prison time to mental health diversion, to mental health treatment and help and assistance so that we can help this kid recreate and reprogram who they are, their choices, their decisions, and we can stop the criminal recidivism rate, meaning going back to jail over and over again and break that cycle, which is modern day slavery. And so we can take them back and say, look, we're gonna get you mental health resources and put you in a place where you can make different decisions, because most of the time our babies are not criminals. They literally have mental health illness, or they're suffering from abandonment or attachment disorder or anxiety disorder or ADHD, or they're not ADHD. They just ain't got shit to do. You know what I mean? And they have.
But I think also, I think we also have to be honest and say that a lot of Black children in America have rage. They have a lot of rage. They are seriously angry, right? The way they were born, all this broken home stuff, not having a daddy, mama, it's a lot. Because once again, people are reckless. People are not intentional with how they get pregnant, how they have kids. And they forget that these babies are human beings. They don't stay tiny forever. They have rage, but they don't want to say it. But it's on the inside. It's just boiling up. Right? These babies have rage. Because it's yeah, you effed up my life. I mean, this is so chaotic. Broken homes are chaotic AF. Okay? I'm a lot of them have rage. Financial instability that comes with raising a child by yourself. It's a lot. But once again, people don't take sex seriously. That one night can ruin so many lives. That one encounter can ruin so many lives, right? Because we have bastardized intimacy. So all these babies, they're all enraged. They're so angry. I'm why are you so angry like this? But it's is this a life somebody would be proud of though? Yeah, think about that. It's the rage. It is a lot of rage. And I wish that sometimes when you see all these podcasts and all these microphone people, okay, the microphone people, I wish a lot of people would talk about forgiveness. So, but what you do, okay, how do we forgive? How do we get healing though? Real healing, forgiveness. People gonna come back together, let things go. You gotta learn to let bygones be bygones sometimes, right? Because the stuff that happened before, we can't fix it. But we gotta come together and fight for what's ahead, because if you don't, this baby's gonna go left. People divorce just because it's oh my gosh, are you thinking about your kids? So I'm a lot of young people have a lot of rage, and they're gonna act out differently on their rage. It's real.
Have a lot of energy, and there's a place they need to be able to put it. So those things for me are really important on just getting our young boys and girls and adult boys and girls to identify with what they got going on, so they can start to get the resource to help themselves get out of that.
Forgiveness.
And so, yeah.
Listen, my last thing here is you published a book titled Mental Detox, right? Yeah. And I must say the whole title, The Power and Guidance to Implement Peace, Joy, Balance, and Financial Abundance in Your Life. What was that process of doing that? Are we looking out for another publishing from the Dr. Cheyenne, Nicole Bryant? What's next?
Yeah, so my next book, the ABCs to Wellness, is a book about the tools from A through Z on what wellness is, what mental health is, how do you obtain it, and then how do you maintain it when you're there. And it takes you from A to Z to do that. Looking for it to be available September 2024, coming up really soon. My literary team is working on it now. Great team. And I gotta say this, shout out to my boy 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, for literally coming in and believing in me and putting a whole literary team around me.
Yeah.
I mean, literally 50 came in and was like, yo, what? Hold on, huh? Dude, you're amazing. Hold up. Team. And I mean, and he did it like this. And so just want to say thank you to 50 for doing that. Really, really amazing. But writing my first book, it was about just, my book is old. Mental Detox is old. It was in 2014. And for some reason, if y'all want to find out, go purchase it, or, but it is still selling like crazy now and ended up being the bestseller. And it's a quick read, only 100 pages. And it's just really about detoxing your mind of the negative thoughts, of the distorted thinking, reprogramming, creating a new narrative that fits who you are, not the narrative you learned in a house growing up, and really getting rid of the survival narrative you learned and learning how to thrive.
But if this is who you want to be, if that's the brand you want to have, you can no longer sit here and tell us that you want to be dating 27-year-olds. So that foolishness also, that's a door you have to close. So if you're going to be a psychologist, if you're going to be about being intentional and not hurting young Black men, because even you having sex like that, being 41, having sex with 27-year-old Black men also, that's also harmful to him. That's harmful as well. Okay. So if this is who you want to be, you're going to have to learn to like cut certain things out your life and really be about that brand, like be about your business. So when we're asking you, okay, who would you date? You can't say a 27-year-old. Like that makes no sense. Like I'm really serious. Like I don't know. I don't get this, right? You know what I'm saying? You cannot close that door. Like like you said, you have to shed the shedding. Okay, shed the lust you have for these younger boys and their private parts. And now you got to look ahead and say, okay, this is who I'm going to be, because that's congruent with the brand I'm trying to create, and it congruent with the message that you're putting out there about yourself. Consistency. You have to be consistent, because this whole 2 hours, ma'am, you've been very inconsistent, right? And it's also not giving trustworthy, because I'm like, who is she? One moment you say, oh, you're pro-marriage and you want to have sex with a 27-year-old. It's all over the place. It's giving me anxiety. You got to be consistent. Your messaging has to be consistent. Your brand has to be consistent. And how you show up has to be consistent. And how you talk also got to be consistent. So a lot of foolish things that you have in your life at your age of 41, you got to put that in a little closet somewhere, shut the door, lock it, throw away the key. Don't ever look back. Your future is ahead. Okay? Because it really is a lie. You need to close these doors, because I'm like, no. Can't be out here messing with them little 27-year-old boy. Like they're babies. Like let them go. Okay? And learn to enjoy sex with someone your age. Yeah, I mean, I would even say like she needs to go like 41 and up. Because that's insane. Don't do that.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? What are you doing?
ADD taking over right now. That's because the reality is like, I want to close. I have to close.
Yeah, please.
But the reality is, you mentioned Curtis Jackson. And I'm like, is he a high value man or a high functioning man? Like, I just want to know.
That's the question?
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about where 50 is and what he's doing.
It's just high functioning, yes. Or is he part of the 40% or the 60%?
50 is where he is. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna mention that with him as far as how he is and what he is.
So not the
what
cat got your tongue. We've been talking about cats and curiosity and all that, but
cat don't got my tongue. It's this segment in our conversation is not about 50.
It was never about anybody else.
Yes, it was. It was about everything we talked about. So as far
but you said you didn't have a problem talking about him. You didn't have an issue talking about Oprah. You didn't have an issue talking about Mr. Stedman. But now that 50 Cent's involved in your book deal and you're trying to mess up your braid, right? Now, like, well, it's not about, no, it's okay. 50 makes a lot of money, but 50 is very low functioning. All this trolling he does on the internet, attacking women like Taraji P. Henson, yeah, it's very low functioning, okay? But because you don't have any financial business with Cam, you had no problem having like your preconceived notions about him. You had no problem telling him that he was high functioning, low functioning. You had no problem because you don't make money with him, but you make money with 50. So to protect your money, you're going to be quiet. Just say that. We get it. Not just y'all have a friendship with him. He's responsible for her book. Like he's helping her with the book. Exactly. Okay. So you see about the money, and that's what he said. When you have money, you can mold people. Because 50 has money hanging over your head, he has molded you to be quiet. Okay. But if 50 was not paying you, if you didn't stand to make money with 50, you sure will have a whole lot to say. So money, a man with money can mold a woman. Okay. So exactly. Okay. Right. Because 50 don't claim his first child. He don't raise his kid. And he's not trying to fix it. I think sometimes his son has been disrespectful, but ultimately you're the father, so you should try to fix it. Right? So we know the answer, and you know the answer, but because he pays you, you're gonna be quiet. So you've been molded to shut the hell up.
We're in here, and,
As far
and
as
Stedman
right.
caught a
So as
stray.
far as 50 is a great man for the work that we've done together. He is a wonderful person for believing in me and for putting a team around me. And for that, I respect that. That action right there and the work I've done with 50 and knowing him in the department, in the spaces we know each other, he's been wonderful.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And that's that. That is my answer, Cam. That is the answer to that.
You didn't answer my question.
I answered it.
Okay, I'm going to.
50 is an amazing
high
businessman.
functioning man.
He's extremely high functioning, especially when it comes to business. Especially when it comes to business.
Don't give.
Especially when it comes to that. He's definitely that.
High value too, right?
Of course he has high value.
High
He's 50.
functioning. Yeah, of course.
Of course he has value.
He's
that dude.
I respect. I really can admire
He's that dude.
Curtis
He's
Jackson.
high value. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I respect his business acumen.
Me too.
I love the trolling. Yeah. But he got kids though.
You gotta ask 50 that. You gotta ask 50 that.
That's for the next. I see you did two different segments with Nick. So you're gonna have to double back.
If you get, let me say this, Cam.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
say this, big dog.
Okay.
Let me say this, boss man, big dog.
Yeah,
If you get
I like
50
that.
on here with me, then I'll talk about and analyze 50 and his kids and what he got going on. If you can get 50 sitting next to me, well, then there you go.
Because I really, we can help each other. We already identified that. We can analyze each other to the roosters come home or speak out, or the cows come home. However, those soliloquies or those different things. You sharp. I like that.
Oh, thank you, Cam.
I done let you off the hook on numerous times.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just to be obedient. I see, you got your team with you. And I ain't want nobody to feel like, yo, why he came and da-da-da. No, doctor.
Because according to her definition, 50 is a broken man. He's not just low functioning, he's also broken. Because he has children by multiple women, by 2 women, right? And he's not present in the home. He even called the baby mama, the Asian one, okay, he called her a little sex worker. I'm like, you are insane. Okay? He called her a little sex worker. Let me see if I can find the video. Okay? So I'm like, no, he really is evil.
The story is coming together and it is making way more sense as to why 50 Cent has been so outspoken about Diddy and how he has all this insight as to what has been going on in Diddy's homes. It turns out that 50's ex and baby mama Daphne Joy was listed as one of the sex workers in P. Diddy's lawsuit. Cited in the lawsuit, it lists Robin Greenhill as the accountant who wires the funds over to the sex workers. And it goes on to say would also be responsible for ensuring payment to sex workers in cash. Young Miami, Jade, and Daphne Joy were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs's sex workers and receive payments via wire transfer. There have been pictures of Daphne Joy on P. Diddy's property with P. Diddy. Daphne's name was listed in the Rodney Jones lawsuit, and we haven't really heard a response from her yet. Her and 50 dated back in 2012, had a baby, and then eventually broke up. And Daphne actually accused 50 of being abusive in that relationship, something that 50 has gone on to deny. Most of you already know that 50 has also been sharing content like this to his Instagram, Diddy Do It, saying that he would fund a docuseries to expose Diddy. And in the last 24 hours, 50 also shared this to his Instagram, which is an excerpt from the Rodney Jones lawsuit, saying that Mr. Combs has hidden cameras in every room of his home, has recorded several artists, celebrities, athletes, etc., that these people were recorded without their consent, and that Diddy possesses compromising footage of these people. They referred to Diddy's parties as these freak-off parties, which we've heard this term before in past lawsuits. The story is coming together and it is making way more sense as to why 50 Cent has been so outspoken about Diddy and how he has all this insight.
Oh, he called the mother of his son a little sex worker. He was like, "You little sex worker." Okay, he's very disrespectful. So, according to her definition, he would not just be low functioning. He's also broken, and I would say he's not. Besides like the career stuff, where else is he high functioning? I don't know. Okay, so Kim is like, "Yeah, you fake. Be quiet," because she makes money with him. So now she has no integrity, like most people.
Thank you for your time.
And the thing is, let me say this before we go, right? Before we go. Isn't it funny how, so when it comes to her life, like when it comes to her dating life or like who she wants to marry, she wants to do a broken man with children, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But when it comes to money, though, she ain't got no standard. You can be broken, you can be abusive, you can be low functioning. When it comes to money, she'll do it. Like, girl, you're not serious. She has no integrity.
But
this is what happens when your cigar goes out.
I'm trying to tell you, I get agitated,
cigar.
long-winded. It took you
exactly
16 paragraphs.
Well, for a check, she'll mess with somebody that's hella toxic, right? Yeah, right. Girl, please. No. This woman right here, I'm telling you, she's not consistent.
Tell me where you originally was from.
telling you,
I
yeah.
really enjoyed this though. I
did
really
too.
did. And as we end things here at Funky Friday, it's simple. All right. Can we understand that you can do a quick analysis of somebody,
Right.
but let's see if you can pay attention
Woo!
and
The shade.
process what I'm telling you that needs to do so we can close. All
Let's
right.
go. Let's go.
So we're gonna start with this camera right there, and then we're gonna go to this camera right here, and then we're gonna finish with that camera right there.
Can I put some gloss on?
Oh, go on.
You don't.
Go
You
on.
keep the cameras rolling. Hold on.
Yeah,
hold
please
on, hold
do.
on.
Please
Get
do.
this gloss going.
Because I mean, I left so much out there that needed to be said, but I'm just gonna bite my tongue.
Yeah, please do.
And it was no pick stone today, though. Was they?
Am I good? Am I good?
Respectfully, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go.
So
Good.
26, you out there, my brother. More power to you. I can't even say 50, no pun intended, but 50 plus, you can't, not that. But as we end things here, Funky Friday, right? We're gonna start right here, then we're gonna go right there, then we're gonna finish right there. And when I say all together, we're gonna say one love. Don't forget the thumb. There we go. All right. When I say all together, what are we gonna say? One love.
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right.
I'm ready.
Here we go. One finger. We're going to start with that camera right there. Then we're going to end with that camera. There we go.
Boy, you don't run this thing. Let's go.
Camera. Here we go. One finger, one pinky, one thumb, all together.
One love.
Ooh.
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
Oh my God.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, y'all. Thank you.
That was good, Cammy. Thank you.
Appreciate you,
You were so good.
Oh my God, you guys. We made it. I did it. We survived. One this, one that, one love. Okay. So you guys, thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed this video. These people are crazy. Yeah, she has no business being anybody's psychologist. Stay away from her. She's toxic. Stay away from Cam, his bed, and his private parts. He will get you pregnant. Okay. He's toxic. Okay. Yeah, stay away from them peoples. Okay. Oh, God, it was a lot. It was a lot. Whoo, gosh. But Cam, do not come from my YouTube channel. Okay. Let me make some money off of you. You rich, big dog. You rich. You got money. So let us make money off of you. Okay. But yeah, you guys. So thank you so much. Okay. I hope you enjoyed this video. By God's grace, I'll be outside tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We loved having you here. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. Okay. Who y'all? We made it. We did it. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot. It was a lot. Now, tomorrow I will be back outside. I gotta decide. Am I gonna do pop culture or am I gonna do politics? Oh no. Oh Lord. These people be triggering me, man. Politics got me triggered. But I'll see though. I'll decide when I wake up tomorrow. Okay. But thank you so much, you guys. I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun. All the new people who came here, it was nice to have you. Y'all made the conversation so much interesting. So God bless you for that. Oh, thank you, T. All right. Oh, but you've been here the whole time. Child, you've been so quiet. Okay. So I'll see y'all in the morning. We'll do another live. Okay. Love y'all. Happy Monday. Have a great week. And we'll start all over again tomorrow. I still have to finish the DNC. I got time for Barack Obama. This man. Why they triggered me like this? Man, I saw some of their houses. They have a big house in Hawaii. I said, oh my gosh, the luxury. But I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Love you guys and see you tomorrow. I need to get some food. I'm tired. Bye-bye. Love y'all. Y'all crazy.